Before me stands a disheveled little beggar, who has been dead for a full 5 years. Yet, he is a presence so formidable in the depths of the 18 layers of hell that even the spirits dare not cross his path, nearly jeopardizing the very positions of the 10 kings of hell. 5 years prior, the man's fiancée conspired with the invaders from the island nation. Extracting his very organs, however, his soul was taken in by the 10 kings of hell as a disciple. Remarkably, in just 5 years, he accomplished all the tasks assigned by the kings. In a desperate bid to preserve their own positions, the 10 kings of hell implored him for resurrection, offering various treasures to reconstruct his physical form. At that moment, within the 18 layers of hell, as my form was being remade, a fleeting vision crossed my eyes, accompanied by a voice that echoed in my mind. Disciple, I have previously taken 10 remarkable women as students and revived them. Should you encounter any troubles, they will come to your aid. Simultaneously, in a mysterious conference room in the imperial capital, deep within the realm of the Beijing Wolf Nation's underworld, and atop the capital buildings of the 2 nations Wall Street, 10 exquisite women let out a simultaneous gasp, exclaiming that their junior disciple had come back to life. Meanwhile, in a desolate burial ground on the outskirts of the Central Sea, a woman huddles on the ground, trembling and pleading for mercy. Please, don't. Cold Wind, you mustn't do this. I am your sister's close friend. Before her stands Cold Wind, wearing a wicked smile. Sister Xueqing, you are simply too beautiful. Tonight, my sister is marrying, becoming the bride of an islander. Why not be my bride instead? Mu Xueqing kicks wildly, desperate in her protest. I am your sister's close friend. How can you treat me like this? Upon hearing this, Cold Wind chuckles mockingly. Let me be frank with you, Sister Xueqing. My sister has sent you on your way, came the chilling words. As these words settled in, Mu Xueqing stood frozen in disbelief. Why was Lang Feng smirking with such amusement? Did you truly believe my sister was unaware of your affection for that useless Yi Chun? After the fall of the Yi family, you continued to seek out that good for nothing for 5 long years. Alas, Yi Chun had already perished 5 years ago. As for my sister, she is soon to wed the noble Kinjuru Tuju from the islands. Since you harbor feelings for Yi Chun, why not descend into the abyss to accompany him? Mu Xueqing lay despondently on the ground, whispering, You shall not die a good death. The Yi family had once treated your cold family with such kindness, yet you brought about Yi Chen's demise. Lung Feng chuckled darkly. Oh, and I forgot to mention something else. Years ago, I discarded Yi Chen's corpse right here in this mass grave. With that, Lung Feng gestured towards a nearby mound of earth. Suddenly, the small mound began to tremble. Instinctively, Lung Feng turned around, only to witness an unforgettable sight. An arm emerged from the soil, followed by a young man, covered in mud, crawling out. In the next moment, Lung Feng was paralyzed with fright. It's you, Yi Chun? Mu Xueqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Yi Chun? Is that truly you? I cast a glance at the woman, a name flashing through my mind. Mu Xueqing's close friend, Lung Qingqiu. What are you doing here? Mu Xueqing was bewildered. Hadn't Lung Feng just claimed that Yi Chun had died 5 years ago? Could it be that Yi Chun had been hiding in this graveyard for the past 5 years, surviving by scavenging from the nearby tombs? As this realization dawned upon Mu Xueqing, tears welled in her eyes. Oh my! What great suffering have you endured over these 5 years? Yi Chun, rest assured, you shall no longer resort to pilfering sustenance. Come, let me escort you home. Upon hearing the word home, a tremor coursed through my being. And in the next moment, a fierce murderous intent ignited in my gaze that I seized the cold wind and descended the mountain. Meanwhile, within the resplendent halls of the Lung family in Zhonghai, today marks the grand wedding of the first beauty of Zhonghai, Lung Qingqiu, to the son of the prince. From the island nation, Dong Tiao Jinjuru. You are truly exquisite, Qingqiu, Dong Tiao Jinjuru remarked, raising his glass, as he beheld Lung Qingqiu in her pristine white wedding gown. With a delicate smile, Lung Qingqiu replied, After tonight, I shall be your wife. Beside her, Lung Qingqiu's mother, Wang Tsueju, smiled with pride, saying, Husband, my choice back then was indeed correct. Uniting forces with the islanders. From now on, Zhonghai shall belong to our Lung family. Lung Huhai nodded in agreement. My wife speaks the truth. I nearly made a grievous error in my choice, Wang Tsueju wore an air of haughtiness. The aura of the Yi family. Look how it has diminished. Do not be deceived by Yi Lingyun's past as a border general. In the end, both he and his wife vanished without a trace. Perhaps they committed a grave offense and were executed. Long ago. A frown creased Lung Hao's brow. I have heard whispers that the Yi family, which fell 5 years ago, is connected to the Longdu Yi family. Yi Lingyun seemingly hails from the Longdu Yi family. At that moment, the wedding music commenced. Father Baiyun stood upon the stage, holding the Bible. Mr. Dong Tiao Jinjiru, do you take Miss Lung Qingqiu as your wife? However, before the priest could finish his words, a chilling voice suddenly cut through the air. Qingqiu, 1 year from today will be your day of mourning. Then, a gruesome object hurtled into the wedding venue. As the assembly looked down in shock, the severed head is merely a prop from a film, isn't it? Who is playing this prank? Amidst the crowd's confusion, a young man, caked in mud, strides in. Upon recognizing his face, Lung Qingqiu is struck with disbelief. It's you, how is this possible? You're not dead. Dong Tiao Jinziru furrows his brow, questioning, Qingqiu, who is he? With a pallid complexion, Lung Qingqiu replies, he is Yichun. 5 years ago, your doctor personally extracted his organs. Dong Tiao Jinziru is taken aback, cold sweat beating on his forehead. Since Wang Tsueju is unaware of this matter, he feels no fear, instead casting a scornful glance in my direction. Look at this kid, he's the son of Yi Lingyun. 5 years ago, he desired something beyond his reach, and now he's fallen to such a pitiful state, Wang Tsueju remarks, approaching the bloodied head, wielding it as a tool for fear. While we, the Lung family, have grown accustomed to fright, she continues, but the moment she lays eyes on the head, her body stiffens. The guests, still bantering and mocking, comment on his lack of ability, stating he once relied on his family, and now, without them, he is worse than a beggar. At this juncture, Lung Qingqiu notices her mother's strange demeanor. Mom, what's wrong? The crowd's gaze shifts to Wang Tsueju, who sits on the ground, her face ashen. The head belongs to Feng. Lung Qingqiu gasps in shock. What? The head of Feng? As I approach Lung Qingqiu, I kick Wang Qiji's body, which explodes on impact. Ah, murder! Ji Minggang, still in the midst of mocking, is startled and falls to the ground in fear. The eyes of other wealthy magnates narrowed sharply, as if they were witnessing a demonic spectacle. With a single kick, a living being was obliterated. The scene was nothing short of hellish. Lung Qingqi's mental state was on the verge of collapse. Yichun, you have killed my mother, you deserve to die. The scholar exclaimed, I shall end you. Cold Lake Sea lunged at me, brandishing a Western-style knife. Yet, I merely raised my hand, delivering a light yet devastating blow that shattered Cold Lake Sea's skull in an instant, causing a resounding explosion. Upon witnessing this, Lung Qingqi's eyes widened in fury. Ginger, quickly help me kill him. There's been a murder. Panic ensued, and the onlookers finally regained their senses, fleeing in terror. Surround him and kill him. With Ginger's command, a multitude of over 100 samurai armed with swords surged forth, shouting in their native tongue. However, in the gaze of the terrified crowd, within a mere minute, every last one of those samurai met their demise at my hands. Lung Qingqiu was struck with fear, while Ginger gasped in disbelief. In that moment, the wedding venue was engulfed in silence, save for the sound of my footsteps approaching the stage. It was then that Ginger could no longer maintain his composure. In a frantic motion, he drew a pistol. Stay back. If you come any closer, I'll shoot you. I responded with a cold smile. Go ahead. Fire your weapon. You will die. Ginger stammered, his hand trembling as he pulled the trigger. The bullet shot forth, but I reached out and grasped it firmly. Was this man even human to catch a bullet with his bare hands? The guests were rendered utterly speechless, their minds paralyzed by shock. Then, with a casual flick, I sent the bullet hurtling back, piercing through Ginger's thigh. Are you a man or a ghost? The desolate Qingqiu was utterly stunned, leaving behind a puddle of water in her wake. In the next moment, she trembled and fell to her knees. Yeqing, I was wrong. It was all my fault 5 years ago. It was Tojo Ginger who threatened me that I gazed coldly at this woman I once cherished. Very well, I shall grant you an opportunity to explain. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Qingxiu feigned innocence. But did you not err in the slightest? As her words fell, I raised my hand and struck down. The most beautiful woman of Zhonghai, Qingxiu, was thrust into the ground, a pool of blood surging forth, staining her wedding gown. Then, a voice, as chilling as death, echoed, "Why did you extract my organs?" Tojo Kinjer was so frightened that he knelt, excreting in fear, "I beg you, do not kill me. This is all my father's command. I only know that the blood type of our island's allies matches yours. Your kidneys could save that noble's life," and the next moment, I seized Tojo Kinjer's head, and with a tightening grip, it exploded. By the time the crowd realized what had transpired, I had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Mu Shuiqin ran barefoot from the mass grave, her heart racing. "Yeqing, please do not do anything foolish." As she gazed at the brightly lit cold family villa, anxiety gripped her heart. However, lacking an invitation, she had no choice but to scale the wall. Just as she reached the top, a cold voice resonated from behind her. "What are you doing?" Mu Shuiqin turned to look and was instantly startled. A flush rising to her cheeks, she discovered that my position allowed me to glimpse beneath her skirt while she scaled the wall. The next moment, Mu Shuiqin lost her footing and fell from the high barrier. She felt a gust of wind rush past her as I reached out and caught her in my arms, guiding her towards a nearby alley. "Where are you taking me? Didn't you just say you would bring me home?" Barely had we taken a few steps when a fleet of military green off-road vehicles halted outside the Lung family's gate. A man with a square face emerged and immediately commanded the surrounding streets to be sealed off. Upon entering the wedding venue, the square-faced man was taken aback by the scene before him. At that moment, one of his subordinates approached, stating, "The assailants seem to be from the martial arts community. Their methods are exceedingly brutal. This appears to be a vendetta." Linglong Hai glared at the speaker, acknowledging the grim reality that the Lung family members were dead. However, the more pressing concern was the demise of Dong Tiao Jinjilang. Before he could finish his sentence, a furious roar resonated. "What a tragedy!" Everyone turned to see a man clad in a kimono rush to the corpse of Dong Tiao Jinjilang. This individual was none other than Dong Tiao Xiong Heir, the imperial envoy from the island nation, enjoying diplomatic privileges in Zhonghai. The neighbors had already begun questioning the guests of the event, who claimed the murderer was a young man, seemingly Yi Chun from the Yi family of Zhonghai, 5 years prior. Upon hearing this name, Dong Tiao Xiong Heir immediately shook his head in disbelief. It cannot be him. He insisted, for 5 years ago, he had witnessed Yi Chen's organs being extracted, resulting in his immediate demise. Soon after, Linglong Hai acquired a portrait described by the guests, and at that moment Mu Shuiqin and I have returned to his apartment. "Please take a moment to rest. I shall take a shower," Mu Shuiqin declared before swiftly darting into the bathroom. I switched on the television, where the evening news was unfolding. The report was focused on the tragic incident at the wedding of the Lung family. By the time Mu Shuiqin emerged from her shower, I had vanished without a trace, while the broadcast continued to relay the grim news. Upon witnessing the report, Mu Shuiqin gasped in disbelief. "Lung Qingxiu is dead? How can this be? Isn't today her wedding day?" Meanwhile, inside the embassy of the island nation, the lights blazed brightly. Tojo Kamaji sat in his office, surrounded by a cadre of stern-faced warriors, each exuding an air of menace. The individuals we apprehended were discovered at the unmarked graveyard. They are the thugs raised by Leng Feng. Logically, they should have dealt with Mu Shuiqin today at that very site. However, by the time we located them, they were paralyzed by fear. At that moment, the group of yellow-haired men lay sprawled on the floor, their eyes vacant, incoherently muttering, "Ghost, please don't kill me." Tojo Kamaji, with a ferocious expression, seized one of the yellow-haired men by the throat. "What are you babbling about?" The man squirmed, a flicker of terror flashing in his eyes as he recalled the nightmarish figure of Yi Chun, who had been eviscerated 5 years prior, seemingly rising from the grave. Tojo Kamaji gasped, a chill running down his spine as sweat soaked his back. At that moment, an aged voice resonated. "There are no ghosts in this world. It is merely the malevolence of the human heart at play." Upon hearing this, Tojo Kamaji turned to regard the elderly man beside him. "Dio, you mean to say?" Takagawa Otsuka let out a cold laugh. "Surely someone is impersonating that boy to have killed young Kinjer." TJ Kiji also grasped the situation, slamming his hand on the table. "Baka, who exactly has slain my son?" Takagawa Otsuka narrowed his eyes slightly. "Is there not a hint of a clue remaining? What of the woman named Mu Shuiqin?" The middle-aged man from the island, who had captured the group of yellow-haired men, shook his head. Mu Shuichin was not found at the scene. TJ Kiji uttered a low growl. What are we waiting for? Bring that Mu Shuichin here immediately. At that moment, the lights in the entire embassy flickered wildly, followed by a complete blackout. Who goes there? Mukawa Otsuka hissed, his gaze fixed intently on the office door. Simultaneously, the 10 or so samurai within the office drew their swords. The next second, the office door creaked open, and a young man entered slowly. In the glow of the moonlight, upon seeing the young man's face, TJ Kiji was taken aback. How is this possible? Are you human or a ghost? Takagawa Otsuka squinted. If there is a shadow, he is human. Your Excellency, cease your theatrics and reveal your true self. In the next instant, Takagawa Otsuka drew his sword and charged at me. A fierce blade aura aimed at my head. Yet, a metallic clash resonated through the air, as a pale hand gripped the katana tightly, unable to budge even an inch. Are you human or a ghost? Takagawa Otsuka faltered, doubt creeping into his mind about his earlier declaration. After all, he was a master of martial arts from the island. Even the most formidable grandmaster would not dare to intercept his strike with mere hands. Subsequently, I exerted force upon my wrist, causing the precious samurai sword to snap with a resounding crack. Immediately, I wielded the remaining half of the blade and swept it across, severing the head of Takeuchi Otsuka, which rolled upon the ground, his face still etched with the panic. From moments before, Tojo Kiji let out a terrified scream, and the remaining samurai of the island recoiled in horror, their bodies trembling involuntarily. It was then that my voice, akin to that of the Grim Reaper, resonated ominously with 3 inquiries. First, was the sudden disappearance of my parents 5 years ago connected to your people? Second, are my parents still alive? Third, why was my liver extracted? Upon hearing my words, Tojo Kiji gasped in disbelief. You truly are Yi-chan. How could you still be alive? I merely shook my head, sidestepping his question. In an instant, I vanished and reappeared before Tojo Kiji, reaching out to extract a fresh liver from his body. Gazing at the steaming organ in my hand, I spoke once more. A person can survive for 2 hours without their liver. Tojo Kiji was utterly paralyzed with fear at this sight. You are a demon. A demon. The other samurai stood frozen, unable to move. Young Master Yi, the disappearance of your parents has nothing to do with me. I truly do not know why they vanished. As his words faded, I clenched my fingers, crushing the liver in my grasp, and plunged my hand back into Tojo Kiji's abdomen, extracting a pair of bloodied kidneys. Without kidneys, a person can live for only 30 minutes. Tojo Kiji, now on his knees, coughed blood as he begged for mercy to Wai Shao. I truly am unaware of the whereabouts of your parents. All I know is that a prominent individual in our island nation is in dire need of an organ transplant to survive. You, possessing the blood of a Qilin, have extraordinarily robust vital organs, which is why they have set their sights on you. Upon hearing this, I furrowed my brow. Who is the person behind this? I genuinely do not know, was the frantic response of Dong Tiao Xiong Yi Ardata that moment. A sudden ringtone pierced the air. He quickly switched to speakerphone and answered the call. An urgent voice resonated from the other end. Dong Tiao Xiong Air. I just received news Yi-chan has reappeared. Wasn't he supposed to have died 5 years ago? How can he still be alive? Upon hearing the voice, a chill swept through me. It was Yi Feng. The caller paused momentarily upon recognizing my voice, then exclaimed, Yi-chan, you truly are not dead. Yi Feng is a cousin from the Yi family of Longdu, while my father, Yi Lingyun, married into that family. Yi Lingyun, endowed with exceptional martial talent, joined the Longdu Dragon Soul Special Forces and achieved great feats. My grandfather from the Longdu Yi family once brought Yi Feng to visit me, but shortly thereafter, my parents vanished without a trace. We, the Yi family, have long severed ties with your Longdu Yi family. Why do you continue to pursue my demise? Yi Feng smirked slightly. I do so at my leisure. You are courting death, I replied, my voice icy and piercing. But Yi Feng erupted into a frenzied laughter. Ha ha ha. Courting death? You little beast. Come find me if you dare. I am at the Venice Casino in Australia. If you come, I will reveal everything, including the whereabouts of your parents. Once the words were spoken, I clenched my fist, and the phone erupted into a cacophony of shattering glass. Half an hour later, Within the office of the director of the Maritime Martial Arts Bureau, a subordinate rushed in, breathless with urgency. Director, a grave incident has transpired. All 175 personnel at the embassy of the island nation have perished. The innards of Tojo Kiji have been excavated, and even Master Furukawa has met his demise, beheaded in a single stroke. What did you say? Ling Long Hai stood up in astonishment. Master Furukawa is a master of the island nation. How could he possibly be dead, let alone beheaded? Simultaneously, in a resplendent mansion within Longdu, a middle-aged man hastily entered the study. Father, Yi-chan has returned. A man strikingly similar to Yi-chan had left a trail of bloodshed at the wedding of the Cold family in Zhonghai. The elder seated at the desk, Wang Yan, stood in shock. Has he not been missing for 5 years? What could have prompted his sudden return? Yi Hongye, with a countenance clouded by twilight, replied, "This timing is fortuitous. Yi Lingyun has brought our family to ruin. Had this boy not mysteriously disappeared 5 years ago, he would surely share the same fate as Yi Lingyun. I propose we capture him and present him to those in power." Elder Yi Jinbei furrowed his brow. Do you truly despise their family to such an extent? How could I not harbor such disdain? Yi Hongye ground her teeth in frustration. Had Yi Lingyun not spurned that engagement years ago, our family would not have fallen so low. At the same time, at the border of Longwa, a Wolf Kingdom aircraft touched down at the airport. As the occupants disembarked, all present from Longwa were rendered speechless. Good heavens, the Empress of the Wolf Kingdom, what brings her here? Above the Pacific Ocean, a magnificent superliner swiftly traverses the skies. Surrounding this majestic aircraft are dozens of agile Falcon fighter jets. At this moment, within the cabin, a blonde woman answers her phone. Senior sister, you have been halted at the borders of Longwa. Junior brother is heading towards Aodao. Alright, I understand. Meanwhile, at Aodao International Airport, a civil aviation flight from Zhonghai is preparing to land. In the control tower, the staff suddenly fix their gaze upon the top of the aircraft. Wait a moment. My heavens. There is a person, someone is standing atop the plane. Concurrently, in a banquet hall in the Venetian area of Aodao, a plethora of elite businessmen, celebrities, and luminaries gather in splendid assembly. The youngest daughter of the gambling tycoon, Zhou Anqi, adorned in an opulent gown and bedecked with jewels worth over 100 million, gracefully descends the staircase amidst the chorus of birthday congratulations from the crowd. At that moment, the doors of the gala are forcefully kicked open, and a chilling voice resonates. Yi Feng, I have arrived. Chapter 7. The wretch of 5 years ago. With a sudden swish, a multitude of socialites turned their heads towards the entrance, their ears straining to decipher the words that had just escaped Yi Chen's lips. Yet, it was not his words that captured their attention. Rather, their gazes fixated upon him with an air of disdain. Who is this individual? His appearance is so disheveled, as if he hasn't bathed in years. Ugh! The stench is unbearable. A few socialites pinched their noses, their faces contorted in disgust. The head of security quickly regained his composure, his countenance darkening as he barked, "What on earth are you doing? Do you not recognize the gravity of this occasion? How dare you allow such a beggar to enter? Expel him at once." A dozen security guards advanced, intent on forcibly ejecting Yi Chun. However, mere meters away from him, an overwhelming force erupted. The guards were sent sprawling, collapsing in unconsciousness. What just transpired? The guests present were momentarily stunned. HM? A martial artist? A slightly stout man among the crowd exhibited intrigue. A man in his 40s beside him inquired, "May I ask how to address you, my friend? I am Yang Hu, an executive at Baifa Securities." "How did you deduce he is a martial artist?" With a grin, the stout man replied, "I am Wang Dafu, visiting from the mainland. I often indulge in watching martial competitions. The display before us is unmistakably a manifestation of internal energy, a skill possessed solely by martial practitioners." "Oh." Yang Hu nodded thoughtfully. "I usually watch Muay Thai matches, the kind that involves direct contact. However, I have yet to witness competitions from the mainland. Is it truly possible for internal energy to be projected in such a manner?" Wang Dafu shared a mysterious smile. "Of course." Suddenly, a resounding voice echoed through the air. "You, audacious brat. How dare you act so recklessly here? A young man adorned with golden-rimmed glasses emerged from the crowd, relishing the attention. Do you even comprehend where you are? All eyes turned towards him. Yi-chan shook his head dismissively. This has nothing to do with you. Leave. The young man, reveling in the spotlight, cleared his throat. Do you know who I am? I am a distinguished lawyer from the prestigious Hong Kong elite law firm. He pointed a finger at Yi-chen's nose. Now, at once, crouch down and clasp your hands atop your head. Otherwise, I shall pursue legal action that will ensure you languish in prison. Suddenly, a sharp crack reverberated through the air. The young man's arm was brutally shattered, bone piercing through flesh. Ah! He screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground. My hand. You are committing a serious act of intentional harm. I will have you prosecuted to the fullest extent. Before he could finish, with a swift motion, Yi-chen's foot descended, crushing the young man's skull in an instant. It was a decisive act. The gruesome spectacle left many spectators retching, having never witnessed such a bloody scene. Hiss! Yang Hu gasped, his face ashen. Boss Wang, is such brutality common in your mainland tournaments? Wang Dafu shook his head in utter disbelief, swallowing hard. I have never seen anything like this. Yi-chen, is that you? A young man beside Zhou Anqi exclaimed in astonishment. He had just spoken with Yi-chan on the phone less than 2 hours prior. I never expected Yi-chan to arrive so swiftly. Yi-feng? Yi-chan narrowed his eyes. After 5 years, Yi-feng had undergone significant changes. Thus Yi-chan failed to recognize him at first glance. Upon hearing the voice, he immediately focused on Yi-feng beside Zhou Anqi. Where are my parents? You fool, I'm just toying with you. I have no idea where your parents are. Ha 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 ha. Yi-feng laughed mockingly. You truly believed it? Seeking death. Yi-chen's expression turned icy. A gust of wind surged towards Yi-feng. Gu Songpa. Incapacitate him. A sinister smile crept across Yi-feng's lips. Behind him, a man in a suit stepped forward, shielding Yi-feng. With a rip, the suit was instantly shredded, revealing a physique of bronze muscle, his limbs wrapped in bandages akin to a mummy. Gu Songpa, the Thai boxing master of the country. My heavens, how is he here serving as a bodyguard? Yang Hu exclaimed. Everyone turned to him. Wang Dafu gasped. Is that the invincible Thai boxing master Gu Songpa, who started fighting in Southeast Asia in 1987? Indeed. Yang Hu nodded excitedly, casting a pitying glance at Yi-chan. This kid has kicked a steel plate. Before he could finish his sentence, Gu Songpa swung a punch towards Yi-chan. Young man, kneel before young Master Yi. Yi-chan raised his hand, gripping Gu Songpa's fist, and with a fierce pull, Gu Songpa's arm was wrenched from its socket. Ah! Gu Songpa cried out in terror, stepping back in shock. Who are you? Yi-chan, disinterested in responding, unleashed a punch, shattering the head of the ancient Muay Thai master like a watermelon, swift and decisive. My goodness! Every onlooker gasped in disbelief, staring at Yi-chan with horror. In this modern society, where taking a life seems effortless, was this youth a man or a specter? Gu Songpa! Yi-feng's sweat poured forth, trembling as he gazed at Yi-chan. How is this possible? 5 years ago you were a mere wastrel. How could you possess the prowess to slay a martial arts master? Crack! Yi-chan raised his hand, gripping Yi-feng's neck and lifting him high. A suffocating sensation enveloped the air. I will ask you one last time. Do you truly not know the whereabouts of my parents? Yi-feng's face turned crimson. I genuinely do not know. Sorry. I do not believe you. Yi-chan seized Yi-feng's arm and yanked with great force. Rip. One arm was torn away right before their eyes. Ah! Yi-feng emitted a shriek akin to a slaughtered pig, his body quaking violently. The guests present were paralyzed with fear. To tear a man's arm from his body so brutally was more horrifying than any torture. Wang Dafu, self-assured in his worldly experience, could only gasp repeatedly at the sight. Zhou Anqi, terrified, stumbled backward, her world akin to a blank canvas, utterly unaccustomed to such a scene. You still have 2 legs and 1 arm. We are not in haste. You have 3 more chances. As soon as Yi-chen's words escaped his lips, a collective gasp echoed through the air, sending shivers down the spines of all present. They instinctively recoiled, many women covering their mouths to stifle their sobs. The figure before them resembled a malevolent specter risen from the depths of hell. Yi Feng, nearly paralyzed with fear, trembled as he pleaded, "Yi-chan, I implore you to spare me. I truly do not know the whereabouts of your parents." With a swift motion, one of his arms was torn away. "I don't know." Another agonizing cry erupted as a leg was shattered, blood gushing forth. "Ah!" Yi Feng's voice was a harrowing wail, his entire being quaking in terror. "I don't know. I truly do not know." Yi-chan nodded slightly. "It appears you genuinely lack knowledge." The expressions of the onlookers were a mixture of bewilderment and horror. A lunatic. This Yi-chan was undoubtedly a madman. He posed his second question. "How did you collude with Dong Tiao Xiong Heir? Who desires my organs?" Chapter 8. The senior sister takes action. Yi Feng trembled as he replied, "I only know that you possess the blood of a Qilin. Therefore, when Dong Tiao Xiong Heir entrusted me with the task of seeking a compatible kidney in the Dragon Country, I immediately relayed your information to him. As for the whereabouts of your parents, I truly have no idea. Yi-chan, that is all I know." Yi Feng exclaimed in one breath. "Qilin blood?" Yi-chan furrowed his brows, for this was the second time he had encountered this term. "What does it mean?" Yi Feng, in terror, responded, "I do not know. It is what my father informed me. It seems to be connected to your mother. Truly, that is all I know." Ding ding ding. A ringtone emanated from Yi Feng's pocket. Yi-chan retrieved his phone, which displayed the character Dad. He pressed the speakerphone button. "Fenger, where are you now?" Yi-chan has appeared, but this boy has been missing for 5 years, seemingly having mastered formidable martial arts. You must return immediately and bring Gusong Pa with you. I require his assistance. The grave voice of Yi Hongye resonated through the phone. Yi-chan coldly interjected. Gusong Pa is already dead. Yi Hongye was taken aback. Who are you? Why do you have my son's phone? Wait, what did you say? Gusong Pa is dead? Yi Feng cried out. Dad. Save me. Fenger. Yi Hongye's expression shifted dramatically. Yi-chan? You are Yi-chan. Yi-chan smiled with a hint of amusement. Yi Hongye. Congratulations, you have guessed correctly. Yi Hongye erupted in fury, exclaiming, You little beast, what have you done to my son? If you dare harm a single hair on him, I swear I will ensure you meet a fate worse than death. That will disappoint you, Yi-chan retorted, shoving his phone back into Yi Feng's jacket pocket. He seized Yi Feng's last remaining leg and, with a swift motion, tore it away. Ah, Dad. It hurts so much. Son. On the other end of the line, Yi Hongye's eyes were filled with rage as he bellowed, Yi-chan, what have you done to my son? Damn it. Speak up. Damn. 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 Yi-chan discarded the mutilated Yi Feng onto the ground and spat out ominously, Yi Hongye, I will come to Longdu to find you. Should I uncover any connection between my parents' disappearance and the Yi family of Longdu, I will annihilate the Longdu Yi family, leaving not a single soul behind. The onlookers were petrified, frozen in disbelief. Annihilate the Longdu Yi family? How dare he utter such words? Wang Dafu trembled uncontrollably. The Longdu Yi family was an enormous behemoth. Yang Hu lowered his head in horror. In the next moment, with a resounding crash, Yi-chan stomped on Yi Feng's chest, piercing through, causing both his heart and phone to explode. Fenger? Fenger? What's wrong? Speak to me. Hello? Hello? On the other end of the call, only Yi Hongye's impotent rage echoed. The entire Venice casino fell silent, as if the world were ending. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the young man who resembled a harbinger of death. All that remained was shock, profound and unyielding. Yi-chan surveyed his surroundings and said, I apologize for the interruption. Please continue, I shall take my leave. Wang Dafu's lips twitched. He is rather courteous. Just as Yi-chan turned to depart, a formidable man approached, striding with authority, appearing to be in his 60s. His slicked-back hair gave him an imposing presence. The gambling king, Yang Hu exclaimed in astonishment. It had been many years since the gambling king had made an appearance. And here he was today for the sake of a young man. Wang Dafu nodded vigorously, his face aglow with excitement. It truly is the gambling king, a legend in the gambling world. Who would have thought we would encounter him here today? The gambling king. I am Li Qiji from Miracle Startup Company. I am thrilled to finally meet you. Gambling King. I am Wu Jianjun, owner of 7 shipping companies, having journeyed from the mainland solely to witness your grandeur. Perhaps we can collaborate in the future. Gambling King. I am Wang Dafu. A throng of wealthy individuals surged forward. Even Wang Dafu was no exception, seemingly oblivious to the fact that just moments ago, they had witnessed Yi Chun dispatch 3 men. Dad, Zhou Anqi called out, hastening towards him to relay the events that had transpired. I apologize, Dad. I failed to manage the situation properly. The Gambling King shook his head. It has nothing to do with you. I am already aware of what occurred. Yi Chun forcefully intruded, incapacitating over 200 of our 300 guards, leaving the remaining few unable to halt his advance. The onlookers gazed at Yi Chun in horror. How could one individual confront hundreds? Yi Chun turned to the Gambling King, Zhou Yunfa, and inquired, Zhou Yunfa, the Gambling King of Aodao, what is your intention? Zhou Yunfa scoffed and shook his head, young man, to kill in my domain, and yet you question my intentions? In all my years, I have never encountered such audacity. I demand an explanation. Your mere entourage cannot impede me. Yi Chun shook his head. What if the chief supervisor were to join? A haughty voice echoed. The crowd turned to see hundreds of armed special forces officers surrounding a middle-aged man, who was shielded by a line of riot shields. Hundreds of guns were aimed at Yi Chun, ensuring that even a martial arts master would be reduced to a sieve. This is Yang Shiqing, the chief supervisor of Hong Kong Island. Yang Hu gasped, how did he arrive as well? Zhou Dafu trembled in fear, nearly choking, good heavens. The Gambling King is the monarch of Aodao, and Yang Shiqing is the lord of Hong Kong Island. These 2 eminent figures have gathered merely for Yi Chun? This is quite the spectacle. Yang Hu's throat was dry. Who on earth is Yi Chun? Wang Dafu's voice quivered, nearly brought to tears by fear. This is truly an overwhelming affair. Zhou Yunfa nodded at Yang Shiqing. Governor Yang, what brings you here? Yang Shiqing removed his white gloves. I was merely passing by when I heard that there was a disturbance at Mr. Zhou's daughter's birthday celebration, so I hurried over at once. Mr. Zhou, do not be afraid. In addition to these 300 Special Forces members, there are also 3,000 members of the Flying Tigers outside. Even if this fellow were a dragon crossing the river with 3 heads and 6 arms, he would not stir a single ripple tonight. Beep, beep, beep. Zhou Yunfai's phone rang, cutting through the silence of the hall with an abruptness. Hello, who is this? Upon answering, a woman's voice resonated from the other end. You have 30 seconds to consider. Release Yi Chun. Release him. Zhou Yunfa chuckled. Your voice suggests youth. Let your parents speak with me, for you lack the standing to make such demands. Very well, bear the consequences. The woman hung up. Zhou Yunfa dismissed it, just as he was about to pocket his phone. Beep, beep, beep. The phone rang again, a series of calls flooding in. Mr. Zhou, it's grave. Our $180 billion in the M Country Bank has suddenly been frozen. Mr. Zhou, there's trouble. Our assets in Europe have just received a seizure notice. Mr. Zhou, we have $130 billion in bridge financing that has been frozen. Mr. Zhou, dozens of clients have called suddenly wanting to redeem their chips and investments left at the casino, totaling approximately $200 billion. What? Zhou Yunfa's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to maintain his composure as he bellowed, Impossible. Father, what is wrong? Beside them, Zhou Anqi wore a perplexed expression, inquiring about the unfolding situation. She had never witnessed her father in such a state of disarray. Zhou Yunfa's complexion drained of color, his hand trembling slightly as he clutched his phone. Suddenly, he recalled the words of that woman. Grant him 30 seconds to deliberate. Who could it be? 30 seconds that could plunge me into a dire predicament. This is the culmination of nearly half a century of struggle and perseverance. What kind of individual possesses such influence? What should I do now? After all these years, it was the first time Yang Shiqing had seen panic etched upon the face of the Gambling King. True to his reputation, Zhou Yunfa quickly regained his composure. He inhaled deeply, gazing at Yi Chun with a complex expression before speaking. Mr. Yi, you are free to leave. This proclamation sent shockwaves through the assembly. Release him. What could possibly be happening? Just moments ago, the Gambling King had sought Yi Chen's life, and now, Within less than 30 seconds, he was prepared to let him go. The wealthy elite present murmured amongst themselves. Boss Wang, can you explain what is transpiring here? Yang Hu leaned closer to Wang Dafu, lowering his voice. Wang Dafu's eyes flickered with intensity. What do you think? Yang Hu was no fool. Could it be related to that phone call? Indeed. Furthermore, in the entirety of Longua, there are but a handful of individuals capable of altering the gambling king's decision with a single phone call. Who do you suppose is behind him? Wang Dafu's gaze was fervently fixed on Yi Chun, determined to etch that face into his memory. Good heavens! Yang Hu gasped in astonishment. Naturally, Yang Shiqing had come to the same conclusion, his demeanor stern as he addressed Zhou. Mr. Zhou, are we truly allowing him to depart? Outside, I have 3,000 flying tigers. Along with the individuals behind you and me, we might just be able to confront the people supporting this young man. Zhou Yun's voice was hoarse as he commanded. Let him go. Very well. Yang Shiqing observed the situation and refrained from saying much. He instructed the special forces to clear a path. The moment Yi Chun stepped away, Zhou Yun's phone rang almost simultaneously, several calls coming through. Mr. Zhou, the funds have been unfrozen. Zhou Yun exhaled deeply, his gaze fixed solemnly on the direction Yi Chun had departed. Who exactly is this young man? Dad, how should we proceed next? Zhou Anqi inquired. Zhou Yun maintained a stern expression. Issue a decree. Anyone who dares to speak a word about what transpired here tonight shall be considered my enemy. Contact the Elite Affairs Office and have them retrieve the bodies, ensuring appropriate compensation is provided. Lastly, the remains of Yi Feng and Gu Songpa shall be transported to the Yi family in Longdu via my private jet. What the Yi family in Longdu chooses to do is no longer my concern. At the very least, Zhou Yun has fulfilled his obligations. Just as Yi Chun left the casino, his phone began to beep. It was the backup phone he had taken from the coffee table when departing from Mu Xueqing's apartment. Hello? He pressed the answer button. Is this really Yi Chen? A surprised voice belonging to a middle-aged man resonated from the other end. Yi Chun furrowed his brow. Who are you? How do you have this number? The middle-aged man replied in a deep voice. My name is Lin Longhai, and I am the director of the Zhonghai Martial Arts Bureau. As for the reason behind this number, it was undoubtedly conveyed to me by Miss Mu. At this moment, in the living room of Mu Xueqing's rented apartment, several men dressed in martial arts bureau attire stood with their hands clasped. Lin Longhai was seated on the sofa, casting a glance at the entrance of Mu Xueqing's room. Two subordinates were stationed at the door. The internet connection in the room had been severed, and the windows were sealed shut. Rest assured, Miss Mu is quite safe. However, this safety hinges on your appearance before dawn. Otherwise, I will hand her over, and she may be perceived as your accomplice. I cannot guarantee what might transpire. Lin Longhai's voice was icy. Understood. I will be there shortly. A glint of cold light flickered in Yi Chen's eyes. Lin Longhai was taken aback by Yi Chen's prompt agreement and inquired further. Did you kill the people from the embassy of the island nation? Indeed. Yi Chen did not conceal the truth in the slightest. What? You? Hiss. Lin Longhai gasped in astonishment. Are you speaking the truth? Beep, beep, beep. The other party had already hung up the phone. Lin Longhai remained frozen in place, his eyes wide with disbelief. Is this true? This young man has been missing for 5 years and has the capability to slay a master from the island nation? Meanwhile, at Aodao International Airport, an elderly Caucasian rushed into a luxurious passenger aircraft, smiling at the blonde woman awaiting inside. Your Highness, your junior has left the casino and is en route to the international airport. Is that so? Marvelous. The blonde woman was overwhelmed with excitement. She eagerly retrieved her portable makeup bag and dashed to a mirror, her excitement palpable. Frantically, she touched up her makeup. Is my eyeliner properly applied? Have I experienced any cakiness? How does my foundation appear? Do I look aged? Is this jewelry too mature for me? Would a bow tie be a better choice? She pondered whether her junior disciple would be pleased to see her. Why is everyone silent? Are you all mute? The blonde woman felt a surge of irritation as her subordinates stood before her, utterly astonished, as if they were wooden figures, staring vacantly. Their wide-eyed expressions resembled that of someone who had seen a ghost. What is this reaction? My lady, There is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page for a more thrilling continuation. Is there something on my face? An elderly Caucasian man swallowed hard, at a loss for words. When had the Grand Princess ever displayed such a reaction for a man? If the young scions of those super-rich consortiums were aware that they could not elicit a smile from her despite spending billions, they would be consumed by jealousy upon learning that a youth from the Dragon Kingdom could provoke such a response from her. At that moment, one of her subordinates entered. Your Highness, your junior disciple has arrived. Splendid. The blonde woman nearly leaped in excitement as she made her way toward the aircraft. In the darkness, a young man swiftly navigated through airport security and arrived at the front of a plane bound for the Central Sea, leaping aboard with vigor. With a thunderous roar, the plane took off, leaving the ground behind. Hey! Junior brother, wait up! The blonde girl anxiously stomped her feet. In Longdu, Yi Hongya's eyelids twitched violently, and his eyes were bloodshot as he dialed dozens of numbers. He sought information regarding Yi Feng's whereabouts, but lamentably, none could provide any news. 2 hours had already elapsed. Suddenly, a butler rushed in. Mr. Yi, we have the latest update. Tonight marks the 18th birthday of the gambling king Zhou Yunfa's daughter, Zhou Anqi. It appears that young master has attended the birthday celebration. I have expended considerable manpower and resources, even resorting to leveraging the influence of the Longdu Yi family to pressure those attending the banquet. Yet, they remain tight-lipped, unwilling to divulge a single detail about the event. Upon hearing this, Yi Hongya felt a wave of relief wash over him. So, Fenger is on Aodao, in the gambling king's territory. No one would dare harm a member of the Longdu Yi family. But what then of the sounds of torment I heard? Could they have been artificially synthesized? Moreover, how did that little brat Yichen manage to obtain Fenger's phone? That scoundrel lost his phone and exhibits no sense of caution. I must give him a thorough lesson upon his return. What a waste of my worry. The old butler shook his head. I have no knowledge of that. Just then, a servant from the Yi family entered. Bowing as he reported, Mr. Yi, there is a delivery from Aodao outside. A delivery? Bring it in, Yi Hongya said, somewhat puzzled. The servant of the Yi family explained. Mr. Yi, the delivery is quite substantial, consisting of 2 large boxes. It has just been transported from the airport and is right at your doorstep. The personnel from Aodao have requested that you receive it personally. Must I receive it myself? Come, let us take a look. Yi Hongya followed to the entrance of the Yi residence. A massive refrigerated truck stood before him. Is it delivering seafood? Open it, Yi Hongya commanded. The staff opened the refrigerated truck, revealing 2 ice-cold coffins within. Coffins! A jolt of dread surged through Yi Hongya's heart, an ominous premonition overwhelming him. In a frenzy, he rushed into the refrigerated truck and flung open the coffins. Ah! Fenger, no! His heart-wrenching cries echoed painfully. Meanwhile, Yichen returned to Zhonghai and arrived outside his apartment. He could clearly sense the hidden sentinels lurking in the shadows. Upon spotting Yichen, someone promptly produced a walkie-talkie. He has arrived. Do not alarm the unsuspecting residents. There are many ordinary people in this community. Wait until he ascends before proceeding. He made his way to Mu Xueqing's apartment door, where the occupant opened the door. Yichen entered directly. In the living room stood a dozen or so individuals from the Martial Arts Bureau. Yichen cast a glance around, his gaze locking onto the door of Mu Xueqing's room. Confirming her presence within, he turned to the man seated on the sofa. You are Lin Longhai? A young man from the Martial Arts Bureau rebuked. You brat, is this how you address Director Lin? Show some respect. Enough, Lin Longhai interjected. Everyone, please leave the room. The members of the Martial Arts Bureau were momentarily taken aback, hesitating as they pondered the implications of the young man's words. If what he claimed was true, that he had indeed slain Daizuka Guchuan, then he was undoubtedly a perilous individual. Enough, Lin Longhai interjected decisively. If he truly possesses such strength, none of you would be able to restrain him. Oh, yes. The members of the Martial Arts Bureau exited the apartment and closed the door behind them. Just as Yichen was about to speak, Lin Longhai sprang from the sofa, swiftly positioning himself before Yichen. With both hands raised above his head, he knelt on one knee. Lin Longhai pays his respects to young Master Yi. Young Master, You have finally returned. A robust man, the dignified head of the Zhonghai Martial Arts Bureau, was now gazing at him with tear-filled eyes. Yi Chun was taken aback. Lin Longhai, what is the meaning of this? Lin Longhai hastily clarified, Young Master Yi, I understand your confusion, but I owe a great debt to General Yi. Without General Yi, there would be no Lin Longhai as you see him today. My father? Yi Chen's expression shifted to one of realization. Uncle Lin, please rise. What on earth is happening? Do you know the whereabouts of my parents? What transpired 5 years ago? Where are they now? Lin Longhai slowly stood, wiping away his tears, his countenance grave as he shook his head. Young master, the truth is, I too am unaware of the whereabouts of General Yi and his wife. However, I do possess some details. On a night marked by a torrential storm 5 years ago, General Yi departed after receiving a secret letter. Prior to leaving, he entrusted me with the care of the Yi family. Lin Longhai's eyes glowed with a crimson hue. I sensed something amiss at that moment. While I was arranging for protection for the Yi family, an unfortunate tragedy unfolded. Young Master Yi, the blame lies with me. Had I acted a moment sooner, this calamity could have been averted. Lin Longhai expressed his deep remorse. Yi Chun shook his head. It is not your fault. Who could have foreseen that over 100 warriors from the island nation would brazenly invade the Yi residence in broad daylight? Young Master Yi, for many years I have been investigating the whereabouts of your parents, and I have finally made some progress. Lin Longhai's tone shifted. Oh? Yi Chen's gaze flickered. What have you discovered? Lin Longhai's voice grew grave. General Yi, during his time with the Dragon Soul, once undertook a mission to the island nation. It seems he incurred the wrath of certain individuals there, and the assailants who stormed the Yi residence were likely seeking vengeance for past grievances. Furthermore, after General Yi departed from the Central Sea, there were sightings of them in Longdu the following day. Subsequently, they boarded a ship bound for the island nation and have since vanished without a trace. Yi Chen's expression fluctuated. Could it be that my parents traveled to the island nation? It is highly probable. Lin Longhai nodded. Over the years, I have persistently sought clues in the island nation, expending considerable resources and effort. Recently, we have finally unearthed some leads and are merely awaiting the final confirmation. Young Master Yi, we should have answers within 3 to 5 days at most. Excellent. Yi Chun felt a surge of excitement. Lin Longhai seemed to recall something. Yes, young Master Yi. General Yi entrusted me with a certain item before his departure, and I must ensure it reaches you if the opportunity arises. Alas, after the tragic incident that befell the Yi family, you vanished, and I have been unable to locate you for the past 5 years. Yi Chun regarded him with curiosity. What is this item? I shall take you there. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Chun turned his gaze toward Mu Xueqing's chamber. Lin Longhai, sensing his concern, clarified that they had employed a harmless sleep-inducing fragrance during their arrival. Mu Xueqing was peacefully slumbering and would awaken by morning. They had not disturbed anything in the room. They would station someone to guard the entrance of the apartment throughout the night. With this reassurance, Yi Chun accompanied Lin Longhai to the suburban cemetery. Lin Longhai instructed his men to secure the perimeter of the cemetery before leading Yi Chun to an unoccupied tombstone. Young Master Yi, this was prepared by General Yi for his centenary. It contains certain items meant for you to retrieve personally. You may open the tombstone yourself. I will stand guard nearby. With that, Lin Longhai's figure melted into the shadows of the night. Yi Chun crouched down and tapped on a stone slab beneath. Indeed, it was hollow. He cleared away the overgrown grass and dirt, and upon lifting the cover, he discovered a black mountaineering backpack in the very spot where the ashes were supposed to reside. Opening the backpack, he found it to be empty save for a rusted bronze cauldron. An antique, perhaps? Yi Chun scrutinized it for a considerable time. The cauldron was remarkably archaic, adorned with ancient inscriptions that suggested it was at least several millennia old. Aside from that, no anomalies were discovered. He returned to the foot of the cemetery with his backpack. Lin Longhai promptly extinguished his cigarette and approached. Young Master Yi, did you obtain it? Yi Chun nodded. I did, a bronze ding, and that's all. What? Lin Longhai was taken aback. Yi Chun directly produced the bronze ding, which Lin Longhai examined. It appears to be an antique or something akin to it. What does this item signify? Could it be that General Yi intended to convey to young Master Yi that a true man should partake of the 9 tripods in life and prepare them in death? Or perhaps it speaks to the weight of one's words. Furthermore, should the Yi family encounter misfortune, could this item fetch a decent sum? Ultimately, Lin Longhai suggested, "Young Master Yi, how about I contact an expert in antique appraisal to assess its value?" "No need, I will keep it for now," Yi Chun replied, shaking his head. "Since it was left by my father, it must hold significance. Regardless of whether it is an invaluable antique, I cannot simply sell it." "Very well. It is too late now. I have already prepared a villa for you. Let me escort you there to rest." Lin Longhai nodded decisively. "We shall await news from the island nation before proceeding with anything further," Yi Chun unexpectedly remarked. "No. Take me back to Mu Xueqing's apartment." Lin Longhai hesitated for a moment. "All right." Upon returning to Mu Xueqing's apartment, Lin Longhai dismissed his team, leaving behind a contact number. Should anything arise, he could be reached at any time. Throughout the entire night, Yi Chun diligently studied the bronze ding left by Yiling Yun, yet yielded no discoveries. Until the following morning, Mu Xueqing pushed open the door to her room, stretching lazily as she emerged. "Ah!" With a sudden exclamation, her sleepiness dissipated as she stared at Yi Chun on the sofa. "Where on earth did you go last night, to suddenly return without a word? Are you trying to scare me to death?" she exclaimed, noticing the object beside him. "What is this? A ding? You didn't venture out to hunt for antiques in the dead of night, did you?" Yi Chun shook his head. "This is something my father left for me." Mu Xueqing paused, her gaze softening. "I'm sorry. You must be starving after a night without sleep. Let me prepare something for you." She dashed into the kitchen and soon returned with a bowl of egg and lean meat noodles. "Eat first. I need to make a quick trip to the office. Also, you must take a shower today. I've set out some clothes for you in the bathroom." After giving her instructions, Mu Xueqing, clad in a professional outfit, hurriedly closed the door behind her. Once Yi Chun finished the noodles, he picked up the bronze ding, continuing to examine it. As his fingertip grazed a rusty spot, he was startled to find a cut appearing on his skin. What was happening? Yi Chun was bewildered. His master, King Qin Guang, had bestowed upon him an indestructible body, impervious to blades and bullets. How could he be injured by a mere bronze ding? Just as he pondered this, a surge of blood erupted forth. "Ah!" His head felt as if it would explode. He fainted on the spot. When Yi Chun regained consciousness, he found himself in a dimly lit space. All around him was an abyss of darkness, eerie and terrifying, as though he had descended into the depths of the 18 layers of hell. "Damn! Am I truly dead? Killed by a bronze cauldron? No, this cannot be hell." The atmosphere of the 18 layers of hell is all too familiar to Yi Chun. He spent 5 years there. This place feels like an entirely different realm. Just as Yi Chun was engulfed in confusion, a chilling voice resonated through the void. In the primordial chaos, all things merge. The cycle of heaven and earth begins anew. The blood of the divine unicorn awakens the spirit. The chaotic space embraces all. "Young man, from this day forth, you shall be the master of the chaos cauldron, and I shall be your new subordinate." What on earth? A fleeting thought crossed Yi Chun's mind, and then his consciousness blurred. When he regained awareness, he sprang from the sofa, only to find that the bronze cauldron still rested on the coffee table in his apartment. Was it merely a dream? He glanced at his thumb. The wound had ceased to bleed. This is no dream. The chaos cauldron? The chaotic realm? What could this possibly mean? As soon as he uttered these words, their literal meaning struck him. "From this day forth, you shall be the master of the chaos cauldron." Who is speaking? Yi Chun was startled as the voice echoed from all directions. "Come forth." The voice continued, in response to the master, "I am unable to reveal myself. My spirit resides within the chaos cauldron. I communicate with the master through my spirit, which is why my voice directly resonates in your mind, unheard by others." What? Yi Chun stood in stunned silence, his gaze fixated on the bronze cauldron. This so-called chaos cauldron. After a considerable time, he finally accepted this reality. He had traversed the 18 levels of hell, seeking the guidance of the 10 great kings of the underworld. 5 years later, he was resurrected. And all of this was indeed true. What could be so incomprehensible about the Chaos Cauldron? Are you the spirit of the Chaos Cauldron? Why has this artifact chosen me? The Chaos Cauldron responded, Destiny. Yichun continued to inquire, what is the purpose of the Chaos Cauldron? The Chaos Cauldron replied, it can integrate all things. All entities evolve towards a higher state, and the Chaos Cauldron can accelerate this process. What does that mean? Yichun was perplexed. Master, 10 meters away are some ordinary plants. If you harvest them and place them into the Chaos Cauldron, you will understand. Yichun stood up and searched around, and indeed found several flower pots in the kitchen. Following the guidance of the Chaos Cauldron, he uprooted 2 plants and inserted them into the cauldron. In the blink of an eye, an astonishing scene unfolded. After the 2 plants vanished, a pale blue flora appeared before him, exuding a faint aura of celestial energy. Incredible! Yichun's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? A century-old dragon spirit grass. The Chaos Cauldron declared. Master, this is the power of the Chaos Cauldron, merging the essence of all things. Yichun's breathing quickened as he uprooted 2 more plants from the flower pots and placed them into the Chaos Cauldron. The 2nd century-old dragon spirit grass materialized. Unbelievable. This time, Yichun truly believed it, grasping the 2 dragon spirit grasses and inserting them into the Chaos Cauldron. After a brief moment, a vibrant red ginseng floated above the cauldron. Blood ginseng from Changbai Mountain. At least a span of 300 years. My heavens! Yichun trembled with excitement, his breath coming in rapid gasps. These medicinal herbs are exceedingly rare, taking 2 to 3 centuries to mature, and yet not falling prey to wild beasts or human harvesters. A single specimen is worth an immense fortune. The fact that he had cultivated a 300-year-old Changbai Mountain blood ginseng using merely 4 plants was nothing short of miraculous. This was truly a defiance of the heavens. The Chaos Cauldron. Yichun fixed his gaze intently upon the Chaos Cauldron resting on the coffee table. Father, what on earth have you left for me? For reasons unknown. Yichun suddenly sensed that perhaps his parents' disappearance was somehow linked to this Chaos Cauldron. Moreover, the capabilities of this cauldron were so extraordinary that they must remain a closely guarded secret. As Yichun contemplated how to conceal the cauldron, it vanished in an instant. Hiss. It disappeared? Yichun gasped in shock, incredulously rubbing his eyes. Could this all be a dream? The voice of the Chaos Cauldron echoed. Master, within the chaos space with but a thought it may come into being or fade away. The main body of the Chaos Cauldron has been stored in the chaos space by its subordinates. In the next moment, Yichun's mind conjured the eerie, dim space he had glimpsed while unconscious. The Chaos Cauldron hovered in midair, surrounded by a faint, swirling dark gray mist. Could this be the essence of chaos? Master, with a single thought, this cauldron may appear or disappear at your command. Yichun attempted to comply. As he raised his hand to grasp it, the Chaos Cauldron indeed materialized in his palm. With another thought, it vanished, reappearing once more within the chaos space. It is quite convenient. By the way, can it accommodate other items? Of course, the chaotic space is boundless. As long as the Master S spirit is sufficiently powerful, even the earth can be contained within. The chaotic cauldron chuckled proudly. Yichun widened his eyes in disbelief. Is it truly that exaggerated? Just as he contemplated further experimentation, a chilling aura permeated from outside the apartment. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, the entrance door exploded. Splinters of wood flew everywhere. A group of robust men stormed in, and a haughty young man shouted at Yichun. Get down. Hands on your head. Surrender immediately, otherwise there will be no mercy. Several burly men lunged at Yichun. With a punch aimed at each, Yichun struck with precision. Crack, crack, crack. The men were sent flying, their bodies colliding violently against the apartment walls, suffering grievous injuries and spitting blood. The arrogant young man's eyes darkened. You dare to resist, brat? Seeking death. With a gust of wind, he advanced a step and threw a punch towards Yichun's face. Yichun raised his hand, seizing the haughty young man's wrist, and with a forceful twist, crack, the arm broke instantly. Ah! You dare to injure me! The arrogant young man screamed in pain. Yichun kicked him down to the ground, his foot pressing upon the young man's face. A cold voice echoed, Speak! Who are you? The arrogant young man's eyes were bloodshot as he struggled fiercely. Damn it! Let me go. You've harmed our men, and you are as good as dead. No one can save you now. Yi Chen's eyes glimmered with a cold, lifeless intent as he exerted a slight pressure beneath his feet. The temperature within the apartment plummeted, and a palpable aura of death enveloped the space. What do you intend to do? The arrogant youth's pupils constricted, and panic set in. Stop! A commanding voice echoed as a man with a square face and a thick beard entered. Chen Xian, this is how you choose to handle the situation after I instructed you to bring him out. He then turned to Yi Chen. Yi Chen, I am Chen Guofeng, the captain of the Dragon Soul Special Forces, Tenglong team. You must accompany us for a short while. We have several inquiries to make. First, during the 5 years of your disappearance, where have you been? Second, did you kill members of the Lung family? Did you also kill individuals from the embassy of the island nation? Third, did your parents leave you anything, particularly anything that appears in the photographs? Chapter 12. The Dragon Soul Special Forces. Yi Chen chuckled. What is Dragon Soul? Those who trespass into my domain shall meet their demise. With a forceful stomp, a resounding bang echoed as Chen Xian's head exploded. Chen Xian. Chen Guofeng was driven to the brink of madness, utterly unprepared for Yi Chen's audacity in committing murder. Someone, seize him. If he dares to resist, show no mercy. The other Dragon Soul members swiftly surrounded Yi Chen. He smirked coldly. You seek death. With a powerful kick, every advancing Dragon Soul member was sent sprawling like discarded ragdolls, either dead or severely injured. Yi Chen, you are courting death. Chen Guofeng roared in fury. As the captain of the Tenglong squad and a master at the pinnacle of martial arts, he believed that this young man, despite 5 years of relentless training, could not possibly rival him. With utmost confidence, he advanced towards Yi Chen, throwing a punch aimed at his face. Crack! The sharp sound reverberated through the air. An excruciating pain jolted Chen Guofeng back to reality. He staggered backward, horrified as he gazed at his arm. My arm. It hung limply at his side, broken. He had not sensed any internal energy from Yi Chen. The youth had simply employed brute strength to shatter his arm. Was he endowed with divine strength? Captain, be cautious. A Tenglong team member shouted urgently. Chen Guofeng realized that Yi Chen was charging towards him. In the confined space of the apartment, he found it impossible to maneuver and could only retreat hastily. Bang! He felt his back collide with the wall. Yi Chen's wrist tightened around Chen Guofeng's neck, an aura of impending death enveloping him, plunging Chen Guofeng into an icy abyss despite the summer heat. 2 questions. Answer them or face death. First, do you know the whereabouts of my parents? Are they alive or dead? Second, who sent you to find me? Chen Guofeng, consumed by fury, doubted Yi Chen's willingness to kill him. You brat, who do you think you are to question me? Refuse to speak? Then prepare to die. Yi Chen shook his head, his fingers constricting around Chen Guofeng's throat. You! Chen Guofeng's pupils dilated in sheer terror, his heart nearly ceasing to beat. Yi, stop! At that critical moment, a middle-aged man rushed in, seizing Yi Chen's arm with urgency. Yi Chen, taken aback, exclaimed, Uncle Tang, what are you doing here? The newcomer was none other than Tang Fenglang, a close friend of his father who often visited the Yi family during festive occasions. Yi, let go. Tang Fenglang implored, shaking his head. Glancing at Chen Guofeng, Yi Chen remarked, the death penalty can be evaded, but the living shall not escape. With that, he maintained his grip on Chen Guofeng's neck and approached the window in the apartment corridor. With a resounding crash, he hurled Chen Guofeng out. Bang! The sound echoed as Chen Guofeng hit the ground. This! Tang Fenglang rushed to the window, peering down in astonishment, witnessing Chen Guofeng scrambling to his feet and fleeing in disarray. A sigh of relief escaped him. After all, as a grandmaster, one could hardly meet their demise from an 8-story fall. Tang Fenglang, his face awash with excitement and his eyes slightly reddened, grasped Yi Chen's shoulders. Young Yi, this is splendid. You truly have survived. After 5 long years, where on earth have you been? Do you have any idea how long I have searched for you? I nearly scoured the entire Dragon Kingdom, convinced you had entered that place. I am just relieved you have returned. Yi Chen could sense Tang Fenglong's genuine concern for him. Little did Tang Fenglang know that Yichun had gone nowhere. He had perished 5 years ago on the operating table of the Lung family, his organs extracted and discarded in a suburban graveyard, his soul condemned to the depths of hell. Uncle Tang, 5 years ago my parents mysteriously vanished, and a band of Japanese warriors invaded the Yi family. Amidst the chaos, I fled from Zhonghai and have not dared to show my face since. Yichun fabricated a casual excuse. 5 years have passed, and I feel a semblance of strength. Thus I have returned to seek the truth. Young Yi, alas. Tang Fenglang sighed as he listened to Yichun's nonchalant recounting of the past 5 years, a mere brush over the suffering and torment that only Yichun truly understood. Young Yi, it is simply good that you have returned. Yichun's expression darkened. Uncle Tang, what has become of my parents? Why did they leave without a word? Tang Fenglang shook his head. Young Yi, I too am in the dark regarding this matter. Everything transpired so abruptly. I am here on behalf of the Dragon Soul, as they too are unaware of your parents' whereabouts. I never anticipated that Chen Guofeng and his group would get to you first. At this moment, Tang Fenglang abruptly realized something. Wait, where exactly have you been during these 5 years of your disappearance? Chen Guofeng is a grandmaster, ranked at least within the top 300 on the global master list. And you managed to injure him? Gripping Yi Chen's arm, he probed his pulse. There is no internal energy within you? Young Yi, what on earth is going on? Yi Chen, of course, would not reveal that he possessed an indestructible body, impervious even to bullets. Uncle Tang, 5 years ago, I encountered an elder who took me to a mysterious realm. He also gave me some pills, claiming that as long as I took them daily, I would gain immense strength. Yi Chen fabricated a story at random. What? Tang Fenglang exclaimed in astonishment. A mysterious realm? Pills? Could it be Kunlun ruins? It must be Kunlun ruins. No wonder I searched throughout the entirety of Longua but could not find you. You were indeed taken into the Kunlun ruins. Those pills must be the elixirs that granted you extraordinary strength. Young Yi, you have turned misfortune into fortune. Yi Chen shook his head. Perhaps. Yi Chen. Tang Fenglang suddenly became serious, speaking earnestly. Why not join us in Qianlong? Your father was once a member of Qianlong. It would be the best way to carry on his legacy. Moreover, with the divine power you currently possess, you are entirely qualified to enter Qianlong. I can report to a few leaders, and I assure you the path will be smooth. Yi Chen shook his head and declined, saying, Uncle Tang, I have no desire to join the special forces until my parents are found. Moreover, I have grown accustomed to a leisurely life and am unwilling to be bound by military constraints. Tang Fenglang felt a twinge of regret but did not press further. Nevertheless, you must accompany me to Longdu. Someone wishes to meet you. Who? The only military god of the Dragon Kingdom. Yi Chen nodded coincidentally. I also plan to visit Longdu soon. Noon. Yi Chen, are you starving? As soon as I finished work, I went to buy groceries. I will prepare a meal for you. Upon returning to the apartment, Mu Xueqing was confronted with a scene of devastation, with signs of a struggle evident everywhere. Even the apartment door lay in shattered fragments. Blood was splattered across the floor. Yi Chen. Mu Xueqing rushed into the room, her heart racing, when several dark figures lunged at her. Who are you? Ah! Simultaneously, at Zhonghai International Airport, a magnificent passenger plane touched down. A blonde woman exuberantly dashed off the aircraft, exclaiming, At last, I can finally meet my junior brother. It's all due to that dreadful customs paperwork. Having arrived in the Dragon Kingdom from Outao, I still had to go through approvals. I wasted an entire night waiting. Now, I must see my junior brother immediately. As she spoke, a flustered white butler rushed over, drenched in perspiration. Your Highness, just half an hour ago, Mr. Yi departed Zhonghai for Longdu. What did you say? The golden-haired woman, in a fit of exasperation, leaped up without regard for her appearance. Has the junior brother left again? Oh my goodness! Outside a quaint, classical residence in Longdu, on the second ring road, before Yi Chen could inquire, Tang Fenglang spoke directly. This is the home of the esteemed General Xiao. The old general is a former superior of both your father and me. I've noticed that over the past 5 years, you've lost some of your youthful frivolity and gained a touch of hostility. When you meet the old general, Be sure to observe proper etiquette, or your father will surely not let you off lightly. Yichun nodded in acknowledgement. Upon entering the estate, it was not as lavish and ornate as one might have imagined. Instead, it exuded a consistent air of simplicity and modesty. After passing through several moon gates, they arrived at the innermost part of the Shao family residence, where the purpose of their visit awaited them. The legendary military god of the Dragon Kingdom, Shao Jingua. 50 years prior, he had repelled the Wolf Nation to the north and quelled the Kunlun region to the west, achieving fame in the Battle of Kunlun and solidifying his status as a military deity. Among the numerous war gods of the Dragon Kingdom, there was but one military god, Shao Jingua. Now over 100 years old, his spirit remained remarkably vibrant. At that moment, he was cradling a 4- or 5-year-old little girl, relishing the joys of family. Upon seeing Yichun, the little girl unexpectedly exclaimed, "Daddy!" Yichun stood frozen in place, bewildered for 3 seconds. "Daddy?" Beside him, a woman in her 20s turned pale with shock. "What are you saying? This is your mother's classmate. You should call him Uncle Yi." "Yichun, it's been a long time." She was clad in a handmade qipao, perfectly accentuating her alluring silhouette. "Shao Churen?" Yichun was taken aback. During his high school years at Zhonghai, Shao Churen was the belle of the class, and their acquaintance was limited to a mere recognition. "You are from the esteemed Shao family of Longdu, are you not? Your daughter?" Shao Churen nodded. "Indeed, this is my daughter." The little girl flashed her tiger teeth and greeted, "Hello, Uncle Yi." Yichun responded with a nod. "Greetings." Had he not been devoid of romantic entanglements until now, he might have truly believed that the girl before him was his own offspring, for they bore an uncanny resemblance to one another. "Haha, it seems you've known each other for quite some time," boomed a hearty laugh. "Yichun, this is our first meeting. Little Tang must have informed you, hasn't she?" Yichun maintained his composure. "Greetings, General Shao." Shao Jingua nodded in approval, a glimmer of warmth flickering in his eyes. "Indeed, you resemble a younger Ling Yun. Yet alas." Yichun immediately inquired, "General Shao, what has become of my parents?" His words struck with astonishment. "Is it an internal conflict within Longhun? Is there someone plotting against them? Are they alive or dead?" "Yichun," Tang Fenglang exclaimed in shock. "What are you babbling about?" Shao Jingua appeared momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for Yichun's direct line of questioning. "General Shao, I implore you to speak the truth." Yichun stepped forward, his gaze resolute. Shao Jingua regarded him, shaking his head in resignation. "Your temperament mirrors that of your father perfectly. However, let me impart this wisdom. The situation is far more complex than you presume. If it were merely a case of someone wishing to harm your parents, I would never acquiesce." The old man felt compelled to advise you once more. "What has transpired is now in the past. Your survival is of utmost importance. What are your future plans? Whether you aspire to enlist in the military, embark on a business venture, or pursue higher education, I assure you that I will help you reclaim the 5 years you have lost. However, you must promise me one condition. Cease your pursuit of your parents' whereabouts. This is the very reason I summoned you today." "Impossible." Yichun resolutely shook his head. "The ones who gave me life are my parents. The ones who nurtured me are my parents. If the fate of Yichun's parents remains unknown, how can I continue to live as if nothing has happened? That would be a disgrace to my existence as their child. Regardless of whether my parents are alive or dead, I must uncover the truth of what they endured or whom they may have offended. I, Yichun, will pursue this matter diligently. If they are alive, I shall see them, and if they are deceased, I shall see their remains." His words resonated with strength and conviction. Shao Jingua fell into silence. Shao Churen cast a deep glance at Yichun before quietly taking her daughter aside to play. Tang Fenglang was utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that Yichun would articulate such sentiments, exuding an extraordinarily powerful aura that even the venerable Shao, a military god, could scarcely contain. "Very well, do as you wish," Shao Jingua sighed. He wished to invite Yichun to dine with them, but Yichun declined, citing other obligations. As he watched Yichun's departing figure, Shao Churen's voice broke the silence. "You were the one who said you would ensure he has descendants. Now that he is alive, what are your plans for the future?" "Yi, my young friend, What do you intend to do now? In Longdu, I suggest you stay a few more days. I can arrange for someone to show you around, Tang Fenglang proposed. Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with determination. No need, let's go to the Yi family. Half an hour later, Tang Fenglang guided Yi Chen to the entrance of the Yi family estate. The atmosphere was somber, as the entire compound had been transformed into a mourning hall. The streets outside were cordoned off, lined with luxurious vehicles arriving for the funeral. Tang Fenglong's expression turned grave. Yi Feng of the Yi family has died, but the circumstances remain shrouded in mystery. It appears he perished on Ao Island, and the gambling king sent someone to return his body. I killed him, Yi Chen uttered plainly. What? Tang Fenglong's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched Yi Chen stride toward the gates of the Yi family estate. The ambience within the Yi family was thick with tension as various celebrities, affluent individuals, and representatives of prominent families gathered, placing wreaths beneath Yi Feng's portrait. Feng, oh how tragically young you were. Yi Feng's mother wept, nearly losing consciousness in her grief. Madam Yi, please accept my condolences. If young Master Yi is aware, he would not wish for you to be too sorrowful, some guests consoled her. Madam Yi, though he cannot return to life, a master from Longhushan has come to perform rites for young Master Yi. He shall surely ascend to paradise soon. Meanwhile, Yi Hongye stood in silence, his eyes bloodshot. Since receiving his son's body the previous night, he had not slept a wink. He vowed to dismember Yi Chen and avenge his son. Yi Chen, Yi Chen, Yi Chen. I will ensure you meet a fate worse than death. You are as detestable as your father. It would be wise for you to avoid my presence. Or else I. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed. Yi Hongye, is the demise of a single son truly so devastating for you? Are you aware that over 100 members of the Yi family perished because of Yi Feng? The entire Yi household fell into a profound silence. Even the mourners ceased their lamentations, turning in astonishment. Amidst the collective gaze, a young man entered the Yi residence with his hands clasped behind his back. Upon seeing Yi Chen, Yi Hongye's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, and he roared in a frenzy, Yi Chen, you are the one who murdered my son. How dare you return to the Yi family? Indeed, Yi Chen boldly affirmed. It was I who disabled Yi Feng's limbs on Ao Island and crushed his chest beneath my foot. I am the one responsible for his death. All of this transpired because Yi Feng colluded with the islanders, leading to the demise of over 100 members of the Yi family. I was driven into a corner myself. I have taken but his life. You ought to express gratitude towards me. The surrounding guests were left in utter disbelief. Who was this individual that dared to openly confess to the murder of Yi Feng and storm into the Yi family mourning hall, even demanding Yi Hongye's gratitude? Was this audacious young man courting disaster? You! Yi Hongye was nearly apoplectic, barking like a rabid dog. Someone, kill him. I want him dead at all costs. As Yi Hongye's words reverberated, over 30 men clad in black suits, exuding an air of martial prowess, converged upon him. Bang, bang, bang. With a single punch, Yi Chen obliterated every assailant that dared to approach him, leaving their chests shattered and lifeless. After dispatching more than a dozen in one breath, the remaining individuals were drenched in cold sweat, paralyzed by fear and unwilling to advance any further. The guests present were utterly astonished. The guards of the Yi family were all exceptional masters. How could these 30-odd former elite soldiers fail to withstand even a single strike from Yi Chen? In disbelief, they looked up to see Yi Chen with his hands casually tucked into his pockets. Yi Hongye, your son has committed grave errors, yet you still wish to eliminate me? I have come to the Yi family today for 2 reasons. First, my father was cast aside and expelled from the family decades ago. Henceforth, the Yi family of Longdu shall have no further ties with the Yi family of Zhonghai. Second, Yi Feng is responsible for the demise of over 100 members of my family. I seek vengeance solely against him, out of respect for my parents. Otherwise, I would annihilate your entire clan without a soul to intervene. From this moment forward, should anyone from the Longdu Yi family appear before me, they shall face merciless retribution. My heavens! Every guest present gaped in shock, their hearts nearly bursting from the terror of his words. How audacious to threaten the annihilation of the entire Longdu Yi family. Such words were scarcely uttered. The Longdu Yi family, a lineage over 600 years old. Through the rise and fall of dynasties, the Yi family remained resilient, their foundation formidable beyond measure. How could a mere boy, still wet behind the ears, dare to utter such proclamations? Madman, absolutely insane. If I were to stand before you, would you also declare a no-mercy policy? An elderly voice resonated. The sound was startling. All the guests were taken aback, instinctively turning their heads. Before the stone gate leading to the Yi family's backyard stood an elderly man clad in black tang attire. It was the patriarch of the Yi family, Yi Jinbei. Yi Chun gazed at the man who was once his grandfather, only to find his eyes devoid of emotion, filled instead with an endless indifference. Yes, no one is exempt from death, including you, Yi Jinbei. My goodness! All the guests lowered their heads, no longer daring to meet Yi Jinbei's gaze. As Tang Fenglang entered, he happened upon the scene and was immediately bewildered. Yi Chun, cease your nonsense. Yi Gong is unparalleled, a pillar of the nation. Yi Hongye was so furious he seemed on the verge of bursting, pointing a trembling finger at Yi Chun. You have such audacity, Yi Chun. You bear the bloodline of the Yi family. This is your own grandfather. How can you utter such treasonous words? Are you not afraid of descending into the depths of hell? Yi Chun sneered. What are you? Kneel. Yi Hongye's eyes widened in disbelief. What? You want me to kneel? How dare you? Not kneeling? Then you shall die. Yi Chun chuckled with amusement. A chilling gaze locked onto Yi Hongye, who, being no warrior, could not withstand such pressure. Startled, he trembled. Thud. He truly knelt down. This. The guests were left in stunned silence. Yi Chun. Upon witnessing his son kneel, Yi Jinbei roared in fury, his aged eyes ablaze with wrath. What on earth do you intend to do? You have already killed Yi Feng. Is that not enough? Is it so? Shall I kneel before you as well? Unexpectedly, Yi Chun smiled playfully. Certainly, if you kneel, I shall release Yi Hongye. Otherwise, I assure you, I will take his life, ensuring the utter extinction of the Yi family. Yi Jinbei's gaze was laden with complexity as he deeply regarded Yi Chun. The next moment, with a sudden bend of his knees, he truly knelt down. Yi Lao. A profound silence enveloped the room. All present covered their mouths, terror-stricken at the unfolding scene. Their minds were a blank slate. Yi Jinbei hoarsely uttered, Is that enough? I keep my word. From this day forth, the Yi family of Zhonghai and the Yi family of Longdu shall have no further ties. Yi Chun turned to depart, as Yi Hongye let out a desperate roar. Yi Chun, you will drag your grandfather down to the depths of hell for this. Yi Chun found it amusing. The depths of hell? He had visited those realms long ago. Grandfather? When the islanders invaded the Yi family, resulting in the tragic demise of over 100 lives. Where was this grandfather? Lying on the operating table of the Lung family, his organs ripped out. Where was this grandfather then, when his broken body was unceremoniously discarded in a mass grave? Who was there to mourn him? He had witnessed hell, yet this grandfather had never inquired about him. Now, having returned from the depths of hell, a man who had already tasted death. Grandfather? Worthless. This time, he would disregard all rules and all powers. Except for his parents, anyone else was fair game. Within a mysterious office in Longdu, a voluptuous and enchanting woman, having listened to her subordinate's report, flickered her eyes with intrigue. Did my junior indeed take such action? Indeed, the man affirmed with a nod. The alluring woman let out a cold chuckle. Then the Yi family has brought this upon themselves. Did they not foresee the consequences when they abandoned Yi Lingyun back then? 5 years prior, over 100 members of her junior's family were annihilated. Did Yi Jinbei remain oblivious to this? In matters concerning the islanders, they believed the deceased were beyond reprisal, choosing instead to maintain peace. They never anticipated that her junior would rise from the ashes. And yet, ha ha ha. My lord, there are further developments in this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading, as the story becomes even more riveting. My lord, Yi Chun still resides in Longdu. Do you wish to meet him? The man inquired. The enchanting woman inhaled deeply, her eyes gently closing. Given my position, it is not yet appropriate for me to see him. Otherwise, I would draw unwanted attention from those in that realm. You shall protect him discreetly, and should anyone dare to harm him, do not report to me. Simply eliminate them. The man, taken aback, asked uncertainly, anyone? Including the Longdu Yi family? Without hesitation, the enchanting woman uttered a single word. Indeed, the man silently gasped in astonishment. What extraordinary qualities does Yi Chun possess to warrant such a bold defiance against the Longdu Yi family? Upon departing from the Longdu Yi family, Tang Fenglang quivered uncontrollably. The commander of the esteemed Long Hun Special Forces, the head of the Qianlong Division, displayed such a reaction, underscoring just how shocking Yi Chen's actions were. Yi Chen, today you have completely offended the Yi family of Longdu. Yi Chun remained unfazed. What of it if I have offended them? You! Tang Fenglang gazed at Yi Chun, his expression serious. Yi Jinbei is a national hero, with countless disciples and esteemed students across the land. Forcing him to kneel means you have not merely offended the Longdu Yi family, but an entire colossal Yi group. Your future will be fraught with difficulty. Unless you join the Dragon Soul, the Yi family's reach will not extend here. Yi Chun smirked with pride. What does it matter if I offend the entirety of Long Nation? I, Yi Chun, harbor no fear. Tang Fenglang furrowed his brow. Such arrogance is rather excessive. Yi lad, what if those individuals decide to strike against you? Kill. Yi Chun responded with a single word. Kill? Tang Fenglang was taken aback. Before Yi Chun could elaborate, Mu Xueqing's spare phone rang. A call from an unknown number. Is this Yi Chen? A voice with a Japanese accent inquired. A sense of foreboding surged within Yi Chun. Who are you? Ha 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 ha. Who am I? You have killed my brother, Dong Tiao Xiong'er, and my soon-to-be wed nephew, Dong Tiao Jingzi, also met a tragic fate at your hands. You dare to ask me who I am? The other party laughed in rage. Before sunset, we shall meet at the chaotic graveyard in the outskirts of Zhonghai. If you do not arrive, this beautiful Eastern maiden shall descend into hell to meet our Dark Lord. Yi Chun bellowed. Release Mu Xueqing, or else. Beep beep beep. The call was abruptly disconnected. Tang Fenglang, with a perplexed expression, inquired, Yi Chun, what is the matter? Yi Chun glanced at the time on his phone. It was already 5 in the afternoon. At most, he had 2 hours before darkness would descend. Tang Fenglang, may I borrow one of your Qianlong aircraft? I must reach Zhonghai before sunset, and it is imperative that we hurry. Chapter 15. Who is the prey? In the suburbs of Zhonghai, at the forsaken burial ground, T.J. Musashi sat cross-legged, bare-chested, with a white bandage wrapped around his forehead. Behind him stood a grotesque altar fashioned from stones, adorned with hundreds of ominous talismans drawn in blood. As evening approached, the atmosphere grew increasingly sinister. The sun hung low on the horizon, and there was no sign of Yi Chun. Had he abandoned this woman? A man clad in mourning attire from the island nation stepped forward. T.J. Musashi opened his eyes. Half the sun had already set. Bring that woman here. If Yi Chun fails to arrive on time, her life will be the offering for my brother and nephew. Yes, replied the islander, swiftly bringing Mu Xueqing forward and tearing away the cloth that muffled her voice. You are kidnapping me. This is illegal. Release me immediately, or I will call the police. Mu Xueqing shouted, her emotions aflame. Kidnapping? Illegal? Ha ha ha, naive woman. Do you truly believe that the law was created for people like us? The law merely serves to bind the hands of ordinary individuals. Besides, your nation's laws have no jurisdiction over us islanders. The group of islanders erupted into laughter. Sir, the sun has set. The once sunlit graveyard was instantly shrouded in an eerie darkness. T.J. Musashi rose and approached Mu Xueqing, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Your friend has not come. It seems he does not care for your life. In that case, your sole purpose now is to serve as prey for the sacrifice of my brother and nephew. I shall extract your innards. This is the finest sustenance for the departed. With those words, Tojo Musashi unsheathed a katana from his waist, slicing open the buttons of Mu Xueqing's suit. Mu Xueqing was so terrified that her vision darkened, and she fainted on the spot. Unperturbed, Tojo Musashi prepared to cut through the suit's lining when a chilling voice echoed from behind the crowd. If I were you, I would certainly choose to release that woman. Tojo Musashi turned to see a youth radiating murderous intent approaching slowly. His sharp instincts detected a palpable danger. You are Yi-chan? The one who killed my brother Tojo Yuji? And the one responsible for the death of Furukawa Otsuka? It is I, Yi-chan admitted directly. Bastard. Tojo Musashi growled, lunging forward like a cheetah, gripping the katana tightly as he aimed a strike at Yi-chan's head. Die. D. The sharpness of his blade surged forth, capable of cleaving an elephant in two. Yi-chan sidestepped just in time. The blade barely grazed his shoulder. Failing to land his strike, Tojo Musashi swung the katana horizontally toward Yi-chan's head. In response, Yi-chan seized Tojo Musashi's wrist, colliding his shoulder forcefully against him. A sickening sound of flesh tearing filled the air, followed by Tojo Musashi's anguished cry. Ah! The other islanders gasped in horror, their eyes wide as they witnessed the unfolding scene. Tojiro Musashi's right arm was ruthlessly torn away by the young man from the Dragon Nation before him. Kill him. Quickly. Kill him. The agony sent Musashi into convulsions, howling like a rabid dog. Over 30 ambushed assassins from the island nation surged forward, recklessly charging into the fray. 2 katana blades sliced through the air. Yi-chan took a half-step back, his hands clasping forward, and with a crisp crack, the skulls of 2 island assassins were shattered, exposing their pallid brains. He pivoted, his arms striking out, piercing through the chests of 2 more islanders. With a swift grip, he extracted their still-beating hearts, pulsating in his grasp. Hiss! The remaining assassins gasped in horror at the sight. Observing their pause, Yi-chan's lips curled into a sinister smile. Fear not, it doesn't hurt. He lunged into the remaining throng, resembling a beast on a rampage, slaying indiscriminately. Ah! The cries of despair resounded continuously. In less than half a minute, all the assassins lay lifeless, bodies scattered chaotically. Musashi, terrified, momentarily forgot the excruciating pain in his arm, drenched in sweat. Boy, are you a martial arts master? Fortunately, I had made preparations, otherwise, I would have truly perished here today. He turned back and bellowed. What are you all dawdling for? Get moving. Yi-chan had already noticed 5 bare-chested men, standing behind Musashi. Their eyes were vacant. Upon hearing his command, they drew their short swords, not to attack Yi-chan, but plunged them fiercely into their own chests. Seppuku? Yi-chan was perplexed. In the next moment, astonishingly, the 5 individuals forcibly extracted their own entrails and placed them upon a makeshift altar crafted from stone before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Tojo Musashi dashed forward, pouring his own blood upon the altar. O great Dark Lord, I offer you the souls of these 5 living beings as tribute. I beseech you to manifest your power. A chilling wind swept through the mass grave. The blood of the 5 islanders coalesced with that of Tojo Musashi, flowing through the pre-dug channels in the earth. When viewed from above, it astonishingly formed the shape of a colossal talisman. The crimson mist thickened, coalescing into a grotesque blood-colored figure that loomed over them. My most devoted follower, I have received your gift. Now tell me, whom shall I slay? Tojo Musashi, overwhelmed with fervor, knelt upon the ground. O Dark Lord, please, eliminate this person. Very well, responded the blood figure, unleashing a gust of sanguine wind that surged towards Yi-chan. Yi-chan stood immobile, gazing at the approaching blood shadow, as if paralyzed by fear. Ha ha ha, Yi-chan. Before the Dark Lord, your fate is sealed. You shall perish. Tojo Musashi's laughter was filled with malice. Just as he believed Yi-chan was about to be reduced to mere blood, the shadow let out a horrific wail as if confronted by the most terrifying entity in existence. Ah! You are not human? Who are you? Boom! The blood mist erupted, simultaneously deep within the imperial palace of the island nation. A temple dedicated to the deities trembled violently, emitting a heart-wrenching scream. Ah! Great Lord of the evil deities, what has transpired? Moments later, a lavishly dressed middle-aged man rushed into the temple, his face etched with horror as he knelt upon the ground. Before him, the altar had split open, blood gushing forth. A grotesque figure sat atop the altar, appearing significantly weakened compared to their previous encounter. T.J. Musashi offered 5 lives as sacrifices to summon me. Just as I was prepared to indulge in this grand feast, I was unexpectedly gravely injured by a young man from the Dragon Kingdom. What? The island man's complexion changed dramatically. Disbelief etched across his face. Who could possibly injure the great lord of the evil deities? I do not know him. The grotesque figure shook his head, raising a hand as blood mist swirled, coalescing into the form of Yichen. Is it him? How can this be? The island man nearly leaped in shock. Do you know him? My lord, 5 years ago, my time was running short, and it was you who devised a way for me to replace my internal organs. At that time, we encountered someone bearing the blood of a Qilin, and it was this very person. The island man swallowed hard, his body trembling uncontrollably. Logically speaking, he should have perished. How could one survive after having their internal organs removed? Yet, if my lord claims to have seen him, could it be that he still lives? In the mass grave, the great lord of the evil deities. How could this be? The great lord of the evil deities? Tojo Musashi trembled uncontrollably, his voice distorted by fear. Impossible. The dark god is omnipotent, invincible. Even the emperor himself is his follower. How can you possibly defeat the dark god? How can this be? He gulped nervously, overwhelmed by the situation that defied his understanding. Yichen approached Tojo Musashi, step by step. His eyes were more terrifying than those of the devil himself. Please, don't kill me. I beg you, spare my life. As Yichen drew nearer, Tojo Musashi fell to his knees, frantically bowing his head to the ground, blood streaming from his forehead. Yet he did not cease his desperate gestures. Are you related to Tojo Yuji? Do you know who sought my innards 5 years ago? Please, spare me. He continued his fervent bowing. Have my parents gone to the island nation? Please, don't kill me, don't kill me. He persisted in his supplications. Yichen frowned, gripping Tojo Musashi's neck tightly. The latter's pupils dilated, his face a mask of sheer terror, utterly paralyzed by fear. Yichen's lips curled in disdain. What a waste! A renowned martial arts master from the island nation reduced to a quivering fool. With a swift motion, he snapped Tojo Musashi's neck. He then turned to Mu Xueqing, who remained unconscious from shock. After untying her from her bonds, he lifted her in his arms, preparing to descend the mountain, when suddenly, a figure rushed towards them. It was Tang Fenglang. Upon reaching the foot of the mass grave hill, Yichen ascended to the summit with an astonishing swiftness, leaving Tang Fenglang struggling to keep pace. The site was littered with dismembered corpses, their innards strewn across the ground, suffusing the air with a pungent scent of blood. Even Tang Fenglang, seasoned by the battleground, felt nausea rise within him at the sight. Yichen, what has transpired? Are you unharmed? And what of the girl? Yichen cast a glance at Mu Xueqing and replied, We are fine. I have dealt with those islanders. Please take care of the aftermath. Islanders? Tang Fenglang paused, momentarily taken aback. He wished to inquire further, but Yichen had already lifted Mu Xueqing into his arms and began descending the mountain. Upon returning to the apartment, Mu Xueqing remained unconscious. Yichen conducted a thorough examination, his brow furrowing in concern. The shock is too profound, her spirit is unstable. I shall have to attempt the Ghost Gate 13 needles, a technique I learned from the depths of hell 5 years ago. Without silver needles available in the apartment, Yichen gently placed Mu Xueqing on the bed and secured the door. He then made his way to the pharmacy at the base of the building, where the proprietor chuckled and shook his head. Young man, who sells silver needles these days? Aside from traditional Chinese medicine, who else would have use for them? Could you tell me where I might find some? Yichen inquired. The pharmacist pondered for a moment before directing him. You should find them at the Shengshaotang. Head toward the city center. The largest street will lead you there. Thank you. Not at all, the pharmacist replied. But when he looked up again, Yichen had vanished from sight. Yichen hastened to the entrance of Shengshaotang, moving with incredible speed. The quaint entrance, adorned with exquisite carvings, revealed a few apprentices tidying up as closing time approached. Yichen stepped into the Hall of Divine Hands. A middle-aged man greeted him with a smile. Young man, are you here to collect medicine or seek treatment? Yichen shook his head. I wish to purchase a set of silver needles. Buying silver needles? The middle-aged man was taken aback, wondering if this young man possessed medical skills. Unable to restrain himself, he cautioned. Young man, do not think that watching a few things online makes you a skilled practitioner. Yi-chun replied, I know my own capabilities. Very well. The middle-aged man ceased any further banter and promptly retrieved a set of silver needles. This set is the most ordinary, consisting of 30 needles. It costs 200 yuan. Thank you. Yi-chun nodded, just as he was about to pay. It suddenly dawned on him that he had recently been revived and possessed no cash. In a flash of thought, he produced a 300-year-old blood ginseng from the chaotic space and offered it to the middle-aged man. I have no cash, so I shall use this 300-year-old blood ginseng as payment. The man was momentarily stunned, yet before he could respond, a piercing laugh erupted nearby. Turning around, Yi-chun saw a flamboyantly dressed woman, linked arm in arm with a man in a suit, entering the establishment. It was Lu Li, Yi-chun's high school classmate, who had once pursued him only to be turned down. He never expected to encounter her here. Lily, who is this? The man in the suit inquired. Sun Jian, Lu Li's boyfriend. Lu Li cast a disdainful glance at Yi-chun, exclaiming, Is this the offspring of the Yi family's military lineage? I wonder what transpired. 5 years ago, their entire family was suddenly annihilated. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the air. Sun Jian turned in astonishment, only to find Lu Li sprawled on the ground before the entrance of the Sacred Hand Hall, her face swollen to the size of a pig's head. You dare to strike me? Bang! Yi-chun delivered a swift kick, sending Sun Jian flying like a discarded dog, landing painfully beside Lu Li, his face contorted in agony. This is the first and the last time. Yi-chun's voice was frigid. Had it not been for the fear of committing murder in public, which would hinder his efforts to rescue Mu Xueqing, these two would already be lifeless corpses. He cast a cold glance at the middle-aged man from the Sacred Hand Hall and asked icily, How much? Young master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more thrilling. Gulp. No charge, it's a gift for you. The middle-aged man swallowed nervously. Yi-chun furrowed his brow, abandoning the 300-year-old blood ginseng and departing swiftly. After a lengthy pause, Lu Li managed to rise, glaring fiercely in the direction Yi-chun had left. Yi-chun, you wait for me. You deserve to die along with your entire family. I will not spare you. She pulled out her phone, declaring, Hello, cousin. I've been bullied. The two of them retreated in disgrace. Just as they left, an elderly man clad in traditional attire approached, surrounded by a throng of people. The middle-aged man hurried forward to greet him. Old Wang, what brings you here? The elderly gentleman, known as Wang Henyang, was a renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner in Zhonghai. The Hall of Sacred Hands is the enterprise of Wang Henyang, yet he has long ceased to manage it. Presently, Wang Henyang merely mingles within the upper echelons of Zhonghai, occasionally tending to the health of some dignitaries, rarely making an appearance. Unable to sleep after dinner, he decided to come by, reminiscing about the days when he used to consult patients in the hall. With a warm smile and a kindly demeanor, he suddenly widened his eyes, fixating intently on an item upon the counter. Ah! He exclaimed, a 300-year-old blood ginseng. In a burst of excitement, Wang Henyang rushed over, seizing the 300-year-old blood ginseng left by Yi-chun, his body trembling with exhilaration. I have been searching for this. I have spent years at Sotheby's and Christie's auctions without encountering a single specimen. Where did you acquire this? Its age must be at least 300 years. If it were to be auctioned, it could fetch no less than 100 million. The middle-aged man stood dumbfounded. Could it truly be a 300-year-old blood ginseng? Goodness! That young man traded an item worth 100 million for a set of silver needles costing merely 200. Meanwhile, Yi-chun had returned to the entrance of his apartment building. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. Numerous powerful auras lurked in the shadows. Oh no! Xueqing. Yi-chun hastened toward the door of Mu Xueqing's rented apartment. A figure dashed toward him, and as he prepared to act, the person revealed an ecstatic smile, leaping into his embrace and locking her arms tightly around his neck. A pair of long, flawless legs wrapped tightly around Yi-chun's waist. Junior brother, I have finally found you. A kiss was planted firmly on Yi-chun's cheek by a woman with golden hair, who embraced him warmly. In the depths of an ancient-style residence in Zhonghai, a middle-aged man entered, kneeling on one knee. This young man has been missing for 5 years, and the first place he reappeared is the chaotic graveyard on the outskirts of Zhonghai. He then hurried to the wedding scene of the Lung family, ruthlessly slaying Lung Qingxiu and her entire family of 4. Almost half an hour later, Yuji Tojo at the embassy of the island nation met a brutal demise. The esteemed master, Furukawa Otsuka, was also beheaded. That very night, this young man allegedly surfaced at Aodao International Airport. Here is the photograph. The man presented a blurry image. In the photo, a figure stood atop a commercial aircraft, appearing as a harbinger of death under the night sky. That evening, Yifeng met his end at the Venice Casino in Aodao, where the attendees, silent under the threat of the gambling king, dared not utter a word. Yesterday afternoon, this young man reappeared in Longdu, first visiting the Xiao family, and then causing a commotion at Yifeng's funeral, severing ties with the Yi family and stirring up a sensation in Longdu. Later that afternoon, he returned to Zhonghai, seemingly revisiting the chaotic graveyard. Subsequently, Tang Fenglang from the Dragon Soul sealed off the graveyard, and the specifics of the events remain unknown for the time being. This encapsulates the whereabouts of this young man after his 5-year absence. The man spoke in one breath. Kneeling respectfully upon the ground, he awaited in silence. After a brief moment, a voice emerged from behind the wooden screen. Interesting, this lad is quite eager. It seems he genuinely seeks the whereabouts of his parents. My lord, spoke the man on his knees, his voice laden with gravity. This boy was merely an ordinary individual 5 years ago, utterly ignorant of any martial prowess. How is it that, in such a short span, he has acquired the strength to vanquish a master-level warrior? What trials has he endured? Perhaps Yi Lingyun truly concealed something of significance. Something within this boy's grasp? A cold voice resonated from behind the wooden partition. Then we must inquire of him. Send the Black Tiger Guard to retrieve this lad. Must we truly employ the Black Tiger Guard? The man on his knees abruptly lifted his head, his eyes narrowing in disbelief as he inhaled sharply. Who are you? Yi Chun stammered, his mind in a daze as he stared at the golden-haired, blue-eyed beauty before him. I am Aisha, the Grand Princess of the Ross Consortium. Among your many senior sisters, I rank 10th. You may address me as Sister 10. Sister 10? Yi Chen's realization dawned upon him. Before his resurrection, the 10 Yama masters had indeed mentioned the existence of his senior sisters, all of whom, like him, had traversed the depths of the 18 layers of hell before ultimately being revived. Aisha remained closely attached to Yi Chen, her eyes sparkling with delight. At last, little junior brother, I have the pleasure of meeting you. Allow your elder sister to take a good look at you. With profound and romantic eyes, complemented by a strikingly elegant nose, and oh, these adorable ears. Mua, mua, mua. Elsa showered Yi Chun with affectionate kisses. After all, Yi Chun was a young man brimming with vitality. Elsa, with her angelic, flawless skin, clung to him like an octopus. Any man would find it hard to resist. Yi Chun experienced a physiological reaction. Junior brother, you're pressing against me. Elsa's charming face flushed crimson. Yi Chun felt a bit awkward. Senior sister, could you please get down? Reluctantly, Elsa descended from Yi Chun's embrace, yet still clung to his arm like a little girl. Junior brother, come with me to M Country. I will build you the largest castle in the world and buy you all sorts of luxury cars, planes, and yachts. Whatever you desire, I can provide. Yi Chun shook his head. Senior sister, my primary purpose for resurrection, aside from uncovering the true culprit behind the massacre of my family, is to search for my parents' whereabouts. The true perpetrator remains at large, and I have no news of my parents. It seems I cannot go to M Country. Elsa, feeling disheartened, grasped Yi Chen's hand. If you don't go to M Country, then I will stay in Dragon Country and accompany you every day. Just as she finished speaking, her phone rang. Hello, what's the matter? An excited voice came from the other end. My esteemed Grand Princess, why haven't you returned yet? Wall Street is in complete chaos. Some have claimed that you visited Aodao for an inspection, and within a mere 10 minutes, a substantial influx of investment capital flooded into the island. Others have reported sighting you in the Central Sea of Longwa, and now several major consortiums are convening board meetings preparing to invest in the central sea of Longwa without delay. My esteemed princess, are you not aware that wherever you are, that place becomes the epicenter of the world's finance? I implore you to return swiftly. Those families are frantically anxious. How exasperating. Aisha hung up the phone. Yichen smiled and remarked, Senior sister, it appears your family is in dire need of you. No, I simply wish to remain by my junior brother's side. Aisha resolutely shook her head, tightening her embrace around Yichen's shoulders. Yichen felt a tinge of helplessness. Could it be that he possessed such irresistible charm? Senior sister, everyone has their own responsibilities. As the esteemed princess of the Ross family, you must uphold the duties of your lineage, Yichen stated with earnestness. But, all right, once I have attended to my affairs, I shall certainly visit you in M country. Yichen beamed. Aisha's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she reluctantly planted a kiss on the corner of Yichen's mouth and said, You mustn't deceive me. You absolutely must come. Here, take my affiliated gold card. It can be used at any bank worldwide. My little man, spend freely. Aisha left with a radiant smile, her reluctance evident. Yichen sat on the sofa, gazing at the black card in his hand. It was exquisitely crafted, adorned with diamond edges, and intricately engraved in gold with the emblems of 5 of the world's leading financial conglomerates. The masters are truly remarkable. The Grand Princess of the world's foremost financial consortium happens to be my 10th senior sister. After a moment of contemplation, I stored the black card in the chaotic space and entered Mu Xueqing's room. Mu Xueqing remained in a state of unconsciousness. Yichen unfastened her clothing and inserted silver needles into several acupoints. Half an hour later, observing the peacefully sleeping Mu Xueqing, I noted that her soul had stabilized. As long as she could awaken by morning, she should be fine. Yichen withdrew the silver needles, concerned that unforeseen circumstances might arise during the night, and moved a chair to sit beside the bed. After a moment of thought, he took out his phone and made a call. Uncle Lin, I need a favor. On the other end, Lin Longhai's voice turned grave. Rest assured, everything will be restored to normal by tomorrow morning. The following morning. Yichen, don't come over. Run. Quickly, run. Mu Xueqing jolted awake from her dreams, sitting up abruptly in bed. Yichen opened his eyes. You're awake? He stepped forward, grasping her wrist firmly to check her pulse. All is well. Your vital energy is stable, and your soul has returned to its rightful place. You! Yichen? Oh, I'm so relieved you're all right. Mu Xueqing paused, then threw herself into Yichen's embrace, weeping. Who were those people from the island? They didn't harm you, did they? Wasn't I at the mass grave? How did I get home? Yichen feigned a look of confusion, reaching out to touch Mu Xueqing's forehead. Isn't she better yet? What does this mean? Mu Xueqing was left in a daze. Yichen explained, there was a gas leak at home. Thankfully, our neighbor discovered you unconscious and called for help. You slept for a whole day and night before waking up. What islanders? What burial ground? Have you lost your mind? Illusions? Mu Xueqing was momentarily taken aback, wiping away her tears. She hurriedly got up and rushed to the living room. Everything had already returned to its original state. Even the door shattered by Chun Guofeng of Tenglong and the blasted walls had been restored overnight by Lin Longhai's crew. Phew! It seems I truly suffered from gas poisoning. Mu Xueqing pressed her forehead. Lowering her gaze, she realized she was clad only in her pajamas, completely exposed. With every movement, her figure was tantalizingly revealed. Ah, my clothes. Did you change them for me? Rest assured, it was the hospital nurse who came to help you change. She has already left, Yichen clarified. Only then did Mu Xueqing breathe a sigh of relief, but she cautiously looked at Yichen and asked, You didn't take advantage of me, did you? Did you do anything strange? Yichen shrugged with a mischievous grin. I did everything that should and shouldn't be done. I must say, Miss Mu's figure is truly remarkable. How about we have another go? Get lost. Mu Xueqing threw a cushion at him. 10 minutes later, dressed in a new outfit without makeup, her bare face exuded a delicate, flawless beauty. Let's go. Time to eat. Mu Xueqing cheerfully strode over, pulling Yichen up from the sofa as if she had forgotten everything that had just occurred. Yichen was taken aback. Didn't you buy groceries? Are we going out to eat? Mu Xueqing huffed lightly. There's a gas leak at home. Cooking has become too perilous. Until everything is thoroughly repaired, we shall refrain from cooking at home. A smile crept onto Yi Chen's lips. This girl was exceedingly cautious. Let us go. Why are you dawdling? Are you still a man? This lady is treating you, and you 1T have to spend a dime. Ultimately, he could not resist Mu Xueqing's persistent coaxing and was pulled towards the apartment's exit. Just a few hundred meters away from the apartment, Yi Chen sensed someone stealthily following him. Suddenly, he concocted an excuse. Xueqing, I suddenly have a bit of a stomachache. I need to use the restroom. Mu Xueqing eyed Yi Chen suspiciously. Really? Well, that's fine. The restroom is just around the corner up ahead. I'll go order the food, and you can join me once you're done. All right, Yi Chen replied, pressing his abdomen and darting towards a nearby alley. Mu Xueqing sighed, placing her delicate hand on her forehead. Do men only know how to poop? Little did she know, as Yi Chen entered the alley, his expression turned icy. After walking a mere few meters, he halted. Come out. The sound of footsteps echoed from the alley's entrance. Lu Li and Sun Jian, wrapped in bandages and brimming with rage, approached menacingly, followed by a burly man and a dozen unruly thugs. Yi Chen's voice was frigid. This has nothing to do with you. Leave, otherwise you shall meet your demise. Lu Li's face twisted with malice. Yi Chen, you scoundrel, how dare you strike me? Do you realize my nose has only recently undergone cosmetic surgery? With a single slap you were knocked askew. Today, if I do not break your legs, I shall not bear the surname Lu. Cousin, it is this wretch. Take him out. The burly man wore an arrogant expression. My men, break 3 of his legs. A dozen yellow-haired ruffians surged forward. Yet they were utterly unworthy of even touching Yi Chen, all meeting their demise with their brains splattered. Murder. Lu Li and Sun Jian's faces turned ashen in an instant. They merely intended to teach Yi Chen a lesson, never anticipating that it would result in the loss of multiple lives. What is there to fear? So what if a few people have died? Every warrior has blood on their hands. Boy, encountering me, Sang Biao, is your misfortune. The burly man dashed forward in a zigzag, taking 2 steps in one, his foot striking the wall of the alley, propelling himself high into the air, like a crow taking flight. A sweeping kick aimed at Yi Chen's head. Bang! A dull thud echoed. The burly man let out a shriek as he was sent flying back. His leg twisted at a horrifying angle, his head crashing onto the ground, his brains splattering. He died instantly. Cousin. Lu Li was utterly dumbfounded. Sun Jian, terrified, began to retreat. Brother. This has nothing to do with me. It's all Lu Li's fault for seeking trouble with you. Have you seen enough? Come out. I have dinner plans shortly. Yi Chen spoke coldly. Lu Li and Sun Jian's faces turned pale, exchanging glances. This line was clearly not directed at them. Could there be someone else? Ha ha ha. Boy, you are quite perceptive. However, it seems that today you shall have no opportunity to dine, nor will you ever again in this lifetime. A playful laugh echoed through the air. A middle-aged man, donning a cap that obscured half of his face, emerged at the alley's entrance. In the next instant, 2 more figures appeared atop the towering walls on either side of the alley, evidently positioned to prevent Yi Chen from making his escape. Yi Chen cast a glance at the trio. Who sent you here? A dead man has no need to know such things. The man in the cap chuckled with amusement. With a sudden stamp of his foot, a subtle current of energy surged forth, propelling him toward Yi Chen like a speeding train. In an instant, he was upon Yi Chen, delivering a powerful punch. Roar! The sound of a tiger's roar resonated. The man's fist seemed to manifest an ethereal white outline of a tiger's head. It was poised to strike Yi Chen's chest. Yet, Yi Chen effortlessly seized the cap-wearing man's wrist and yanked with tremendous force. Rip! A heart-wrenching scream pierced the air. The man's arm was abruptly severed from his body. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. My heavens! Lu Li collapsed onto the ground in shock. Sun Jian attempted to flee, but his legs felt as heavy as lead, rendering him unable to move. In the next moment, Yi Chen reversed his grip, clutching the cap-wearing man's throat and lifting him off the ground. I shall ask you once more, who sent you? Kid, let him go. The men on either side of the alley, witnessing this scene, charged forward in a mixture of shock and rage. The man in the cap struggled vehemently to break free, overwhelmed by a suffocating sensation. Yi-chun raised his hand and hurled the man in the cap away. Upon colliding with another individual, both were sent hurtling into the wall of the alley with tremendous force. A deafening crash reverberated through the air as the cement wall was breached, leaving a gaping hole. The two lay amidst shattered bricks, their bodies broken and lifeless, on the brink of death. Damn it! Were we not told to eliminate an ordinary grandmaster? Why is this so terrifying? The intel must be flawed. It's a disaster, one man thought, panic etched across his face. More horrifying was Yi-chun, who had already turned, advancing towards him with the inevitability of death. Who sent you? The Japanese? The Yi family of Longdu? Or perhaps the gambling king, Zhou Yunfa? The man was gripped by sheer terror. How did you manage to provoke so many? Yi-chun continued, his tone icy. If you accept a mission, you must possess a sense of professionalism. The man shook his head, glancing at his two companions who were beyond saving. Yi-chun, hands clasped behind his back, sighed. It seems you are unwilling to speak. In that case, you shall meet your end. Ha ha ha. The man laughed defiantly. No one can stop a grandmaster from leaving. With a sudden stomping motion, he leapt into the air like a crane taking flight, poised to escape the alley. Yi-chun swiftly kicked a brick from the ground, propelling it forward with the speed of a bullet. Thud! The man plummeted from the sky, silence enveloping him completely. Yi-chun turned. His gaze, cold and merciless, fell upon Lu Li and Sun Jian. I offered you a chance, yet you failed to appreciate it. With a sudden thud, a brick soared through the air, striking Lu Li's head with a resounding crack, causing her to collide with the wall behind her. The brick ricocheted and embedded itself into Lu Jian's skull, emerging from his forehead. Yi-chun, without a glance back, exited the alley. Upon leaving, he appeared unfazed, strolling to the end of the street where Mu Xueqing awaited him by the roadside. Upon seeing Yi-chun, she hurriedly approached and linked her arm with his, inquiring, Have you been constipated? You've been gone for quite a while. Yi-chun chuckled softly, a little, but it's fine. I've ordered some light dishes, so I should be able to eat. Mu Xueqing led him to a table by the window of a small eatery. Gazing at the spread of food before him, Yi-chun realized just how hungry he was. Ever since his resurrection, he had not consumed a single morsel nor sipped a drop of water. Grabbing his chopsticks, he devoured 2 large bowls of rice in one go. Look at you, starving. Slow down. No one is competing with you for the food. Boss, bring us 2 more bowls of rice. Mu Xueqing giggled, resting her chin in her hands, watching Yi-chun with affectionate amusement. The proprietor soon returned with 2 additional bowls of rice, wearing a mischievous grin. Hey there, young lady, have you found yourself a boyfriend? Mu Xueqing's cheeks flushed a vivid crimson, resembling a ripe apple. Boss, please don't say such things. The owner chuckled heartily. I've been running this eatery for over a decade, and I have a keen eye for people. You've been dining here alone for more than a year, and today you suddenly bring along a handsome fellow. This young man looks remarkably familiar. Oh, isn't this the picture you often gaze at on your phone? Congratulations, it seems lovebirds have finally. Before he could finish, Mu Xueqing sprang to her feet in a flurry. Receiving 2 bowls of rice from the restaurant owner, she brusquely pushed him aside, exclaiming, Step aside, guests are arriving. The owner, somewhat disgruntled, departed, muttering to himself, Could I have been mistaken? It's impossible. Just last month, I saw you clutching your phone, staring at that photo, lamenting, Where have you been for the past 5 years? In truth, ever since Yi-chun's disappearance, she had indeed been searching for him for 5 long years. Following the massacre of the Yi family, which had made headlines, she rushed to the scene, disregarding the staff's attempts to restrain her, frantically examining each lifeless body. It was only when she confirmed that Yi-chun's corpse was absent that she collapsed onto the ground, utterly drained, and was subsequently taken away by the authorities for questioning under the pretext of obstructing justice. Yi-chun halted, observing Mu Xueqing with a peculiar expression. You don't harbor a secret affection for me, do you? Mu Xueqing, overwhelmed, swore to the heavens. No, the owner is simply spouting nonsense. Yi-chun chuckled, Even if you do have a crush on me, it's of no consequence. I'm single as well. We could give it a try. Try what? Eating. Mu Xueqing raised her chopsticks and playfully tapped Yichun's head. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the restaurant. A Maybach and several Mercedes SUVs came to a halt at the entrance, from which emerged an elderly man clad in traditional attire, accompanied by a woman in a Chanel ensemble, strutting in high heels. President Xin? What brings her here? Mu Xueqing glanced over, astonished, and that elderly gentleman beside her. Doesn't he resemble Wang Henyang, the president of the Zhonghai Traditional Chinese Medicine Association? Amidst the throng, Wang Henyang and Xin Qiong entered the modest eatery. The patrons of the restaurant were taken aback, abandoning their meals to gaze in curiosity. The owner of the establishment swiftly approached, saying, "Esteemed guests, this is a modest business, and I fear we may lack items to suit your refined tastes. Just 2 kilometers ahead lies the Zhonghai restaurant, where the cuisine is more likely to please you." Wang Henian flashed a congenial smile, replying, "Fear not, dear proprietor. We are here in search of someone, not to disturb your trade. Allow me to propose this. We shall cover the entire revenue of your establishment for today." The restaurant owner was momentarily taken aback. Without further explanation, Wang Henian scanned the modest venue and quickly zeroed in on the table occupied by Yichun and Mu Xueqing. He hurried over, excitement radiating from him as he addressed Yichun. "Are you not the young gentleman who presented a 300-year-old blood ginseng at the Holy Hand Hall last night?" "What 300-year-old blood ginseng?" Mu Xueqing exclaimed, her expression one of astonishment. Yichun furrowed his brow, responding, "I believe you have mistaken me for someone else." Wang Henian, thinking Yichun was merely cautious, quickly donned a reassuring smile and clarified, "Please, do not misunderstand, young sir. My name is Wang Henian, and I harbor no ill intentions. That blood ginseng is extraordinarily rare and immensely valuable. Should your family elders become aware of it, they might hold you accountable. This card contains 100 million RMB, which I offer in exchange for your blood ginseng. In the future, should you possess any other medicinal herbs for sale, feel free to contact me." As he spoke, he extended a bank card and a business card toward Yichun. 100 million. Mu Xueqing covered her mouth in astonishment. Her monthly salary barely exceeded 8,000. How long would it take to save 100 million? The restaurant erupted into a frenzy, as if they were filming a television drama. Were it not for Wang Henyang arriving in a Maybach, everyone would surely have thought the old man had lost his sanity. Yichun nodded affirmatively. "All right, I shall accept this card. You may leave now." Wang Henyang was taken aback by Yichun's apparent lack of empathy. After a penetrating gaze, he silently departed with his entourage, instructing his subordinate to leave 50,000 in cash with the proprietor. As they drove away, Xin Qiong, who had remained at the entrance of the restaurant without stepping inside, spoke up. "Old Wang, while a 300-year-old ginseng is indeed precious, is it truly necessary for you to make such a grand display?" Wang Henyang sat with unwavering composure, shedding the earlier demeanor of the humble old man. "You are still young and do not grasp the intricacies involved. This individual, appearing to be in his early 20s, possesses a 300-year-old ginseng. Do you truly believe his status is ordinary?" "What do you mean?" Xin Qiong asked, momentarily taken aback. Wang Henyang replied, "Who, apart from the scions of esteemed medical families, could nonchalantly produce a 300-year-old ginseng? As long as the attitude and finances align, he will seek you out for transactions in the future." The small restaurant was abuzz with excitement, as curious glances turned towards Yichun and Mu Xueqing. The two exchanged wide-eyed stares. "Did you really give the 300-year-old ginseng to old Wang? Indeed. Is there truly 100 million in this card?" "It should be." Mu Xueqing lowered her head and glanced at the bank card on the table. "Yichun, we should return this card to old Wang." Yichun, puzzled, asked why. Mu Xueqing's expression was somewhat peculiar, as if she did not recognize Yichun. After a moment of silence, she solemnly inquired, "Yichun, where have you been during these 5 years of absence? And where did the blood ginseng from 300 years ago come from? What if these matters plunge you into danger once more?" It was astonishing that she was concerned for him. Yichun smiled proudly. "Do not worry. I am no longer the Yichun of 5 years ago. This time, no one can harm me again. But where did you truly go during those vanished 5 years?" Mu Xueqing asked, her heart filled with confusion. Yichen replied with a smile, "Do you genuinely wish to know?" "Yes." Mu Xueqing nodded eagerly. Yichen did not withhold the truth and stated directly, 5 years ago, I did not actually disappear. I died, perished in the residence of the Lung Qingqiu family." "What?" Mu Xueqing exclaimed, covering her mouth in shock. Yichen's gaze deepened as he continued, "On a rainy night 5 years ago, over 100 assassins from the island nation stormed the Yi family, killing indiscriminately. I managed to escape amidst the chaos, shielded by several servants. As I was engaged to Lung Qingqiu at that time, I believed that the safest place would be the Lung family. To my dismay, Lung Qingqiu had already colluded with the assassins from the island nation. Another group of assassins was waiting at the Lung residence. After drinking a cup of coffee prepared by Lung Qingqiu, I lost consciousness, and when I awoke, my soul had descended to the depths of hell. It was only then that I realized I had perished in the desolate abode of cold autumn, my internal organs cruelly extracted. My lifeless body had been discarded in a mass grave. It was through my connection with the 18th layer of hell and the 10 Yama kings that I became their disciple, enabling my resurrection. I emerged from the grave." Yichen recounted this in one breath. Mu Xueqing inquired, "So, does that mean you are now a living dead?" Yichen nodded, essentially. Mu Xueqing rolled her eyes. "Then I must be the reincarnation of Guanyin Bodhisattva, here specifically to subdue you, the Monkey King. Never mind if you don't wish to speak of it. I won tea press you. You can share when you feel ready." "Agreed." Yichen smiled faintly. Suddenly, Mu Xueqing's phone rang. She pressed the answer button, but before she could utter a word, a frantic voice came through. "Xueqing, something terrible has happened. Your mother was hit by a car this morning while selling vegetables. She has been rushed to the city hospital. The doctor said there's severe bleeding, and she has gone into shock. You need to come back quickly. If you delay, she may not survive. Hurry back to see her one last time." "Mom!" Mu Xueqing's eyes instantly brimmed with tears as she sprinted out of the restaurant, her heart racing. Yichen quickly followed her outside. Mu Xueqing dashed to the parking lot, climbed into her BYD, and sped towards Jiangnan on the highway. In a frenzy, she dialed her mother's number repeatedly, but it perpetually rang unanswered. "Mom, please, no. Sobi Sobi." Mu Xueqing was utterly distraught. Yichen sat in the passenger seat, offering comfort. "Do not worry. Auntie will surely be blessed and will be fine." There was another thought lingering in Yichen's mind. Even if something were to happen, he possessed the ability to resurrect the departed. "Yes, my mother will undoubtedly be unharmed." Mu Xueqing's tears flowed incessantly as she gripped the steering wheel tightly, murmuring to herself, "My father passed away when I was young, and my mother has tirelessly sold vegetables to support my education. I excelled in middle school and was accepted into a prestigious high school in Zhonghai. For these past years, I have been studying in Zhonghai while my mother cultivates and sells vegetables in the countryside of Jiangnan. Since the beginning of university, I have worked diligently to support myself, and I have managed to save a considerable sum, just shy of affording a down payment on a home, with plans to bring my mother to Zhonghai for a life of comfort. If anything were to happen to my mother, I would have no reason to live." Mu Xueqing pressed the accelerator to its limits. By the time they arrived at Jiangnan City Hospital, 2 hours had elapsed. "Xueqing, why have you arrived so late?" As she reached the hospital entrance, a rural woman rushed toward her. "Aunt May, how is my mother?" Aunt May glanced at Mu Xueqing, hesitating momentarily before shaking her head. "When we found your mother, she was covered in blood. She has been in surgery for 2 hours now, and the doctors say the chances are slim." "Mother." Mu Xueqing anxiously dashed into the hospital, racing toward the surgical room. Just as she reached the door, it swung open, and several attending physicians emerged. "Doctor, how is my mother?" The doctors exchanged glances before shaking their heads. "Are you the daughter of the injured?" When the injured was brought in, there was a severe internal hemorrhage. "We did our utmost. Please accept our condolences." "What?" Mu Xueqing felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her body collapsing in an instant. Had it not been for Yichen's firm embrace, she would have surely crumpled to the floor. "No, my mother is not dead. She cannot be dead." Unable to accept the grim reality, Mu Xueqing trembled as she rushed toward the operating room. Several doctors intercepted her, stating, "The operating room is a restricted area. You cannot enter at will. If you wish to see your mother's remains, you must go to the funeral home." Despair etched across her face. She pleaded, "Am I not even allowed to see my mother one last time?" The doctors coldly reiterated, "If you wish to see her, you must go to the funeral home. Hospital regulations prohibit family members from entering the operating room. You could bring in bacteria, jeopardizing other patients." Just then, a group of men, their faces fierce and intimidating, rushed in, casting a glance at Yichan and Mu Xueqing before barreling toward the operating room. The doctors, witnessing this, did not intervene, allowing them to proceed unimpeded. Yichan furrowed his brow, questioning, "Who are they? Why are they allowed in the operating room while we are not?" A bespectacled doctor scoffed. "They are from the funeral home, here to retrieve the body for cremation, so of course they can enter." Yichen's expression darkened. Were they here to silence witnesses and erase evidence? This situation was surely more complicated than it appeared. "Do not cremate my mother," Mu Xueqing cried out, rushing forward to block the door to the operating room. The men from the funeral home were momentarily taken aback. The lead man, his face stern, glared at Mu Xueqing, warning, "I suggest you step aside. Do not create trouble for yourself." Mu Xueqing exclaimed in anger, "I did not contact the funeral home. Who sent you here? Leave at once, or I shall call the police." The dark-faced man, upon hearing the mention of the police, displayed a hint of trepidation. He exchanged glances with his subordinates, and two burly men lunged toward Mu Xueqing. Yet, Yichan swiftly positioned himself in front of her, seizing the arms of the assailants and twisting them with great force. Crack! The arms of the two men shattered, bones piercing through flesh as they writhed in agony on the ground. "You!" The dark-faced man's expression shifted dramatically. "You dare to harm someone?" Yichan charged into the throng of the funeral home, delivering swift kicks that sent each of them sprawling. "Speak! Who granted you the audacity to come here and seize a corpse?" The dark-faced man, having suffered a broken leg, shrieked in pain. "It was Lu Xiao from Jiangcheng Real Estate. He offered me 100,000 yuan to ensure that woman's body was taken away for cremation. I truly know nothing else." Aunt May gasped. "Xueqing, it was that Lu Xiao who ran over Cui Ju." Yichen's eyes narrowed. The situation was indeed more complicated than it appeared. He turned to Mu Xueqing, who was crouched on the ground, clasping her knees. "Xueqing, I will check. Perhaps your mother still has a chance." A few doctors exchanged knowing glances, stifling their amusement. After all, the woman had been deceased for over an hour. How could there still be hope? "Aunt May, please help look after Xueqing." Yichan pushed open the operating room door and stepped inside. The moment he entered, an ominous chill enveloped him. Before the surgical table stood two figures, one clad in black and the other in white. One held a grave marker, while the other grasped a chain. These were the black and white impermanents. Upon their appearance, Yichan exhibited no surprise. The black and white impermanents advanced, kneeling on one knee, declaring, "Black and white impermanence pays respects to the young lord. Long live the young lord." Yichan furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Is she dead?" The black impermanence nodded, responding, "In answer to the young lord, Xia Cuiju passed away an hour ago at the age of 49. Her spirit remains tethered by lingering attachments, thus reluctant to depart." Yichan turned his gaze towards the surgical table, observing Xia Cuiju's spirit meandering aimlessly around it. "Restore her spirit and return her to life," he commanded. "Young lord, that is unwise." The countenance of the black and white impermanents shifted dramatically. They hurriedly explained, "Xia Cuiju's lifespan has concluded. To restore her would contravene the natural order of reincarnation. Moreover, we cannot account for this in the underworld." With a cold chuckle, Yichan replied, "Very well. I shall visit my masters in the underworld and have them speak to you." "Wait." The black impermanence turned pale, while the white impermanence appeared equally distressed. They managed a smile more sorrowful than tears. "Young lord, is it truly necessary to involve the 10 kings of hell in such a matter? If you decree restoration, then so be it." The 10 kings had gone to great lengths to send Yichan away. Should he return to the underworld due to this incident, it would surely cause them great distress. Yichen nodded, that is more agreeable. Suddenly, Bai Wuchang spoke up. By the way, young master, an hour ago, Xia Cuizhou was taken to the operating room. The 4 doctors subsequently entered, yet instead of attempting any rescue efforts, they merely stood by and watched as Xia Cuizhou succumbed to her fate. There's still hope for the patient. Doctors, hurry in, Yichen's voice echoed. The 4 doctors were taken aback. How could she still be alive? Wasn't she already dead? Let us go in and check first. If she truly is alive, this would constitute a medical malpractice, jeopardizing our futures. The 4 conferred and pushed open the operating room door to enter. The moment they stepped inside, a chilling gust of wind rushed towards them, and 2 figures, one black and one white, loomed before them, suspended in midair. Ghosts! The 4 doctors nearly soiled themselves in terror, turning to flee. Unfortunately, the operating room door was as if it had been welded shut, refusing to budge. Yichen regarded the 4 with icy disdain. Who ordered you not to save the injured, to merely watch her perish? The doctors, overwhelmed by fear, confessed in a rush. It was Lu Xiao from Jiangcheng Real Estate Group. He offered us 200,000 each to feign surgery and allow Xia Cuizhou to die. Oh great ghost, spare our souls. I have an elderly mother of 80 and a 20-year-old wife waiting for me. They lamented, tears streaming down their faces. I have just been promoted to attending physician. My future is bright. I don't want to die. The 4 doctors fell to their knees, weeping bitterly. Yichen coldly retorted, die? That would be too lenient for you. Steal away their souls, rendering them fools for eternity. Once their time is up, cast them into the realm of beasts. Indeed, the Grim Reapers stepped forward, wielding their soul-whipping rods with might. Half an hour later, the doors of the operating room swung open. Yichen emerged, pushing Xia Cuizhou's wheelchair. Mom! Mu Xueqing rushed into Xia Cuizhou's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. What on earth is happening? The doctor clearly said you were beyond saving. Xia Cuizhou shook her head. I don't know, my dear. I felt as though I had merely taken a nap, and upon awakening, this young man was before me. Mu Xueqing wiped her tears. Yichen, what transpired? How did you know my mother was alive? Yichen smiled gently. During these 5 years of her absence, I delved into some medical knowledge. After a car accident, it is quite easy for a person to faint and enter a state resembling death. I suspected Auntie might be in such a state, so I decided to test my theory, and to my surprise I was able to revive her. Mu Xueqing's face radiated gratitude. Yichen, thank you. It's nothing. I must also express my gratitude for your hospitality, for without it, I would have nowhere to stay. Yichen chuckled and shook his head. Changing the subject, he added, by the way, the doctors have confirmed that Auntie is fine and can return home. Really? Mu Xueqing looked puzzled. After being hit by a car and suffering such significant blood loss, how could she recover so swiftly? What about the doctors? Oh, they were simply exhausted and are resting in the operating room, he replied. Yichen casually explained and then reminded, let us hurry. Auntie is exhausted. We should escort her home first. The group departed in haste. Inside the operating room, a few doctors sat on the floor, their eyes glazed over. Twinkling like stars, they murmured, hee. How amusing. After leaving the hospital, Mu Xueqing hailed a taxi. Yet Yichen seemed to recall something. Xueqing, you all head back first. The hospital fees remain unpaid. I will return to settle the bill. It was then that Mu Xueqing realized, I will pay. No, you should take Auntie home. She has just undergone surgery and is quite frail, in need of your care. She quickly thrust a bank card into his hands, saying, this is my bank card. The password is. She hesitated momentarily, casting a bashful glance at Yichen. The password is 0. Yichen was taken aback. SNT, that his own birthday? No need. I have sufficient funds in my account. After all, I just earned 100 million. All right then. Mu Xueqing blushed as she retrieved her card, watching the taxi fade into the distance. Yichen's expression turned icy. Jiangcheng Group? Lu Xiao? Humph. When I, Yichen, was resurrected, I vowed never to allow anyone to harm those I hold dear. Coincidentally, Xueqing is among them. Those who hurt my loved ones shall have their bones crushed, their ashes scattered, and their lineage obliterated. In the heart of Jiangnan City, At the Jiangcheng Group, atop a skyscraper in a luxurious private lounge, a pallid youth faced two men with distinctive mustaches from a distant island nation. Lu sang, as long as you collaborate with our island nation, the Jiangcheng Group is destined to become the foremost real estate conglomerate in Jiangnan City, and even the entire Dragon Country. An islander smiled. Lu Zirai nodded with a grin. Rest assured, Mr. Saito, the last obstacle regarding that land has been removed. Oh? The two islanders exchanged puzzled glances. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. A middle-aged man entered, casting a hesitant glance at the two islanders. Mr. Saito is one of us. Lu Zirai lit a cigarette. That wretched woman who sold vegetables is dead? The middle-aged man nodded. She should be dead. We bribed 4 doctors at the hospital. We also sent people to the funeral home to seize the body. By now, it's probably been cremated. Rest assured, everything was handled meticulously, and there will be no trouble at all. Damn it, that wretched woman is finally dead. Lu Zirai cursed angrily. It's one thing for her to have a worthless life, but why did she have to obstruct my ambitions? If it weren't for that piece of land suitable for a vacation villa, who on earth would want to develop in such a rural area? Why won't those wretched villagers agree to relocate? Am I not offering them compensation? Especially that Xia Tsueyu. She actually said she wouldn't move no matter the amount. Damn, I could just run over her. Lu Zirai slammed the coffee table in frustration. Mr. Saito nodded with a smile. Lu Sang is right. Those wretched villagers deserve to die. Huh? Who is this? A friend of yours, Lu Sang? Lu Zirai looked up. Unbeknownst to the middle-aged man, a cold-faced youth had appeared behind him. Kai who is he? Your subordinate? Kai, who turned to look, momentarily stunned. He had never seen this individual before. Presumably, he was a misdirected foreman. Anger surged within him. Who is your superior? Who permitted you to enter here? Get out. He approached, finger pointed accusatorily at the youth's nose. Bang! Yichun unleashed a powerful punch, causing Kai Hu's head to explode instantaneously. Kai Hu. Lu Zirai felt a wave of cold sweat pour down his back as he rose from the sofa. The two Japanese men beside him gasped in horror, their pupils dilating as they watched Yichun stride into the private room. Who is Lu Xiao from Jiangcheng Real Estate? Yichun inquired. Lu Zirai forced himself to regain composure, mustering a smile. My friend, I am Lu Zirai. If I have offended you in any way, I sincerely apologize and am willing to offer compensation. Name your price. Whatever you demand, I shall provide. Very well. I demand your life. Yichun stepped forward, gripping Lu Zirai's neck and effortlessly hurling him towards the floor-to-ceiling window. The glass shattered. The entire sequence was swift and decisive. Hiss! The two Japanese men inhaled sharply. This was the 48th floor. Who was this youth? Such ruthlessness was utterly terrifying. Even more alarming, Yichun turned, his gaze darkening as it fell upon the two men. Japanese? Saito sensed the murderous intent in Yichun's tone and quickly spoke up. Please do not act hastily. We possess crucial intelligence that concerns the safety of the Dragon Nation. Oh? Yichun replied coldly, his gaze piercing. Having returned from the dead, he could disregard all laws and regulations, yet he could not turn a blind eye to the harm posed by the island nation to the Dragon Nation. Speak. Saito, trembling, dared not conceal the truth. I am Saito Takashi, the agent of the Tojo family in the Jiangnan region of the Dragon Nation. While I appear to conduct business in Jiangnan and Zhonghai, I am, in fact, gathering intelligence on the Dragon Nation. Simultaneously, I am instigating certain families in Jiangnan and Zhonghai, laying the groundwork for the island nation's dragon-slaying plan. The dragon-slaying plan? Such audacity! Yichun scoffed. You intend to slay this great dragon? The Dragon Nation? Sato's voice quivered with fright as he replied. Indeed. However, I am merely an agent and lack the knowledge of specific details. If you would spare my life, I, Saito Takashi, am willing to serve you faithfully. You betray your country so easily? Yichun settled into the sofa leisurely, uncorking a bottle of red wine and taking a casual sip. Saito forced a bitter smile. My lord, I have already divulged too many secrets, including the dragon-slaying plan. If I return to the island nation, I am doomed, and my family will suffer as well. It would be wiser to pledge my loyalty to you. Perhaps there remains a glimmer of hope. Yichen chuckled. I have no need for a dog, especially not one from your nation. You! Saito Takashi's aged visage contorted with rage. A dog? Such an affront. After all, he was the head of the Saito clan. Yichen barked sharply. Speak. Which families are colluding with the island nation? Regardless, I shall not divulge anything before my demise. Saito Takashi's gaze turned frigid. Was the spirit of the samurai a jest? I possess methods to extract the truth from you. Yichen merely smiled, raising his hand to shoot several silver needles into Saito Takashi's body. In an instant, Saito Takashi writhed in agony, as if myriad ants were devouring his flesh. Ah! Kill me, Kojiro. Please end my suffering. I beg you. Just kill me. The onlookers from the island nation turned pale with alarm. Lord Saito, what is happening to you? Yichen replied coolly, the 13 ghost needles. Those afflicted descend into the depths of hell. I will talk. I will reveal everything. Saito Takashi pleaded desperately. The revered samurai spirit was cast aside, for it became evident that there existed horrors more dreadful than death. What manner of youth was this? Under Saito Takashi's tormented gaze, Yichen beckoned, and the silver needles extracted themselves from Saito Takashi's form, hovering in midair. Saito Takashi laid bare all his secrets, including his fade of legitimate business in Jiangnan, through which he conspired with numerous aristocratic families and allied with certain figures from the martial arts realm. Among them were individuals from ancient martial families, who, for the sake of profit, had agreed to collude with the island nation to betray their homeland. The ancient martial families. Were they not the guardians of the Dragon Nation? Upon hearing this, Yichen's expression turned grave. Beneath the facade of a peaceful society lay a myriad of hidden dangers. Saito Takashi, drenched in cold sweat, remarked, as long as the profits are substantial, there is nothing that cannot be sold. Even the nation itself. These ancient martial families had endured for over 1,000 years, outlasting countless fallen states. Their survival was not without reason. Yichen raised his hand and struck, sending Saito Takashi flying from the 48th floor to the ground below. Ah! Another one has fallen. Chaos erupted below. Yichen's gaze landed on the last islander, who appeared almost paralyzed with fear. Devil, you are a devil. Please spare my life, I will jump myself. With that, he leaped down. In the outskirts of Jiangnan City, Lu family village bustled with guests, luxury cars arriving in droves, as today marked the 80th birthday of the patriarch of the Lu family. 3 days prior, a stage had been erected for performances. Today, a multitude of wealthy individuals, influential figures, and guests from the martial arts community gathered. The Lu family had lavishly spent tens of millions to invite several stars from Hong Kong and Macau for a live performance. Second Master, we have a serious situation. A middle-aged man, sweating profusely, rushed to Lu Chuanxiong and pulled him aside into a corner of the ancestral hall. Lu Chuanxiong furrowed his brows, visibly displeased, and spoke. Li Zhong, did I not make myself clear? Today is my father's 80th birthday. He has been in the background for a decade, and today, prominent figures from Longdu and Zhonghai are here to celebrate. No matter what critical matters arise in the board meeting, even if the sky were to fall, do not disturb me. By the way, where is that scoundrel Lu Ziriai? He is only concerned with his failing real estate company, seeking to validate himself. We do not need his meager financial contributions. Second Master, young Master Ziriai is gone. Li Zhong's voice trembled. Lu Chuanxiong was taken aback. Gone? What do you mean? Li Zhong swallowed hard. Young Master Ziriai fell from the 48th floor. He is no more. What did you say? My son is dead? Even someone as composed as Lu Chuanxiong could not suppress a furious shout upon hearing that his son had fallen to his demise from the 48th floor. The once bustling Lu family ancestral hall fell into an eerie silence. Suddenly, all the guests turned in shock. Lu's second master's son has perished? Today marks the 80th birthday celebration of Old Master Lu. A day of joy. Yet such tragedy has befallen us? Old Master Lu, who has lost a son to the cruel hand of fate. How can he endure this? Amidst the crowd, a finely dressed woman, seemingly relishing the misfortune, remarked, Wang Lao, it seems we have a spectacle to witness. This was Shin Qiong, who had previously met Yichen alongside Wang Henyang. Hush! Speak not carelessly, lest calamity befall you. Wang Henyang shot her a stern glance. Shin Xiong scanned the surroundings, noticing some guests casting malevolent glances in her direction, their eyes glinting with icy disdain. Oh no! What if someone uses this against me? Regret flooded her mind. Moments later, an elderly gentleman clad in traditional attire emerged, surrounded by a group of middle-aged men. His voice, though calm, carried an undeniable authority. Li Zhong, what is the meaning of this? Lu Chuanxiong spoke first. Father, I will investigate this matter. Today marks your 80th. Silence. Kneel. The elder Lu abruptly interrupted him. The formidable Lu Eryi, a figure of both power and influence in Jiangnan City, unexpectedly dropped to his knees, his body trembling slightly. The authority of the elder Lu remains as terrifying as ever after 10 years. The guests mused silently. Li Zhong also fell to his knees, responding with a quavering voice. Elder, I am at a loss as to what has transpired. All I know is that an hour ago, someone burst into the top floor of Jiangqing Real Estate. Young Master Zirai was supposed to be conducting business with a group of individuals from the island nation, but merely 2 minutes later, he plummeted from the 48th floor. Fool! Elder Lu barked. An hour has passed since the incident. The perpetrator could very well have boarded a plane and fled Jiangnan City. Yang Sihu, you are to immediately seal off all routes leaving Jiangnan. Secure the airports, highways, and national roads, and station personnel to guard them. No one is to leave. Yes. Wang Beiqing, investigate all individuals who have interacted with Zirai over the past 3 months, including those islanders. Yes. Sueo, examine all surveillance footage surrounding Jiangqing Group from the past hour. I refuse to believe the culprit left no trace. Yes. The 3 men acted decisively and swiftly departed. Shin Xiong, astonished, remarked, Yang Sihu and Sueo hold official positions. Yet Elder Lu can still command them? Wang Beiqing is indeed a figure from the martial arts community of Jiangnan, yet he surprisingly heeds the counsel of the venerable old Master Lu. Wang Henyang, with his aged yet astute gaze, remarked, even a centipede with 100 legs, though dying, does not succumb easily. Old Master Lu, having retired from Longdu, once wielded power over half of the dragon soul. In ancient times, he would have held the esteemed title of Minister of War. Even in retirement, his former disciples would surely heed his words. Who else would they listen to? Shin Qiong suddenly comprehended. No wonder you traveled thousands of miles from Zhonghai to Jiangnan to celebrate a birthday. Yet, a flicker of doubt crossed her eyes. With the Lu family's formidable reputation, who would dare to harm Lu Zhirui? Wang Henyang shook his head. Patience will unveil the truth. 15 minutes later, Yang Sihu returned, respectfully approaching Old Master Lu. Old Master, the airport and highways have been sealed off. I assure you, no one will be able to leave Jiangnan until the perpetrator is found. Half an hour later, Wang Beiqing returned, his expression grave as he approached Old Master. There has been a troubling incident involving young Master Lu. He glanced around at the guests, hesitating to divulge further. Speak. Old Master Lu opened his eyes, an invisible authority emanating from him. Wang Beiqing, not daring to delay, lowered his voice. Everything else is normal. However, this morning young Master Lu accidentally struck a woman with his car. This woman was a villager from a rural area under Jiangnan City, entangled in a dispute regarding land expropriation with Jiangqing Real Estate. When young Master Lu went to discuss the expropriation, he accidentally hit her. The expressions of those present turned peculiar. Accidentally struck her? Who would believe it? Everyone was tacitly aware. Originally, this woman was rushed to the hospital for emergency care, but inexplicably, the doctors attending to her suddenly became foolish. In the midst of this, there was a small interlude, as a group of mortuary staff, initially at the hospital to collect a body, were also thwarted by a young man who incapacitated them. With a command from Wang Beiqing, 4 foolish doctors and over a dozen thugs from the mortuary were brought forth. How many there are? Sparkling and shining. Old Master, we know nothing. The henchmen from the mortuary, having never witnessed such a spectacle, knelt in terror, begging for mercy. They inquired about the situation. Lu Laotai's eyes were filled with icy disdain. The leading man dared not conceal the truth, revealing how Lu Zirui had hired them to seize a corpse, only to be interrupted by a young man at the hospital who had broken their limbs. Wang Beicheng presented a printed photograph. Old master, this is the person. The guests present could not help but glance over, none recognizing him. Just as Shin Qiong was about to speak, Wang Hinyang swiftly covered her mouth. Fortunately, the two stood at the back of the crowd, unnoticed by most. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue reading the captivating content. Shin Qiong gasped in astonishment, her beautiful eyes wide with shock. In a whisper only Wang Hinyang could hear, she exclaimed, "Old Wang. Is that Yi-chan? How could it be him?" Wang Hinyan shook his head gravely. "This matter is beyond our involvement. We can only observe and should refrain from inviting trouble upon ourselves." At that moment, Su Ao returned, his expression equally serious. "Old master, we have reviewed all surveillance footage. The results are quite astonishing. That young man did not conceal his whereabouts at all. He confidently walked straight into Jiangxing real estate." Su Ao presented a tablet, kneeling on one knee and respectfully raising it above his head. The guests turned their attention to the screen, where the footage revealed Yi-chan sauntering into Jiangxing real estate and taking the elevator straight to the top floor. There were no cameras on the top floor, and 5 minutes later he exited, during which time Lu Xiao plummeted from the 48th floor. Shortly thereafter, the two individuals from the island also fell. As for this young man, he was seen in the footage hailing a taxi and heading towards the countryside of Jiangnan City. Throughout the entire sequence, he exhibited no signs of evasion, as if. Su Ao paused momentarily. Lu Lao Taiyi maintained a composed demeanor. "As if what?" Su Ao replied. "As if he is utterly unafraid of revealing his whereabouts." The crowd was taken aback. Could this be directed at the Lu family? Ha ha ha. Lu Lao Taiyi, filled with rage, laughed mockingly. "Excellent. After all these years, no one has dared to murder my Lu family's descendants in such a manner. This celebration of my 80th birthday has truly been remarkable. Regardless of who you are or the forces behind you, I shall ensure you pay the price. Wang Beicheng, go and bring that young man back. I wish to personally inquire who is orchestrating this from behind the scenes." Chapter 24. Future Husband? Yi-chan arrived at a rural area in Jiangnan City, following the location shared by Mu Xueqing via text message. He found a modest dwelling comprising 3 small tile-roofed houses, accompanied by a yard that housed chickens and ducks. In front lay a serene pond and cultivated fields. As he stepped into the yard, the enticing aroma of cooking wafted through the air. In the kitchen, a busy Mu Xueqing spotted Yi-chan and immediately called out, "Mom, Yi-chan is back. Please keep him company for a moment. Dinner will be ready shortly." Xia Tsueyu, with a warm smile, brought over a chair. Yi-chan hurried forward, saying, "Auntie, you haven't fully recovered yet. Let me take care of it." Xia Tsueyu gently grasped Yi-chan's hand, urging him to sit. "So you are Yi-chan? Xueqing has already mentioned you. I hear you are currently without a home and staying with her?" Yi-chan nodded, replying, "Auntie, let me check your health." He took her wrist to feel her pulse. It seemed to be improving well with no major concerns. Xia Tsueyu continued, "That girl, living together yet keeping secrets from her mother. Yi-chan, tell me the truth. You are Xueqing's boyfriend, aren't you?" Yi-chan nearly choked in disbelief, hastily clarifying, "Auntie, we are not." Xia Tsueyu interrupted with a hearty laugh. "Oh, Yi-chan, do not shield her. I recognize your good intentions. Since Xueqing lost her father at a young age, I have always worried about her interactions with men, which is why I have discouraged her from dating. It is challenging for her to thrive alone in Zhonghai, and I fear she might be deceived by other men. However, upon seeing you, I felt an immediate sense of familiarity. Yi-chan, you are certainly not the type of man with ill intentions. I am at ease and trusting Xueqing to your care." Yi-chan paused for a moment, then gently nodded. "Aunt, you need not worry. I will surely protect Xueqing with all my might." "Very well." Xia Chuiju grasped Yi-chan's hand and patted it, her eyes glistening with emotion. Mu Xueqing emerged from the kitchen, carrying 2 plates of food. "Mom, what are you two discussing?" "Oh, nothing much. Yi-chan, come and eat," Xia Chuiju urged as she led Yi-chan into the living room. The dining table was adorned with a variety of rustic dishes, each exuding a delightful aroma and vibrant colors. Just as they were halfway through their meal, Xia Chuiju abruptly stood up and retrieved a box from her room. "Mom, what is this?" This is something your father left behind. If you were a son, I would have given it to you long ago. Now, it is just as fitting to pass it on to your future husband, Xiachuiju explained. Future husband? Mu Xueqing was taken aback, casting a disapproving glance at Yichun. Yichun, what have you discussed with my mother? Yichun merely shrugged. Xiachuiju scolded. You, my child, are cohabiting yet still keeping secrets from me. Are you planning to have a plump little one and then return to tell me about it? Mu Xueqing was flustered. Mom, what are you talking about? What little one? I assure you, there is nothing between Yichun and me. Xiachuiju, uninterested in furthering the conversation with her daughter, slowly opened the box. Inside lay a weathered tome and a jade box, which she handed to Yichun. The title on the cover of the tome was damaged, rendering the exact name unknown. Yichun opened the jade box once more, revealing two ebony-hued objects. Elixirs. Xiachuiju cast a profound glance at Yichun and inquired, Yichun, are you familiar with elixirs? Yichun nodded. I have studied some medical practices. Thus I am aware of elixirs. And these two elixirs are of considerable grade. If auctioned on the market, they could fetch at least several million RMB. Given the hardships faced by you and Xueqing, selling these would surely be advantageous. Mu Xueqing was taken aback. Can these truly be worth millions? Is that genuine? Xiachuiju affirmed what Yichun says is true. When your father left these, he also provided instructions. What? Mother, you have never mentioned anything about my father. Who exactly was he? Mu Xueqing grasped her mother's hand tightly. Xiachuiju sighed and shook her head. Your father was a martial arts enthusiast. Before you were born, I roamed the world with him, which led to many enmities. After you arrived, we planned to retreat, but it was then that our foes came knocking. Your father, in a bid to protect us, left with them and never returned. In mere moments, Mu Xueqing's tears flowed freely. Since childhood, her mother had remained tight-lipped about her father. This was the first time she had heard anything regarding him. Yichun, from this incident, I have come to realize that mere evasion leads to no favorable outcome. Xiachuiju looked at Yichun. I entrust these elixirs and the manual to you, whether you choose to use them or sell them. I hope that regardless of what the future holds, you will not forsake Xueqing. Do not vanish like her father, leaving us, mother and daughter, to endure decades of longing. Mu Xueqing's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Mother, why do you say such things? Yichun felt a stir within his heart. Ordinary individuals who practice martial arts often merely put on a fade. They possess techniques but lack true inner strength. To become a genuine practitioner, one must rely on elixirs to cultivate inner power. Since his resurrection, Yichun had relied solely on the indestructible strength of his body. With these two elixirs, he could embark on the path of martial cultivation. To take a step back, even without these elixirs, he would ensure Mu Xueqing's safety for a lifetime. And, rest assured, as long as I, Yichun, draw breath, no one shall harm Xueqing. Yichun pronounced solemnly. Xiachuiju seemed to have unburdened herself, her eyes glistening with tears as she nodded. Very well, very well. No more talk, let us eat. At that moment, a cacophony of barking erupted from outside the courtyard, as dozens of military green jeeps converged from all directions, encircling Xiachuiju's small courtyard. Even the skies were sealed off by helicopters, ominous machine guns aimed downward. Neighbors emerged to witness the spectacle, only to retreat in fear at the sight of the dark barrels. What is happening? Xiachuiju's face turned ashen with fright, instinctively shielding Yichun and Mu Xueqing. Who are you? Wang Beicheng, twirling a jade thumb ring, sauntered into the courtyard with a smile. His gaze darkened as it fell upon Yichun. The 80th birthday of Old Master Lu awaits. Please accompany us. I shall accompany you. Do not harm them. Yichun's countenance was frigid. Yet, he felt a twinge of regret within. It seemed that one must eradicate the roots of evil. He did not wish to witness this scenario unfold again. Wang Beicheng wore a playful expression. I have no interest in them. You need only come with us. Xiachuiju, filled with anxiety, implored, Sir, Yichun is a good boy. He has committed no wrongdoings. Surely, there has been a misunderstanding? Rest assured, Aunt. I am fine. Yichun reassured Xiachuiju softly. He cast a glance at Mu Xueqing, saying, Do not worry, I shall return. He then followed Wang Beiqing's men and departed swiftly. Half an hour later, Yi Chun was brought to the Lu family ancestral hall. Indeed, it was he. Shen Xiong and Wang Henian exchanged glances. Boy, are you not going to kneel before old Master Lu? Wang Beiqing barked, and with a mere glance, two subordinates advanced, aiming a brutal kick at Yi Chen's knee. Bang! Bang! In retaliation, Yi Chen struck back with a swift motion, sending the two assailants flying, their faces shattered. A cold voice resonated in my life. I kneel only to my parents and my master. I do not bow to heaven or earth. What is old Master Lu to me? At this proclamation, a wave of astonishment swept through the room. What audacity! Boy, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? How insolent! How arrogant! Several affluent individuals from Jiangnan City seized the moment, pointing at Yi Chun and scolding him. The clamor was unbearable. Yi Chun, unfazed, stepped forward, delivering a series of resounding slaps. With a few sharp slaps, the wealthy individuals present found themselves in disarray, desperately searching for their lost dignity as one of them had his arm brutally broken, writhing on the ground in agony. The remaining guests recoiled in terror, utterly unprepared for Yi Chen's ferocity. Shen Xiong and Wang Henian were equally stunned, unable to fathom the extent of Yi Chen's martial prowess. Two elders behind Old Master Lu prepared to intervene, but Old Master Lu shook his head, halting them in their tracks. His gaze darkened as he inquired, "Who are you, young man? Who sent you? Why on the day of my 80th birthday have you taken my grandson's life? What are your intentions?" Yi Chen replied coolly, "I harbor no ulterior motives. Your grandson has taken a life. A life for a life, nothing more. I have come merely to inform the Lu family that debts are owed to their rightful claimants. I bear no animosity towards you, having only sought to eliminate Lu Zirai. If you are wise, this matter shall end here. Should you choose to pursue further conflict, then this day, marking your 80th birthday, shall also become your day of reckoning. What does it mean to be dismissive? This is true disdain." It was utterly astonishing. Not only Shen Qiong and Wang Henian, but all the guests present felt their breaths catch, their hearts nearly bursting from fear. Yang Sihu gaped in disbelief, while Wang Beiqing turned as pale as a ghost. Su Ao nearly leapt from his seat. The sheer terror displayed by these three prominent figures from Jiangnan City spoke volumes about the collective fear rippling through the crowd. "Ha ha ha! Young man, I care not for your identity, nor for the forces that stand behind you." Old Master Lu Fengyun had lived for decades without ever being threatened in such a manner. "Since you seek death, I shall grant your wish." With fury turned to mockery, he commanded, "Elders, apprehend this boy, but bring him alive." "Understood," replied the two elderly men, both nodding in agreement. They stepped forward, their attire reminiscent of ancient scholars clad in blue garments. Yet, an aura of chilling dread emanated from them, not directed at the assembled guests, but enough to instill an involuntary shiver in those present. "This lad is doomed." Wang Henian observed the two elderly figures with keen eyes. Both were members of the Martial Arts Bureau. After Old Master Lu's retirement, they had come to safeguard his well-being. One of the elders looked down at Yi Chun with an air of authority. "Will you surrender willingly and kneel to await Old Master Lu's judgment, or shall we take action?" Yi Chun, uninterested in idle chatter, took the initiative and charged towards the two in blue. How audacious to act defiantly before a grandmaster. A death wish indeed. The elder with the horse-like face narrowed his eyes, lunging at Yi Chun, while the other stood still, observing. "You shall learn that there are always greater powers beyond your comprehension. The Lu family is no place for reckless individuals like you." He unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Yi Chen's chest. Yi Chun, however, swiftly caught the horse-faced elder's wrist and with a simple twist, crack, the elder's arm shattered instantly, causing him to double over in pain. Without hesitation, Yi Chun delivered a kick to the elder's chin, resulting in a violent explosion of teeth, leaving him sprawled on the ground, twitching before ultimately succumbing to the void. Dead? Yang Sihu, Wang Beiqing, and Su Ao exchanged glances, their eyes wide with disbelief. "Hiss!" Shen Qiong inhaled sharply. She was acutely aware of the significance of a martial arts master. "Wang Lao, is this person truly a master?" How could he not withstand even a single strike from Mr. Yi? There was only one possibility. Mr. Ye's prowess far surpassed that of the master from the Martial Arts Bureau. Wang Henian cast a profound gaze at Yi Chun. You! Another master from the Martial Arts Bureau was evidently shaken, staring in horror at Yi Chun. Who on earth are you to dare slay a member of the Martial Arts Bureau? Yi Chun dismissed him with a glance, appearing like a specter before the individual. With a swift motion, he gripped his hand. Crack! The neck shattered instantly, discarding the body. He did not spare a single glance at the martial arts master throughout the entire ordeal. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Hiss! To slay a master with a mere flick of the wrist. Good heavens! The guests present felt their hearts nearly burst from fear. Ordinary people may not comprehend what a martial arts master signified, but surely they did. This was a terrifying human capable of catching bullets with bare hands. You! A flicker of panic finally crossed the eyes of old Master Lu, who, realizing his loss of composure, quickly steadied himself and cleared his throat. Young man, even if your strength surpasses that of a martial arts master, do not forget that you are in the Dragon Kingdom. Should you dare to harm a single hair on my head, the Dragon Kingdom will not spare you. The Martial Arts Bureau will not spare you. My students, Lu Fingyun's disciples, are spread throughout the nation and will not let you go. Noise! Yi Chun shook his head, advancing towards old Master Lu. At the moment Lu Laotai gazed into Yi Chen's eyes, an overwhelming sensation akin to confronting death enveloped him. He opened his mouth to speak, yet no sound emerged, no matter how hard he tried. A suffocating feeling washed over him as his feet lifted off the ground. Coughing, Lu Laotai's expression turned to one of sheer terror as he realized the young man before him had seized him by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. Never had he felt so fragile, with life and death resting precariously in the hands of another. Father! Lu Chuanxiong exclaimed in horror. Old Master! The other members of the Lu family rushed over, trembling with fear. The guests present quaked in their boots, frantically rubbing their eyes, convinced they were witnessing an illusion. He has attacked Lu Laotai. My heavens! This man is a lunatic. The affluent elites in attendance turned pale, retreating in terror, desperate to distance themselves from Yi Chun. Shun Xiong lowered her head, her complexion ashen with fright. Wang Heineer stood frozen, his mouth agape in shock, trembling uncontrollably, unable to close it. Suddenly, a commanding voice rang out. Yi Chun, I order you to cease at once. A formidable group of men radiating lethal intent surged in, encircling the Lu family ancestral hall with an impenetrable presence. Clad in black armor and armed with weapons, their eyes bore an icy ruthlessness, reminiscent of a pack of wolves. The Blood Wolf Army. The king of Jiangnan has arrived? All eyes turned towards the Lu family ancestral hall in unison. Amidst the gaze of the multitude, a middle-aged man strode forward with an imposing presence, exuding an air of supremacy in every gesture. With a hawk-like gaze and a wolfish demeanor, he commanded respect without uttering a word. It was the Southern King. Yi Chun, you possess an audacity that is unmatched. Having just taken a life in Zhonghai and caused chaos in Longdu, you now dare to commit further atrocities at the Lu Ancestral Hall, all while refusing to release Old Master Lu. Surrender yourself. The Southern King's voice, calm yet imbued with an undeniable authority, left no room for dissent. What are you? Yi Chun replied, shaking his head, dismissing the Southern King entirely. The onlookers stood frozen, mouths agape. The Southern King's icy stare pierced the air. Blood Wolf Army. Seize this man. Those who dare to resist shall face death without mercy. Yes. The 3,000 members of the Blood Wolf Army responded in unison, a palpable aura of menace enveloping them as they advanced toward Yi Chun. Stop. All of you, cease at once. Tang Fenglang, accompanied by a contingent from the Dragon Soul, surged forward, positioning themselves before the Southern King. The Southern King has commanded your men to halt. You cannot harm Yi Chun. The assembly was momentarily taken aback, recognizing the emblem emblazoned on Tang Fenglang's chest. Yi Chun, you are being excessively rash. For my sake, release Old Master Lu, Tang Fenglang urged swiftly. After dealing with the corpses of the islanders at the mass grave, he had sought out Yi Chun, only to discover that Yi Chun had departed Zhonghai for Jiangnan. He then received alarming news that a village in the Jiangnan countryside was besieged by armed personnel, prompting his immediate rush to investigate, only to learn from Mu Xueqing that Yichun had been taken by a group of individuals. Tang Fenglang hurriedly arrived at the Lu family ancestral hall, just in time to witness this scene. Yichun coldly nodded. "Very well, I shall grant you this favor. For now, let your head remain where it is." He released his grip. Crack! The old master Lu fell to the ground. "Father!" Lu Chuanxiong and a group of Lu family members rushed forward to help Lu Fengyun sit up. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Fengyun's aged face turned a deep shade of purple, nearly asphyxiating. After gasping for air, his bloodshot eyes blazed with fury as he roared, "Tang Fenglang, do you know this brat? Good. Very well. He has killed my grandson Lu Ziru, and on my 80th birthday, he also murdered 2 esteemed members of the Martial Arts Bureau. This wretch is a mindless killer, and you must provide me with an explanation today. Furthermore, I shall immediately report this to Longdu and demand the harshest punishment for this scoundrel." "Old master." Tang Fenglang was about to speak. Snap! The sharp sound abruptly silenced Lu Fengyun. Ah! The wealthy dignitaries present clamped their mouths shut, their faces turning ashen with fear. They beheld Yichen's hand gripping Lu Fengyun's neck, fingers tightening, and with a sickening crack, Lu Fengyun's neck was instantly broken, his head lolling to one side. The old master Lu was dead. Just like that, his neck was crushed by Yichun, perishing on his 80th birthday. "Father!" Lu Chuanxiong fell to his knees with a thud. "Old master!" The members of the Lu family stared in horror, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, filled with grief and indignation as they gazed upon the scene before them. "Yichen!" Tang Fenglang inhaled sharply, unable to suppress a tremor. Even the king of Jiangnan's pupils constricted, unable to conceal the shock within. "Yichun, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? How dare you disregard the law of the land and take Lu Fengyun's life?" Yichun chuckled. "The law of the land? Ha ha ha! Lu Ziru, encroaching upon land and taking lives, driving his car to recklessly endanger innocent civilians. What sort of law is that? 5 years ago, my Yi family perished, over 100 souls lost, while the perpetrator, a foreigner, roams free. What sort of justice is that? If the law cannot reach Lu Fengyun, then I, Yichen, shall eradicate all wickedness." His words rang out with conviction, resounding powerfully. The atmosphere in the Lu family ancestral hall became palpable, as all present gaped in astonishment at Yichun. The king of Jiangnan's expression darkened. "Yichun, I understand your wrath over the downfall of the Yi family, but that does not justify your indiscriminate slaughter." Yichun smiled. "Those who kill must themselves face death. Innocent. In my eyes, even you, king of Jiangnan, are not blameless." The king of Jiangnan's gaze hardened. "Do you intend to kill me as well?" "Indeed," Yichun replied, standing resolute, casting a glance at the king of Jiangnan. "Speak another word, invoke the law against me, and I shall end your life alongside Lu's." A collective gasp echoed through the crowd, leaving them momentarily stunned. The air grew thick, silence enveloping them, as no one dared to breathe. Even Tang Fenglang felt a chill of fear. "Do not speak recklessly." "Very well." The king of Jiangnan was consumed by a furious wrath, unleashing an aura of authority befitting a sovereign. "In my prime, when I commanded an army of 300,000 on the battlefield, no one dared utter the words, 'Kill me.' When I repelled the forces of the Wolf Kingdom, driving them back 300 miles, none dared to speak such threats. I achieved illustrious military feats and was honored as a king atop Mount Tai, and still no one dared to challenge me. Yet today you dare to threaten me. Even if I were to annihilate you on the spot, the Dragon Lord would remain silent." With a commanding shout, he declared, "Blood Wolf Army, seize him. Spare no mercy for the defiant." Yes, the 3,000 Blood Wolf soldiers, their eyes aflame with fervor, surged forward like ravenous wolves towards Yichun. Tang Fenglang, gritting his teeth, brandished a crimson document high above his head. "Let us see who dares to harm General Yi by even a hair. King of Jiangnan, do you seek rebellion?" A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. "General Yi? What is happening?" All eyes fell upon the crimson document in Tang Fenglang's grasp. The 3,000 Blood Wolf soldiers halted, taken aback by the unfolding scene. You say he is a general? The expression of the king of Jiangnan wavered. Tang Fenglang affirmed. Indeed, this is an appointment issued personally by the Dragon Lord. From this moment forth, Yi Chun is the Brigadier General of the Dragon Soul Special Forces, the Qianlong Division. The king of Jiangnan accepted the document and, upon examination, confirmed it was an official appointment. Not only was Yi Chun's name inscribed, but it also bore the authentic signature of the highest authority in the Dragon Kingdom. The king recognized at once that this signature was no forgery. No one in the entirety of the Dragon Kingdom would dare to counterfeit such a name. Tang Fenglang exclaimed sharply, Jiangnan King, the Dragon Lord has just conferred General Yi. Do you intend to slay him? Are you not contemplating rebellion? Even the Jiangnan King could not suppress a flicker of fear in his eyes. Stammering two words, I dare not. Withdraw with your men. Tang Fenglang commanded coldly. The Jiangnan King, seething with suppressed rage, dared not retaliate. He could scarcely fathom that the Dragon Lord had already taken notice of Yi Chun. With a resentful glance at Yi Chun, he retreated in disarray with the Blood Wolf army. The Lu family ancestral hall fell into an eerie silence. All the affluent magnates, actors, and singers gazed incredulously at Yi Chun. The highest authority in the Dragon Kingdom personally conferred the title of general. Furthermore, he was a major in the Dragon Soul Special Forces. It was a meteoric rise. No one dared to exhale, their eyes reflecting awe, excitement, and envy as they regarded Yi Chun. General Yi, congratulations, Tang Fenglang approached, donning a smile. Yi Chun frowned slightly. What is the meaning of this? I have made it clear that I am not interested in joining the Dragon Soul. Tang Fenglang explained, General Yi, this is the Dragon Lord's directive. We are left with no choice. The Dragon Lord? Yi Chun continued to frown. I will explain later. Tang Fenglang lowered his voice, surveying the surroundings. Every detail must be meticulously documented, and all present are to sign the utmost confidentiality agreement. Any breach of today's events will incur the highest accountability. Moreover, regarding your Lu family, do you have any objections to the sudden demise of Old Master Lu on his 80th birthday? The guests present were taken aback. The Lu family is finished. Lu Chuanxiong knelt on the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. Lu family has no objections. Please, General Yi, forget about today's events. General Yi, let us depart. After receiving the Lu family's response, Tang Fenglang swiftly led Yi Chun away. Only the stunned guests remained, murmuring in disbelief. Xin Qiong gazed in the direction Yi Chun had departed, her mouth agape, and the astonishment etched on her delicate face was inescapable. Old Wang, this is simply extraordinary. Yi Chun publicly killed Old Master Lu, and even the king of Jiangnan could do nothing to him. Ultimately, the Dragon Lord personally issued the appointment, making him a major general of the Dragon Soul. Who on earth is he? I believe I have an inkling of his identity. Wang Henian's eyes gleamed. Who is it? Xin Qiong inquired. Wang Henian replied in a low voice. Did you not hear? Yi Chun mentioned that 5 years ago, over 100 members of the Yi family met a tragic end. Xin Qiong gasped. Ah, it is him. Chapter 27. The Dragon Lord's secret letter after departing from the Lu family's ancestral hall. Yi Chun followed Tang Fenglang and entered an off-road vehicle. You must provide me with an explanation. I have unequivocally declined your invitation to join the Dragon Soul. Do not presume that leveraging the Dragon Lord as a shield will compel me to join. I, Yi Chun, will not be coerced into any faction, even one backed by the state. Tang Fenglong's mouth fell open in astonishment. Before he could utter a word, Yi Chun abruptly pulled open the car door and exited. General Yi, please wait. Tang Fenglang hurriedly pursued him. General Yi, allow me to explain. Yi Chun halted and cast a frosty glare in his direction. Tang Fenglang, somber and earnest, implored General Yi, this matter is of great importance. Let us discuss it inside the vehicle. The two returned to the off-road car and closed the door. General Yi, I assure you, I have not reported this matter to the Dragon Lord. Furthermore, you must trust me. My position does not grant me the authority to contact the Dragon Lord. This letter of appointment was delivered directly to me by the Dragon Soul. As he spoke, Tang Fenglang added, in addition to this letter of appointment, there is another letter. Moreover, the Dragon Lord has a message for you, stating that after you read this letter, you will undoubtedly accept the appointment. Yi Chun furrowed his brow in contemplation. Tang Fenglang promptly retrieved a letter from his briefcase and handed it to Yi Chun, then voluntarily opened the car door and exited alongside the driver, leaving Yi Chun with a moment of solitude. As Yi Chun opened the envelope, a vigorous and powerful script caught his eye. Yi Chun, I understand you harbor numerous doubts, yet it would be wise for you to refrain from further inquiries regarding your parents. This is not merely my sentiment, but also the wish of your parents prior to their departure. Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback. The wishes of his parents? He continued to read. This matter not only concerns the safety of your parents but also the fate of the entire Dragon Nation. This letter of appointment should have reached the Yi family 5 years ago. You are the sole individual in the Dragon Nation to be conferred the rank of Major General at the age of 18. Although this appointment arrives 5 years late, do not be hasty in rejecting it. This is also your father's desire. He once stated, if you lead a life of mediocrity, then live as an ordinary person, and I shall ensure your life is filled with wealth and honor. Should you choose the path of martial arts, you may follow in your father's footsteps and serve the nation with the dragon soul. Every action of yours has been observed. I am unaware of your experiences over these past 5 years, yet your martial prowess is sufficient for you to join the dragon soul. Do not disdain the low rank. Major General is merely your starting point, certainly not your destination. I have faith in you. The letter concluded with the signature of the Dragon Lord, accompanied by a seal identical to that of the Dragon Soul's appointment. Yi Chen's heart swelled with further confusion, as if shrouded in a veil of mist. Was this truly his father's intention? What exactly did his father wish to achieve? Leaving him with a chaos cauldron and urging him to join the Dragon Soul, was he genuinely meant to serve the nation? After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chun resolved to first locate his parents before proceeding further. At the very least, it can be inferred from the Dragon Lord's letter that the parents are likely not deceased. Perhaps they are hidden away for some special reason, unable to meet him, or perhaps they are trapped somewhere. Regardless, Yi Chun must find them. Tang Fenglang. General Yi. Tang Fenglang returned to the off-road vehicle. What are your thoughts? Yi Chun nodded. I accept this appointment letter. Splendid. General Yi, let us head to the Qianlong camp immediately. The soldiers are eagerly awaiting your presence. Tang Fenglang was ecstatic. With Yi Chen's astonishing martial prowess, Qianlong is about to gain another formidable general. Moreover, Yi Chun is only in his early 20s. His future is boundless. However, Yi Chun shook his head. Let us postpone the meeting with the soldiers. I have merely joined the Dragon Soul and have not stated my intention to take on a military position. First, please take me back to the countryside. Mu Xueqing and the others are likely still worried. Very well. Tang Fenglang nodded reluctantly, escorting Yi Chun back to the countryside of Jiangnan City. You may leave now. Do not disturb me unless necessary. After Yi Chun alighted, he tossed a remark before striding toward Mu Xueqing's courtyard. No sooner had he left than the driver could no longer contain his disdain. What nonsense! Receiving the rank of a major general and still acting as if he is reluctant. Captain, this kid is far too pretentious. If it weren't for his father, Yi Lingyun, the god of war, who is he? Strutting about like he owns the place. The Dragon Lord probably conferred upon him the title out of respect for the god of war. Silence. Tang Fenglang reprimanded sharply. Is the Dragon Lord's decision one that you and I can question? Your discipline is growing increasingly lax. Upon returning to the camp, you shall endure 30 kilometers of weighted cross-country training. Yi Chen, how wonderful to see you unscathed. As Mu Xueqing spotted Yi Chun returning, she rushed forward and embraced him tightly. You frightened me. Why are so many people looking for you? They even deployed a helicopter. Yi Chun casually explained, Oh, they are merely my father's former subordinates. Upon learning of my return, they were quite excited and came to find me. I just finished catching up with them before coming back. Really? A flicker of doubt crossed Mu Xueqing's beautiful eyes, sensing something amiss. Yi Chen chuckled. What else could it be? Are you suggesting they came to capture me? With so many armed individuals attempting to seize me, yet I return unscathed. Am I a superhero? Alright, you two, enough of the hugging. Come inside quickly. Everyone is watching, reminded Xia Tsueju. It was only then that Mu Xueqing noticed their curious neighbors had emerged. Standing at a distance, observing Yi Chun with intrigue. Little Master, this chapter continues. Please click the next page to read further. The story becomes even more thrilling. Xueqing, is this your boyfriend? A tall figure at 1.80 m, and quite handsome too. You are truly fortunate. Xueqing, we have watched you grow up. Why not introduce him? Flushing with embarrassment, Mu Xueqing stamped her foot. Oh, he's just a friend. She took Yi Chen's hand and hurried into the courtyard. Behind them, the voices of their neighbors gossiping could be heard. Cui Ju, when will we be able to partake in your family's wedding feast? This young couple seems to have a good relationship. Not only will we be celebrating a wedding, but soon they might be welcoming a grandchild. Hearing these remarks, Mu Xueqing's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she glanced at Yi Chun, exclaiming, Hey, don't misunderstand. We country folk tend to speak in such a manner. I understand. Yi Chun nodded in acknowledgement. Mu Xueqing added, I clarified things with my mother this afternoon. We are merely friends. I understand, Yi Chun replied, his expression remaining impassive. Seeing his demeanor, Mu Xueqing felt a twinge of disappointment. Perhaps he truly had no romantic interest in her after all. Throughout the afternoon, she had been urging Xia Cuiju to accompany her to the city, but Xia Cuiju steadfastly refused, insisting that they must remain in their small courtyard to avoid her mother being unable to find them upon her return. With no other choice, Mu Xueqing resigned herself to staying, planning to return to Zhonghai the following day. After dinner, Xia Cuiju had prepared the bed early and pulled Yi Chun into a room, saying, Yi Chun, the conditions in the countryside are rather modest. This was originally Xueqing's room. You two can make do and sleep here tonight. The blankets are freshly changed. Yi Chun was taken aback. Was she suggesting that he would be sleeping in the same room as Mu Xueqing? Just then, Mu Xueqing burst in like a whirlwind, her eyes wide with disbelief. What nonsense are you talking about? Didn't I tell you this afternoon about my relationship with Yi Chun? Glancing at Yi Chun, Mu Xueqing earnestly stated, I truly explained to my mother that we do not share that kind of relationship. Yi Chun nodded in understanding. Xia Cuiju cast a disapproving glance at her daughter and retorted, I am not blind, and I have also been a young girl myself. You've been living together. Do you think I am unaware of your relationship? Besides, I am not a traditional person. Your father and I had you before we got married. I comprehend the mindset of young people. Cohabitation before marriage is quite common now. Let us not impose any undue burdens on our Yi Chun. Xia Cuiju spoke with conviction. What on earth is this? Mu Xueqing was on the verge of exasperation. All right, enough. Go wash up and get some sleep. Xia Cuiju dismissed her daughter's attempts at explanation. Young people shouldn't stay up too late, go to bed early. After offering Yi Chun a smile, she exited, closing the door behind her. The atmosphere in the room became rather peculiar. After an indeterminate amount of time, Mu Xueqing began, Yi Chun, I will go take a shower, you. However, Yi Chun swiftly pulled over a chair and seated himself, saying, It's fine. I can manage for one night. Mu Xueqing hesitated momentarily before making her way towards the bathroom. Meanwhile, Yi Chun retrieved Xia Cuiju's elixir, contemplated for a moment, and swallowed it whole. During my time in the 18 layers of hell, I studied countless martial arts from various sects. Shaolin, Wudong, Amei, Huashan, Kunlun. With these 2 elixirs, I should have sufficient energy to cultivate my inner strength and embark on the path of a martial artist. Yi Chun mused. The elixir melted swiftly. A surge of energy coursed rapidly within him, instantly permeating his limbs and bones. It was not overwhelmingly powerful, yet sufficient to activate his dantian. Half an hour later, Mu Xueqing returned from her bath, donning a koala-themed pajamas. Upon noticing Yi Chun still seated in the chair, she felt a twinge of sympathy. Yi Chun, why not? Let us just make do together tonight? You can shower first, and my bed can accommodate you for half. But you mustn't do anything to me. Yi Chun remained silent. Mu Xueqing, slightly irritated, thought to herself, am I truly devoid of any allure? Fool, blockhead, simpleton. After a few moments of self-criticism, she leapt onto the bed. Through the gap in the quilt, she secretly observed Yi Chun, pondering, could he possibly jump in beside me in the middle of the night? What would I do if he did? Mu Xueqing, what on earth are you thinking? Before long, she drifted into a deep slumber. At midnight in Longdu, deep within the Yi family estate, Yi Hongye stood before a thicket. What did you say? The assassination failed? 3 masters could not bring down that brat? How is that possible? In the depths of the thicket, a shadowy figure emerged. The truth is as it stands. All 3 perished. I have questioned several witnesses present, and it was indeed Yi Chun who acted personally. Yi Hongye, your information is erroneous, resulting in the loss of 3 elite assassins. The man expressed his dissatisfaction. Yi Hongye retorted angrily, is this my fault? Who could have anticipated that this little beast, after 5 years of disappearance, would return with an almost otherworldly martial prowess? In the past 5 years, where has he truly ventured? Did Yi Lingyun indeed leave him something? The man shook his head, stating, you ought to inquire with him. I am merely an assassin. You pay, and I shall assist in eliminating your target. By the way, allow me to impart another piece of information for free. Lu Fengyun from Jiangnan perished during his 80th birthday celebration, and it was Yi Chun who was responsible. Furthermore, Tang Fenglang of Qianlong personally attended the event to declare Yi Chun as a Qianlong Major General. What? Yi Hongye was utterly stupefied, his face a mask of astonishment. Yi Chun killed Lu Fengyun? The man smiled. Thus, I believe our assassination mission should conclude here. Yi Hongye seethed with anger. You accepted my payment. You must eliminate this wretched creature. The man replied coolly, he is now a major general. If we were to kill him, we would be pursued by the dragon soul. What do you mean? The fee must be increased. At 3 in the morning, Yi Chun opened his eyes. It is done. During my time in the 18 layers of hell, I diligently studied martial arts. The realms of martial arts are categorized as warrior, master, grandmaster, grandmaster of masters, earth realm, and heaven realm. Each realm comprises a total of 9 levels. I have just unlocked my Dantian, and I should now be at the first level of the warrior realm. A martial artist can enhance their internal strength by consuming medicinal pills, breaking through limitations. As long as I possess a sufficient quantity of pills, I can swiftly ascend in rank. The Chaos Cauldron I have retained will allow me access to a plethora of medicinal materials, and as for alchemy, I shall endeavor to experiment myself. Yi Chen's eyes glimmered with determination. He suddenly realized, the existence of the Chaos Cauldron is nothing short of a flaw in reality. Warriors require a plethora of medicinal herbs to refine elixirs that elevate their realms. With possession of the Chaos Cauldron, even wild grasses could be transformed into centuries-old herbs, allowing for infinite ascension in power. Could it be that my parents' disappearance is linked to this cauldron? Yi Chen pondered. Cackling echoed from outside the house. Dawn had arrived. After finishing breakfast, Mu Xueqing bid farewell to her mother and returned to Zhonghai with Yi Chun. Along the way, Yi Chun sent a message to Tang Fenglang, requesting him to discreetly monitor Xia Tsuejiu to prevent any retaliation from the Lu family. Am I truly so lacking in charm? Mu Xueqing inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity. Yi Chun, perplexed, responded, Huh? Are you feigning ignorance? Fury filled Mu Xueqing's eyes as she retorted, I had prepared myself last night for your beastly behavior, yet you have proven to be even less than a beast. Yi Chen's eyes widened in shock, nearly causing him to spit blood. Are women these days so audacious? Realizing her slip of the tongue, Mu Xueqing's cheeks flushed crimson. Humph! Fool! Simpleton! Blockhead! I shall ignore you. Just as Yi Chun was about to speak, his phone rang. He pressed the answer button. Lin Longhai's voice came through. Young Master Yi, we have news about your parents. Where are they? Yi Chen's voice trembled with excitement. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Longhai replied, Young Master Yi, it's not convenient to discuss over the phone. Shall I come to see you? Yi Chun remarked. I am on the highway. Please inform me of your location, and I shall come to find you directly. Understood. Lin Longhai provided a specific location before concluding the call. Xueqing, let us head to the International Garden. International Garden? Very well. Noticing Yi Chen's grave expression as he fixated on the road ahead, Mu Xueqing refrained from asking further questions and pressed the accelerator. An hour later, they arrived at the outskirts of Zhonghai, at the International Garden. Please wait a moment. As soon as the vehicle came to a halt, Yi Chun instructed before alighting hastily. He dashed to the entrance of the International Garden, where Lin Longhai had been waiting for quite some time. He ushered Yi Chun into an opulent private room, shutting the door behind them. Uncle Lin, where exactly are my parents? Yi Chun inquired urgently. With a serious demeanor, Lin Longhai began, the latest news from the island nation has arrived. Young Master Yi, your parents indeed traveled to the island 5 years ago. They were seen entering the Imperial Palace and have not been seen since. Chapter 29. News from Parents. The Imperial Palace? Yi Chun's eyes darkened. The Imperial Palace, as the name suggests, is the residence of the Emperor of the island nation. Why would my parents venture to such a place? Young Master Yi, please take a look. Lin Longhai presented a collection of photographs taken by tourists outside the Imperial Palace. Some of these images captured your parents from certain angles. Yi Chun scrutinized each photograph, noting that the owners were indeed different in every image. Elderly couples, young lovers, and solitary individuals. The sole distinguishing feature was that Lin Longhai had circled the background of each photo with a red pen. Within these circles were none other than Yi Chun's parents. Who is this individual? Yi Chun inquired, as he discerned a third figure alongside his parents. A young woman, judging by her silhouette. We cannot ascertain her identity at this moment, but based on the photographs, we speculate that she might have led your parents into the Imperial Palace. Lin Longhai explained. After entering, your parents have not been heard from since. However, do not be overly concerned. They may have departed by another means, of which we remain unaware. This is the last known location of your parents. Yi Chun's gaze shifted restlessly. What could his parents possibly be doing at the Imperial Palace? Regardless of the circumstances, he felt compelled to visit the place himself. Uncle Lin, please assist me in procuring the fastest flight to the island nation. Lin Longhai shook his head. Young Master Yi, the Imperial Palace is not open to the public. Only those in prominent positions may apply for access. Yi Chun smirked. Who said I intended to visit for mere sightseeing? Lin Longhai was taken aback. You, young Master Yi, do you intend to storm the Imperial Palace? Yi Chun replied, wherever I wish to go, no one can impede me. Absolutely not. Lin Longhai hurriedly interjected. The Imperial Palace is the spiritual emblem of our nation. It is not only guarded by countless martial arts masters, but also by the self-defense forces, and even equipped with anti-aircraft missile systems. Yi Chun declared. My mind is made up. Lin Longhai, in a state of frantic urgency akin to an ant on a hot pan, realized he could not dissuade Yi Chun. Even if he refrained from purchasing a ticket for Yi Chun, he could easily acquire one himself. He certainly could not stand by and watch Yi Chun march towards his demise. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, Young Master Yi, how about this? The woman in the photograph may know the whereabouts of your parents. I have already dispatched someone to locate her. Coincidentally, there is a cruise ship departing tonight from Hong Kong to our nation, passing through the Central Sea. It will arrive the day after tomorrow. I will accompany you on this cruise to our nation. Please grant me a day. If we cannot find the woman from the photograph, we shall devise another plan. Yi Chun pondered for a few seconds before agreeing. All right. Lin Longhai exhaled in relief. A day and a night would provide him with an opportunity to persuade Yi Chun further. He was truly apprehensive that Yi Chun, in a moment of fervor, would attempt to breach the Imperial Palace, which would be tantamount to courting death. Young master, why not stay for lunch? The International Garden boasts the finest Chinese chefs in the country. Lin Longhai said, then shifted the topic. Moreover, my daughter is here today. She is 2 years your junior and is still in university. It would be a wonderful opportunity for young people to befriend each other. Yi Chun was taken aback. Unfamiliar with Lin Longhai's intentions, Lin Shu, I have yet to locate my parents and shall not consider personal matters for the time being. Very well. Lin Longhai cast a profound glance at Yi Chun. Young man, would it be permissible to make your acquaintance? Certainly. Yi Chun did not refuse. Lin Longhai promptly retrieved his phone and called his daughter. After approximately 5 minutes, a meticulously dressed girl entered, her long legs accentuated. Engrossed in conversation on her Apple phone, a clear-eyed university student by the looks of her. Feifei, Yi Xiao is here. Are you still on your phone? Lin Longhai was irate. Lin Feifei pouted and reluctantly set her phone aside. Hello? I am Lin Feifei. Greetings. I am Yi-chun. Yi-chun nodded casually. Lin Feifei frowned, feeling somewhat displeased. After all, she was the belle of her department at school, with suitors lining up from the school gate to the airport. She had never encountered a man who treated her with such indifference. Humph, is this a game of feigned indifference? I have seen such antics before. Lin Feifei mused to herself, stifling a laugh. Choosing not to engage further, Yi-chun rose abruptly. Uncle Lin, I have acquainted myself with this individual, but my friend is awaiting me. I shall take my leave. Without waiting for Lin Feifei to respond, he brushed past her and exited the private room, not even casting a glance her way. How dare he? Yi Xiao, allow me to see you off. Lin Longhai pursued him outside. A few minutes later, Lin Longhai returned to the room, exasperated and stomping his feet. Feifei, I have cautioned you repeatedly to maintain a more amiable demeanor. You may be late, but how could you show such disdain towards young Master Yi? Father. Lin Feifei flung herself onto the sofa, her expression one of impatience. Oh, I know about this Yi-chun. You have mentioned him numerous times. His father is Yi Lingyun, a once revered warrior of the Dragon Soul Special Forces. However, the Yi family has been annihilated for 5 years, and his parents have been missing for just as long. Why do you continue to flatter him? Have you forgotten your promise to my mother not to force me into things I detest? I simply do not wish to associate with this Yi-chun. Is that not permissible? Moreover, if I were to take a step back, who among my acquaintances is not superior to this Yi-chun? Humph! Lin Longhai's chest heaved in anger, and he let out a cold laugh. What if I told you he is a major general of the Dragon Soul? Do you still believe there is anyone around you who surpasses him? Father, what are you saying? Lin Feifei was taken aback. A major general? How is that possible? He is just in his 20s, 2 years my senior, making him 23. A 23-year-old major general? Impossible. A profound shock flickered in her previously disdainful gaze. Lin Feifei, though willful, was not foolish. A major general at the age of 23 had never occurred in the Dragon Nation's history. Lin Longhai sneered. Why is it impossible? Just not long ago, the Dragon Lord personally issued the decree. The Dragon Lord, personally, issued a decree. Lin Feifei's mouth fell open, utterly stunned. By the time she regained her senses, Lin Longhai had already vanished without a trace. What a bizarre turn of events. Taking out her phone, she sent a message to her close friends group. Tell me, is there anyone at the age of 23 who has been promoted to the rank of Major General? A 23-year-old Major General? Ha ha ha. Feifei, have you fallen asleep? Do you think you're watching the overbearing military young master loves me? At 23, being a squad leader would be commendable. What era are we in? Do you think you are Huatsubing? Sealing the wolf's den? I can go there, so can I? Ha ha ha. Feifei, you really need help. Reading her friend's replies, a glimmer of determination flashed in Lin Feifei's beautiful eyes. Surely, my father is deceiving me. He must be trying to make me regret. It has to be false. At the entrance of the International Garden, Mu Xueqing had already waited for 20 minutes. Why hasn't Yi-chun come out yet? Seeing his anxious demeanor, could it be that he has news from his parents? Mu Xueqing speculated. Suddenly, an unpleasant voice pierced through the air. Oh, ISNT, this Mu Xueqing? Still driving that shabby BYD? Are you doing that poorly? Who are you waiting for? Huh? You're not picking up passengers with Didi, are you? Mu Xueqing frowned and turned to the source of the abrasive voice. A couple emerged from the grand entrance of the International Garden. The man, clad in a tailored suit and sporting a Rolex watch, exuded the aura of a successful individual, albeit a bit older, probably around 50. The woman was flamboyantly dressed, her skirt slit high. It was Yao Lingling, a classmate from university. During their graduation exams, Yao Lingling had attempted to copy Mu Xueqing's answers, but Mu Xueqing had refused, resulting in Yao Lingling failing to graduate. Later, she did not repeat her studies and directly entered society. To her surprise, she became involved with a wealthy individual. Lingling, who is this? A middle-aged man gazed intently at Mu Xueqing, his eyes sparkling with interest. Mu Xueqing possessed exquisite features, an aura of cool elegance, and a pair of alluringly full, rounded long legs. In comparison to the flamboyant and ostentatious Yao Lingling, She was of an entirely different caliber. Yao Lingling remarked, "She is my university classmate, and she carries herself with such pride. The top beauty in the finance department at Zhonghai University. A campus belle." The middle-aged man unconsciously licked his lips. Yao Lingling sensed something amiss and hurriedly grasped his arm. "Darling, I just remembered that a new Hermes bag has been released. Shall we go buy it?" "Wait." The middle-aged man shook his head and pushed Yao Lingling aside, striding towards Mu Xueqing. "I just heard Lingling mention your name. It's Mu Xueqing, right? What a lovely name. Be my girlfriend, and I will offer you 300,000 a month. How does that sound?" "Ah." Yao Lingling grew anxious. "Darling, what are you doing? She only earns 100,000 a month. Why is Mu Xueqing worth 300,000? "Sir, I must ask you to maintain your dignity." Mu Xueqing's voice was frigid. 400,000. Mu Xueqing remained unfazed. 500,000. 600,000. 800,000. The man continuously raised the stakes. Yet Mu Xueqing's composure only fueled his competitive spirit. Every woman has her price. Even first-tier celebrities can be won over with money. "I will offer you 1 million. You need only accompany me for 3 days. As Mu Xueqing was about to refuse, a faint voice interjected. "If I were you, I would apologize immediately and then get lost." "Who are you? How dare you demand an apology from Shin Yongxiao? I believe you must be tired of living." The middle-aged man turned around. "Yi Chen." Upon seeing Yi Chen emerge, Mu Xueqing rushed over and linked her arm with his. "Rest assured, I am here," Yi Chen said, gently patting her hand that clung to his arm. This scene left Shin Yongxiao feeling as uncomfortable as if he had swallowed a fly. The corners of Shin Yongxiao's eyes twitched. "A mere part-timer dares to play the hero? Do you believe I could make you unable to survive in Zhonghai with just a word? Go back to your rural hometown." Bang! Yi Chen kicked out, and Shin Yongxiao's mouth erupted in a burst of blood. He spat out several teeth, collapsing to the ground in agony. "Ah, my mouth! How dare you hit me? Speak another word, and I assure you that you will never speak again." Yi Chen's voice was icy, echoing in Shin Yongxiao's ears like the wailing of countless vengeful spirits. "You!" Terrified, he clamped his mouth shut, even forgetting his pain. Yi Chen pulled Mu Xueqing into the car and pressed the accelerator, speeding away. Sitting in the passenger seat, Mu Xueqing expressed her concern. "Yi Chen, is that man going to be all right? You care about him?" Yi Chen teased with a smile. "I truly don't want to work hard anymore. Earning 1 million a month?" Mu Xueqing rolled her eyes and playfully poked his forehead. "Why would I care about him? I care about you. You were so rough." He lost his teeth. "I possess a rudimentary understanding of the law. If my teeth were to fall out, the hospital could classify it as a serious injury, level 1. What would you do if he decided to sue? Furthermore, do you think I am someone who can be easily swayed for a mere 1 million a month?" Yi Chen's gaze flickered. "Then how much do you desire?" "At least 100 million. Mu Xueqing huffed twice. Yi Chen chuckled. "Very well, 100 million it is." As he spoke, he slid a bank card across to her, the very one Wang Henian had given him, containing a sum of 100 million. Mu Xueqing was taken aback. "What are you doing?" Yi Chen grinned mischievously. "Did you not promise me? 100 million. For the first month you shall wash my clothes, cook my meals, serve me tea and fetch water. And, of course, keep my bed warm." Mu Xueqing shouted in anger. "Get lost." Later that night, after Mu Xueqing had fallen asleep, Yi Chen entered the room to find her speaking in her dreams. "Yi Chen, where have you been for these 5 years of your disappearance? You mustn't deceive me. Otherwise, I shall punish you by making you wash my clothes, cook my meals, serve me tea, and fetch water. And also keep my bed warm." "Yes, warm the bed." A gentle glimmer flickered in Yi Chen's eyes. During his time in the depths of hell, he had glimpsed the mortal realm through a mirror of yin and yang. His initial intention was to search for his parents, but alas, he found no trace of them. Instead, he witnessed Mu Xueqing frantically searching among the corpses of over 100 members of the Yi family for him. He also observed her relentless inquiries about his whereabouts throughout the 5 years. In stark contrast to the betrayal of Leng Qingqiu, Mu Xueqing had buried her feelings deep within her heart all along. Indeed, one must experience death once to truly discern who cares for them the most. "Fool, Do you think I am unaware of your affections? Once I acquire the power to overturn everything, I shall reveal to you the whereabouts of my past 5 years. A resolute glimmer shone in Yi Chen's eyes as he turned and descended the stairs. A Maybach 680 had been waiting for him for quite some time. Young Master Yi. Lin Longhai emerged from the vehicle. The ship has arrived. Yi Chen glanced back at the upper floors. During my absence, not a single hair on her head shall be harmed. Lin Longhai was momentarily taken aback but quickly nodded solemnly. Rest assured, young Master Yi. I have discreetly dispatched personnel for protection, ensuring that no one can harm Miss Mu. The car sped away. An hour later, 3 Mercedes-Benz vans halted beneath the apartment building. Shin Yongxiao, his face wrapped in bandages, stepped out of the vehicle. Is this the place? A man wielding a steel pipe nodded affirmatively. Indeed. We have monitored the surveillance all the way here. That brat and the woman returned to this apartment and have not emerged since. Shin Yongxiao cursed vehemently. Damn, they are actually cohabitating. What a pity that such a beautiful woman is not a virgin. Nonetheless, it matters not. Those legs will suffice for my amusement for a month. Eliminate the man, stage it as a suicide, and abduct the woman. Understood. A dozen individuals dispersed, taking advantage of the darkness to sever all surveillance routes, prying open the stairwell door as they advanced towards Mu Xueqing's apartment. Chapter 31. The Beauty and the Assassin. As Shin Yongxiao ascended to the second floor, he was met by 2 men with icy gazes, blocking the path of a dozen others. Brother, someone. A thug glanced back. Shin Yongxiao pushed through the crowd, declaring, Step aside. This does not concern you. Suddenly, one of the men launched a kick, striking Shin Yongxiao squarely in the face. The recently stitched wound burst open in an instant. Damn it, you dare to hit me? I am Shin Yongxiao. Just as he uttered those words, a shiver coursed through him, and a profound terror flickered in his eyes behind the bandages. He witnessed the thugs he had brought with him all having their necks crushed. Please don't kill me, ah. A few minutes later, a group of individuals stormed in, each carrying a burlap sack, and entered the Mercedes-Benz van driven by Shin Yongxiao, vanishing into the night. It was as if none of this had ever transpired. At midnight, in an office in Longdu, is the junior disciple heading to the island nation? A woman, with a figure that was alluring and eyes that sparkled like precious gems, stood up in astonishment. The intensity of her reaction caused her ample bosom to quiver dramatically. On the other end of the line, a woman was halted at the border of Longwa. Yes. While the junior disciple is in Longwa, we can ensure his safety. However, if he goes to the island nation, that is uncertain. Send someone. No, forget it, Xiaojiu. You should go personally. The safety of the junior disciple cannot afford any mistakes. I cannot enter Longwa, but I can go to the island nation at will. Starting tomorrow, the Wolf Kingdom's army will commence military exercises in the waters of the island nation. We shall depart only after ensuring the safety of our junior brother. Should the island nation dare to harm him, they shall face dire consequences. The Empress's proclamation resonated with authority. At the Bund port, on the deck of a cruise ship, Lin Longhai reflected. Understood. He then hung up the phone. Young Master Yi. An hour ago, a man named Shen Yongxiao visited Miss Mu's apartment, and he has vanished without a trace. Yi Chen nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, one of his subordinates approached Lin Longhai and whispered a few words. With a wave of his hand, he sent the subordinate to Yi Chen's side. Young Master Yi, the cruise ship is about to enter international waters, which houses an underground casino. Would you be interested in joining me for a few rounds? Rest assured, you won't have to spend a dime. Any losses will be on me, and any winnings will be yours. Yi Chen cast a glance at him. Uncle Lin, as the esteemed director of the Central Sea Martial Arts Bureau, is this truly your pastime? Lin Longhai rubbed his hands together. It is inescapable for an ordinary person to indulge in pleasures of wine, women, and wealth. Even cultivators have their vices: power, fame, fortune, status, beauty. There must be something that captivates them, right? I simply enjoy a little gaming now and then. It's a harmless diversion. Yi Chen shook his head. Uncle Lin, you are currently a master. Do you not aspire to ascend to the Grandmaster level? Grandmaster? Lin Longhai's eyes dimmed momentarily, and he offered an awkward smile. I suffered an injury in my youth. It seems I am fated to remain far from that pinnacle. Yi Chun then grasped Lin Longhai's wrist firmly. Lin Longhai was taken aback. The instinctive reaction of a martial artist was to resist, but upon realizing it was Yi Chun, he surrendered, allowing him to grasp his wrist with an iron grip. Uncle Lin, there is still hope for you. After a while, I shall treat you and prescribe a couple of medicinal formulas, Yi Chun assured. Lin Longhai was momentarily stunned, his heart filled with astonishment. Yi Chun had been missing for 5 years, and his formidable martial prowess was already remarkable enough to leave him in shock. Could he also possess medical skills? Even if he knows medicine, one of my meridians has already been severed. I have sought the best physicians across the nation, even visiting the Apothecary Valley in the northwest, yet none could help. Can Yi Chen's medical prowess truly surpass that of the Apothecary Valley? Perhaps he is merely trying to console me. Lin Longhai subtly shook his head, choosing not to dismantle Yi Chen's good intentions. Very well, you truly do not wish to go. If not, then you should. All right, here is the room key. Should you feel weary, you may retire to your chamber. After Lin Longhai departed, Yi Chen lit a cigarette. Under the cover of the dark night, he gazed towards the direction of the island nation, murmuring, Mom and Dad, are you still in the island nation? I have countless questions to ask you. Why did you leave without a word 5 years ago? What exactly is the Chaos Cauldron? And what is the significance of the Qilin blood? Did you encounter trouble, or was there an unavoidable reason for your departure? Lost in thought, he was interrupted. Hey, this is a public space. Smoking in front of others is rather discourteous, don't you think? A girl, standing a dozen meters away, glared at Yi Chun with a hint of annoyance. Zixuan, the deck is nearly empty, and it does not affect us. Beside them, a young girl shook her head, her large eyes and dewy skin captivating. With an oval face and an air of graceful confidence, she far surpassed the plasticized figures of the entertainment industry. Her ample bosom proudly stood out, and she flashed a gentle smile at Yi Chun, saying, Sir, I apologize, but my dear friend is not in the best of spirits tonight. Yi Chun, however, chose not to take offense. Taking a drag from his cigarette, he strolled towards the bow of the ship. What an attitude! Jiang Zixuan fumed, placing her hands on her hips as she approached Yi Chun. Today I will make you extinguish that cigarette. Zixuan, her friend hastily pursued her. After walking a mere 10 meters, Jiang Zixuan positioned herself defiantly in front of him, hands on her hips. Hey, did you not hear what I said? Before she could finish her sentence, her beautiful eyes widened in shock as she noticed Yi Chun beckoning her with one hand. Is your lack of manners not enough? Must you resort to violence? Jiang Zixuan was taken aback. Yi Chen's hand descended upon her shoulder, and she felt a sudden surge of pain, instinctively crouching down. Swish! An object grazed perilously close to her scalp. Looking up, she was horrified to see Yi Chun holding a sharp knife. Terrified, she collapsed onto the ground, nearly in tears. Had it not been for Yi Chen's earlier action, that knife would undoubtedly have pierced her skull. Zixuan, her friend rushed over, ready to comfort her. Yet, Yi Chen's icy voice cut through the air. Who are you? Unbeknownst to her, 7 or 8 men clad in black nocturnal attire approached from the shadows. Her best friend stood frozen in disbelief. What era was this? Were they truly donning black night gear as if in a film? Instinctively, she glanced around, searching for any cameras, for it was not uncommon for pranksters to frighten unsuspecting passersby. Kill you, barked one of the figures, advancing 3 swift steps towards Yi Chun. Brandishing a long blade in a sweeping arc, Yi Chun effortlessly seized the assailant's wrist, twisting it with force, the sound of shattering bones echoing as they penetrated flesh. The long knife, now uncontrolled, swung back towards its wielder's neck. With a sickening thud, the head tumbled away, the stench of blood saturating the deck. Ah! Jiang Zixuan and her friend Shen Yuchu were utterly paralyzed with terror. In their horror-stricken gaze, Yi Chun surged forth like a tempest. The nearest man was sent flying, his body crashing onto the deck with a resounding thud as a foot came crashing down. Crack! Ribs shattered, and blood poured from his mouth like a gushing spring. Who sent you? Yi Chun demanded. Curious to know? To hell with you. With a resounding stomp, he crushed the man's chest. Instantly pivoting, he seized another approaching assassin by the neck, lifting him high. In a voice as cold as death, he questioned once more, "Who sent you?" Assassins of the Dark Temple never betray their employers. The man, aware of his imminent demise, erupted into maniacal laughter. "Ha! If you dare, kill me." Crack. A sharp sound, decisive and swift. Yi Chun casually discarded the corpse as if it were mere refuse, then turned his gaze toward the remaining 3 individuals. What organization is the Dark Palace? And who is the employer he mentioned? A flicker of terror passed through the eyes of the 5 remaining assassins. The 3 deceased were all masters of the Grand Master realm. They had been dispatched with a single strike. Their cigarettes had not even been extinguished. Could this young man possibly be a celestial realm warrior? Do not ponder too much. If we eliminate him, each of us will receive 200 million. An aged voice resonated. Upon hearing this figure, the eyes of the remaining 5 turned crimson, and they charged toward Yi Chun in unison. Chapter 32. A man like a demon. Yi Chun, undeterred, stepped forward and launched a fierce counterattack, his fist striking with tremendous force. Bang! The assassin at the forefront of the Dark Palace scarcely had time to scream before his head erupted, his lifeless body collapsing in a rigid manner. From the side, another assailant attempted a sneak attack. Yi Chun swiftly countered, his hand penetrating the man's chest, emerging from the back while gripping a crimson heart. With a firm grasp, he crushed the heart. Good heavens, the remaining 3 were paralyzed with terror, gasping in shock. They had witnessed countless deaths, yet none so horrific as this. Was this young man a demon? In that moment, the last 3 assassins lost all resolve, their legs trembling in fear. "Let us flee." They dashed madly towards the edge of the deck, plunging headlong into the ocean. Yi Chun chuckled. Thinking of escaping? Is that even possible? He leaped onto the deck railing and jumped down. Zhang Zixuan and her friend were utterly astonished. Had it not been for the 5 corpses on the deck and the nauseating stench of blood, they might have thought they were dreaming. Who on earth is he? Someone has spent billions to kill him? Is his life truly worth that much? Zhang Zixuan trembled in fright, struggling to rise but finding her legs too weak to support her. Shen Yuchu shook her head in disbelief. "Zixuan, you mustn't be so reckless in the future." Yi Xiao. The commotion on the deck drew the attention of others aboard the cruise ship, as Lin Longhai and his men rushed over to secure the perimeter. 5 bodies lay before them, none intact, each a testament to a gruesome demise. "Where is Yi Xiao? I implore you, what has become of the young man on the deck?" Lin Longhai's eyes were bloodshot, his voice nearly a howl. The fury of a martial arts master was an unbearable weight for the 2 to endure. Trembling, they replied, "These individuals claim to be assassins from the Dark Hall. Did Yi Xiao pursue them and leap into the sea?" "What? The Dark Hall?" Lin Longhai's mind went blank. He dashed frantically to the edge of the deck, his voice a piercing shriek. "Order the ship to halt. If anything happens to Yi Xiao, I will hold every one of you accountable." "Understood." The cruise ship soon came to a stop. The entire deck was secured by Lin Longhai's men, who even lowered lifeboats to scour the waters below. Half an hour passed, and Lin Longhai's complexion grew increasingly ashen. "It is over. All is lost. It has been half an hour. Surely he hasn't drowned." At that moment, a chilling scream pierced the water's surface. Amidst countless astonished gazes, a figure clad in black erupted from the depths. As if hurled from the abyss, he crashed heavily onto the deck. No. Then came the second, the third. Lin Longhai's men rushed forward, swiftly subduing the 3 individuals. As they tore away the masks, the eyes of each bore an intense terror. In the next heartbeat, a dispassionate voice resonated. "Are you all assassins from the Dark Hall?" Lin Longhai, Zhang Zixuan, and Shen Yuchu turned their gaze toward the edge of the deck. A hand emerged, gripping the edge of the deck, and leapt into the air. Upon encountering Yi Chun, the 3 assassins from the Dark Hall were so terrified that they prostrated themselves fervently. "My name is El Biching, assassin number 167 of the Dark Hall. I am 59 years old and a 7th-level Grandmaster, hailing from the Southwest Province. I own properties in Zhonghai and Hong Kong. My elderly mother is 81 this year. I have a wife and 6 mistresses, who have borne me 4 sons and 5 daughters. I attended elementary school in a rural area of the Southwest Province, dropped out of middle school to study martial arts, and subsequently joined the Dark Hall. My true name is Lu Wei, known by the alias Knight 7, assassin number 163 of the Dark Hall, aged 52. I am an 8th level Grandmaster. Orphaned at a young age, I grew up in an orphanage. When not on missions, I lead the life of an ordinary elderly man in a second-tier city, my wife and children being merely common folk. I am Zhou, a national from Southeast Asia, assassin number 169 of the Dark Hall. I am 49 years old and a 5th level Grandmaster. I was once a fisherman, later training in Muay Thai due to a commendable talent. After taking a life, I sought refuge in the Dark Hall. I squander my earnings in casinos and brothels, living a solitary existence. As the three bowed, their foreheads struck the deck with a resounding thud. Blood flowed freely, yet they dared not cease. Lin Longhai stood in stunned silence. Were these three truly assassins from the Dark Hall? It is well known that Dark Hall assassins fear neither death nor failure, as they are bound to protect their employer's secrets. What extraordinary means had Yi Chun employed to instill such dread in these assassins? They had practically laid bare their souls before him. Unconsciously, Lin Longhai's gaze towards Yi Chun underwent a profound transformation. What has Yi Xiao experienced over these past 5 years? What other capabilities does he possess that I remain unaware of? Little did he know that during Yi Chen's time in the 18th level of hell, even the malevolent spirits feared him. Yi Chen's voice was calm. Who hired you to kill me? The three men shook their heads in terror. My lord, we truly do not know. The Dark Hall assassins only accept missions and have no means to proactively contact their superiors, unless they are the legendary shadow assassins, who possess the privilege to know the identity of their employer. Shadow assassins? Yi Chun furrowed his brows. El Biching quickly nodded. Indeed, my lord. Shadow assassins are ranked within the top 100 in the Dark Hall. Assassins of such caliber undertake only the most elite assassination tasks, targeting either the presidents of small nations, CEOs of major conglomerates, or martial artists of extraordinary prowess. Yi Chun scrutinized the three men before him. It appeared that they were genuinely oblivious to the truth. I see you may now meet your demise. Upon hearing these words, El Biching, Lu Wei, and Zhou Song bowed deeply in gratitude. Thank you, my lord. The three of them grasped their own heads and twisted with great force. Crack. 3 successive sounds echoed. The 3 Dark Hall assassins had astonishingly twisted their own necks, choosing to end their own lives. In that moment, Lin Longhai was truly astounded. My heavens! The Dark Hall assassins chose to commit suicide after divulging information? Why did they not do so earlier? Wait a moment. Lin Longhai suddenly contemplated a terrifying possibility. Could it be that the sheer terror displayed by those 3 individuals stemmed from the notion that even the desire for death is a luxury? What on earth have they endured? He glanced up at Yi Chun, whose eyes, as the director of the Zhonghai Martial Arts Bureau, reflected a profound sense of reverence. Shen Yuchu and Jiang Zixuan widened their beautiful eyes. This scene would forever be etched in their memories. That night, Yi Chen's visage was indelibly imprinted in the depths of their minds. Meanwhile, 50 nautical miles away, a small boat drifted in the pitch-black sea, its lights extinguished to avoid detection. Suddenly, a figure leaped from the water onto the boat, exclaiming in anger, "Damn it! What sort of monster is this guy?" 8 Grandmasters united, yet they couldn't slay him. Can he truly defeat a Grandmaster with a single blow? Damn it! Could he be a Celestial Realm warrior? He was the sole survivor of this operation, the only one lurking in the shadows without engaging in the fray. Should he have intervened, his fate would surely have been grim. He retrieved his phone and made a call. Yi Hongya, your intel is utterly flawed. This kid is certainly no ordinary person. What other secrets does he possess? I've incurred substantial losses this time. You must increase the funding. On the deck, the bodies were removed, and after a cleansing with water, only a faint trace of the metallic scent of blood remained. Young Master Yi, how shall we handle these 2 female university students? Lin Longhai wore a grim expression. This is the high seas. If you wish to keep your secrets, no one will know if you take care of matters here. Please, do not kill us. Jiang Zixuan was reduced to tears from fear. Shen Youchu's beautiful eyes were filled with terror as well. Yi Chun shook his head. Let them go. Indeed. Lin Longhai nodded, stepping forward to issue a warning. Remember, I have already uncovered your information. If tonight's events are disclosed, I assure you, you will deeply regret it. The two departed in a state of distress. At that moment, Lin Longhai's phone vibrated. Upon opening a message, he exclaimed with delight, "Young Master Yi, the woman who went to Tianhuang Palace with your parents has been located." Chapter 33. Kill my fiancé. Who is she? Yichen glanced over. Lin Longhai opened the file in the message. Her name is Xintian Yingzi. She is 22 years old, the daughter of the Xintian family, a graduate of Waseda University, possessing the bloodline of the island's royal family. From the information, it appears this woman has significant psychological issues. Oh, Yichun narrowed his eyes. Lin Longhai handed his phone to Yichun. In the upper circles of the island, this woman is regarded as a lunatic. At 7:30 in the morning, Mu Xueqing awoke to find Yichun absent. On the coffee table in the living room lay a bank card. Mu Xueqing recognized this card. It was given to Yichun by Wang Henian, containing a sum of 100 million. Underneath the card was a note. I have to step out for some matters and will return shortly. Knowing you are studying finance, consider the 100 million in the card as your starting capital. Do not worry, Yichun. What is going on? Playing hide and seek? Don't think that giving me 100 million will earn my forgiveness, humph. Mu Xueqing felt a surge of anger and tossed the bank card aside. After a while, her anger subsided, giving way to concern. Did he leave without a word to seek out his parents? Moreover, he specifically left the card for me. What if he returns needing a lot of money? After much hesitation, Mu Xueqing gritted her teeth. Fine. I will assist you once more. After silently retrieving his phone, he said, Hello, boss. I wish to resign at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. In a bustling street at the end of Kyoto, Japan, surrounded by towering modern buildings, stood a classical architecture adorned with cherry blossom trees. Every 30 minutes, police cars patrolled the area, and even private vehicles passing through were meticulously checked, forbidden from honking and required to proceed slowly with lowered engines. On the opposite side of the street, within a black luxury van, Lin Longhai pointed towards the end of the cherry blossom street, saying, Yishao, that is the residence of the Xintian family, which has been passed down since the Edo period. They have produced several empresses for the emperors and have kept numerous samurai in their courtyard. According to my sources, there may even be a celestial martial artist stationed there. Xintian Sakura is quite eccentric, and with her impending marriage, Xintian Jixiong has forbidden her from venturing outside. It may be quite challenging to meet her. Without hesitation, Yichun flung open the car door and strode towards the Xintian family estate. Lin Longhai hurriedly followed, exclaiming, Yishao, what are you doing? Yichun did not turn back, replying, Wait for me here. Lin Longhai had no time to intervene and could only watch helplessly as Yichun vanished at the end of the street. Inside the Xintian family residence, a woman clad in a kimono ignited the clothing of a servant, clapping her hands maniacally. Run! Ha 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 ha, you must run. If you don't flee soon, you'll be burned alive. Miss, please don't do this. The servants, terrified, leaped into the pond, swimming quickly to the other side. What a bunch of fools. You can't be burned to death. With a smile, Sakurako Shinda dashed to the nearby tea table, seizing a bottle of plum wine and pouring it down her throat. Under the influence of alcohol, a rosy hue blossomed on her delicate face. Suddenly, she noticed a man standing before her. Oh, who are you? Yichun, unable to comprehend Japanese, raised his hand and grasped Sakurako's neck, presenting a photograph before her eyes. Is this woman you? Her feet lifted off the ground, and a suffocating sensation enveloped her. In an instant, Sakurako became sober, her beautiful eyes widening with surprise as she spoke fluent Mandarin. Are you from the Dragon Kingdom? Am I the one asking you, or are you asking me? Yichun tightened his grip, intensifying the suffocating feeling. Sakurako's complexion turned pale. It is said that when a person is on the brink of death, they can commune with spirits. Is this what death feels like? The members of my family dare not lay a hand on me. Kill me, I implore you, end my life, Sakurako exclaimed in a fervent whisper. Yichun frowned. You fear not even death? Truly, you are a madwoman. He released his grip. Sakurako collapsed to the ground, coughing violently a couple of times. As she lifted her head, she cast a lingering, mournful glance at Yichun, as if silently questioning why he did not end her life. I shall ask you once more. Have you seen the person in this photograph? Did you bring them into the emperor's palace? Did they ultimately meet the emperor of the island nation? And after that, where did they go? Ichen's cold voice resonated repeatedly. Shinda Sakurako slowly rose to her feet, grasping the wine jug and taking another drink. Who are you? What is your connection to them? Why should I divulge their whereabouts to you? Ichen, weary of idle chatter, raised a hand, revealing 13 silver needles in his palm. You may not fear death, but you must comprehend that there exist fates far more terrifying than death itself. Shinda Sakurako shook her head defiantly. I fear not even death. How could I fear this? Ichun let out a cold laugh and decisively shot forth the silver needles. Puff, puff, puff. The 13 silver needles pierced Shinda Sakurako's body. Ah! A flicker of terror flashed in her eyes as the harrowing imagery of the 18 levels of hell materialized before her. She was suddenly ensnared in a hallucination, besieged by countless malevolent spirits that ravenously devoured her flesh. The agony inflicted by the silver needles exacerbated the torment, wildly stimulating her nerves. Last night, when confronting the Dark Palace assassins, Yichen had employed this very tactic. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the riveting narrative. The Dark Palace assassins had confessed everything in fear, but Shinda Sakurako, being merely a woman, could scarcely endure such horror. Vile spirits. So many vile spirits. Is this hell? She cried out. Please, end my life. Shinda Sakurako collapsed to the ground in terror. My lord, I beseech you, kill me. I will tell you everything. Yichen's fingers curled inward, and the silver needles returned to his palm, causing the illusion to dissipate. Sakura Shineda lay on the ground, exclaiming, My lord, the two individuals in the photograph are indeed a married couple. They entered the imperial palace and met the emperor. Yichen's gaze darkened. So it is true. What happened next? He inquired. Sakura Shineda lifted her head, exuding an air of delicate vulnerability. I do not know. I am unaware of what transpired thereafter. After I escorted them into the palace, I departed. However, I can lead you in secretly. Ichun furrowed his brow. How do you know I wish to go to the imperial palace? Sakura Shineda flashed a charming smile. My lord, I have accompanied my father since childhood, learning the art of observation. From your expression, it is evident that you yearn to enter the palace. That middle-aged couple must be your parents. Am I correct? Ichun raised a hand and grasped Sakura Shineda's throat. You know too much. Cough, cough. My lord, the imperial palace is filled with formidable experts, unlike the Shineda family. It would be quite challenging for you to infiltrate. If you let me guide you, I assure you that you can meet the emperor directly. He carelessly tossed the woman aside. Ichen's expression was grave. Why do you wish to assist me?
Il propose à trade.
Oh, pray tell. A shadow crossed Sakura Shineda's face. Kill my fiancé, Tojo Jinpei. Ichen frowned. You wish to kill your own fiancé? I harbor no feelings for him. It is merely a union to solidify my family's position. Sakura Shinden shook her head, a glimmer of amusement flashing in her beautiful eyes. If you eliminate him, I shall escort you to meet His Majesty the Emperor. Agreed. Ichen nodded in affirmation. He had a penchant for nightlife, and he was likely reveling in the Love Bar near Ginza, where he had reserved a private room for years. 10 minutes later, Director Lin, young Master Yi has returned. One of the lookout subordinates called out. Lin Longhai promptly leapt from the business vehicle, rushing to meet him. Young Master Yi, did you meet Sakura Shinden? Indeed, Yi-chun replied with a nod, settling into the car. Let us proceed to the Ginza building. An hour later, outside another bustling district, Lin Longhai inquired with a perplexed expression. Young master, what brings you to the Ginza building? Yi-chun glanced outside at the prominently displayed sign of the Love Bar. Please wait for me. He swiftly maneuvered through the crowd, vanishing from sight. Inside Love Bar, room 888, a group of young Japanese revelers sang boisterously, their spirits heightened by alcohol and illicit substances, shaking their heads in a frenzy. A few youths dragged a drunken female student towards the restroom, soon producing sounds that were best left unmentioned. Suddenly, There was a loud bang as the door to the private room was forcefully kicked open. The unexpected commotion drew the astonished gaze of everyone inside the room. Yi-chun surveyed the surroundings. Who is Tojo Jinpei? A citizen of the Dragon Kingdom? The crowd fell silent, recognizing Yi-chun's accent. A few young Japanese men grasped their bottles and advanced toward Yi-chun's back. I am, and who might you be? A pallid man from the island nation, with deep-set eyes, rose to his feet. Yi-chun uttered a chilling remark. The one who will end your life. He stepped forward, placing his 5 fingers upon the crown of Dong Tiao Renping's head, and with a fierce yank, the sound of a snap echoed. In an instant, Dong Tiao Renping's neck was severed. A collective gasp erupted from the other islanders in the private booth. Their faces contorted in terror as they crouched on the ground. Several young islanders, armed with beer bottles, who had intended to launch a surprise attack from behind Yi-chun, were so frightened that they lost control of their bladders. Yi-chun paid no heed to the chaos surrounding him. He casually retrieved a coat from the sofa, wrapped the severed head of Dong Tiao Renping within it, and vanished. Moments later, Yi-chun returned to the confines of the business vehicle. Let us depart for the Xintian family. Young Master Yi, what is this? Lin Longhai inquired, his gaze fixated on the bundled item in Yi-chun's hands. A faint metallic scent of blood wafted through the air. Yi-chun responded, the head of Dong Tiao Renping. Who? Good heavens! The eldest son of Prince Dong Tiao Renping? Lin Longhai nearly leapt from his seat, exclaiming, Young Master Yi, are you truly about to shatter the very heavens of the island nation? Did you genuinely kill Dong Tiao Renping? Xintian Sakura gasped, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. She circled the severed head multiple times, ultimately comparing it with a photograph on her phone, still unable to trust her own vision. Ding ding ding. At that moment, her phone buzzed with several news alerts. Upon opening them, she read, the son of Prince Dong Tiao has been assassinated by an unidentified individual. The head has vanished, leaving no remains. Is this an act of revenge by a syndicate or a family feud? The online community of the island nation is in a state of turmoil. Sakurako Shinda has finally come to believe that Yi-chun truly killed Tojo Jinpei. She cast a deep glance at Yi-chun, her breath quickening with intensity. Kyoto is about to become quite lively. Who exactly are you, my lord? In the love bar, the private room number 888 was eerily silent. Everyone within the room was controlled, trembling in fear, each person nearly paralyzed with terror. On the sofa before them sat a man with a buzz cut, his gaze chilling as he fixated on the headless corpse on the floor, the corners of his eyes twitching incessantly. Are you saying that a young man from the Dragon Kingdom boldly walked into this room, casually severing my son's head, and then sauntered away? Is it really that simple for my son to die? Tojo Takuya's countenance darkened. Hey! Stammered the youth who had just attempted to ambush Yi-chun with a bottle. Kill him, Tojo Takuya commanded, his tone devoid of emotion. One of the samurai drew his sword and swiftly beheaded the youth, blood spraying forth as the body crumpled to the ground. In that moment, the entire room descended into a profound silence. All the young people from the island nation felt their minds go blank, desperately covering their mouths to stifle their cries, their faces turning a deep shade of purple as they quivered on the floor like frightened quails. What do you say? Is that correct? Tojo Takuya pointed at a girl. The girl, terrified, shook her head vigorously, her eyes brimming with fear. No, that's not right. It wasn't like that. The warrior from Longwa did not wield a sword. He used his hands. With a single hand, he twisted off Prince Rinfiai's head. With his hands, Takuya Tojo was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the wound on Rinfiai's neck. An elderly man from the island approached, crouched down to inspect the injury, and then turned to Takuya Tojo. Your Highness, the wound is a laceration. The prince's head was forcibly torn off. The entire ordeal must have been excruciating. If this individual could sever Prince Rinfiai's head with one hand, he is undoubtedly a master of the highest caliber. Baka! Takuya Tojo's expression darkened to an extreme. What manner of warrior from Longwa is this? Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading, as it becomes even more thrilling. The private room number 888 was nearing its end. There were no surveillance cameras inside the room, and those in the corridor had been disabled. Thus, they had no knowledge of who had entered the chamber. Furthermore, When Yi Chun committed the act, the lighting was dim. In their panic, the witnesses had failed to clearly see Yi Chen's face. Have the other surveillance feeds not been reviewed yet? Give you another 5 minutes. If you cannot identify any suspicious individuals, I will ensure that all of you accompany my son to the grave. Your Highness, we have a lead. One of the subordinates approached, holding the general manager of Love Bar. The manager was utterly petrified, a damp patch spreading across his trousers, clutching his laptop and pointing at the screen. Your Highness, we have scrutinized all the surveillance footage from the past hour, and it must be this individual. He entered the bar and departed in under 5 minutes, and before leaving, he concealed something within his clothing. The bar manager gestured towards the monitor, while Takuya Tojo fixated intently on the screen. Beneath that baseball jacket lay a round object, which now undeniably appeared to be the head of his own son. Suddenly, wait, rewind the footage, Takuya commanded. The bar manager hesitated but complied. Stop, Takuya ordered sharply, and the manager pressed the pause button, capturing a perfect profile of Yi Chun on screen. His sharp features and the chilling, inhuman coldness in his blurred gaze were unmistakable. Is it him? Yi Chun. Takuya's eyes widened. His sons, Yuji Tojo and Musashi Tojo, had both perished at the hands of a youth named Yi Chun in Longwa, a photograph of whom still resided on his desk. 5 years ago, this boy should have met his demise, brutally disemboweled. Takuya had been present in the Cold family at that time, personally returning Yi Chen's kidney to the island nation. He could scarcely have imagined that this boy had somehow survived. And now he had come to the island? What on earth was happening? How could someone who was meant to have died 5 years ago still be alive? A chilling breeze swept over Takuya's back. In the next moment, he realized the gravity of the situation. This is bad. Your Majesty! TJ Takuya regained his composure and swiftly dashed out of the Love Bar, neglecting even his son's lifeless body, as he made his way towards the Heavenly Palace. Chapter 35. Breaking into the Imperial Palace. Outside the Imperial Palace, countless tourists were capturing moments with their cameras. A luxury vehicle parked by the roadside, where Lin Longhai stared in disbelief as Yi Chun had indeed brought Xintian Ningzi along. Yi Xiao, are you truly intending to enter the Imperial Palace? Lin Longhai implored repeatedly. The Imperial Palace is the residence of the Emperor of the island nation, filled with formidable experts. Moreover, it is guarded by the self-defense forces, whose bullets are crafted from special alloys capable of penetrating a martial artist's protective energy. There have been instances where practitioners of the celestial realm attempted to infiltrate the Imperial Palace, only to be reduced to mere sieves in the end. There is absolutely no need for you to take such risks. Yi Chun shook his head resolutely. My mind is made up. He alighted from the vehicle with Xintian Ningzi, striding towards the grand entrance of the Imperial Palace. Lin Longhai observed Yi Chen's retreating figure, his expression darkening. Lu Zhang, Huang Liwen, Qin Suwu, at your service, they replied. Immediately arrange for personnel to be stationed nearby. Should there be any unusual activity within the Imperial Palace, create a diversion outside to cover our exit. Understood. Zhou Tao. By Jinming Wan Sanchi. At your service. You three must prepare 3 distinct escape routes. I do not wish to encounter any obstructions along the way. Once Yi Xiao emerges from the Imperial Palace, ensure his safe departure within 5 minutes. Understood. Wang Xiao, Xiaxin, Elfang. At your service. You three go prepare an aircraft, a speedboat and tickets for international flights, along with forged identities. Should Yi Xiao require an urgent escape from the island nation, you must safeguard his departure at all costs. Understood. Observing the departure of his 9 trusted subordinates, Lin Longhai could not help but ignite a cigarette, casting his gaze towards the Imperial Palace. Yi Chun, this is all I can do, he murmured. From here on, I wish you good fortune. Under the guidance of Sakurako Shinden, Yi Chun easily gained entry into the Imperial Palace. Throughout the journey, there were guards conducting inspections, but upon seeing Sakurako Shinden, they swiftly granted passage. As they delved deeper, Yi Chun was astonished to discover the formidable defenses of the Imperial Palace, which appeared utterly impenetrable. Surveillance cameras were omnipresent, and in addition to hidden sentinels, there were watchtowers, artillery, and armed self-defense troops on guard. Should he attempt a forcible entry into the palace, the emperor of the island nation would undoubtedly escape before he could even reach him. Noticing Yi Chen's grave expression, Sakurako Shinden smiled. Yi Jun, have you witnessed the strength of our nation's defenses? Generally, even grandmasters attempting to breach the palace gates meet their demise. Those at the Earth realm might breach the second layer of defense, while those at the Heaven realm may manage to penetrate the third. However, before the final abode of His Majesty, they will surely fall to the self-defense forces. Over the years, martial artists at the Heaven realm levels 3, 5, 8, and even 9 have visited this place, and without exception, they were all reduced to mere shadows of their former selves. Sakurako Shinden wore a proud expression. Ichin, with his hands clasped behind his back, remarked, "You seem quite knowledgeable about martial artists." With a charming smile, Sakurako Shinden replied, "The Shinden family is a lineage of martial arts. Although I am a daughter and cannot practice martial arts, I am already well-versed in the realms of warriors." Her beautiful eyes glimmered as she cast a glance at Yi-chun. "May I inquire about your realm, Yi-jun?" Yi-chun replied nonchalantly, "I have just embarked on this journey. I am at the first level of martial arts." "Impossible." Shintian Sakurako shook her head, utterly unconvinced. Though the defenses of the Shintian family may not rival those of the imperial palace, it is unfathomable that anyone below the Grand Master level could penetrate the innermost sanctum to find me. You have intruded into the Shintian family twice without detection, and yet you managed to whisk me away without a trace. You must be at least at the 7th or 8th level of the Earth realm, perhaps even the Sky realm. Despite her apparent madness, this woman possessed a keen intellect. For an average martial artist, her deductions would indeed be quite accurate. Yet, Yi-chun was no ordinary individual. Although he had only recently taken his first steps into the martial path, he possessed an indestructible physique. His mind was a repository of countless techniques and martial arts, rendering him beyond the conventional classifications of martial artists. Yi-chun smiled without uttering a word. The pair swiftly passed through the final checkpoint, arriving at a vast plaza where an ancient palace reminiscent of the Tang dynasty stood majestically at the center. Scores of steps led up to its grand entrance, exuding an aura of magnificence. A contingent of 3,000 armed guards patrolled around the palace, while hundreds of warriors stood sentinel near the palace gates. Yi-jun, His Majesty the Emperor resides within the palace. I believe this is where our journey ends, Shintian Sakurako said with a smile adorning her fair face. Her willingness to escort Yi-chun to the imperial palace stemmed from her firm belief that he would ultimately retreat in the face of adversity. However, to her surprise, Yi-chun revealed a smile of his own, expressing gratitude. "Thank you." He then proceeded towards the imperial palace, hands clasped behind his back. "Yi-jun, have you lost your mind?" The smile on Shintian Ingzi's face froze, her beauty fading away. Simultaneously, 3,000 soldiers from the self-defense forces near the imperial palace noticed Yi-chun approaching with his hands behind his back. In such a vast square, there wasn't a single shadow to be seen. How could one not notice? "Who goes there? Halt! If you do not stop, we shall open fire." Open fire. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Bullets rained down like torrential raindrops. Yi-chun showed no inclination to evade, continuing to stroll with his hands clasped behind him. "Alas, why seek death?" Shintian Ingzi sighed, turning her head away. She couldn't bear to witness the bloody scene. "What? How is this possible? Who are you?" Suddenly, the astonished voices of the self-defense forces echoed in her ears. Yet the sound of bullets continued unabated. Shintian Ingzi was about to leave but couldn't resist glancing back. She was utterly dumbfounded. "Ah!" A cry escaped her lips as her legs nearly gave way from fright. There stood Yi-chun, nonchalantly traversing through a hail of bullets. Regardless of the bullets that struck him, it was as if they were hitting a steel plate. His clothes were riddled with holes, yet his body emitted a sound like metal clashing. Ding, 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 ding. Bullets fell like beans at his feet. How is this possible? These are special alloy bullets capable of penetrating the protective aura of a 9th-tier martial artist. How could he withstand them with mere flesh and blood? Shintian Ingzi's mouth fell agape. Am I dreaming? In her terrified gaze, Yi-chun charged into the self-defense forces. A chilling scream echoed through the air as Yi-chun struck down a soldier with a single punch. Heads, chests, and limbs were obliterated in a gruesome display of carnage. In an instant, 3,000 self-defense troops lay dead, and the ground outside the imperial palace was awash with blood. The warriors stationed at the palace gates, drenched in sweat, drew their katana and braced themselves for confrontation. Yi Chun, however, paid them no heed, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the grand entrance of the palace. With a resounding call, he proclaimed, "Emperor of the land of the rising sun, come forth and respond." My goodness! Xintian Yingzi, paralyzed by fear, collapsed onto the ground, her chest heaving violently, her once fair complexion now flushed with crimson. How dare he? Her mind buzzed as her body trembled with a sensation akin to electricity, utterly captivated by the man's formidable presence. Yi Chun, I cannot believe you have the audacity to come here. An elderly figure emerged slowly, unkempt and disheveled, with a scruffy beard and long hair casually tied at the nape of his neck. It was the sword saint, Tokugawa Hideyoshi. Xintian Yingzi's eyes widened in recognition. She had seen his portrait at home. Wasn't he said to have died half a century ago? He had been 150 years old at the time. How could he still be alive? Xintian Yingzi trembled at the thought. Was he not nearly 200 years old now? Yi Chun spoke calmly. Do you know who I am? Tokugawa Hideyoshi smiled knowingly and nodded. 5 days ago, on the night you slaughtered the 3 members of the Lung family, your information appeared on His Majesty's desk. As His Majesty's personal bodyguard, how could I be unaware of you? Yi Chun nodded. Very well. Let your emperor come to meet me. I have several inquiries to pose. To dare disregard the emperor's majesty is tantamount to courting death. Tokugawa Hideyoshi stomped fiercely, shattering the tiles beneath his feet. A formidable surge of energy erupted. Some samurai nearby were thrown into the air, spewing blood and collapsing lifelessly. The god of death wielded his blade. Tokugawa Hideyoshi lunged forward, drawing a katana from his waist. With a resounding whoosh, a blade of air, stretching several meters, materialized, forming a phantom identical to the sword in his hand, slicing towards Yi Chun's head. A thunderous roar resonated, akin to a lightning bolt splitting the sky. Wherever the blade of air passed, it annihilated all in its path. Bang, 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 bang. The tiles shattered, raising clouds of dust and engulfing everything. Has Yi Chun perished? The delicate frame of Sakura Shinden trembled. What was that sound? Outside the imperial palace, countless ordinary tourists gazed in astonishment towards its direction. Was that thunder? No, it seemed something had transpired within the palace. Just moments ago, I faintly heard the sound of gunfire. Could it be? Has someone breached the imperial palace? An expression of shock spread across the faces of the tourists. This is dire. Something has happened to young Master Yi. Lin Longhai's expression changed dramatically as he promptly retrieved his phone. Is everything prepared? Stand by for immediate support. Meanwhile, Tojo Takuya arrived tardily, accompanied by a multitude of soldiers stationed outside the imperial palace. All surrounding roads were sealed off. No one was permitted to leave, including the visiting tourists. Wait until I ensure His Majesty the Emperor's safety. With that, Takuya Tojo hurried deeper into the imperial palace. A multitude of soldiers surged forth. Yuchu, what is happening? Jiang Zixuan's face turned ashen at the sight of the armed soldiers. She lamented her misfortune. After all, she had come to Japan for a leisurely vacation, only to encounter a cold-blooded maniac on the ship, and now, trouble awaited her outside the emperor's palace. Shin Yuchu remained composed and reassured her, do not worry. We are merely ordinary tourists and will be fine. Sakura Shin-Ada fixed her gaze ahead, waiting for the swirling dust to settle. Ah! A gasp escaped her lips, trembling with shock. There stood Yi Chun, unwavering, his fingers pinching the samurai sword of Tokugawa Ieyasu, while the ground behind him lay shattered, the tiles reduced to fragments, leaving a gash dozens of meters long. How is this possible? Sakura Shin-Ada was nearly rendered speechless, her eyes ablaze with disbelief, her hands clenched tightly, her nails digging into her flesh without her noticing. You! Tokugawa Ieyasu's pupils constricted sharply, inhaling sharply. Are you human or a ghost? Yi Chun smiled. What do you think? With a firm grip of his fingers, a sharp crack echoed. The samurai sword snapped in two. Tokugawa Ieyasu's expression shifted. True to his reputation as a master swordsman, he swiftly drew a reserve blade from his waist and aimed a strike at Yi-chen's neck. Yi-chen, holding the broken sword, raised his hand to sweep horizontally. Tokugawa Hideyoshi's body trembled, frozen in the act of wielding his blade. It was only when Yi-chan passed by that he instinctively clutched his neck in terror. A crimson line emerged. Blood gushed forth between his fingers, and with a resounding thud, his head fell to the ground. The sword saint of the island nation, Tokugawa Hideyoshi, was slain. My heavens, a single strike to vanquish the sword saint Tokugawa Hideyoshi? His head severed? Sakurako Shinden knelt on the ground, the sensation of electric shock coursing through her being more intense than ever. She was utterly conquered by Yi-chan. With each step he took upon the steps of the imperial palace, the sound echoed like the whispers of death. Protect His Majesty the Emperor. Kill. Hundreds of samurai charged forward, their blades descending in a frenzy. Yi-chan moved with the ease of a leisurely stroll, and by the time he reached the grand entrance of the palace, the ground was awash with blood. Bang! With a forceful kick, he flung open the palace doors. Inside, chaos reigned as over 100 ministers of the island nation stared in horror at Yi-chan. Retreating in fright, the emperor sat high above, surrounded by a throng of samurai, drenched in sweat, gazing in terror at this youth who resembled a harbinger of death. How terrifying! The sword saint had perished at his hands. How could they possibly fight back? Yi-chan strode into the palace, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed upon the throne. A cold voice resonated. The first question. 5 years ago, my parents came to the imperial palace. Where are they now? The emperor, a middle-aged man with a prominent mustache, faced this inquiry in front of hundreds of high-ranking officials of the island nation. Should he respond? What would become of the emperor's dignity? Emperor Shohei Ninji's gaze was heavy with foreboding. Yi-chan, are you fully aware of the gravity of your actions? The moment I dispatch a letter of condemnation to the Dragon Kingdom, they will undoubtedly take measures against you to avert any international discord. As his words hung in the air, a chilling wind swept through the hall, and an overwhelming scent of blood permeated the atmosphere. The onlookers recoiled in horror as they beheld a gruesome path of carnage among the samurai surrounding the imperial throne. Their bodies lay in ruins, as if mercilessly crushed by a colossal vehicle. This vehicle was none other than Yi-chan himself. Turning his gaze back to Shohei Ninji, one could see Yi-chan standing atop the table before the imperial throne, towering over the sovereign of the island nation. With one hand gripping the emperor's throat, he declared, I do not appreciate repeating my inquiries. The assembly was struck with terror. Yi-chan, how dare you? Release His Majesty at once. Have you lost your senses to treat the emperor in such a manner? Shohei Ninji's fury ignited. Yi-chan, I shall contact the officials of the Dragon Kingdom. If they do not execute you, they will not quell the wrath of our nation. You are inciting a war between our two countries. Before he could finish his sentence, a sharp crack echoed through the hall. Ah! Shohei Ninji's anguished scream resonated as he collapsed across the table. Yi-chen's foot pressed down upon his head, while the other foot shattered one of his arms, blood cascading down the table's legs. Your Majesty! The hall erupted into chaos. All eyes were red and filled with sorrow as they wept bitterly. Do not harm His Majesty. Yi-chan exerted a slight pressure beneath his feet, declaring, This is your final opportunity. Otherwise, your head shall burst. My lord, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The tale becomes even more riveting. I say. Zhao Pingren was engulfed in profound fear. Before the specter of death, all notions of imperial authority were cast aside. All pride and confidence collapsed in an instant. He had never anticipated that the figure before him could be so resolute in his lethal intent, utterly unafraid of igniting a war between the two nations. Indeed, in his eyes, even the life of the emperor was worth no more than that of an ant. 5 years ago, your parents did visit the imperial palace, but they were not here to see me. Rather, they resided with the other 2 acolytes of the palace. Yi-chen's eyes narrowed. You do not deceive me? Zhao Pingren, trembling in horror, shook his head. Lord Yi-chan, I swear by the emperor's name, I would never deceive you. Those 2 were practitioners of ancient martial arts, their origins shrouded in mystery. possessing abilities akin to that of deities. At the time, I was suffering from renal failure on the brink of death, and it was they who informed me that only by locating one with the blood of a Qilin and undergoing a kidney transplant could I be saved. What is an ancient martial artist? Yichun furrowed his brow. Zhao Pingren was taken aback. Lord Yichun, you, whose martial prowess eclipses even the sword saint of the celestial realm, are unfamiliar with ancient martial artists. Of course, if I knew, would I be asking you? Yichun shook his head. Zhao Pingren endured the excruciating pain as he elucidated. The martial arts practiced by warriors are categorized into ancient martial arts and modern martial arts. Ancient martial arts possess formidable power, yet they are significantly more challenging to master. Modern martial arts, on the other hand, are an evolved version, tailored to suit the contemporary practitioner. Moreover, ancient martial arts are predominantly safeguarded by a few reclusive families, and within the Dragon Kingdom there exist numerous such families. Are you truly unaware? Yichun pondered. 5 years ago, on a particular day, your parents visited the imperial palace, and those 2 ancient martial artists clandestinely took them away. Subsequently, I dispatched individuals worldwide to search for those possessing Qilin blood. It was unforeseen that you would be the one endowed with Qilin blood. This is indeed a remarkable coincidence. Yichun narrowed his eyes slightly. Is this truly mere chance? He felt an instinctive connection, perhaps linked to those 2 ancient martial artists. They were aware of his Qilin blood and intentionally directed Zhao Pingren's attention toward him. Regardless of the circumstances, 5 years ago, he was responsible for his demise and the extraction of his vital organs. Zhao Pingren could not evade this connection. Do you know where they took my parents? What is the origin of those 2 elders? I truly do not know. Zhao Pingren shook his head in resignation. All I know is that one is called Old Yuan, and the other Old Jiang. Their prowess is astounding. Should they choose to act, they could effortlessly obliterate the entire island nation. As for anything else, I dare not inquire further. Yichun coldly smiled. Understood. You have become of no value now. Intent to kill coalesced. You wish to take my life. The pupils of He Renji contracted sharply. Desperate to flee, he found himself firmly restrained by Yichun, who pressed his head down, rendering him immobile. Yichun, you madman! A furious voice erupted as TJ Takuya stormed into the grand hall with his entourage. I command you to release His Majesty the Emperor at once. Or I assure you, you shall perish here today. The nation will mobilize all its resources, and anyone associated with you in the Dragon Kingdom will meet a fate worse than death. Your Majesty, fear not. I have dispatched a self-defense force of 100,000 from Kyoto to encircle the imperial palace. Fighter jets have blocked the skies above. Cannons are aimed at this palace, and the top 20 masters from our nation's ranking are en route. I guarantee that Yichun will find no refuge today. The thunderous roar of fighter jets echoed outside the hall. He Renji's eyes turned bloodshot. TJ Takuya, are you here to save me or to ensure my demise? Withdraw your men at once. TJ Takuya grinned. Rest assured, Your Majesty. This lunatic would never dare to kill you. Even if he were to take your life, I would certainly avenge you. His sinister ambitions were laid bare. You. He Renji's face turned ashen. He looked up at Yichun, growling. TJ Takuya wants me dead. Yichun, do not let him manipulate you. Yichun, if you lack the courage to take a life, then release His Majesty. Bow down and plead for mercy, and I shall grant you a complete corpse. TJ Takuya taunted, continuing to provoke the situation. Yichun shook his head, declaring, You overestimate your significance. No one can exploit me. In my eyes, you are nothing more than a corpse. With that, he lifted his foot and stomped down fiercely. Bang! Zhao Pingren's head shattered. Junior brother, no. A woman clad in martial attire burst into the grand hall, her perfect S-curve unmistakable. Upon witnessing Zhao Pingren's demise at Yichun's foot, her pupils constricted, and she resolutely commanded, immediately relay the message. It was I, Ling Hongyan, who has slain the emperor of the island nation. Should I hear any whispers of my junior brother being responsible for the emperor's death, you shall all share his fate in the grave. Alas, I have arrived too late. What are you all standing around for? Dispatch the news at once. Ling Hongyan, with an air of authority, barked at her subordinates. Only then did they snap to attention and promptly contact their intelligence network. Ha ha ha, let us depart. Tojo Takuya laughed heartily, turning to leave without a second thought. The other ministers of the island nation, witnessing Zhao Ping Ren's assassination, wiped away their tears. With the emperor's passing, it is time for us to leave. The island nation is bound to tremble. Various factions will realign, and the next emperor will likely be Prince Tojo. We must hurry. A change is imminent. These ministers, devoid of tears, hastily exited. Ling Hongyan approached, casting a glance at Zhao Ping Ren's lifeless body before her gaze settled on Yichun. Junior brother, who would have thought our first encounter would be in such a place? I am your 9th senior sister, Ling Hongyan. There is no need for you to worry about the matter at hand. It is merely the demise of a solitary emperor from an island nation. Whatever the situation, my esteemed senior sister shall bear the burden. Ling Hongyan, standing approximately 1.7 meters tall, donned a fitted black ensemble that accentuated her form. The culmination of her long, elegant legs culminated in a waist that countless women envy. Above that, her proud bosom, when combined with her lengthy legs and serpentine waist, undeniably showcased the exquisite S-curve of femininity. Particularly striking was her visage, exuding an air of spirited elegance. Yichun exclaimed in astonishment, "You are my senior sister?" Ling Hongyan blinked her large eyes and replied, "Why not? Does it not seem so? Come, allow your senior sister to embrace you." With that, Ling Hongyan enveloped Yichun in her arms. His face was enveloped in a softness that was both ample and resilient. 9th senior sister, wait. Yichun managed to extricate his face. The proud attributes of Ling Hongyan nearly rendered him breathless. Ahem. 9th senior sister, what brings you here? Are you from the island nation? Ling Hongyan playfully tapped Yichun's head and retorted, "What nonsense are you speaking? Your 9th senior sister is of pure Huaxia lineage. How could she possibly be from an island nation?" At that moment, a woman clad in the attire of the Dragon Country Martial Arts Bureau approached. "Director." With a mere glance from Ling Hongyan, the woman promptly altered her address. "My lady, the message has been dispatched. Within 30 minutes at most, the entire Dragon Country will be aware that it was you who eliminated the emperor of the island nation." "Very well, I understand." Ling Hongyan nodded, smiling at Yichun. "Junior brother, this place is not suitable for prolonged stay. Let us depart." Yichun furrowed his brow and asked, 9th senior sister, it was I who killed the emperor of the island nation. Why must you bear the burden for me? He understood that this incident would undoubtedly affect the relationship between Long Country and the island nation, potentially leading to war between the two nations. Yichun, however, was untroubled. The 10 kings of hell were his masters, and he held no fear of worldly rules. Anyone who dared to obstruct him would be sent down to meet his 10 masters without hesitation. Ling Hongyan's beautiful eyes sparkled as she smiled and explained, "Junior brother, rest assured, my status is unique, and I shall not face any repercussions. Rather, it is you who must pursue the whereabouts of your parents. Should this matter become public, how will the Long Country authorities treat you? It would hinder your search for your parents." Yichun hesitated, feeling an unsettling sense of foreboding. "All right, it is decided then." Ling Hongyan grasped Yichun's hand, her expression serious. "Could your senior sister truly harm you?" Witnessing her unwavering determination, Yichun ceased his protests. "Let us depart first and discuss further." Ling Hongyan offered a slight smile as the two made their way towards the Imperial Palace's exit. It was then that Yichun noticed numerous citizens of Long Country guarding the area, all clad in uniform attire adorned with the distinctive coiling dragon emblem. At Lu Fengyun's 80th birthday celebration, he recalled that the attire of the 2 martial arts bureau's attendants bore the same insignia. Lin Longhai's subordinates also displayed a similar pattern on their chests. Yichun inquired, 9th senior sister, are you a member of the Long Country Martial Arts Bureau? Ling Hongyan replied with a light laugh, "Indeed, I am part of the Martial Arts General Administration and have an office in Longdu. Rest assured, should any trouble arise, your senior sister will protect you." The two strode confidently out of the Imperial Palace. How did he end up here? Among the detained tourists, Jiang Zixuan's eyes widened as she fixated on Yichun, emerging from the palace. Shun Yuchu wore an expression of utter astonishment. Could the events within the Imperial Palace be connected to him? Moments ago, Numerous prominent figures from the island nation hastily departed the palace, many of whom were influential politicians typically seen only in newspapers and news reports. What indeed transpired? The two exchanged glances. Lin Longhai also spotted Yi Chen. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed over with his companions. Young Master Yi, you have finally emerged. What transpired within? As Lin Longhai spoke, he noticed Ling Hongyan beside him. Upon seeing the badge on her chest, his pupils constricted in shock. You are, A single glance from Ling Hongyan made Lin Longhai immediately comprehend her desire to conceal her identity. You are from the headquarters, are you not? Ling Hongyan replied coolly. Lin Longhai, I am aware of your position as the director of the Zhonghai Martial Arts Bureau. I require your assistance with a matter. Lin Longhai, not daring to procrastinate, responded, Your command. From this moment forth, escort my junior disciple aboard a cruise ship back to our homeland. Ensure your journey is leisurely. Remain in international waters for at least a week before returning to Zhonghai. I assure you that the events of today will not affect you in any way. Ling Hongyan instructed. What exactly transpired within the imperial palace? Lin Longhai inquired casually. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Ling Hongyan shrugged nonchalantly and stated, I have slain the emperor of the island nation. What? Lin Longhai was momentarily taken aback. The next second, he leaped up in astonishment. What the hell? You killed... At that moment, the sound of her phone ringing interrupted them. Ling Hongyan glanced at the screen, her expression turning grave. All right, Lin Longhai, you take the junior apprentice and leave first. Once Yi Chen and Lin Longhai departed, Ling Hongyan boarded a sleek black car, heading straight for the airport, where she boarded a plane belonging to the Martial Arts Administration. Simultaneously, the entire Longdu International Airport was under strict lockdown. Military personnel appeared in person, sealing off the entire international terminal. Countless travelers were confined within the security area, their faces etched with shock as they gazed at the runway outside. What on earth had transpired to warrant such a state of emergency? Even during the visit of the president of M Nation to Long Nation, there had been no such treatment. 2 hours later, as Ling Hongyan's plane touched down, the cabin door swung open, revealing a group of traditionally dressed elders who had been waiting outside for quite some time. Ling Hongyan, your audacity knows no bounds. As the head of the Martial Arts Administration of Long Nation, how dare you assassinate the emperor of the island nation? Do you comprehend the ramifications of your actions? The repercussions on the international stage are exceedingly severe. The elders took turns reprimanding her. Ling Hongyan descended the aircraft slowly, asserting, One must bear the consequences of one's actions. If I have killed, then I have killed. You. The elders were nearly rendered unconscious by their fury, their chests heaving violently. Well, so much for taking responsibility. The Council of Elders has convened and decided to revoke your position as the head of the Martial Arts Administration of Long Nation. Secondly, in order to placate international public opinion, 3 days hence, you shall be conveyed to the International Military Tribunal for interrogation. I sincerely hope you will conduct yourself accordingly. With a commanding voice, several elders issued their orders. 2 officials from the Martial Arts Administration approached, binding Ling Hongyan's hands and feet before forcibly placing her into a black luxury vehicle, which then departed with haste. The news of Zhao Pingren's demise reverberated throughout the upper echelons of Longwa following Ling Hongyan's apprehension. Among the affluent elite and provincial tycoons, discussions erupted. The emperor of the island nation has perished? Was he slain by the director of the Martial Arts Administration of Longwa? What on earth is happening? Who possesses such audacity? Has the world gone mad? To dare assassinate the emperor, the very emblem of the highest authority in the island nation? It is rumored that the perpetrator is a woman. She was taken away immediately upon disembarking from the aircraft. Surely, the island nation will exert pressure, and her fate is bound to be dire. In the upper circles of Longdu, Zhonghai, and Gangdao, gossip abounded. However, for the common folk, an entirely different narrative emerged. It was reported that Emperor Zhao Pingren succumbed to illness, with medical personnel attempting to revive him for 6 arduous hours, ultimately resulting in his passing at the age of 46. In a Starbucks CAF in Zhonghai, a girl in her 20s, cradling a cup of coffee while scrolling through her phone, suddenly exclaimed, "Sister Xueqing, you must see this. The emperor of the island nation has died." Mu Xueqing, momentarily taken aback, promptly closed her laptop. She rubbed her slightly fatigued eyes, having dedicated the last 2 days and nights to establishing a financial company for Yichun. Xiao Rou, aren't you supposed to search for a new company to rent a space more diligently? Why do you keep indulging in such news? Mu Xueqing took a sip of her coffee. The girl was named when Xiao Rou, a junior at Zhonghai Financial University. Before resigning, Mu Xueqing had interned at the same company where Xiao Rou was employed. After receiving a substantial investment of 100 million from Yichun, she promptly resigned and brought Xiao Rou along to assist her. This girl is far too playful, constantly scrolling through social media platforms. When Xiao Rou smiled sweetly, "Sister Xueqing, I'm just taking a break to relax." Mu Xueqing playfully scolded, "I see you've been scrolling for hours. If this continues, I certainly won't stamp your internship certificate." "Oh no. Please, Sister Xueqing, I beg you," Xiao Rou exclaimed, leaning over to cling to Mu Xueqing's arm and shaking it gently. At that moment, a stylish woman in a red outfit, wearing sunglasses and exuding an impressive aura, sat nearby with a little girl. Her exquisite features and porcelain skin, coupled with an inherent air of nobility, left the nearby self-proclaimed urban beauties feeling utterly ashamed. "Mommy, may I have another ice cream?" The little girl blinked her innocent eyes. The woman in red replied sternly, "One is enough, no." Chu ran. Mu Xueqing stood up. Upon hearing her name, Xiao Chu ran turned to look, momentarily stunned. "Xueqing? What are you doing here?" Mu Xueqing quickly approached her. "Haha, I stayed in Zhonghai right after graduation, so of course I'm here. Instead, it is you. How did you end up here?" Her gaze shifted, landing on the little girl. "Wow, is this your daughter? How adorable." Xiao Chuan smiled and nodded, yes. When Xiao also rushed over, "Xueqing Jia, who are these two beauties?" Mu Xueqing smiled as she introduced. "This is my university roommate, the stunning Xiao Chuan, the belle of the chemistry department at Zhonghai University. You're not to be outdone, the flower of the finance department." With suitors lining up from your department to the school gate, encountering a university classmate evidently uplifted Xiao Chuan's spirits. The two reminisced, and half an hour slipped by in an instant. Reflecting on the vibrant years of university life, the conversation grew more engaging. "But why did you drop out after just 1 year? Everyone said it was such a pity. The other two roommates often spoke of you, and some of your admirers kept asking us about your whereabouts." Mu Xueqing voiced her curiosity. Xiao Chuan furrowed her brow, falling silent. After a moment of hesitation, Mu Xueqing continued, "There were rumors at school that you were pregnant. It seems there might be some truth to it. What exactly happened? When did you secretly start dating someone? Some even claim to have seen you at a reproductive clinic in M country, suggesting you were undergoing in vitro fertilization." Xiao Chuan shook her head. "I have not been in a relationship." "What?" Mu Xueqing covered her mouth, hardly able to believe her ears. You don't have a boyfriend?" She suddenly stood up. "Did you really go for in vitro fertilization? Why, Chuan, in the prime of your youth and attending university, why have you suddenly chosen to pursue in vitro fertilization? With your beauty and intellect, securing a partner among society's elite should ensure a lifetime of happiness for you." Sighing deeply, Xiao Chuan seemed reluctant to elaborate. "This matter is quite complicated, Xueqing. I hope you can keep it confidential. Please do not mention it to anyone, all right?" Mu Xueqing's expression shifted as she glanced at Xiao Chuan's daughter, momentarily taken aback before managing to ask, "What is her name?" "Xiao Buhui." "Xiao Buhui? Understood. I shall keep this to myself," Mu Xueqing replied solemnly, nodding. "Thank you." Xiao Chuan sighed in relief and shifted the conversation with a smile. "By the way, I have decided not to leave Zhonghai this time. Previously, I studied chemistry at Zhonghai University to pursue a career in medical aesthetics. I intend to establish a medical aesthetics company. This time, I will live for myself." Mu Xueqing laughed. "It seems we are on the same wavelength. I also plan to create a financial company." Xiao Chuan paused, then extended her hand. "Let us progress together." Mu Xueqing raised her hand to clasp hers. "Together we shall advance." Meanwhile, Aboard a cruise ship returning to the homeland in the open sea, Lin Longhai prepared a cup of tea and presented it to Yi Chun. Young Master Yi, have you discovered any news about your parents? Is it true they are visiting the Emperor of Japan at the Imperial Palace? Yi Chun shook his head. No. They encountered two ancient martial artists. Ancient martial artists? Lin Longhai exclaimed in astonishment. What is it? Yi Chun inquired, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Lin Longhai cast a surprised glance at Yi Chun. Young Master Yi, several decades ago, there were indeed some ancient martial artists active in society. However, with the passage of time and the advancement of technology across the globe, their appearances have dwindled significantly. Some ancient martial families have even vacated their ancestral homes, which they had inhabited for centuries, migrating deeper into the Kunlun Mountains. Although a few ancient martial families remain in the Dragon Nation, they seldom engage in communication with others. Even the authorities and the Dragon Nation Martial Arts Bureau find them challenging to deal with. Nevertheless, as long as they do not instigate trouble, maintaining a peaceful coexistence is quite favorable. If your parents have departed with the ancient martial artists, then matters could become quite complicated. Yi Chen's expression turned grave. At the very least, my parents are still alive. That is indeed good news. The individuals who took my parents are named Yuan Lao and Jiang Lao. As for their full names, I am currently unaware. Uncle Lin, please assist me in investigating this matter, and inform me immediately if you uncover any information. Lin Longhai nodded solemnly. Understood, young Master Yi. Yi Chen shook his head. Uncle Lin, please refrain from calling me young Master Yi from now on. Simply address me as Yi Chen. Lin Longhai hesitated momentarily, yet a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. Very well, Yi Chen. Suddenly, a series of beeping sounds erupted from Lin Longhai's phone as he received a text message. Upon reading it, his expression changed dramatically. Yi Chen sensed something amiss. Uncle Lin, what happened? Chapter 39. Who dares to harm my son-in-law? Xiao Jingua. Lin Longhai cast a deep glance at Yi Chen and said, Yi Chen, the director of the Wudao Bureau of Long Nation is in trouble. The position of the director has been revoked, and in 3 days, he will stand trial in a military court. It is highly likely that a guardian will preside over the verdict, and the director's fate appears grim. Yi Chen, somewhat perplexed, responded, What does your director's predicament have to do with me? Lin Longhai hesitated, then said, Yi Chen, do you truly not know that your senior sister, Ling Hongyan, is the director of the Wudao Bureau? He continued, her trial is largely due to the incident involving the emperor of the island nation. The outcome may very well be a death sentence. What did you say? Yi Chen sprang to his feet, a fierce wind howling behind him, brimming with murderous intent. Let us go. Immediately to Longdu, swiftly. His eyes glowed crimson, and a dark mist began to swirl around him. Yi Chen, what are you planning to do? Lin Longhai exclaimed in alarm. He feared that this young man might have succumbed to madness. Uncle Lin, I killed the emperor of the island nation. Yi Chen growled. My senior sister is taking the blame for me. What? Lin Longhai's eyes widened in disbelief. He could scarcely fathom that Yi Chen had indeed slain the emperor of the island nation. Yi Chen, you. Yi Chen, in a state of urgency, implored, Uncle Lin, hurry. We must go to the Wudao Bureau of Long Nation. At 5 in the afternoon, they arrived at the entrance of the Wudao Bureau. Yi Chen dashed forward, but 2 middle-aged men stationed at the entrance barked. Who goes there? Halt! The Martial Arts Bureau has already closed for the day. Any matters may be addressed tomorrow. Yi Chen's eyes were bloodshot. I demand to see your highest authority. The 2 middle-aged men were momentarily taken aback, then exchanged knowing smiles. Youngster, do you even comprehend where you are? Highest authority, you say? While we are still in a good mood. Be gone. Realizing his approach was futile, Yi Chen strode directly toward the entrance of the Martial Arts Bureau. The expressions of the 2 middle-aged men darkened. You dare to force your way into the Martial Arts Bureau? Seeking death, are you? Both men struck simultaneously, their fingers clawing toward Yi Chen's shoulders. Begone. Yi Chen took a decisive step forward, his shoulder crashing violently into the chests of the 2 men. Bang! Despite both being at the 6th level of the Master Realm, they were utterly incapable of withstanding Yi Chen's assault, their rib cages shattering upon impact. Like dead dogs, They flew backward, crashing onto the steps at the entrance of the Martial Arts Bureau. Dozens of figures swiftly rushed out. Upon seeing the two middle-aged men groaning on the steps, their faces changed dramatically. An elderly man in a Zhongshan suit emanated an air of authority without anger. "Young man, who are you? How dare you cause a ruckus at the Martial Arts Bureau?" Lin Longhai, looking astounded, rushed over. "Yi Chan, you acted too impulsively. How could you engage in combat here?" Lin Longhai, you, as the director of the Zhonghai Martial Arts Bureau, are also present. The elderly man recognized Lin Longhai. "Wait a moment, Yi Chen?" His gaze shifted to Yi Chan, surprise evident. "You are Yi Chan?" Yi Chen looked at him. "Do you know me?" The elderly gentleman in a Zhongshan suit regarded him with a playful glint in his eyes. "Isn't it common knowledge in Longdu what transpired at the Yi family a few days ago?" Yi Chen shook his head defiantly. "I care not who you are or whether you know me. I demand, at once, to see the highest authority of the Martial Arts Bureau." At this proclamation, laughter erupted. "Ha ha ha! Who does this lad think he is? He wishes to meet with the head of our bureau? Is he mad? Or am I?" Behind the elderly man, dozens of Martial Arts Bureau officials wore expressions of amusement, their tones dripping with mockery. Lin Longhai's expression shifted dramatically. "Yi Chen, do not act impulsively. This is Elder Wu Bai Lai, one of the 3 deputy directors of the Martial Arts Bureau." Yi Chen offered no deference. "A deputy director, you say? His words hold no weight. I seek an audience with the highest authority, not some subordinate." Silence fell. A profound, chilling silence. The multitude of onlookers from the Martial Arts Bureau, who had been smiling moments ago, now wore expressions frozen in horror, gazing at Yi Chen as if he were a specter. Lin Longhai was taken aback, unable to fathom that Yi Chen would dismiss even Wu Bai Lai's authority. He swiftly turned to Wu Bai Lai. "Elder Wu, Yi Chen, enough." Wu Bai Lai's face flushed a deep shade of maroon. Since his elevation to deputy director, no one had ever dared to humiliate him so openly. This was nothing short of blatant affront. "Yi Chen, you are exceedingly arrogant. Do you truly believe the Martial Arts Bureau is a trivial place? I had intended to show you some respect, considering your lineage from the Yi family. It now appears that, regardless of your lineage as the grandson of Lord Yi, I shall ensure you receive a thorough lesson today. You shall come to understand the vastness of the heavens and the depths of the earth." With a thunderous roar, Wu Bai Lai advanced towards Yi Chen. Bang! The ground beneath his feet shattered upon impact. His dragon claw hand lunged menacingly towards Yi Chen's neck. Yet, Yi Chen exhibited no intent to evade. He retaliated with a powerful punch. The two forces collided, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. To everyone's astonishment, Wu Bai Lai was forced to retreat several steps, only halting at the steps of the Martial Arts Bureau's entrance. How could this young man possess such strength? The crowd from the Martial Arts Bureau was left in utter disbelief. Lin Longhai regarded Yi Chen with a profound gaze. Wu Bai Lai is at the 3rd level of the heavenly realm. Could it be that Yi Chen's capabilities far exceed this level? Wu Bai Lai's hands trembled. A mixture of shock and fury reflected in his eyes as he glared at Yi Chen. Just as he was about to speak, Yi Chen's voice resonated. "Out of respect for my senior sister, I shall spare you this time. Should you dare to strike at me again, there will be no mercy." Ignoring Wu Bai Lai, he strode towards the entrance of the Martial Arts Bureau. Wu Bai Lai was nearly driven to the brink of fury, his face contorting with rage. How dare this inexperienced boy utter threats of mercilessness? "Yi Chen, you are courting death." Wu Bai Lai bellowed at Yi Chen's retreating figure, his voice trembling with indignation. Drawing a soft sword from his waist, he cleaved through the air, aiming for Yi Chen's head. "Yi Chen, be careful," Lin Longhai shouted. Just as the soft sword was about to strike Yi Chen's head, Yi Chen executed an extraordinarily peculiar maneuver, turning around. With a swift motion, he seized the soft sword from Wu Bai Lai, while simultaneously delivering a powerful punch. The sound of impact echoed as Wu Bai Lai's head burst open like a watermelon, his body collapsing straight down. A self-inflicted calamity, one that could not be survived. Vice Director Wu is dead. A wave of shock rippled through the entrance of the Martial Arts Bureau, prompting everyone to hastily retreat inside. Lin Longhai approached with a pale countenance, glancing at Wu Bai Lai's lifeless form. It's over, Yi Chun. You have caused a great disaster. Yi Chun remained silent, stepping towards the interior of the Martial Arts Bureau. The news of Wu Bai Lai's demise spread rapidly. In the Xiao family, Xiao Jinguo was amusing himself with birds and dogs when a servant, drenched in sweat, rushed in. Old master, something terrible has happened. What is it? Why the panic? The retired military god remained unfazed, his composure unshaken even in the face of calamity. Yi Chun has arrived in Longdu. He attempted to force his way into the Martial Arts Bureau, and Wu Bai Lai tried to stop him, only to be met with a fatal punch. The personnel of the Martial Arts Bureau, who had initially left for the day, were now hastily returning. He Sandao and He Zhuxi had rushed over. If the son-in-law encountered those two, the outcome might be dire. What? Xiao Zhenguo exclaimed, momentarily startled. True to his seasoned experience as a military veteran, he quickly regained his composure. A grave glimmer flickered in his aged eyes. We must go to the Martial Arts Bureau at once. I dare anyone to lay a finger on my granddaughter's husband. Xiao Jingguo. He abandoned the birdcage and departed swiftly. Simultaneously, within the highest office of Longua, a middle-aged man in his 40s, clad in a bespoke suit and adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, approached. Dragon Lord, there has been an incident at the Martial Arts Bureau. Yi Chun requests an audience with the highest authority there, but Wu Bai Lai obstructed him, and Yi Chun promptly eliminated Wu Bai Lai. The Dragon Lord set down his teacup. A formidable presence emanated from his gaze, which flickered with a hint of astonishment. What does Yi Chun intend to do? Has he not gone to the island nation? How could he return so swiftly? According to reports from the scene, it appears that Ling Hongyan is Yi Chen's senior apprentice. Yi Chen's forcible intrusion into the Martial Arts Bureau likely pertains to Ling Hongyan's impending military tribunal. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses explained. The Dragon Lord's brow furrowed. He rose slowly and approached the window, casting a glance at the tranquil waters outside. After a prolonged silence, he finally uttered, Xiao Deng, I recall that a decade ago, Ling Hongyan suffered from a peculiar illness nearly to the point of death, correct? Indeed, Dragon Lord. Xiao Deng nodded, adding, the Ling family took Ling Hongyan to Kunlun Mountain for treatment. They returned only years later, and shortly thereafter, she became the head of the Martial Arts Bureau. At this juncture, Xiao Deng seemed to grasp the Dragon Lord's implication and exclaimed in astonishment, Dragon Lord, are you suggesting that Yi Chun spent these 5 years at Kunlun Mountain? The Dragon Lord's expression turned serious. It is not without possibility. Now is not the time to deliberate on such matters, Xiao Deng. You must immediately proceed to the Martial Arts Bureau. Regardless of the circumstances, we cannot allow this situation to escalate. Understood. Xiao Deng swiftly departed. At this moment, within the Martial Arts Bureau, the largest hall, imbued with an ancient charm, was constructed entirely in accordance with traditional methods. A shocking sight unfolded. Over 100 personnel from the Martial Arts Bureau lay on the ground, wailing in agony, their limbs contorted in a horrifying manner. Every minute, I shall shatter one of their limbs until your highest-ranking official appears. Yi Chen's voice was frigid. Seated in a grand chair at the highest point, Lin Longhai trembled in fear. Yi Chun, isn't this a bit excessive? For a martial artist, the most taboo act is to break bones. What will become of their martial path now that you have shattered their limbs? Yi Chen's gaze was icy. If it were not for the sake of my senior sister, I would not merely be breaking limbs, but rather crushing skulls. A chilling aura of murderous intent erupted, almost palpable and bone-chilling. Lin Longhai could not suppress a shiver. In that moment, it seemed that Yi Chun was no longer human, but rather a reaper from the netherworld. A middle-aged man roared, Yi Chun, you are seeking. Ah! Before he could finish the word death, a painful scream erupted as his feet were shattered on the spot. The latter half of his sentence was stifled as he collapsed unconscious. Yi Chun, you are utterly arrogant. This is the Bureau of Martial Arts in the Dragon Kingdom, not your humble patch of land. To dare to strike here is to court death. 2 elderly figures burst into the great hall. One, a refined elder. The other, a man with a horse-like visage. The refined elder brandished a long knife, its blade shimmering with an icy aura. As it sliced through the air, a chilling condensation effect manifested, revealing the silhouette of a white tiger pouncing forth. Roar! As the white tiger surged through, the sound of destruction erupted. Bang! 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 All the precious furnishings shattered, disintegrating into dust. Yichun swiftly evaded, the sandalwood armchair beneath him exploding into splinters under the lethal blade aura. The ground bore a deep, jagged scar spanning several meters from the strike. Just as Yichun was about to retaliate, the second wave of blade energy struck. Lin Longhai bellowed, "Yichun, beware. This is He Sandao, one of the 7 elders of the Bureau of Martial Arts, at the 8th level of the celestial realm. Should he unleash a third strike, none below the 9th level can withstand it." Yichun's figure flickered, narrowly dodging the second strike. "Lin Longhai, you are impressive." He Sandao's gaze darkened. Just as he prepared to deliver his third blow, Yichun, appearing like a wraith, surged before him and aimed a strike at He Sandao. "You dare to compare physical strength with me? You must be unaware of my training beneath the waterfall. Seeking death." He Sandao retorted with unwavering confidence, throwing a punch towards Yichun's fist. The two forces collided. "Ah!" He Sandao shrieked in agony as his fingers shattered. The left arm emitted a sickening crack as it broke on the spot. Bones pierced through flesh. The second punch struck He Sandao's chest. He Sandao was thrown back as if hit by a truck, spitting blood. "He Lao, are you alright?" The elder with a horse-like face stepped forward in horror, catching the flying He Sandao. "Quick! Take this healing pill. Don't leave any internal injuries." He Sandao swallowed the offered pill, his gaze fixed intently on Yichun. "Be cautious. This lad's techniques are utterly chaotic. I cannot discern his sect. He relies solely on brute strength. Regardless of his sect, I must subdue him first." The horse-faced elder's eyes darkened. He surged forward, unleashing his internal energy, executing the white crane spreads its wings. The elder's movements were extraordinarily agile. Yichun could not keep pace. In just a few exchanges, he was kicked multiple times in the chest, back, and abdomen. Yichun felt a tinge of frustration. "Although my master has bestowed upon me an indestructible body, I possess little internal power. My speed simply cannot match. When faced with such a swift opponent, I can only endure the blows." Lin Longhai, witnessing Yichun's plight, decided to go all out. "Yichun, he is Hejuchi from Heju Creek, an 8th-tier celestial realm practitioner. His white crane spreads its wings technique is incredibly fast. However, his attack power is somewhat lacking compared to others of the same tier. If you can withstand his strikes, you will have the opportunity to counter." Hejuchi fumed. "Lin Longhai, whose side are you on?" Yichun's eyes lit up. Indeed, his combat experience was still lacking. Unable to compare with the seasoned veteran Lin Longhai, when Hejuchi kicked him, Yichun bore the brunt of the attack. With a swift motion, he seized Hejuchi's calf. A sense of foreboding washed over Hejuchi as he attempted to retreat. However, Yichun's strength was astonishing, effortlessly lifting him and forcefully slamming him to the ground. A resounding crash echoed in the air. Hejuchi felt as though his internal organs were on the verge of explosion, painfully spitting out a mouthful of blood. Immediately after, a dull crack resounded as Yichun's foot obliterated one of Hejuchi's thighs. "Ah, my leg!" Hejuchi screamed in agony, completely losing his fighting capability. The Martial Arts Bureau personnel, who lay injured on the ground, were rendered utterly dumbfounded. Old He, 8th layer of the Celestial Realm. Old Shao, 8th layer of the Celestial Realm. One renowned for his attacking prowess, the other for his speed. How could both have been defeated by Yichun? Is this young man even 30 years old? When did Long Nation produce such a martial arts prodigy? At that moment, a commanding voice resonated from outside. "Who dares to touch Yichun? First ask if I, Xiaojingua, agree." Everyone turned to gaze at the grand hall's entrance. Xiaojingua strode in with a regal presence, surveying the room where everyone, except for Yichun and Lin Longhai, lay prostrate on the ground. He was momentarily taken aback. What is happening? The Martial Arts Bureau personnel twitched at the corners of their mouths, wondering if he truly couldn't comprehend the situation. Suddenly, Xiaojingua realized. His aged eyes filled with astonishment. "Yichun, have you truly defeated all these individuals?" "He Lao. He Lao." Xiao Jingua nearly burst into laughter. Cough, cough, cough. Have you two been vanquished by Yi Chen? He Sandao and He Zhuqing were nearly driven to the brink of fury. Xiao Jingua, have you come to revel in our humiliation? A faint smile played at the corners of Xiao Jingua's mouth as he cast a penetrating glance at Yi Chen. In truth, I am here to intervene. However, it appears my assistance is unnecessary, so I shall merely enjoy the spectacle. You, the two, consumed by rage, spat out a mouthful of blood. Where is my senior sister, Ling Hongyan? Yi Chen inquired coldly. He Sandao gritted his teeth defiantly. I do not know. And you? He Zhuqing glared at Yi Chen. I know nothing. The two were skeptical, doubting that Yi Chen would truly dare to harm them. Yi Chen responded with a nonchalant "oh." He then delivered two swift kicks. Crack, crack. He Sandao and He Zhuqing's thighs were shattered beneath his feet. Clean and decisive, bone and flesh melded together, adhering to the floor, utterly ruined. Ah! The two let out cries of agony. Yi Chen, have you lost your mind? You dare to cripple us. Damn! Yi Chen's voice was frigid. Do you think I jest? I shall grant you one last opportunity. Where is my senior sister Ling Hongyan? Otherwise. With that, he raised his foot, poised to crush their skulls, ready to send their brains splattering. Yi Chen, do not kill them. Xiao Jingua gasped in shock, taken aback by Yi Chen's ruthless decisiveness. My goodness! Lin Longhai's heart quivered, almost leaping out of their skins. The others at the Martial Arts Bureau were nearly rendered unconscious. Did Yi Chen intend to kill the two elders? He Sandao and He Zhu she trembled, having already cursed Yi Chen's ancestors through 18 generations in their minds, yet they could not disregard the chilling aura of murderous intent looming above them. A madman, this Yi Chen was undoubtedly unhinged. An instinct surged within them. If they failed to respond, this young man would surely crush their skulls beneath his feet. The Guardian, she has been taken by the Guardian. The two of them nearly screamed in unison, collapsing to the ground in a state of utter exhaustion. The Guardian? Yi Chen furrowed his brow. Where are they? The two shook their heads, indicating their ignorance. Seeking death, are we? A flicker of malice flashed in Yi Chen's eyes as he pressed down with force. He Sandao and He Zhu she trembled in fear. We truly do not know. Xiao Jingua stepped forward to intervene. Yi Chen, they genuinely have no knowledge of the Guardian's whereabouts. Yi Chen halted and regarded him. Elder Xiao, what do you mean? Xiao Jingua's expression turned grave. Yi Chen, the Guardian exists independently of the Dragon Kingdom. They are not affiliated with any department, nor are they subject to anyone's authority. Even the Dragon Lord cannot ascertain their movements, let alone these two. They truly are unaware. Yi Chen's eyes darkened. Is there truly no one who knows the Guardian's location? He Sandao suddenly spoke up. Yi Chen, in 3 days, Ling Hongyan will face judgment at Mount Tai. If you wish to save her, you must go to Mount Tai in 3 days. Your presence at the Martial Arts Bureau is futile. Ling Hongyan is not someone we can handle. Yi Chen, release your foot. 3 days later, Mount Tai. Thank you. With those words, he walked towards the exit of the Martial Arts Bureau. Lin Longhai dared not linger for a moment and hurriedly followed him. Xiao Jingua also turned to leave. Yi Chen, wait for me. We are not finished with this matter. Ah, my leg. As Yi Chen stepped out of the Martial Arts Bureau, Xiao Jingua caught up. Yi Chen, are you truly planning to go to Mount Tai in 3 days? Yi Chen nodded. My senior sister will take the blame for me. I cannot bear to watch her perish. Take the blame for you? What do you mean, wait? Do you? Xiao Jingua suddenly realized, grasping a terrifying truth. Yi Chen spoke astonishingly. Indeed, I am the one who killed the emperor of the island nation. Hiss. Even though Xiao Jingua had anticipated it, hearing Yi Chen's admission still made him gasp in shock. He placed his hand on Yi Chen's shoulder and slapped it hard. What a lad! You dare to kill the emperor. You have the spirit of my younger days. You too have killed an emperor? This. Cough cough. No, that is not important. It was merely a metaphor. Xiao Jingua's face flushed with embarrassment as he quickly shifted the topic. Yi Chen, today's incident was too impulsive. You incapacitated over 100 individuals at the Martial Arts Bureau, including He Sandao and He Zhuqi. These two rank within the top 150 of the Dragon Kingdom's master rankings. not to mention the intricate web of familial powers behind the more than 100 individuals. Have you contemplated how to confront them should they seek to trouble you? In response to Xiao Jingguo's inquiry, Yi Chun had but one word: annihilate. Annihilate? Xiao Jingguo furrowed his brow. Yi Chun, are you truly serious? Yi Chun retorted, Elder Xiao, what is your perspective? Xiao Jingguo stood there, utterly taken aback. He had not even sensed Yi Chen's departure. What audacity! Truly worthy of being recognized as my granddaughter's husband. Very well. 3 days hence at Mount Tai, I shall lend you my assistance. Xiao Jingguo stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze deep in thought. I wonder if this retired old military god still possesses the ability to shake the very authority of the guardians. In the suburbs of Longdu, deep underground, there lay an exceedingly vast stone chamber, through which a rushing subterranean river thundered by. Beneath Longdu there exist 9 dragon veins, and this river is indeed one of them. An elderly man, his complexion ashen, sat cross-legged by the riverbank. As the torrent approached him, it was inexplicably met with a formidable force that slowed its flow. Master, the Martial Arts Bureau is in turmoil. A youth by the name of Yi Chun. A middle-aged man approached, recounting the events at the Martial Arts Bureau. The elderly man did not even bother to open his eyes. Yi Chun? What insignificant wretch dares to report to us? The military tribunal will convene as scheduled in 3 days, directly sentencing Ling Hongyan to death, executing justice on the spot. Yi Chun? He dares to cause trouble. He shall be dealt with swiftly. The declaration is resolute and leaves no room for contradiction. All confidence stems from the overwhelming strength to crush anything in its path. In the highest office of the Dragon Kingdom, the Dragon Lord expressed surprise upon the return of Xiaodeng. You're back so soon? How goes the situation at the Martial Arts Bureau? Xiaodeng, breathless from his hurried journey, reported, Yi Chun has incapacitated over 100 personnel at the Martial Arts Bureau, including He Sandao and He Zhuqi, leaving them severely injured. He is already aware that the Guardians will judge Ling Hongyan at Mount Tai in 3 days. The esteemed General Xiao has also rushed to assist, but alas, his efforts were in vain. After departing the Martial Arts Bureau, Yi Chun returned to Zhonghai, delivering his account in one breath. The Dragon Lord's eyes flickered with intrigue. If I am not mistaken, both He Sandao and He Zhuqi are at the 8th layer of the Celestial Realm. Are they not? Yi Chun has actually incapacitated them? Has his strength truly surpassed the Celestial Realm? It is indeed possible. Xiaodeng nodded in agreement and continued, Dragon Lord, during Yi Chen's 5-year absence, could it be that he truly ventured to Kunlun Mountain? Regardless of whether he did or not in such a brief span, Yi Chun is certainly not a match for the Guardians. If he dares to force his way into the court at Mount Tai in 3 days, he may face dire consequences. After a moment of contemplation, the Dragon Lord commanded, in 3 days you shall go to Mount Tai. As for Ling Hongyan, do not concern yourself with her fate. If Yi Chun appears, ensure that he is protected at all costs from the Guardians. Returning to Zhonghai, Yi Chun requested Lin Longhai to escort him to the base of Mu Xueqing's apartment building. After dismissing Lin Longhai, Yi Chun ascended the stairs directly. Just as he was about to unlock the door with his spare key, a girl emerged from the adjacent bathroom, draped in a towel. It was evident that she had just bathed. Upon encountering a stranger, the girl exclaimed, Ah, who are you? In her moment of alarm, she forgot to secure her towel, which was on the verge of slipping away. Yi Chun swiftly shut the door and stepped forward in an instant. Positioning himself in front of the girl, one hand moved towards her chest. What are you doing? With a firm grip, he pressed down on the towel to prevent it from falling. The girl, startled, managed to hold on to her modesty as Yi Chen's voice pierced through the shock. What are you still doing? Hold on to the towel. You have 3 minutes to change. Then tell me who you are and why you are here. And where is the owner of this apartment? The girl was about to retort when her gaze met Yi Chen's emotionless eyes. Unable to suppress a shiver, her milk-white skin broke into goosebumps. Complying, she nodded, grasped the towel tightly, and hurried into the room. 2 minutes later, the girl emerged fully dressed and gazed at Yi Chun, who was seated on the sofa. You must be Brother Yi Chen, right? Do you know me? Yi Chun was slightly taken aback. The girl nodded enthusiastically. Indeed, you are Brother Yi. Hello, Brother Yi. My name is Wen Xiaoro. I am a student at Zhonghai Financial University, and Sister Xueqing asked me to stay here. She said, Brother Yi, if you come back, I will take you to Longhu Villa immediately. Half an hour later, at the Longhu Villa area, before a 3-story villa, Yichun felt somewhat perplexed. Could it be that Mu Xueqing purchased a villa after obtaining 100 million? It mattered little. A larger residence was certainly welcome. When Xiaoro stepped forward and pressed the doorbell. Inside the villa on the first floor, Mu Xueqing was in the kitchen preparing dinner, while Xiao Churan assisted her. Xiao Buhui was in the living room watching animated cartoons. With such dexterity and culinary skills, whoever marries you will truly be blessed, Xiao Churan remarked with a smile. By the way, what does your boyfriend do? I can't believe you two are living together. Despite her aloof exterior and ethereal demeanor, Xiao Churan was quite the gossip at heart. Mu Xueqing smiled mysteriously. What's the rush? I'll introduce him to you when he returns. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. I'll go answer it, Mu Xueqing said, putting down her tasks and moving to open the front door of the villa. When Xiaoro playfully jumped inside, exclaiming, Sister Xueqing, your boyfriend is back. Wow, he is incredibly handsome and so cool. No wonder you are so infatuated. Xiao Churan walked up with a grin. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. The next moment, Yichun stepped through the villa door, and the instant Xiao Churan laid eyes on him, her pupils constricted sharply. Her smile froze, and her charming face turned as pale as a sheet. Yichen. Mu Xueqing hurriedly approached and grasped Yichen's hand, saying, Hey, next time, you mustn't leave without a word. Good. Yichen smiled and nodded. Just in time, I have something to discuss with you. Let's eat first. By the way, I am now sharing this villa with a friend, so there's no need to squeeze into an apartment anymore. Allow me to introduce you. Observing the affectionate demeanor of the two, Xiao Churan's 10 fingers clenched tightly under her sleeve, her nails digging painfully into her flesh, rendering her numb to the sensation. Churan. Mu Xueqing grasped Yi Chen's arm and brought him before Xiao Churan. Churan, you don't look well. Are you feeling unwell? Yi Chen, taken aback, responded. Xiao Churan? This time, it was Mu Xueqing's turn to be astonished. Yi Chen, do you know each other? Yi Chen nodded. Yes, we were high school classmates. Coughing slightly, Xiao Churan's face turned crimson, and she suddenly fainted, collapsing. Yi Chen swiftly stepped forward, catching Xiao Churan and laying her on the sofa. He pressed his fingers against her pulse. Wow, Sister Xueqing, your boyfriend knows medicine too? When Xiaoro exclaimed in awe. After a brief moment, Yi Chen withdrew his hand. Mu Xueqing, anxious, inquired, Yi Chen, how is she? Yi Chen shook his head. It's just a case of excessive heat affecting her, causing a surge of blood flow. It's nothing serious. Mu Xueqing nodded. Perhaps it's just been too hot lately. Xiaoro, could you please turn on the air conditioning? Sure. When Xiaoro replied, heading to turn on the air conditioning. Yi Chen then shifted the topic, however. What is it? Mu Xueqing asked as she took a towel to wipe the sweat from Xiao Churan's forehead. Yi Chen cast a glance at Xiao Churan and then at her daughter, Xiao Buhui. If there is an issue, please feel free to speak. Xiao Churan's tone was somewhat indifferent. Yi Chen replied, your condition appears peculiar. It seems to be a consequence of postpartum complications. However, based on your pulse, you seem to be a virgin, suggesting you have not been with a man. After studying Xiao Churan intently, he continued, if that is the case, then how did this daughter come into existence? You. Xiao Churan was momentarily at a loss for words. How had this individual acquired such medical knowledge to deduce this? Mu Xueqing was taken aback and abruptly seized Yi Chen's ear, exclaiming, Yi Chen, what nonsense are you spouting? I'm not speaking nonsense. Yi Chen's lips twitched as he allowed Mu Xueqing to pull on his ear. The medical texts I have read state this. Perhaps my skills are lacking. After 5 years in the underworld, he had perused countless medical tomes, all etched deep within his soul. After all, this was the first time he was applying his medical expertise on Xiao Churan. To Mu Xueqing's astonishment, Xiao Churan stared intently at Yi Chen and asked, I do indeed suffer from frequent fainting spells. Can you treat it? After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chen responded, there is no issue. A few silver needles along with some herbal remedies can provide a complete cure. Very well. Give it a try. Xiao Churan nodded and closed her eyes. With a swift motion of his wrist, Yi Chun produced several silver needles as if conjuring a magic trick, inserting them into several of Shao Chern's acupoints. Within just a few minutes, her complexion visibly improved, and she was able to sit up. Upon seeing that everyone was well, Yi Chun penned a prescription and said, "She is fine now, Xueqing. I shall step out for a while. I will return in a few days." Mu Xueqing, puzzled, inquired, "Are you leaving just after coming back?" "Do not worry, I will be in Zhonghai," Yi Chun replied with a gentle smile, reassuring Mu Xueqing. His return was primarily to inform her of his safety. Yi Chun was acutely aware of his insufficient martial prowess. Today, he found himself unable to swiftly defeat He Sandao and He Zhuxi. He had 3 days to elevate his martial realm. With that thought, Yi Chun turned and walked towards the villa's exit. Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, Mu Xueqing called out to his retreating figure, "Hey, Yi Chun, our company's grand opening is in 3 days. Don't forget to come for the ribbon cutting at 10 in the morning." Yi Chun paused, taken aback. 3 days hence? Such fortuitous timing? "All right, I will remember," he responded. In the darkness, a voice echoed, "Honestly, how busy can one be?" Mu Xueqing murmured. Shao Chern closed her eyes, her heart a tempest of emotions. As Yi Chun exited the Longhu villa, he flicked his wrist, and a business card soared out from the chaotic space. He dialed the number inscribed on it. "Hello, I have a favor to ask." After ending the call, within 10 minutes, a Maybach S680 arrived at the entrance of the Longhu villa. Wang Henian and Shen Qiong exited the vehicle with palpable excitement. "Young Master Yi, please, get in." Who is this young man? They wondered. Residing in Longhu villa, and a Maybach S680 comes to fetch him? Whose son could he possibly be? Amidst the envious gazes of bystanders, Yi Chun settled into the plush rear seat of the luxurious car, departing with an air of confidence. Shen Qiong occupied the front passenger seat, discreetly observing Yi Chun through the central rearview mirror. Encountering this young man once more stirred a tempest within her heart that refused to subside. He is the son of Yi Lingyun, the legendary General Yi, who vanished for 5 years only to return unexpectedly. He eliminated Old Master Lu and evaded capture after threatening the king of Jiangnan. The Dragon Lord himself conferred upon him the title of Dragon Soul Major General. What other secrets does he harbor? Shen Qiong pondered with curiosity. Seated beside her in the back, Wang Henian inquired solemnly, "Major General Yi, was everything you mentioned over the phone truly accurate? The chapter has not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the thrilling narrative. Do you require an alchemy chamber? Could it be that you are a master alchemist?" After 5 arduous years in hell, Yi Chun had indeed acquired considerable knowledge in the art of alchemy. "Is that so?" Wang Henian affirmed with certainty. "Just lead me there." Yi Chun grabbed a notepad from the car and swiftly jotted down a plethora of medicinal herbs. The more materials prepared from this list, the better. Ensure they are all delivered to the alchemy chamber. Furthermore, refrain from addressing me as Major General Yi. Simply call me by my name or Mr. Yi. He then closed his eyes, seeking tranquility, and fell silent. An hour later, at the outskirts of Zhonghai City, outside a steel mill, they entered a bomb shelter where the temperature surged dramatically, revealing an astonishing hidden world within. Wang Henian was already drenched in sweat, while Shen Qiong, clad in a thin dress, revealed her delicate figure beneath the fabric, barely concealed. Only Yi Chun remained unaffected, as if untouched by the surrounding turmoil. "Mr. Yi, this is the alchemy chamber." Wang Hanyang gestured towards a chamber of crimson stone ahead. These stones were extracted from deep within a volcano. We borrowed fire from a nearby steel mill and constructed a fire channel leading directly beneath the stone chamber. Here, concocting elixirs below the 5th grade poses no challenge. At that moment, the delivery of medicinal materials arrived. Yi Chun surveyed the large cart of materials and instructed its entry into the alchemy chamber. "Do not disturb me for the next 3 days." With that, he plunged into the chamber, firmly closing the door behind him. Shen Qiong's gaze was peculiar. "Old Wang, does this young Master Yi truly intend to refine pills?"
What ist?
The martial families invest tens of billions to cultivate an alchemist. It typically takes over a decade of training, and I have yet to see a pill master under 50. The materials he just requested are valued at over 200 million. Aside from you in Zhonghai, Few can gather such resources within an hour. Is this not a sheer waste? Shen Qiong felt a twinge of regret. Wang Henyang's eyes flickered with intrigue. 200 million is but a trifling sum. What harm is there in indulging him? If it fosters a relationship with Mr. Yi, I would gladly part with 2 billion. Just then, a message pinged on Wang Henyang's phone. Upon reading it, he staggered, nearly collapsing to the ground. This is it. Those 200 million may truly go to waste. What is it? Shen Qiong inquired, puzzled. Wang Henian's face turned ghastly pale as he fixed his gaze on the text message on his phone. Mr. Yi had caused an uproar at the Martial Arts Bureau in Longdu 3 hours ago. It seemed he had injured many people, which meant he had gravely offended the Bureau. Wang Henian had long been attentive to news regarding Yi Chun. Unfortunately, his connections were not sufficiently robust to acquire the intricate details. He only knew that Yi Chun had wreaked havoc at the Bureau, unaware that he had taken lives. What? Offending the Martial Arts Bureau? Shen Qiong gasped, her mouth agape. This is a colossal entity. Upon entering the alchemy chamber, Yi Chun summoned the chaos cauldron with a mere thought. He retrieved the medicinal materials prepared by Wang Henian and cast 2 30-year-old herbs into the cauldron. In the next moment, a 500-year-old herb materialized before him. Indeed, it was possible. Yi Chun felt a surge of joy as he swiftly prepared the herbs and placed them into an ancient cauldron that had long been ready in the alchemy chamber. Pressing a switch beneath the stove, a surge of intense flames erupted, enveloping the entire cauldron. The temperature in the alchemy chamber soared abruptly. Yi Chun cautiously regulated the heat. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before he extinguished the flames and opened the cauldron. A rich fragrance of herbs wafted towards him. It was done. Unfazed by the heat, he grasped a red elixir from the cauldron. The elixir bore 3 distinct lines. Any other alchemist who happened to witness it would undoubtedly be left utterly astounded. On his inaugural attempt at alchemy, he astonishingly produced a 3rd-tier elixir, a feat that defies all reason. Yi Chun swallowed the pill whole, and it melted away, instantly merging into his dantian. The medicinal essence surged through his limbs and bones. Boom! Martial Artist, Level 2. Martial Artist, Level 3. Martial Artist, Level 4. Remarkably, a single pill propelled him directly to the 4th level of martial prowess. Deep within his dantian, a formidable internal force coalesced. Coupled with his indestructible physique, Yi Chun felt as though he could vanquish a 9th-layer martial artist with a single punch. What might his combat strength be if he were to reach the Grandmaster level? Or even the Great Grandmaster level? A glimmer of excitement sparked in Yi Chun's eyes. More to come. Mount Tai, the preeminent peak among the 5 great mountains, a sacred site of ancient emperors for ritualistic offerings. Early in the morning, visitors to Mount Tai were astonished to discover the entire mountain surrounded by military forces, with armed police sealing off all access routes. What could be happening? Is some prominent figure here to ascend the mountain? Ordinary tourists were filled with trepidation. Are you not aware? The mountain has been closed to visitors since 3 days ago for a thorough clearance. It surely involves someone of great significance. Tourists began to speculate. Look, vehicles are arriving. Leading the procession was a Rolls-Royce Phantom, followed by a Porsche 918, a Lamborghini, a Bugatti, and a Maybach, an array of top-tier luxury cars parading in line. Goodness, is there an automobile exhibition taking place? The tourists were left dumbfounded. They had never witnessed such an extravagant display of luxury cars in their lives. One after another, they dazzled the eyes. Suddenly, a visitor exclaimed, "Look at that vehicle!" As the crowd gazed, they dismissed it as merely a dilapidated A8, insignificant compared to the preceding vehicles. One individual scoffed, "Look at the license plate." The crowd turned their attention, their pupils constricting sharply upon seeing it. Jiang A00001. My goodness, the king of Jiangnan. The onlookers were rendered speechless. The chariot of the king of Jiangnan arrived at the foot of Mount Tai. Stepping out, he was taken aback by the throngs of people. A subordinate beside him chuckled derisively. "Sir, one could only say that Yi Chun has offended too many people. Even the gambling lord from Australia has been crossed." Once the news spread, everyone had come to witness his misfortune. The subordinate pointed in a direction, saying, "Look, the gambling lord's daughter has come in person." Not far away, Zhou Anqi, the daughter of the gambling Lord Zhou Yunfa, descended from a Rolls-Royce Phantom, adorned with oversized sunglasses and flanked by a cadre of bodyguards, making her way toward the cable car ascending the mountain. In just 3 days, the uproar caused by Yi Chan at the Dragon Kingdom's Martial Arts Bureau had reverberated throughout the upper echelons, reaching even foreign lands. Meanwhile, a group of individuals from the Wolf Nation, clad in heavy attire, approached. Both men and women were among them. The men were notably tall, while the women exuded fierce allure. The leading man from the Wolf Nation spoke gravely. The Empress has decreed that if Ling Hongyan is sentenced to death, we must rescue her at all costs. Even if it costs us our lives, we will ensure her escape. Yes. The group of Wolf Nation individuals responded in unison, opting not to take the cable car but swiftly ascending toward the summit of Mount Tai. Concurrently, a diverse gathering of Caucasians, African Americans, and Southeast Asians approached. Leading the way was an elderly Caucasian man, speaking fluent English. Princess Aisha has declared that for your efforts, each of you shall receive $100 million. Should you successfully rescue Ling Hongyan, the reward shall be $1 billion. Furthermore, all of you will be granted green cards from the M country, and your past transgressions will be absolved. For the rest of your lives, all expenditures within the holdings of the Ross Consortium will be free of charge. This group was invigorated, exclaiming, "We shall undoubtedly accomplish the mission." They followed closely behind the individuals from the Wolf Nation, making their way directly to the summit of Mount Tai. The king of Jiangnan gazed intently in the direction the two groups had departed. The blood count of the Wolf Nation, Lady Ava, and the inebriated Mohammed. Among the ranks of underground assassins, the 69th, the deadly poison monarch, the 57th, the jester Jack, the 45th, the Black Widow, the 31st, the god of Muay Thai, Gu Kuan. Years ago, he had feigned a Muay Thai match and killed the Thai king with a single blow. He had been wanted worldwide, with a bounty of $500 million on his head. And yet he had the audacity to show himself? The subordinates nearby trembled with fear. "My lord, how is it that such terrifying figures have also arrived?" The king of Jiangnan smiled broadly. "Now, this is truly exciting, is it not? It seems our director of martial arts is no ordinary individual. Come, let us ascend the mountain." With a commanding voice, the king of Jiangnan boarded a helicopter, heading towards the peak. Upon arrival at the summit, it was already 6 in the morning. As the sun rose, the top of Mount Tai was already bustling with throngs of people. Yi Hongye arrived early in the morning, draped in a cloak, seated in a corner. "Does this lad truly dare to show up? You can't be deceiving me, can you?" He genuinely believed he single-handedly eliminated your 8 grandmasters of the 9th tier. Not far behind him, a man clad in a black cap and mask lowered his voice. "Is there any need for me to lie to you? Had he not overlooked me, I would have perished aboard that ship. Look for yourself." He Sandao and He Zhuxi, both possessing the strength of the 8th tier in martial arts, have had their legs shattered by this young scoundrel. Yi Hongye turned his gaze toward the direction indicated by the man. He Sandao and He Zhuxi were seated on the tribunal of the Martial Arts Bureau. Their thighs had been crushed to powder under Yi Chen's feet, resulting in amputation. "This little brute, if he dares to come today, I will ensure he pays dearly." He Sandao ground his teeth in fury. Beside the tribunal, Lu Chuanxiong and the Lu family members donned white cloths upon their heads. Days prior, Yi Chan had crushed the neck of Lu Chuanxiong's father during the 80th birthday celebration of Old Master Lu, resulting in a tragic demise. Upon learning that Yi Chan was likely to challenge the guardian of the Dragon Kingdom today, Lu Chuanxiong promptly gathered the Lu family members, arriving at 3 in the morning. He cradled the portrait of Old Master Lu in his arms. "Father, please watch over from above. Ensure that Yi Chan comes to challenge the guardian and meets a dreadful end at his hands." Tang Fenglang fidgeted anxiously like an ant on a hot pan. "It's almost 8 o'clock. Why hasn't Yi Chan arrived yet? No, it's better if he doesn't come. But he is the guardian of the Dragon Kingdom. Unless national security is at stake, the guardian would never intervene. Ling Hongyan's assassination of the emperor of the island nation has undeniably posed a grave threat to national security. Hence, the guardian must take action. Do not come. For heaven's sake, do not come." Tang Fenglang clenched his fists. Xiao Zhenghua had long since arrived. The venerable military god remained as steadfast as a mountain. Why the haste? Where is your father's composure? You certainly lack your grandfather's steadiness. Tang Fong Lang shook his head. Old military god, you surely are not in a hurry. Time passes, second by second. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the sun hung high in the sky. A middle-aged man rushed over, kneeling at the feet of the king of Jiangnan. My lord, we have uncovered news regarding Yi Chun. The king of Jiangnan replied coolly. Speak. Yi Chun has been missing for 3 days, and we have finally gleaned some information about him. The middle-aged man continued. 3 days ago, Yi Chun departed from the Longhu villa with Wang Henian from Zhonghai, heading to an air raid shelter in the suburbs. This shelter has been transformed into an alchemical chamber, and Yi Chun entered the chamber 3 days ago. He has yet to emerge. The king of Jiangnan appeared puzzled. What could Yi Chun be doing in the alchemical chamber? Continue to investigate and report back. Yes. The middle-aged man hurriedly departed. Meanwhile, in the suburbs of Zhonghai, outside the alchemical chamber of the air raid shelter, Lin Longhai paced anxiously in circles. Yi Chun, what on earth are you doing? Are you truly engaged in alchemy? Today marks the 3rd day. If you do not emerge soon, Ling Hongyan will indeed be in grave danger. Xin Qiong, who had been standing nearby, had long since grown accustomed to the scene. Last night, when she encountered Lin Longhai, the director of the Zhonghai Martial Arts Bureau, she had felt a twinge of surprise. Lin Longhai had been incessantly checking his watch, doing so for an entire night. By 9 o'clock, a deep thud resonated as the door to the alchemy chamber swung open. A young man slowly stepped out. Why does he seem somewhat different? Shin Qiong pondered. Wang Henier wore an expression of disappointment. Yi Chen's hands were completely empty. Indeed, no elixirs had been produced. Lin Longhai, brimming with excitement, rushed forward and grasped Yi Chen's wrist. Yi Chun, you have finally emerged. Today marks the 3rd day. Let us hasten to Mount Tai. Yi Chun replied nonchalantly, Uncle Lin, do not rush. What time is it now? Lin Longhai glanced at his watch. It is precisely 9 o'clock. No need to hurry. Let us first make a trip to the city. Excellent. We shall depart at once. Lin Longhai nodded vigorously, only to suddenly realize. Where to? The city? Atop Mount Tai. A middle-aged man once again knelt before the king of Jiangnan, uttering a few words. An elder spoke up. King of Jiangnan, let us share any news we may have gathered. They were all part of the same circle, gathered for a common purpose today. There was no need for secrecy. The king of Jiangnan glanced over, a faint smile gracing his lips. It is Elder Chen, Chun Fengyan, hailing from the esteemed Chen family of Jinling, a prestigious lineage. Casting a glance at his subordinates, he said, Since Elder Chun has spoken, please share the information you have uncovered with everyone. Indeed, the middle-aged man nodded. Latest news. An hour ago, Yi Chun departed from an alchemy chamber in the outskirts of Zhonghai City. He did not come to Mount Tai, but instead went to the city itself. What? Swish. Zhou Anqi, Yi Hongye, Lu Chuanqiong, He Sandao, He Zhuqi, Xiao Zhenghua, and Tang Fonglang all turned their gazes simultaneously. Yi Chun did not head to Mount Tai. Instead, he ventured into Zhonghai City. Zhou Anqi retrieved her mobile phone and dialed the number of the gambling king. Zhou Yunfa. Dad, he dares not come. I thought he was fearless. On the other end of the line, Zhou Yunfa expressed his astonishment. How can that be? That night, during the conversation between father and daughter, on the opposite side, Yi Hongye's expression darkened. What a pity. This brat has managed to keep his life once again. Dad. Lu Chuanqiong shouted in disappointment. The faces of He Sandao and He Zhuqi turned as gloomy as thunderclouds. You little wretch, you've been granted a temporary reprieve. We shall allow you to linger for a few days, but you will ultimately find yourself without a burial place. Tang Fonglang breathed a sigh of relief. It's for the best that he isn't coming. Sigh. Xiao Zhenghua let out a long breath, feeling somewhat disheartened. In the end, one cannot withstand the pressure of the title guardian. The vehicle halted in the city center, beneath an office building. Yi Chen, why have you brought me here? Lin Longhai inquired with a puzzled expression. Without offering an explanation, Yi Chun exited the car and ascended the building. Yi Chun, you have finally arrived. Everyone has been awaiting your presence. Mu Xueqing greeted him upon his appearance. With a smile, She stepped forward and took him into the company. It was then that Lin Longhai realized that today marked the grand opening of Mu Xueqing's new company. The name Mu Chen Group was quite self-explanatory. The only shortcoming was the small scale of the company. Aside from Mu Xueqing, Xiao Churan, and Wen Xiaoro, only the staff from the flower shop were present. Chairman, please cut the ribbon. Mu Xueqing handed a pair of scissors to Yi Chun. Chairman? Ha! Yi Chun accepted the scissors. Just as he was about to snip the ribbon, a voice interrupted. I knew it. Mu Xueqing, how could you suddenly resign? Turns out you were being kept by a toy boy. A woman in high heels emerged from the elevator, accompanied by several friends. Yi Chun furrowed his brow and asked, Who is she? Did you invite her? Mu Xueqing shook her head. I did not invite her. Her name is Zhao Baowan. She was a colleague at my former company. Unable to compete with me, she stole my market research data and claimed it as her own to curry favor with the boss. I intentionally placed last year's data on the USB drive, and she ended up shooting herself in the foot. She got fired. Zhao Baowan sneered. Mu Xueqing, today we settle old scores along with new grievances. As long as I am here, your company will never operate smoothly. Ladies, bring forth the flower baskets. With a commanding voice, her friends advanced, presenting the flower baskets adorned with banners that read, Misfortune abounds. Opening leads to closure. Financial ruin. 3 of her friends stepped forward, and Zhao Baowan added with a grin, and one more. Family ruin. You. Mu Xueqing trembled with rage. Yi Chen's voice was frigid. Are you seeking death? He stepped forward, confronting Zhao Baowan, a surge of overwhelming murderous intent emanating from him. Zhao Baowan trembled in fear. What do you intend to do? Yi Chun delivered a forceful kick to her legs, causing her to emit a harrowing scream as her limbs contorted at a grotesque angle. He then seized her by the neck and flung open the adjacent emergency exit, discarding her like refuse. Her anguished cries echoed through the stairwell. Baowan. The 3 close friends turned pale in terror, utterly unprepared for the brutality Yi Chun had just displayed. He pivoted to face them and mercilessly crushed their thighs underfoot, lifting each one and hurling them into the nearby safety passage. Xiao Churan's eyes widened in shock, while Mu Xueqing swallowed hard. Yi Chun, are they going to be all right? The other employees on the same floor looked on in horror. Lin Longhai stepped forward. Miss Mu, do not worry. I will handle these individuals and ensure Yi Chun does not attract any trouble. With a single phone call, a group of subordinates rushed up from below, swiftly entering the safety passage. After concluding the necessary formalities, Yi Chun glanced at the wall clock. Xueqing, I must be on my way. Huh? You're leaving again? Mu Xueqing was momentarily taken aback. By the time she regained her senses, Yi Chun had already entered the elevator and vanished. What is this guy up to? Always so busy? Upon descending, Yi Chun settled into the driver's seat of the Mercedes-Benz, with Lin Longhai occupying the front passenger seat. Previously, he had been the one driving. Yi Chun, where are you headed? Mount Tai. He pressed the accelerator. At noon, atop Mount Tai, a voice rang out amidst the restless crowd. They have arrived. As everyone turned towards the direction indicated, a wave of excitement surged through them. 2 armed helicopters appeared in the distance. Beneath one of them dangled a steel cage, within which was none other than Ling Hongyan. The helicopters soared over the summit of Mount Tai. The helicopter carrying Ling Hongyan gradually descended, placing the cage upon a martial arts platform measuring 10 meters in diameter before retreating. The other helicopter remained suspended 100 meters above. Where was the Guardian? It was noon, the time of judgment, yet the Guardian had not yet descended. As the crowd pondered this, the cabin door of the armed helicopter swung open, and a figure stepped out. Remarkably, he leaped from a height of 100 meters. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Everyone stood in shock. Under the gaze of thousands, an elderly man crashed onto the martial arts platform. With a thunderous sound, every heart in the audience quaked in unison. Ah! Zhou Anqi gasped, covering her mouth tightly. Hiss! He Sandao and He Zhuqi inhaled sharply. 100 meters was equivalent to over 30 stories. Even at their peak, jumping from such a height would surely lead to death. This. Tang Fenglang stood in shock, unable to utter a second word for what felt like an eternity. The Jiangnan king appeared calm, yet his hands gripped the armrests of his chair so tightly that they creaked ominously. The sheer impact of that jump from 100 meters was utterly breathtaking. Xiao Jinggua's gaze was heavy with concern. Wan Kunlun's power had become even more formidable compared to a decade ago. Perhaps it was wise for Yi Chun to refrain from attending. The other wealthy magnates were equally astonished, too fearful to take a seat. In a seemingly inconspicuous corner, Xiao Deng, with a flushed face, took out his phone. Dragon Lord, Yi Chun has not arrived. The Guardian has already made his presence known. A moment of silence ensued on the other end, followed by a deep sigh. All right, I understand. The call was terminated. The Dragon Lord approached the window, gazing intently at the vast expanse of water outside. Yi Chun, should you dare confront the Guardian Wan Kunlun, I possess a myriad of methods to ensure your survival, and I would regard you with greater esteem. Alas! Wan Kunlun appeared to be in his 60s, yet his true age surpassed 150. Silence. The command was not loud, yet it resonated in the ears of all present. In an instant, the entirety of Mount Tai fell into a profound stillness. With hands clasped behind his back, Wan Kunlun declared, "The hour has come. The trial shall commence now. Ling Hongyan, your assassination of the emperor of the island nation has led to a severe deterioration in diplomatic relations between our countries. This has gravely undermined the Dragon Kingdom's standing on the international stage. Furthermore, holding a prominent position as the director of the Dragon Kingdom's Martial Arts Bureau, you ought not to have committed such acts detrimental to the nation's integrity. After deliberation among several guardians, it has been decided to revoke your rights as a martial artist for life. You are stripped of your position as the director of the Martial Arts Bureau. For your multiple transgressions, you are sentenced to death. Do you acknowledge your crimes?" The voice thundered like a tempest, echoing throughout the summit of Mount Tai. Everyone held their breath, not daring to exhale. The majesty of the Guardian is such that none dare to infringe upon it. Ling Hongyan calmly nodded. "I plead guilty," Wan Kunlun coldly declared. "Execute the sentence." 2 executioners stepped forward, opening the prison cage, preparing to behead Ling Hongyan in public. Just as they were about to act, a man from the Wolf Nation and an elderly Caucasian simultaneously issued their commands. Suddenly, 2 formidable stones from Mount Tai soared through the air, striking the executioners and causing them to perish on the spot. "What is a guardian?" "My master's senior sister. No one has the right to judge her." "Who spoke?" The crowd gasped in astonishment. "Yi Chun." Lu Chuanxiong stood up excitedly. "It is Yi Chun who has come. Yi Chun killed his father, Lu Fengyun. Even if his voice were to turn to ash, he would still recognize it." "What? Yi Chun? Where?" Countless individuals rose to their feet, turning towards the source of the voice. There, a youth with a chiseled face and sharp features, sporting a practical cropped hairstyle, ascended to the peak of Mount Tai, drawing the attention of all. He truly dared to come? The moment she saw Yi Chun, Zhou Anqi was utterly astonished. Yi Hongye maintained a composed expression. "He has indeed come, that damned little beast." He San Dao and He Zhu she clenched their fists, fixated on Yi Chun. Tang Fenglang was overwhelmed with excitement. "Old War God, you were mistaken. This lad, Yi Chun, values loyalty and righteousness." Xiao Zhenggua's gaze fell upon Yi Chun, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He then shook his head, casting a deep glance at Wan Kunlun, a flicker of intense apprehension flashing in his eyes. Yi Chun should not have come. Upon encountering Yi Chun for the first time, the wealthy elites were filled with curiosity. Is this truly Yi Chun, the son of Yi Lingyun and the god of war? So youthful, so audacious, he dares to impede the judgment of the guardians. Under the watchful gaze of countless onlookers, Yi Chun approached Ling Hongyan, his fingers deftly maneuvering to shatter the shackles binding her. "What are you doing here, little junior brother? You must leave," Ling Hongyan exclaimed, tears streaming down her cheeks. Yi Chun shook his head resolutely. "Ninth senior sister, as long as I am here, no one shall harm you." Wan Kunlun's eyes were devoid of emotion, as though he regarded a lifeless entity. "You are Yi Chun? Are you aware that Ling Hongyan has been sentenced to death by me? By obstructing the execution, do you comprehend the gravity of your transgression?" Yi Chun smirked disdainfully. "What are you? What authority do you possess to judge my senior sister? I am the one who killed the emperor of the island nation. I personally crushed his skull. You seek to condemn an innocent, failing even to ascertain the fundamental facts. Are you guardians blind or merely foolish? What? The emperor of the island nation was killed by Yichun. This was an astonishing revelation. Atop Mount Tai, an eerie silence enveloped the gathering. Hearts raced, nearly bursting with shock. Even the Wang of Jiangnan stood abruptly, exclaiming, "What? He killed the emperor of the island nation? How is that possible? How dare he?" Wan Kunlun regarded him as one would a corpse. The guardians must not be insulted. To insult them is to invite death. Yichen, you, like your senior sister Ling Hongyan, have been sentenced to death. Sentence me to death? What are you? I hereby pronounce your death sentence. Yichun exclaimed in a low voice, encircling Ling Hongyan's slender waist. With a gentle push, a surge of force propelled her away, landing her safely beside Lin Longhai. Lin Longhai, take good care of my ninth senior sister. With those words, Yichun stamped his foot and charged towards Wan Kunlun with great speed. A fist was thrust forth, exuding immense power. By heavens! Everyone was taken aback. The guardian Wan Kunlun had not even made a move, yet Yichun had the audacity to strike first against the guardian. Furthermore, he dared to issue a death sentence upon him. Insanity! Such madness! This was a sentiment shared by all present. Wan Kunlun's gaze was as sharp as a blade. Today, I shall teach you the consequences of provoking a guardian. As Yichun approached, Wan Kunlun unleashed a punch that shattered the sound barrier. Wan Kunlun, do not kill Yichun. Xiao Jingwa stood up, filled with agitation. Xiao Deng, astonished, dashed out of the crowd and made his way to the martial arts platform. Gasps of surprise arose. How could this individual, a close aide to the Dragon Lord, have arrived here? Wan Kunlun, naturally aware of Xiao Deng's presence, offered him no chance to speak. Yichun, perish. With increased force, their fists collided. Just as everyone believed Yichun would be obliterated by that singular blow, the impact occurred. Wan Kunlun felt as if his fist had struck a steel plate, a sharp pain coursing through his right arm. Then came the sound of a crack. His arm had broken. His entire being was forced to retreat 7 or 8 steps. How could this be possible? Wan Kunlun's aged gaze narrowed in shock as he stared at Yichun, exclaiming, "What is your strength?" Not only Wan Kunlun, but the others atop Mount Tai were also rendered speechless. What had they witnessed? Yichun had repelled Wan Kunlun with a single punch. Moreover, Wan Kunlun's right hand hung limply, contorted in an unnatural shape. Had it been broken? Before the crowd could fully comprehend the situation, Yichun advanced with a swift stride, his fingers poised to grip Wan Kunlun's neck. This moment ignited Wan Kunlun's fury. "Yichun, you court death." With a fearsome roar, an overwhelming internal force erupted from Wan Kunlun. His unscathed left hand enveloped in a shimmering white mist, channeling his inner strength outward. Wan Kunlun's left hand surged toward Yichun, who promptly seized his arm. With a powerful twist, a sharp crack resounded as Wan Kunlun's left hand shattered, the excruciating pain jolting him back to reality as he gazed at the young man before him in terror. "Who are you?" His voice trembled. Below the martial arts platform, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd. Not a soul dared to utter a word, even their breaths stilled. Including Xiao Jingwa and the king of Jiangnan. All stood aghast, their eyes wide with astonishment at the unfolding spectacle on the platform. Yichun, a man of few words but fierce resolve, commanded, "Kneel." "What did you say?" Wan Kunlun's eyes widened, his gaze ablaze with fury. "I said, kneel before me." Yichun roared, stepping forward and delivering a powerful kick to Wan Kunlun's knee. An irresistible force surged forth, causing Wan Kunlun to collapse to his knees upon the martial arts platform. "Come, tell everyone about my senior sister, Ling Hongyan. Is it not true that she has been sentenced to death?" Each word was pronounced with deliberate clarity, resonating powerfully in the air, akin to a heavy hammer striking the hearts of all present. The king of Jiangnan stood rigid, his fists clenched tightly, blood coursing through his veins as if ablaze, his aged face flushed and his eyes nearly brimming with tears. Once upon a time, he had exuded the same vigor on the battlefield. suppressing all in his path. However, due to certain circumstances, he was relegated to the status of the king of Jiangnan. Yet today, atop Mount Tai, Yi Chun compelled the guardian to kneel, igniting the fervor within him once more. A son should be like this. Xiao Jinghua was equally overcome with emotion. The retired military god's hands trembled slightly, as he repeatedly murmured, Yi Chun. Yi Chun. Ha ha ha. Yi Lingyun, your son surpasses you, not to mention Zhou Anqi and Lu Chuanxiong, who had long since turned to stone. Yi Hongye felt a sharp twitch in his eyelids. The man lurking behind the dark hall fixed his gaze on the figure on the martial arts platform, his eyes almost bleeding with intensity. Yi Hongye, do you see? I told you that you did not comprehend this young man's strength. He dares to incapacitate even the guardian. How could mere grandmasters possibly defeat him? Yi Hongye swallowed hard, left speechless in his astonishment. Wan Kunlun knelt on the ground, a hand pressing down on his shoulder, his face ashen as he lifted his gaze. Yi Chun, do you realize what you are doing? How dare you lay a hand on the guardian? Such an act is a capital offense. I do not fear to disclose that I am the weakest among the 12 guardians of the Dragon Nation. Even if we entertain the notion that the rumors suggest Ling Hongyan has slain the emperor of the island nation, according to our customs, she must face death. Even if I am brought to my knees, Wan Kunlun still exudes an immense aura. Alas, a lone tiger cannot shake the might of a dragon. Yi Chun declared, rules are but chains binding the ordinary. Why should I, Yi Chun, abide by the regulations you have set forth? Let us not even discuss whether my master sister truly killed the emperor. Even if she did, what of it? The guardians possess no authority to judge her, let alone to sentence her to death. Wan Kunlun stood stunned, but what of the pressure from the island nation? Yi Chun responded shockingly, then we shall eradicate the island nation outright. What you guardians dare not do, I, Yi Chun, shall undertake. Those whom you guardians dare not eliminate, I shall eliminate. In this vast world, there exists no one whom I, Yi Chun, fear to slay. Wan Kunlun was left in utter shock. Yi Chun, you are courting death. Yi Chun shook his head. No, it is you who court death. With a swift motion, he struck down with his palm. Wan Kunlun's head burst like a watermelon. Who dares to judge my master sister? Come, test it if you will. Yi Chen's voice reverberated like thunder across the peak of Mount Tai. All stood frozen in place, horrified as they gazed upon the lifeless body of Wan Kunlun on the martial arts platform. By the time he realized what had transpired, Yi Chun had already departed with Ling Hongyan in tow. Excellent. The king of Jiangnan silently roared, his fists clenched so tightly that his bones creaked ominously, disregarding the rules, ignoring the conventions, annihilating everything in sight. Rules? Merely constraints for the ordinary. When one's power is sufficient to crush all, regulations become mere trifles. Yi Chen's actions today had utterly subdued him. Teacher. A middle-aged man rushed onto the martial arts stage, grief-stricken as he embraced the lifeless body of Wan Kunlun. Yi Chen. Yi Chun. You shall pay for this. Xiao Jinggua's eyes narrowed, staring at Wan Kunlun's unblinking corpse. He felt as though he were caught in a dream. This lad had truly shattered the heavens this time. Xiao Deng, who had accompanied the Dragon Lord and witnessed countless grand spectacles, found his pupils constricting in disbelief, taking a considerable time to regain his composure. He fumbled for his phone, trembling as he dialed a number. Hello, Dragon Lord. We are in grave trouble. What? Yi Chun has killed Wan Kunlun? In the highest office of the Dragon Kingdom, a middle-aged man stood in stunned silence. Even as the highest-ranking official in the Dragon Kingdom, he was momentarily taken aback before gravely uttering, understood. After hanging up, a thunderous roar echoed outside, as a tempest bore down upon the land. The lake within view churned violently, utterly unable to find calm. During their descent, Yi Chun continually infused his inner strength into Ling Hongyan. In just 3 days, he had successfully advanced from the first level of martial artist to the realm of martial arts grandmaster. If the martial arts community of the Dragon Nation were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly be utterly astounded. In the mere span of 3 days, a martial artist ascended from the first level to the rank of a grandmaster. Such an extraordinary leap. During the 3 days of incarceration, Ling Hongyan leaned against Yichun's back, drifting into a deep slumber. Beside them, Lin Longhai chattered incessantly, exclaiming, "What on earth, you actually killed a guardian? My heavens! What manner of monster are you? A guardian, one of the most formidable individuals in the Dragon Nation's martial arts realm. Yichun, where have you been for the past 5 years? Who is your master? This is simply astounding. Yichun, does your master still accept disciples? My talent is quite commendable as well. Perhaps you could recommend me?" Lin Longhai's words flowed non-stop until they reached the foot of Mount Tai, where the two prepared to depart. Suddenly, a throng of individuals surrounded them. Lin Longhai's expression shifted slightly. "The king of Jiangnan? What are your intentions?" The king of Jiangnan, accompanied by 300 armored soldiers, encircled Yichun and his companions. Yichun remained composed. Having just slain a guardian, he did not believe the king of Jiangnan would dare to act against him. Indeed, the king of Jiangnan commanded, "Turn around." In unison, the 300 soldiers pivoted, turning their backs to Yichun and his companions. In the next moment, the king of Jiangnan stepped forward and knelt on one knee, proclaiming, "Your Excellency Yi." Lin Longhai was taken aback, nearly jumping in astonishment. This was indeed the king of Jiangnan, a powerful regional official who did not bow before the court. In principle, aside from the sovereign of the Dragon Kingdom, no one else should command the king of Jiangnan, nor could anyone compel him to kneel. At this moment, the king of Jiangnan unexpectedly knelt before Yichun, seemingly submitting with genuine reverence. Yichun inquired, "What does this signify?" The king of Jiangnan raised his head, his blood boiling, his eyes ablaze with fervor. "Mr. Yi, your earlier display has utterly captivated me. I am willing to bow at your feet. Should you desire, you shall henceforth be the undisputed underground ruler of the Jiangnan province. Direct me eastward, and I shall never venture west. Whatever you wish to pursue, even if it entails seizing power for oneself, I shall accompany you without hesitation." This, Lin Longhai was taken aback, his eyelids twitching fiercely. Such words were audacious indeed. It appeared the king of Jiangnan was resolutely determined to follow Yichun. Yichun's gaze flickered before he calmly uttered, "Rise, for you have submitted to me. Now, I require you to undertake a task." "Speak," the king of Jiangnan replied without rising, instead nodding gravely. "Assist me in locating 2 ancient martial artists, one known as Elder Jiang and the other as Elder Yuan. As soon as you have any information regarding them, inform me immediately. You should be able to ascertain my contact number." The king of Jiangnan was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated a grand undertaking, only to realize it was merely a matter of locating individuals. Understood. As the king of Jiangnan watched, Yichun, carrying Ling Hongyan, departed directly in a vehicle. The events atop Mount Tai reverberated like a tsunami throughout the Dragon Kingdom. What? The guardian of the Dragon Kingdom, Wan Kunlun, has been slain by Yichun. Upon the announcement, a profound silence enveloped the upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom. In the island nation, following the death of Shoei Ninji, the throne had remained vacant. Tojo Takuya, in a relentless spree over 3 days and nights, eradicated the entire lineage of Shoei Ninji, eliminating all opposition within the island nation. In merely 2 days, he would stand before the citizens to be crowned as the new emperor. News from Mount Tai reached him, leaving Tojo Takuya momentarily stunned. "What did you say? Yichun has slain one of the 12 guardians of the Dragon Kingdom, Wan Kunlun? He brazenly ascended the peak of Mount Tai with Ling Hongyan? Not a single soul dared to intervene. How is this possible? How dare he?" He stood frozen in disbelief. After an indeterminate period, his countenance darkened considerably, prompting him to dash out. Arriving at an ancient temple, he burst through the doors. "My lord, trouble has arisen." Inside the temple, an altar housed a grotesque statue of a malevolent deity. A vague blood shadow emerged. "What has transpired? According to my calculations, all your enemies should have been vanquished by now. The last remnants of dissent should have vanished. In just a couple of days you shall be crowned emperor. What is there to fear? It is not a domestic issue." Tojo Takuya shook his head, recounting the events that unfolded at Mount Tai in detail. The blood shadow fell into a contemplative silence before letting out a cold laugh. "What is there to fear? Last time, I had not yet regained my vitality, and being summoned by Tojo Musashi from the distant dragon country led to my defeat at the hands of Yi Chun. Previously, you utilized his strength to eliminate Zhao Pingren, thus securing the position of emperor. Simply hold your ground. Should he dare to approach the island nation again, I shall eliminate him on your behalf. Tojo Takuya, overwhelmed with emotion, knelt upon the ground, exclaiming, "Thank you, Lord of the Evil God." Yet, this chapter remains unfinished. Please turn to the next page to continue indulging in the captivating narrative. The blood shadow dissipated, leaving only the echoing voice within the temple. I require more power. Bring me 100 maidens. Blood. I demand blood. It seems this nation has a peculiar issue. The number of maidens is dwindling. At the foot of Kunlun Mountain, a vast expanse lay frozen in ice. The air was filled with heavy snowflakes, while amidst the howling winds stood a thatched cottage. Should anyone be present, they would be astonished to observe that the snowflakes, just a foot above the cottage's roof, melted instantly, transforming into water that flowed away on either side. Within a 10-meter radius of the thatched cottage, not a single snowflake remained. Teacher, oh teacher, a middle-aged man, bearing a coffin on his back, wept profusely as he approached the thatched cottage. With a thud, he fell to his knees. This man was none other than Hong Xiaofeng, a disciple of Wan Kunlun, possessing a cultivation level of the 9th layer of heaven. Moreover, to his surprise, Xiao Deng had accompanied him. Has Wan Kunlun perished? A voice from within the thatched cottage exclaimed in astonishment. Who did this? Hong Xiaofeng's eyes were bloodshot as he exclaimed, Yi Chun. It is that Yi Chun. He took a deep breath and swiftly recounted the events that transpired atop Mount Tai. He concluded with a fervent plea, Seniors, please emerge from your seclusion to eliminate this child and avenge my master. A profound silence enveloped the thatched cottage. After a moment, a voice filled with confusion broke the stillness. Yi Chun, the son of Yi Lingyun and that woman? He vanished for 5 years, and 5 years ago he was nothing more than a defenseless high school student. Yet now he possesses the power to slay guardians? Another pause ensued, filled only by the howling snowstorm outside. Following this brief interlude, another voice resonated within the cottage. Xiao Deng? Who sent you here? Xiao Deng nodded. Esteemed seniors, the Dragon Lord wishes to inquire whether anyone has entered the inner sanctum in the past 5 years. The inhabitants of the cottage responded. No one has entered, nor has anyone exited. Xiao Deng was taken aback for a moment, then solemnly nodded. If no one had entered Kunlun ruins during these 5 years, could it be that Yi Chen's disappearance did not involve that place? If that were the case, from whence did his astounding martial prowess originate? The second matter is that the Dragon Lord hopes for the affairs atop Mount Tai to come to a close. Xiao Deng maintained a composed demeanor. The people within the cottage appeared somewhat astonished. Oh? The Dragon Lord wishes to protect Yi Chun? What? Hong Xiaofeng's eyes were filled with fury as he fixed a penetrating glare at Xiao Deng. Secretary Deng, is this truly the Dragon Lord's intent? Xiao Deng refrained from answering. Instead addressing the thatched cottage, the Dragon Lord has stated that esteemed seniors may review this letter before making a decision. Open the briefcase. Extract a wax-sealed envelope. An irresistible force surged forth. To young Deng's astonishment, the envelope seemingly levitated into the thatched cottage. His eyes widened in disbelief. Telekinesis? How intriguing! Inside the cottage, a wave of exhilaration erupted, as several distinct voices chimed in unison. Is the Dragon Lord serious? Surely this cannot be a ruse? Secretary Deng, are you certain? Young Deng nodded earnestly. Absolutely. Very well. For now, we shall refrain from intervening. However, should this young man dare to repeat such an act, there will be no mercy. I shall report to the Dragon Lord without embellishment. Young Deng exhaled in relief, casting a glance at Hong Xiaofeng before turning to depart. Elder, my master, what? Do you wish for us to betray the Dragon Lord? I would never. Hong Xiaofeng, consumed by grief yet powerless, wept bitterly while carrying the coffin of Wan Kunlun away. In Zhonghai at the Lin family's villa, Lin Longhai remarked, Yi Chen, you and Miss Ling shall reside here for the time being. The villa is under constant surveillance, and any unusual activity will trigger an immediate alert. Yichun nodded in acknowledgement, gently placing the still unconscious Ling Hongyan onto the sofa in the living room. He raised his hand to check her pulse, his expression shifting slightly. With a swift motion, he tore away her prison garb, revealing a form-fitting outfit beneath. The sight of 7 gruesome, bloodied wounds marring her perfect S-curve was harrowing. Alas, 7 inches deep. Lin Longhai inhaled sharply, exclaiming, "My heavens, are the people from the Martial Arts Bureau truly so vindictive? They actually resorted to using the 7-inch nails. This is a fatal injury for any martial artist. Such a measure is only employed against the most heinous and perilous of warriors. This. Even if Miss Ling survives, she will be rendered a cripple." Yichun remained silent, his expression darkening to an unprecedented degree, a seething fury igniting within his chest. Beneath Ling Hongyan's 7 wounds, each was embedded with a steel nail, penetrating deep into her flesh. Each nail corresponded to a vital point, sealing off the Ren and Du meridians, along with a significant acupoint in her limbs. The final needle was mercilessly thrust into her dantian, leaving her utterly incapacitated. Ha! Ha ha ha! It seems that merely slaying Wan Kunlun was too merciful of me. I should have annihilated the entire Martial Arts Bureau. Yi Chen's shoulders trembled with laughter, his visage colder than ever before. Rest assured, senior sister, you will not become a cripple, nor will you perish. With a swift motion, Yichun conjured several silver needles from thin air, embedding them into Ling Hongyan's body to temporarily seal her meridians. He then pressed his hand upon her dantian. Lin Longhai gasped in astonishment. "Yichun, do not act recklessly. Once the 7-inch nails are employed, they must be removed simultaneously. Otherwise, a hasty extraction could prove fatal." But to Lin Longhai's astonishment, an incredible scene unfolded. Yi Chen's palm landed on Ling Hongyan's dantian, and with a series of muffled sounds, the 7 steel nails, each over 10 centimeters long, erupted from her flesh. Suspended in mid-air, buoyed by a surge of genuine energy, every steel needle dripped with blood. Yichun retrieved 2 medicinal pills and administered them to Ling Hongyan. He then turned and strode toward the villa's exit, calling out, "Uncle Lin, let us depart." Lin Longhai hurriedly followed, inquiring, "Yichun, where are we headed?" At the Zhonghai International Airport, a private jet belonging to the Martial Arts Administration was poised for takeoff. He Sandao and He Zhuxi sat on the sofa, their aged faces still etched with shock. He Sandao gritted his teeth, pondering, what has Yichun endured over these 5 years? He managed to kill Wan Kunlun atop Mount Tai and even rescued that ungrateful Ling Hongyan. He Zhuxi scoffed, "What of her rescue? Ling Hongyan has been afflicted with a fatal injury. Even if saved, she would scarcely survive a few months. Yet, what manner of monster is this youth?" He Sandao's brow furrowed deeply as he held a stack of documents, compiled information on Yichun gathered over the past days. The initial 18 years revealed nothing extraordinary, merely depicting a wayward scion. 5 years ago, the Yi family of Zhonghai met its demise. Everyone presumed Yichun perished with them. To their astonishment, he returned 5 years later, wielding formidable martial prowess. The battle at Mount Tai sent shockwaves throughout the Dragon Nation. He Zhuxi suddenly interjected, "Could it possibly be due to Yi Lingyun? Did Yichun's parents bestow upon him some unparalleled martial technique?" Both men furrowed their brows in deep contemplation. Behold, someone is racing down the airport runway. In the waiting hall of the international airport, the crowd gazes in astonishment. There, a figure rushes across the runway with astonishing speed, stirring up a tempest in his wake. He sprints to the front of the Martial Arts Bureau's aircraft, and with a single stride, he seems to spring into the air, soaring over 100 meters, before crashing down forcefully onto the nose of the Bureau's private jet. A resounding clang. The Martial Arts Bureau's aircraft is unexpectedly brought to a halt. Its nose sinks into the ground, causing the entire plane to tilt upwards. Good heavens! Is this a film shoot? The passengers in the waiting hall are utterly stunned. Inside the cabin, He Sandao and He Zhuxi nearly get thrown out, furiously bellowing, "What kind of incompetence are you to pilot a plane? Did you collide? Bang, bang, bang. What is that sound?" He Sandao and He Zhuxi are momentarily taken aback. Above them, in unison, they lift their gazes skyward. They cannot help but gasp in horror. On the steel cabin ceiling, thick as a few centimeters, the sounds of impact leave behind a series of fist imprints. With a thunderous explosion, a terrifying hole appears at the top of the cabin. A young man stands there, his eyes reflecting the visage of death, gazing downwards. Yi Chen, He Sandao and He Zhuxi are so frightened that their hearts feel as though they might burst, and they can think of nothing else. They rush to the emergency exit, desperate to pry open the cabin door and escape. Whoosh! Something slices through the air, embedding itself in the handle of the emergency exit door. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be 7 steel needles. This, He Sandao and He Zhuxi were so terrified that they nearly lost control of their bladders. Wasn't this object embedded within Ling Hongyan's body? They had personally inserted it. How could it possibly be here? Yi Chen, please allow us to explain. He Sandao and He Zhuxi's faces turned ashen, devoid of the courage to resist. They could only plead for mercy. Yi Chen stepped forward, grasping He Sandao by the neck, and violently slammed him to the ground. With a foot planted on He Sandao's ankle, a series of sickening cracks echoed. One after another, the blows fell. Within mere seconds, He Sandao was reduced to a grotesque form, every bone in his body shattered by Yi Chen's relentless assault. He was transformed into a heap of flesh, firmly adhered to the ground. Please, I beg you, Yi Chen. He Zhuxi knelt, desperation etched across his face. Yi Chen grinned, saying, do not rush. Death is merely the beginning. In the depths of hell, far more terrifying torments await you. No. Ah! Outside the cabin, security personnel watched in horror as the aircraft trembled with each resounding bang, accompanied by the harrowing screams emanating from within. Half an hour later, in the conference room of the Martial Arts Bureau, hundreds of high-ranking officials gathered. Is this truly what happened to Elder He and Elder He? The crowd gazed in shock at the photographs. The devastation. It was utterly horrific. He Sandao and He Zhuxi were unrecognizable, stripped of all semblance of humanity. The flesh and blood were utterly pulverized, leaving only a tattered human skin lying on the ground. The entire cabin was drenched in blood, sending chills down the spines of the onlookers. This Yi Chen has gone too far. How could he so cruelly massacre the elders of the Martial Arts Bureau? This matter is far from over. Let us go together to confront the Dragon Lord. I refuse to believe that the Dragon Lord will shield him. No one in the Dragon Kingdom can contend with this wretch. Chapter 48. Yi Chen's response. On the elevated bridge outside the airport, Lin Longhai sat in his vehicle, witnessing everything unfold before him. He was particularly astounded when he saw Yi Chen halt an aircraft on the brink of takeoff with a single decisive step, leaving him utterly speechless. A figure approached from a distance, leaping onto the bridge and settling into the back seat of the car. They set off towards the Yi family ancestral home. Lin Longhai swallowed hard. Yi Chen, your actions have undoubtedly offended the Martial Arts Bureau. Do you truly have no reservations about this? Allow me to caution you. The Martial Arts Bureau is far from the simple entity you perceive it to be. What will you do if they come seeking retribution? Yi Chen smiled. If I do not slay them, will the Martial Arts Bureau refrain from troubling me? Lin Longhai was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Yi Chen had already eliminated Wan Kunlun and incapacitated He Sandao and He Zhuxi, rendering it impossible for this matter to simply fade away. Uncle Lin, do you still not comprehend? If others are wicked, you must be even more so. If others are ruthless, you must be even more ruthless. If they harm your loved ones, you must eradicate their entire lineage. Only when your adversaries tremble in fear at the mere mention of your name will you truly be free of troubles. Yi Chen shook his head. In the depths of hell, what malevolent beings had he not encountered? Even the most formidable of demons bowed submissively at his feet. Did the Martial Arts Bureau dare to provoke him? Let them come. He would slay one if they sent one, and 100 if they sent 100, until no one dared to challenge him, until the Martial Arts Bureau was left with none. He would find his safety. Half an hour later, Yi Chen returned to the old residence of the Yi family. Since the downfall of the Yi family 5 years ago, this place had been sealed off. As he peeled away the yellowing seal, Yi Chen stepped into the courtyard, taking in the sight of the withered grass and the bloodstains that had long since darkened. "Uncle Lin, please find some people to clean this place up and restore it," he instructed. Lin Longhai nodded silently, understood. Just as they exited the gate, a black sedan sped towards them, screeching to a halt at the entrance of the Yi family home. A man wearing gold-rimmed spectacles emerged from the vehicle. Upon seeing him, Lin Longhai's eyes nearly bulged in shock. You are the one beside the Dragon Lord?" Once, Lin Longhai had attended a banquet held by the Martial Arts Bureau in Longdu, where the Dragon Lord had made a brief appearance of 5 minutes. He had caught a glimpse of the man standing next to the Dragon Lord and had committed his image to memory. "Director Lin, greetings. My name is Deng Lei, but you may call me Xiao Deng." The man extended a hand with great courtesy. Lin Longhai quickly grasped his hand with both of his own. This man was associated with the Dragon Lord. The Dragon Lord referred to him as Xiao Deng. There was no doubt about it. To address him as such would be courting disaster. "Secretary Deng, please do not flatter me. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit?" Lin Longhai inquired, adopting a humble demeanor. Deng Lei smiled. "The Dragon Lord has a few words for General Yi." "Very well." Lin Longhai was so astonished that he could scarcely breathe, vigorously nodding in agreement. He led Deng Lei into the old Yi residence, where they encountered Yi Chun in the courtyard. Deng Lei introduced himself and explained his background. Yi Chun was somewhat taken aback. The last correspondence from the Dragon Lord. Yi Chun had presumed it to be a favor from his father, yet he was surprised to discover that this individual was still keeping an eye on him. Upon reflection, considering the considerable commotion he had caused at the summit of Mount Tai, it seemed only natural for the Dragon Lord to take notice. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Yi Chun inquired. Deng Lei's lips twitched slightly as he cast a penetrating gaze at Yi Chun. "Young Master Yi, your impulsiveness is quite alarming. By slaying Wan Kunlun at the summit of Mount Tai, you have irrevocably offended the other guardians." The Dragon Lord had painstakingly negotiated to pacify their wrath. "I was just about to return to Longdu to report, but who could have anticipated that you would then proceed to kill He Sandao and He Zhuxi? This has incited the Martial Arts Bureau into a complete frenzy. Just half an hour ago, they stormed into the highest office and engaged in negotiations with the Dragon Lord for an hour. I turned back on my way to Longdu and hurried to Zhonghai." Lin Longhai looked utterly astonished. The highest authority in the Dragon Kingdom was secretly aiding Yi Chun? Incredible. It seemed he had not misstepped in his allegiance. Yi Chun shook his head. "The Dragon Lord is overly concerned. However, my personal affairs are of no consequence to him." Deng Lei furrowed his brow. "Young Master Yi, you have offended the Guardians, not to mention the entirety of the Martial Arts Bureau in the Dragon Kingdom. Do you comprehend the gravity of this situation? A slight misstep could lead to your utter ruin, leaving you without a grave to call your own." "But..." Yi Chun regarded Deng Lei intently. Deng Lei offered a faint smile. "But there may yet be a glimmer of hope. The Bureau of Martial Arts has 3 stipulations. First, upon joining the Bureau, you shall henceforth abide by its commands. Second, share the martial techniques and skills you have cultivated. Third, disclose the whereabouts and activities of the past 5 years, including the individuals you encountered. Among these 3 conditions, you may select any 2, and the matter shall be settled." Upon hearing these demands, Yi Chun could not suppress a smile and calmly replied, "I choose the 4th option." "The 4th option?" Deng Lei was taken aback. Yi Chun affirmed, "Annihilate everyone in the Bureau of Martial Arts. Let their heads lie beneath my feet." This left Deng Lei wide-eyed, taking several steps back as he felt an overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanating from Yi Chun. Lin Longhai was utterly dumbfounded, nearly collapsing in terror, sweat pouring down his face. "Oh dear, this is someone close to the Dragon Lord. Are you not afraid of offending him with such words?" It was only after Deng Lei hurriedly departed that Lin Longhai regained his composure. "Yi Chun, are you serious?" Just as Yi Chun was about to respond, a phone call interrupted. Upon pressing the answer button, Mu Xueqing's anxious voice came through. "Yi Chun, there's been a grave incident." Yi Chen's heart sank. "Xueqing, don't panic. What happened? Is there trouble at the company?" "It's all right. I will come over immediately." "No, it's not me." Mu Xueqing shook her head, saying, "It's not Regret. It's Charan's daughter, Regret, who has gone missing. In the afternoon, Charon went to the kindergarten to pick up her daughter, only to be informed that her daughter had been taken away long ago. Now, Charon is nearly frantic. Yichun, you must help Charon. As a single mother, if regret is lost, it would cost her life. All right? Yichun reassured her. Do not worry. Tell me where you are, and I shall come right away. Upon arriving at the kindergarten mentioned by Mu Xueqing, the police were already present, taking notes. Xiao Charon was crouched in a corner by the gate, her arms wrapped around her knees. Tears had smeared her makeup, leaving her looking utterly despondent. When Xiaoro was there, offering comfort beside her. When Mu Xueqing saw Yichun arrive, she rushed over, stating, "We have checked the surveillance footage." Regret ran out of the main entrance on her own. She ultimately vanished into an alley that lacked surveillance. "We have searched the vicinity thoroughly. There is no trace of the child. If she has encountered human traffickers, it would be disastrous." Yichun cast a glance at Xiao Charon. Approaching her, he knelt down and urged, "Come with me." Xiao Charon lifted her head, her gaze vacant. "Heh. She has gone lost, never to be found again. Do not let your daughter's disappearance become absolute. Come with me." Yichun firmly grasped Xiao Charon's wrist. Allowing Mu Xueqing to lead the way, they entered the alley devoid of surveillance. The ground was littered with fallen leaves, and a few dilapidated residential buildings bordered the area, with trash bins carelessly placed along the roadside. "Extend your hand," Yichun commanded sharply. Xiao Charon, in a daze, extended her hand, and Yichun produced a silver needle in the palm of his hand. With a swift motion, he pierced the tip of Xiao Charon's finger, and blood began to trickle down. Yichun collected a drop of her blood and inscribed a crimson symbol in her palm. "Bloodline convergence, spirits heed my call. By my command, the gates of the underworld shall open." A chilling wind swept through the alley, causing the temperature to plummet abruptly. Mu Xueqing and Wen Xiaoro could not suppress a shiver. From an unseen perspective, the ground split open, and an exceedingly grotesque ghost emerged, kneeling at Yichun's feet. "Young lord, you summoned me." Yichun looked down at it. "Lead the way to this person's daughter." "Yes." The ghost leapt onto Xiao Charon's shoulder, extending its hands to cover her eyes. Mu Xueqing and Wen Xiaoro were oblivious to this occurrence. They only noticed that Xiao Charon's gaze had grown vacant. The blood from her fingertip pooled on the ground, gathering and moving in a specific direction. "Go," Yichun urged. Xiao Charon lifted her foot and stepped out of the alley, halting outside a KFC on a commercial street a kilometer away. "You seek someone within," the ghost remarked before vanishing. Not regretting, "She is right there." Mu Xueqing pointed to a spot by the window inside the KFC. A captivating middle-aged woman sat at the table with Xiao Buhui, who held a French fry in her left hand and gnawed on a chicken wing with her right. "Buhui. Mom?" Xiao Charon's body trembled as she hurried toward KFC. "Mom?" Yichun and Mu Xueqing were taken aback, exchanging glances. When Xiaoro sighed in relief, it turns out to be a misunderstanding. This lady is Sister Charon's mother, which means she is the grandmother of Buhui." Just as the three were about to enter KFC, Lin Longhai called, "Yichun, Miss Ling has awakened." Yichun felt a flicker of emotion. "Xueqing, since this is a misunderstanding, you all stay with Xiao Charon. I have a matter to attend to, so I shall take my leave." With that, he hailed a taxi and departed swiftly. Mu Xueqing, somewhat helpless, followed Wen Xiaoro into KFC. Xiao Charon embraced Xiao Buhui, exclaiming, "Buhui, why did you wander off? You scared me to death. Promise me you won't run off again, all right?" Xiao Buhui chuckled, "Mom, Grandma said she would take me to KFC, and you should come too." "Humph." The alluring woman across from them scoffed. "Now you know fear? You can't even take care of your own daughter. I went to Longdu to find you, and your family said you, the pampered young lady, have abandoned your responsibilities to start a biological company in Zhonghai. Your mother controls billions in stocks on Wall Street, and countless wealthy country elites and politicians beg me to help manage their funds. A mere trickle from my fingertips would suffice to ensure you both live a life of luxury." Zhao's mother wore a cold smile. "Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions. Do you wish for Bu Wei and Yichun to recognize each other? I must caution you. This young man carries immense troubles upon his shoulders. Sooner or later he cannot escape his fate. It would be best for you to abandon this notion. I shall remain in Zhonghai for a while, Once I have resolved my matters, you and Bu Wei shall accompany me back to M country. Rising swiftly, he departed without granting Xiao Churan the opportunity to object. Mu Xueqing and Wen Xiaoro stood rooted in place, their eyes wide with astonishment. Wen Xiaoro covered her mouth in disbelief. Bu Wei, is she the daughter of Brother Yi? Mu Xueqing could hardly fathom the revelation. She staggered back several steps, her face a mask of shock. Churan, what on earth is happening? Bu Wei is your and Yi Chen's daughter? How is that possible? She found it difficult to accept this truth. The man she cherished was revealed to have a daughter with her dear friend? What kind of absurdity is this? It was utterly far-fetched. Xiao Churan bit her red lip, casting an apologetic glance at Mu Xueqing. Xueqing, I am truly sorry. There are too many people here. Let us find a quiet place where I can explain everything. All right? Mu Xueqing nodded, her expression a turbulent mix of emotions. After leaving KFC, Zhao's mother turned and walked into an alley, her brows furrowed as she examined the message in her email. Princess Aisha has summoned me to Zhonghai to assist her junior disciple at any moment. Such a brief statement. Who could truly comprehend her intentions? Who exactly is this junior disciple? And who possesses the qualifications to be Princess Aisha's junior disciple? 10 minutes later, in a private room of a tea restaurant, Xiao Churan secured the doors and windows, her voice tinged with helplessness. 5 years ago, I was a freshman in the chemistry department at Zhonghai University. At that time, we shared a dormitory, and everything seemed to be going well. However, Yi Chen's parents suddenly vanished, and the entire Yi family was annihilated. Yi Chen also went missing, leaving his fate unknown. Mu Xueqing nodded. She had frantically searched for Yi Chen for a considerable time, never relinquishing hope for a full 5 years. Yi Chen's parents had shown kindness to the Xiao family, and my grandfather was unwilling to see the Yi family extinguished. Thus, we located Yi Chen's frozen sperm, preserved for medical treatment, and I traveled to a hospital in Country M to undergo IVF. That is how I came to have Bu Hui. Mu Xueqing was taken aback. This was the outcome? So were you willing? Xiao Churan bit her red lip. Of course not. What woman would willingly squander her youth? But, you know, as the daughter of a prominent family, I had no choice. Mu Xueqing's gaze softened, a hint of sympathy emerging for Xiao Churan. She too was a victim of circumstance, a similarly unfortunate woman. Xiao Churan shook her head. Xueqing, I'm sorry for disturbing your relationship with Yi Chen. I will leave immediately, taking Bu Hui with my mother to Country M. No. Mu Xueqing stood up. This is far too cruel for Yi Chen. Does he even know he has a daughter? Please. Xiao Churan pleaded. I beg you, do not tell Yi Chen. I do not wish for him to know. Upon encountering Xiao Churan, her emotions surged. Mu Xueqing promptly comforted her, saying, All right, Churan, I shall not disclose it to him. Deng Lei returned to Longdu and truthfully reported Yi Chen's response. Upon hearing it, the Dragon Lord reacted strongly. Did Yi Chen truly say that? Deng Lei nodded, stating, Yi Chen's exact words were, Annihilate everyone from the Martial Arts Bureau. Crush their heads beneath my feet. The Dragon Lord fell silent, remaining quiet for an extended period. Deng Lei dared not interrupt. After what felt like an eternity, the Dragon Lord finally uttered, What immense grievances must this young man have endured over the past 5 years to evoke such a reaction? Deng Lei spoke up. His parents have vanished, their fates unknown. Over 100 members of his family were slaughtered in a single night. It is perfectly natural for him to develop a somewhat twisted personality after evading danger for 5 years. Upon hearing Deng Lei's words, the Dragon Lord's eyes flashed with sorrow and compassion. He has suffered greatly. As the highest authority of the Dragon Kingdom, I should not harbor such sentiments. Yet, in the case of Yi Chen, it is an exception. Very well, send someone to console the He and He families. I shall personally visit the Martial Arts Bureau. Let this matter conclude here. Deng Lei was taken aback. My lord, those individuals at the Martial Arts Bureau may not consent. Furthermore, how will you explain this to the Guardians? We had previously agreed that you would not interfere in martial affairs, and now. The Dragon Lord turned, gazing coldly at Deng Lei. Is it not the duty of a guardian to protect his own kin from injustice? At this moment, I remained a mere spectator. As the Dragon Lord, I chose not to take action, allowing the Martial Arts Bureau to intervene instead. Even you dare to point fingers at me? Although my voice was calm, an invisible authority surged forth, overwhelming Deng Lei and leaving him breathless, compelling him to lower his gaze as if confronting a colossal dragon from the heavens above. He dared not. Deng Lei, in sheer terror, bowed his head, as tumultuous waves of fear surged within his heart. Chapter 50. A Word of Advice. Upon returning to the Yi family mansion, Ling Hongyan had already awakened. Senior sister, Yi Chun swiftly approached her. Ling Hongyan had changed into a loose-fitting nightgown, which could hardly conceal her ample figure, and she plopped down beside Yi Chun. Junior brother, why have you brought me here? Are you preparing a hidden chamber for your senior sister? She teasingly lifted Yi Chen's chin with a finger. Yi Chen promptly grasped her wrist, saying, Senior sister, please, let's not jest. I need to check your pulse. After a thorough examination, his expression fluctuated. The internal injuries are no longer an issue, but the damaged meridians will take time to heal. Ling Hongyan smiled gently, wrapping her arm around Yi Chen's. Stop worrying so much about my injuries. We could engage in something far more delightful. Her captivating eyes blinked playfully, and a fragrant breeze wafted towards him, particularly as her figure pressed against Yi Chen's shoulder. Any ordinary man would have succumbed to a nosebleed. Yi Chen resolutely shook his head. No, don't worry, senior sister. I will definitely find a way to heal you. He then rose and made his way outside. You. Ling Hongyan paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha! What an innocent little brat. Yi Chen returned to his bedroom, where Lin Longhai had ensured that the room was tidied up. Aside from a few minor details, the furnishings remained identical to those from 5 years ago. Sitting at the desk, an idea sparked within him. The chaos cauldron materialized before his eyes. With 9th senior sister's meridians severed, only the legendary Black Jade Rejuvenation Ointment can aid her recovery. I possess the formula for the Black Jade Discontinuity Ointment. Yet I am missing the most crucial ingredient, a 500-year-old ginseng from the Changbai Mountains. Yi Chen resolved to utilize the Chaos Cauldron to synthesize this elusive herb. In a fleeting moment, hundreds of medicinal materials appeared in his grasp. Previously, Wang Henyang had provided him with medicinal materials worth 200 million, which he had yet to exhaust. Yi Chen cast the materials into the Chaos Cauldron. After numerous attempts at synthesis, his expression darkened. Damn it! 500-year-old fleeceflower root, 500-year-old tiger whipgrass, 500-year-old coxcomb flower, 500-year-old green dragon root. Even an 800-year-old blood ginseng was produced, yet the 500-year-old Changbai ginseng eludes me? Is everything synthesized by this chaos cauldron merely random? As his words echoed in the air, a voice resonated in Yi Chen's mind. Master, based on the current spiritual energy of the Chaos Cauldron, indeed, Chaos Cauldron, you can actually respond to my inquiries? Yi Chen exclaimed in astonishment. The voice of the Chaos Cauldron was devoid of emotion. Of course, from the moment I recognized you as my master, I can answer any questions you may have. Why did you not mention this sooner? You did not inquire. Damn it, my master is quite the foul-mouthed. Yi Chen pondered. Is this contraption a bit foolish? Could the Chaos Cauldron be an extraterrestrial artifact? Is the responding voice a form of artificial intelligence? Never mind. It is widely acknowledged that artificial intelligence is akin to artificial incompetence. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chen retrieved his smartphone. After making a phone call, half an hour later, Wang Henian's Maybach came to a halt at the entrance of the Yi family residence. Yi Chen had been waiting for quite some time and promptly entered the vehicle. Mr. Yi, is this not the old Yi family estate? What brings you here? Wang Henian inquired, astonished from the back seat. Yi Chen cast him a glance. This is my home. Is it strange for me to be here? Wang Henian forced a smile, refraining from mentioning the tragic massacre that befell the Yi family 5 years prior. Over 100 lives lost within these very walls. Had Wang Henian returned, he would certainly have shunned such a place. Mr. Yi, you mentioned over the phone that you require a 500-year-old ginseng from Changbai Mountain. Unfortunately, I am unable to procure it, but I believe someone might have it. Wang Henian astutely redirected the conversation. Who? The underground queen of Zhonghai Su Zhishu. Yi Chen did not linger on the details and promptly replied, Take me to see her. Wang Henien hesitated. Mr. Yi, it is quite challenging for an ordinary person to secure an audience with Su Zhishu. Even for me, without a proper introduction, she would hardly grant any favors. Yi Chun furrowed his brow. What sort of introduction is necessary? Wang Henien elucidated. Su Zhishu oversees the entire underground auction in Zhonghai. If you possess something of interest to martial artists, such as medicinal herbs, techniques, martial skills, or elixirs, it might suffice. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Chun raised his hand, revealing a substantial collection of elixirs. By heavens! Wang Henien stood up in shock, his head colliding forcefully with the starlit ceiling of the Maybach 680. Before he plopped back down again, his eyes were transfixed, unable to look away. He was fixated on the handful of pills in Yi Chen's grasp. 3 distinct patterns adorned these pills, indicating their status as third-grade elixirs. 1, 2, 3. 16 in total, a staggering 16 third-grade elixirs. Given the current market value, each third-grade elixir was worth no less than 300 million. Thus, this collection was nearly valued at 5 billion. Wang Henien swallowed hard, his face flushed with embarrassment. His entire fortune hovered around 1 billion, inclusive of various properties and real estate. Yi Chun casually held in his hands assets equivalent to half of his own net worth. How could Wang Henien not be astonished? Mr. Yi, where did you acquire these elixirs? He stammered, continuously gulping. Yi Chun replied nonchalantly, did I not use your alchemy chamber 3 days ago? That's what I concocted. What? Wang Henien sprang up again, his head once more striking the starlit ceiling of the Maybach 680. In just 3 days, to produce over a dozen third-grade elixirs, Mr. Yi. You must be ascending to the heavens. Half an hour later, Wang Henien arrived at a private estate in the suburbs, carrying 10 elixirs with him. The remaining 6 were bestowed upon him by Yi Chun as a reward. In less than 2 minutes, from the manor emerged a group of elegantly attired ladies in traditional Jiangnan-style kipeos, who respectfully ushered Yi Chun into a secret passage. After a brief journey of about 10 minutes, they arrived at a lavish underground chamber. Tap, tap, tap. After a mere 3 minutes of waiting, a woman entered, adorned in a meticulously handcrafted qipao, her figure accentuated by a serpentine waist and high-heeled shoes. Her legs, encased in nude stockings, were perfectly proportioned and captivating. Sir, you still wear a mask? She inquired with a teasing tone. Indeed, anyone who could produce 10 third-grade elixirs in one breath would certainly attract unwanted attention. The moment one steps out from my presence, they would be dismembered without hesitation. Hee. Su Zhishu possessed a pair of pure, enchanting eyes and exquisitely proportioned features. Her face was undeniably captivating, reminiscent of a figure that could bring a nation to ruin in ancient times. The mask was a suggestion from Wang Henien, intended to avert complications. Yi Chun was forthright. I seek a 500-year-old ginseng from Changbai Mountain. Su Zhishu settled onto the sofa, her legs crossed in her qipao, revealing a glimpse of white beneath her skirt. Very well, I shall exchange it for your 10 third-grade elixirs. Wang Henien gasped, rising in astonishment. Boss Su, that is quite an audacious request. Su Zhishu merely smiled in silence. Yet, Yi Chun nodded decisively. Deal. Even Su Zhishu was taken aback for a moment. The 10 third-grade elixirs were valued at no less than 3 billion, while a 500-year-old ginseng would not exceed 300 million. An astonishing tenfold disparity. She herself felt that she was being rather audacious, yet to her surprise, the person before her actually acquiesced. Bring it here. Su Zhishui cast a profound glance at Yi Chun. Upon her command, a lady-in-waiting approached, cradling a brocade box in her hands. Upon opening it, there lay a 500-year-old ginseng from the Changbai Mountain. Yi Chun casually accepted it and rose to depart, saying, Thank you. Su Zhishui had never encountered such a patron and could not help but remark, Sir, you sound quite youthful. I must caution you, not everyone is as principled in business as I am. When venturing out, one should be discreet about their wealth, lest they find themselves in dire circumstances without understanding how they perished. Without a backward glance, Yi Chun exited the private room, retorting, I have a piece of advice for you as well. Refrain from purchasing Mickey Mouse underwear. It does not complement your qipao and stockings. You. Su Zhishuai's fair face flushed crimson, a mix of embarrassment and anger washing over her. This fellow truly saw that? In the next moment, she burst into laughter. Ha! What an amusing character. Bring me all the information on this person within a day. Chapter 51. The First Kiss. Yi Chun was completely unaware of Su Zhishuai's clandestine investigation into him. Even if he were aware, it would matter little. Mr. Yi, should anything like this occur again in the future, please do not hesitate to call me. Wang Hinian exclaimed before departing with palpable excitement. Yi Chun, cradling a cauldron he had just borrowed from Wang Hinian, returned directly to his chamber. After meticulously preparing the medicinal materials, he found that, upon entering the master realm, there was no longer a need for a traditional alchemy room. His inner energy could be transformed into flames for the purpose of alchemy. Placing his hands beneath the cauldron, he concentrated his inner energy, allowing the flames to blaze and converge beneath it. Success. An hour later, Yi Chun opened his eyes, extinguished the flames, and unveiled the cauldron. In one fluid motion, 10 red, amber-like pills lay serenely within. With 4 intricate pill patterns, they were indeed 4th-grade elixirs. This black jade continuity pill isn't so difficult after all, Yi Chun mused, shaking his head. Had others heard him, they would undoubtedly be astounded. 4th-grade elixirs, a pinnacle that many alchemists spend their entire lives striving to attain. After securing the black jade continuity pill, Yi Chun sought out Ling Hongyan. Junior brother, you're back so soon? Have you found a way to save me? Ling Hongyan asked, her smile radiant. Or perhaps you simply miss your senior sister, she teased. What was meant as a light-hearted jest was met with Yi Chun's earnest nod. Indeed, senior sister, I have obtained the black jade continuity pill. Your meridians can now be restored. Ah! Ling Hongyan was utterly stunned, her mouth agape in disbelief. Junior brother, you cannot be jesting, can you? As Yi Chun raised his hand, a black jade dan appeared in his palm, adorned with 4 intricate patterns, an esteemed 4th-grade elixir. Ling Hongyan gasped in astonishment. Yi Chun urged, Senior sister, please take a seat. I shall reconnect your meridians. All right. Ling Hongyan's voice quivered. To deny her excitement would be disingenuous. Following Yi Chun's instructions, she sat cross-legged and swallowed the elixir he offered in one swift motion. Yi Chun positioned himself behind her, allowing several silver needles to descend. His strong hands gently tapped rhythmically on her body. A series of crackling sounds erupted as beads of sweat formed on Ling Hongyan's forehead. She gritted her teeth and persevered. The process of mending her meridians was excruciatingly painful. Yet, as Yi Chun delivered the final strike, an unexpected sensation coursed through her. The long stagnant realm within her began to show signs of loosening. What a delightful surprise! Junior brother! Thank you! Ling Hongyan exclaimed, spinning around. Seizing the moment before Yi Chun could react, she wrapped her arms around his neck and planted a fervent kiss on his lips. Yi Chun's eyes widened in shock. 9th senior sister, how could you act like 10th senior sister? It is improper for men and women to engage in such intimacy, especially as we are fellow disciples. Aisha? Ling Hongyan realized, letting out a light snort. That rascal has already made her move? Junior brother, did she steal your first kiss? And no. Then I shall claim it. Ling Hongyan declared with a mischievous grin, leaning in to press her lips against Yi Chun's. His eyes widened even further, heart racing and blood surging within him. Junior brother, my heart is racing a bit. Would you mind taking a look? Ling Hongyan grasped Yi Chun's hand and directed it towards her chest. Yi Chun, taken aback, swiftly pushed Ling Hongyan away, exclaiming, Senior sister, you should rest well. I have matters to attend to. He fled in disarray. Ha ha ha. Ling Hongyan laughed uncontrollably, her laughter echoing like a spring blossom. You can easily slay guardians, yet in matters of romance you remain utterly inexperienced. After departing from Ling Hongyan's chamber, Yi Chun found himself unable to regain his composure. In the presence of Mu Xueqing, he maintained his calm, treating her as an equal and managing the situation with ease. However, when confronted by the fiery and bold 9th senior sister, he felt utterly overwhelmed. Moreover, there were 9 black jade discontinuity pills. Yi Chun pondered. He took out his phone and dialed a number. The phone rang, but there was no answer. What could Uncle Lin be occupied with? A sense of foreboding flickered in Yi Chen's heart. 5 minutes earlier, in the office of the Zhonghai Martial Arts Bureau. With a loud bang, the office door was kicked open. A middle-aged man swaggered in, causing Lin Longhai's expression to darken. Xia Qidong, who permitted you to enter without my command? Xia Qidong smirked, relishing the moment. Lin Longhai, your authority is rather impressive. While I'm in a good mood, I command you to leave this place at once. Impudent! Do you seek death, Xia Qidong? Lin Longhai erupted in fury. With a powerful leap, he advanced, raising his hand to strike at Xia Qidong. Yet, Xia Qidong was unyielding, his fingers gripping Lin Longhai's wrist with resolute force. A foot struck him in the abdomen. Lin Longhai was propelled backward, crashing violently into the desk, which instantly splintered into fragments. A mouthful of fresh blood gushed forth. You! Grandmaster? When did you become a grandmaster? Just an hour ago, Shi Qidong replied with a playful smile. Lin Longhai's gaze was icy. Shi Qidong, even if you have attained the rank of grandmaster, what does it matter? I am still the director of the Zhonghai Martial Arts Bureau. You have trespassed into my office and laid hands on me. That is a capital offense. Shi Qidong leaned in closely, their faces mere centimeters apart, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Director of the Zhonghai Martial Arts Bureau? Apologies, but you are no longer that. What do you mean? Lin Longhai's pupils constricted. In the next moment, an elderly voice echoed from outside the office. Because from this moment forth, Shi Qidong shall be the director of the Zhonghai Martial Arts Bureau. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It only gets more thrilling. Lin Longhai, you have been stripped of all your positions within the Martial Arts Bureau. From this instant, you are no longer a part of it. Looking up, he saw an elderly man entering the office, adorned with the emblem of the Martial Arts General Bureau on his chest. Wu Lao. Lin Longhai's face turned ashen. He recognized this man, Wu Peng, an official from the Martial Arts General Bureau, serving in Longdu. Shi Qidong extended his hand, humiliatingly slapping Lin Longhai's face. Surprised? Unexpected? Lin Longhai, how did you find yourself in this predicament? What business do you have with that little wretch Yi Chen? He has offended the Martial Arts Bureau and the Guardians. What good outcome could await him? By then, you may not even comprehend how you met your demise. Lin Longhai suddenly bellowed, do not insult Yi Chen. Xia Qidong was taken aback, retreating several steps in haste. The earlier altercation had already drawn a crowd to the office entrance. In the glaring eyes of all, as a grandmaster, he was frightened into retreat by Lin Longhai. A mere master? How humiliating! Lin Longhai, are you seeking death? Xia Qidong's expression twisted with rage as he lunged forward, viciously stomping on Lin Longhai's thigh. Lin Longhai let out a pained cry. Yet, Xia Qidong, still unsatisfied, continued to grind his foot mercilessly. Half an hour later, Lin Longhai was unceremoniously expelled from the Martial Arts Bureau, resembling a beaten dog. After 30 minutes, Yi Chen's phone rang. The caller ID displayed Lin Longhai. What is Uncle Lin up to? Why did it take him half an hour to return the call? Yi Chen murmured to himself before pressing the answer button. Before he could utter a word, a young girl's voice came through. Yi Chen, you are the Yi Chen from the International Garden, right? Who are you? Yi Chen asked, puzzled. This is Uncle Lin's phone. How do you have it? The girl on the other end spoke with a quivering voice. I am Lin Feifei. Lin Longhai is my father. Yi Chen, I beg you, please save my dad. He is in critical condition, and I am utterly helpless. No hospital in Zhonghai is willing to admit him, and all the friends my dad knew have stopped answering my calls. I implore you. I am on my knees. Thud. The sound of kneeling reverberated through the phone. Yi Chen recalled Lin Feifei, the exceptionally proud young woman he had encountered at the International Garden that day. She would never kneel unless absolutely necessary. Where is Uncle Lin? At my home. All right, do not panic. I shall be there shortly. Yi Chen hung up the phone and hurriedly exited, hailing a taxi. The taxi driver abruptly halted. Where to? Get out. What? The driver was taken aback. With a resounding crash, the car door was wrenched off and fell to the ground. The taxi driver, terrified, pleaded, I have elderly and young dependents. Please do not harm me. Yi-chun removed him from the vehicle. Wait here. I will return with the car. With a swift press of the accelerator, he sped towards the Lin family villa. Upon arriving at the Lin residence, Yi-chun witnessed servants hastily carrying various artworks and exquisite furniture out, creating a scene reminiscent of a tree falling, scattering the monkeys. What calamity had befallen the Lin family? Yi-chun rushed into the grand hall, where he found Lin Longhai sprawled on the floor, his limbs grotesquely contorted at horrifying angles. Bones pierced through flesh, and blood nearly inundated the entire Lin family parlor. Lin Feifei stood there, her face ashen, nearly collapsing, clutching gauze and hemostatic agents, her body drenched in Lin Longhai's blood. As she caught sight of Yi-chun entering, she attempted to rise, but her legs weakened, causing her to collapse onto the ground, tears cascading down as she crawled towards him. Yi-chun, please save my father. I beg you, save my father. It was my fault at the Wangua garden. I should not have treated you with such disdain. If you save my father, I would willingly sacrifice myself. I cannot bear to live without him. Bang! Her head struck the ground. Yi-chun intervened to prevent her from continuing to bow her head, stepping closer to Lin Longhai. 13 silver needles appeared in his hand, piercing Lin Longhai's body. Were it not for Lin Longhai being a martial arts master, he would not have endured such injuries for even 30 minutes. What on earth had transpired? Who dared to treat Uncle Lin in such a manner? Yi-chun's eyes turned icy. Lin Feifei trembled, shaking her head. I don't know, I truly don't. Half an hour ago, someone called me, saying my father was injured at the martial arts bureau. When I arrived at the bureau, my father sobbed. He was like this, discarded like a dog at the entrance of the bureau. Yi-chun's expression darkened. Again, it was the martial arts bureau. Feifei, do not worry. Uncle Lin will not perish. Lin Feifei clung desperately to Yi-chun's arm, as if grasping a lifeline. Yi-chun, is that true? Do you genuinely mean it? Yes, Yi-chun nodded. However, it would be best if you release me so I can attend to him. All right. All right. Lin Feifei fervently nodded, retreating to the entrance of the villa's living room, watching from a distance. Yi-chun produced a black jade fracture elixir and administered it to Lin Longhai. He then realigned his bones, effortlessly shattering a solid wooden chair to fashion makeshift splints to stabilize the fractured bones. Once all was completed, Lin Longhai had transformed into a mummified figure. At last, his eyes fluttered open. Cough, cough. Yi-chun. What brings you here? Dad. Lin Feifei exclaimed, rushing forward yet hesitating to touch Lin Longhai. Yi-chun's voice was icy. Uncle Lin? Who inflicted this harm upon you? Lin Longhai's gaze flickered uneasily. Yi-chun, it's nothing. I'm fine. Very well. Yi-chun nodded. Feifei, stay here with Uncle Lin and do not disturb him. I must make a visit to the martial arts bureau. He turned and strode towards the villa's entrance. Yi-chun, what do you intend to do? Lin Longhai, in a state of extreme weakness, inquired. Without looking back, Yi-chun replied, Uncle Lin, you are one of my few remaining family members. I have scarcely any kin left. I, Yi-chun, once vowed that those who harm my loved ones shall have their bones shattered, their ashes scattered, and their lineage extinguished. Moreover, I, Yi-chun, never delay my vengeance. I fear I may lose sleep over it tonight. At the Zhonghai Martial Arts Bureau, lights blazed brightly, and the atmosphere was bustling with excitement. Xia Qidong, having just assumed the role of bureau chief, promptly hosted a grand banquet, inviting all friends and relatives he knew. Throughout the bureau, sounds of congratulations echoed. Having received a slew of gifts, Xia Qidong pulled Wu Peng aside into a secluded corner. Old Wu, I am truly grateful. Here is a modest token of appreciation. Merely 10 small goals. Wu Peng grasped the bank card. A fortune of 1 billion. Enough to indulge himself for a while. A smile crept across his lips. You are quite considerate. Upon my return to Longdu, I shall speak highly of you. Thank you, Wu Lao. He added. There's an event tonight. I've invited a few female students from Zhonghai University. Xia Qidong chuckled lewdly. Suddenly, bang! The door of the Martial Arts Bureau was kicked open, and all the guests turned in unison. Who dares to cause a ruckus here? Are they seeking death? Someone shouted angrily. Under everyone's gaze, a young man slowly stepped inside. At the sight of him, A wave of inexplicable dread gripped their hearts, as if the Grim Reaper had arrived. Yi Chen. Xia Qidong felt a chill run down his spine. Wu Peng's heart skipped a beat. He shook his head. Fear not. The esteemed officials of the Martial Arts Bureau have already conferred with the Dragon Lord. They have restrained Yi Chen. He wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Xia Qidong let out a sigh of relief. That's good. Yi Chen's voice echoed. You have 1 minute. Those who fear for their lives may leave. Nearly a third of the guests, sensing the ominous turn of events, fled out of the Martial Arts Bureau in a panic. The remaining guests hesitated for a few seconds before choosing to remain seated. At the moment Yi Chen turned to close the door of the Martial Arts Bureau, whoosh, bullets tore into the crowd. Ah! Cries of horror erupted. Dozens of bodies exploded on the spot, blood flowing like a river. Hiss! Oh my God! Xia Qidong gasped in shock, his pupils wildly contracting. Wu Peng was equally bewildered. What was happening? Hadn't they come to an agreement with Yi Chen? In a state of almost stupefaction, the two watched helplessly as Yi Chen slaughtered hundreds of lives extinguished. Blood stained the entire Zhonghai Martial Arts Bureau. You two, who injured Lin Longhai? A voice, cold as death, jolted them back to reality. Xia Qidong, terrified, fell to his knees, pleading, Yi Chen, I was wrong, I beg you. Wu Peng interjected, Yi Chen, how dare you? Before he could finish his sentence, a figure darted towards them. Xia Qidong was propelled like a cannonball, his body crashing into the concrete wall behind him. His bones fractured upon impact, rendering him lifeless. Hiss! 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 Wu Peng gasped in horror, his scalp tingling with fear. Yi Chen, do you not fear the consequences of repeatedly offending the Martial Arts Bureau? I am precisely targeting the Martial Arts Bureau. Yi Chen interrupted sharply. Simultaneously, he raised his hand and lunged at Wu Peng's abdomen, inflicting excruciating pain. Wu Peng, in terror, witnessed Yi Chen's hand plunge into his belly, extracting a pair of scalding kidneys. With a swift motion, they were crushed. A person without kidneys can survive for 30 minutes. As a practitioner of the Earth Realm, you should be able to endure for 2 hours. If someone above the 9th Heaven Realm intervenes, perhaps you may have a chance to hold on until a kidney transplant. Go back and inform the Martial Arts General Bureau. Zhonghai requires no Martial Arts Bureau. From this moment forth, Zhonghai shall be my domain, Yi Chen's dominion. Should any personnel from the Martial Arts Bureau dare to set foot in Zhonghai, they shall face merciless retribution. Wu Peng's mental defenses have crumbled. Is this man a demon? No, I do not wish to perish. In a frenzy, Wu Peng bolted from the martial arts headquarters, bloodied and desperate, racing towards the airport, bound for Longdu. Meanwhile, within an office of the martial arts headquarters in Longdu, a dozen elders wore grim expressions. It appears the Dragon Lord is resolute in safeguarding Yi Chen. What shall we do? Should we sever ties? One among them shook his head. Certainly not. After all, he is the Dragon Lord. Breaking ties would yield no benefit for us. One elder slammed the table. Are we to allow that Yi Chen to continue living in carefree ease? The others cast glances at the elder who had struck the table. So long as he refrains from causing trouble in Zhonghai, we shall endure this for now. After all, the guardians have not spoken. What can we do? How infuriating. That wretched spawn. The elder gritted his teeth. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed through the room. Wu Peng, drenched in blood, burst into the conference room, crying out in terror. My lord, save me, please! Just 2 hours ago, Yi Chen slaughtered the entire Zhonghai Martial Arts Bureau, and he has even extracted my kidney. What did you say? Startled, a dozen individuals rose in astonishment, shouting, What the hell? Has this lunatic truly annihilated the Zhonghai Martial Arts Bureau? 2 hours prior, at the Yi family ancestral home. Who goes there? Step forth. Ling Hongyan's voice cut through the air, her icy gaze fixed upon the door. With a creak, 2 men pushed the door open and entered. Hongyan, you have done remarkably well, bringing such trouble to the family. How dare you offend the guardians? After leaving the Zhonghai Martial Arts Bureau, Yi Chen returned to the Lin family villa. Yi Chen, you're back. Lin Feifei paced anxiously at the entrance. Yi Chen nodded. How is Uncle Lin? With gratitude, Lin Feifei replied, "It seems my father is not seriously injured, but he is quite worried about your safety, which is why he asked me to wait for your return." Yi Chun strode directly into the villa's grand hall. Lin Longhai still lay on the floor, and upon seeing Yi Chun, he asked, "Yi Chun, you didn't go to the Zhonghai Martial Arts Bureau, did you?" Yi Chun replied calmly, "I did." Lin Longhai was taken aback. "Did you kill Xia Qidong and Wu Lao?" Yi Chun shook his head. "That's good. That's good." Lin Longhai visibly sighed in relief. He feared that Yi Chun might kill someone in a fit of anger, which would thoroughly offend the entire Martial Arts Bureau. However, Yi Chun then uttered, "I slaughtered the entire Zhonghai Martial Arts Bureau." "What did you say?" Lin Longhai's mind went blank. Lin Feifei gasped, covering her mouth in horror. Yi Chun had annihilated the entire Zhonghai Martial Arts Bureau? There were at least hundreds of people in the Bureau. How could that be possible? Yet, looking at Yi Chun's expression, it was clear he was not jesting. Lin Longhai understood that Yi Chun was indeed capable of such actions. "It's over. Completely over. Yi Chun, the Martial Arts Bureau is far more complicated than you realize. Behind Xia Qidong lies the Jinling Xia family, one of the esteemed ancient martial arts families of the Dragon Nation. Moreover, the Martial Arts Bureau is backed by the protectors of the Dragon Nation. Your reckless actions will leave even the Dragon Lord unable to safeguard you." Yi Chun shook his head in an attempt to comfort. "Uncle Lin, do not fear. Everything will be all right." He retrieved a mobile phone and said, "Hello, King of Jiangnan. Please wait for me at the Yi family's ancestral home." Lin Longhai anxiously cautioned, "Yi Chun, you are overestimating the situation. Even the King of Jiangnan cannot contend with the ancient martial arts families and the protectors. Feifei, immediately purchase the fastest flight out of the country, regardless of the destination. We must leave the Dragon Nation, and you will accompany Yi Chun." Lin Feifei was taken aback. "Huh? Dad, what about you?" Lin Longhai shook his head with difficulty. "At this moment, do not concern yourself with me. Feifei, I need you to do me a favor." Yi Chun, having developed calluses in his ears, interjected, all right." He tore a piece of fabric from the curtain and handed it to Lin Feifei. "Stuff this in your father's mouth." "What?" Lin Feifei was momentarily stunned. "Feifei, quickly book the tickets and leave the Dragon Nation with Yi Chun." Lin Longhai coughed up blood due to his agitation. Yi Chun pressed on, "Feifei, do you wish to witness Uncle Lin's demise?" Lin Feifei gasped in shock and hurriedly silenced Lin Longhai. Yi Chun approached the villa's entrance and effortlessly removed a metal door. Lin Feifei stood in astonishment, marveling at such immense strength. Is he even human? He placed Lin Longhai on the metal door and carried him into a taxi, making their way to the Yi family's ancestral home. The King of Jiangnan arrived in haste, accompanied by only 2 personal guards. Upon encountering Yi Chun, he respectfully approached. Addressing him, "Mr. Yi, you have arrived. Are you truly the King of Jiangnan?" Lin Feifei felt a chill run down her spine. Having previously viewed videos of the King of Jiangnan online, she instantly recognized the man before her as the very same person. The youth she had once looked down upon was now being treated with such respect by the King of Jiangnan. Heavens, what is his true identity? Could he really just be the son of Yi Lingyun? A tempest of emotions surged within her. Yi Chun, unfazed by Lin Feifei's astonishment, stated, "There is a task I require you to undertake. First, leverage your influence to identify all members of the Martial Arts Bureau in Zhonghai. Eliminate them." The King of Jiangnan was taken aback. "Mr. Yi, are you implying?" Yi Chun declared, "From this moment forth, there shall be but one force in Zhonghai's martial arts world, and that is the Yi family of Zhonghai. I intend to proclaim that the Yi family has returned." With those words, a profound brilliance erupted in the King of Jiangnan's eyes. "Splendid. It seems Mr. Yi has heeded my counsel and chosen to establish himself as a sovereign. With Mr. Ye's youth and such formidable power, if I exert myself now, I shall earn great merit in the future. Soon, the martial arts realm of the Dragon Kingdom shall have a place for the King of Jiangnan. I shall attend to this at once." The King of Jiangnan turned to leave. "Wait," Yi Chen's voice resonated. The King of Jiangnan turned back in confusion. "Mr. Yi, is there anything else you wish to command?" Yi Chun inquired, "What is your martial arts realm?" The King of Jiangnan smiled awkwardly. "I began my martial training at 5, and now at 68. I have attained the second level of the celestial realm. The second level of the celestial realm? How lowly, Yichun replied, shaking his head. He casually produced 50 elixirs and handed them over. This. Third-grade elixirs. Goodness. The king of Jiangnan's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. His mind momentarily blank. Even he could not possibly present 50 third-grade elixirs all at once. Mr. Yi, what does this mean? Do you wish for me to assist in selling them? The king of Jiangnan fixed a deep gaze upon Yichun. Aside from the task I assigned you, elevate your realm as swiftly as possible. Consume these 50 elixirs first. If they are insufficient, feel free to request more from me. Yichun's tone was calm. Yet, to the king of Jiangnan's ears, it was akin to unleashing a tempest. By heavens! The king of Jiangnan could not help but exclaim, swallowing hard, Mr. Yi. Are you saying that all 50 elixirs are for me alone? If they are insufficient, I can simply ask you for more? Do you wish to? Yichun furrowed his brow. Was this the king of Jiangnan? How verbose. Yes, yes, yes. The king of Jiangnan nodded repeatedly, cradling the 53rd grade elixirs as if in a dream. The tumult within his heart had yet to subside. Heavens! I have not made a mistake in my choice. To present 53rd grade elixirs at once? What other undisclosed abilities does Mr. Yi possess? There is one more matter. Speak. Yichun pointed to a nearby taxi, instructing, contact this taxi driver. Let us not burden him. Procure for him a new vehicle and compensate him with an additional 300,000. The esteemed Jiangnan Wang responded with deference and swiftly departed with 2 guards in tow. Meanwhile, Lin Longhai stood by, utterly astonished, exclaiming, Yichun, those elixirs earlier. Were they truly third-grade pills? Where did they come from? I crafted them myself, Yichun replied nonchalantly, hoisting the door panel as he made his way toward the Yi family ancestral residence. Lin Longhai reclined on the door panel, murmuring to himself, Yichun, where have you been these past 5 years? I find you increasingly inscrutable. 2 hours later, in Longdu, within the conference room of the Martial Arts Bureau, did Yichun truly assert such claims? That Zhonghai is under his dominion? That anyone from the Martial Arts Bureau who dares to step into Zhonghai again shall face merciless retribution? The elders of the Martial Arts Bureau exchanged incredulous glances, scarcely believing their ears. Wu Peng, bloodied yet nodding, pleaded, Indeed, esteemed elders, I implore you to save me. That wretched Yichun has excised my kidney. I require your vital energy to sustain my life. Such audacity! One elder slammed the table in outrage. Wu Peng nodded fervently, yes. That wretched creature indeed possesses tremendous audacity. Elder Xia, I beseech you to intervene and rescue me. As Elder Xia was about to speak, another elder clad in green interjected with a grim tone. This youth dares to flout the regulations established by the Martial Arts Bureau. He no longer merits existence. To dare obliterate my martial arts sub-branch. He deserves to be subjected to the most excruciating of fates. This is a provocation against the dignity of our Martial Arts Bureau. 2 elders nodded in agreement. Wu Peng was on the verge of tears. Elder Chun, elderly Elder Qin, that wretched creature certainly deserves death, but you should save me first. I can hardly endure any longer. Do not rush. The 3 elders simultaneously shook their heads, displaying an air of calmness. This demeanor utterly infuriated Wu Peng. Damn it! Wu Peng erupted in a fit of rage. I risked my life to return with this news, and you can't even lend me a hand? Must you dally for so long? I curse you all to be ruthlessly slain by Yichun. Damn it! As the words left his lips, Wu Peng collapsed, lifeless, his eyes wide open in shock. In the next moment, a man burst into the conference room in a flurry. Esteemed elders, grave news. Half an hour ago, all of the Martial Arts Bureau's strongholds in Zhonghai were eradicated by a mysterious force. A profound silence enveloped the conference room. Only a faint voice echoed. This young man is serious. Chapter 54. The Gathering of Ancient Martial Families. Senior Sister 9. After ensuring Lin Longhai's comfort, Yichun intended to check on Ling Hongyan's condition. Upon entering the room, he found it utterly vacant, save for a solitary letter resting on the desk. Upon opening it, he read, Little junior brother, I have matters to attend to and must depart ahead of you. Do not worry, Observing the elegant handwriting, Yi Chun furrowed his brow. Such haste? Not even a moment to bid farewell? The entire night passed. Yi Chun consumed a multitude of elixirs, elevating his prowess to the 5th level of the master realm. The following morning, a call from Mu Xueqing interrupted the silence. Yi Chun, what have you been so occupied with lately? Last time you found Bu Hui, you vanished without a trace. Where are you now? Yi Chun replied with a smile. I am at the old residence of the Yi family. What brings you to the old residence? Have you received news about your parents? Mu Xueqing inquired with concern. Yi Chun shook his head. Not yet, just reminiscing. A gentle warmth flickered in Mu Xueqing's eyes. All right. Once I finish with matters at the company, I shall join you at the Yi family's old residence to keep you company, lest you feel lonely. However, today, your presence is imperative. Feeling a warmth in his heart, Yi Chun asked, present for what occasion? Mu Xueqing rolled her eyes. Chairman Yi, do you not care at all about the Mu Chen group? The group has just been established. Surely some connections are necessary? This evening there is a charity fundraising gala, and many dignitaries and social elites from Zhonghai will be present. We should make an appearance. Who knows, it might attract some investment. Yi Chun replied nonchalantly. Is it necessary for us to ingratiate ourselves with them? Mu Xueqing let out a soft hum. Do not underestimate the importance of connections in business. It is never a mistake to meet more people. I will send you the address shortly. All right, Yi Chun acquiesced. Just as he concluded the call, Jiang Nanwang's voice resonated through the phone. Mr. Yi, I have completed the tasks you assigned. The Martial Arts Bureau has eradicated a total of 19 strongholds and 107 individuals in Zhonghai. The taxi driver has also compensated as required. Good. Yi Chun nodded in approval. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Nanwang continued. There is one more matter. Speak. At 7 o'clock this evening, there will be an auction at the estate of the Underground Queen in Zhonghai, presented as a charity gala. Jiang Nanwang paused briefly before lowering his voice. In reality, individuals from ancient martial arts families will be in attendance. As for the old Yuan and old Jiang Yu previously instructed me to inquire about, my subordinates have yet to gather any information. The gathering of ancient martial arts families might present a favorable opportunity tonight. At that moment, a message notification chimed on Yi Chun's phone. It was the address for the gala sent by Mu Xueqing, precisely the underground estate he had visited with Wang Henian before. It was also the venue for the convergence of the ancient martial arts families tonight. Isn't this a remarkable coincidence? Yi Chun mused internally, then stated, Jiang Nanwang, you need only wait for me there. I will make my own way. Understood. Yi Chun arrived at the Longhu Villa district and pressed the doorbell. The gates swung open to reveal Xiao Churin, resplendent in a white evening gown, adorned with a pair of Chanel high heels. Her dignified and elegant demeanor was complemented by her flawless figure, an exquisite swan neck and well-defined shoulders. Beneath the collarbone lies a pair of proud bosoms. Every inch of skin is almost flawless. Yi Chun, you have arrived. Xueqing is changing clothes. Xiao Churin's expression appears somewhat unnatural. All right. Yi Chun pushed open the door and stepped into the villa's grand hall. Soon, Mu Xueqing emerged, adorned in a fitted mermaid gown that accentuated her perfect S-curve. In certain aspects, she surpassed Xiao Churin, who had given birth. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and change. Mu Xueqing tossed over several shopping bags. I bought this for you, a complete Armani set, endorsed by Hugu. A few minutes later, Yi Chun emerged in his suit, and at that moment, both Mu Xueqing and Xiao Churin's eyes sparkled. Wow! Mu Xueqing confidently walked over and linked her arm with Yi Chun's. Little Chun, I didn't expect you to be so impressive. From now on, wear a suit every day. You'll charm both men and women. If you gain fame, Armani should consider you as their spokesperson. Observing their intimate gestures, Xiao Churin felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. At 6 in the evening, when Xiao remained at the villa with Xiao Buhui, Yi Chun, Mu Xueqing, and Xiao Churin headed straight for the outskirts of Zhonghai. Upon entering the venue, countless handsome men and beautiful women gathered, each holding a glass of red wine, exchanging contact information. Some attractive men noticed Mu Xueqing and Xiao Churin, their gazes sweeping over the two like wolves eyeing their prey. However, upon noticing Yi Chun beside them, their enthusiasm instantly waned. The aura emanating from Yi Chun exuded a sense of danger, deterring anyone from approaching him. Why were they all merely frivolous science? Were there truly no reputable businesspeople present? Mu Xueqing cast a glance around the venue, feeling somewhat disheartened. Xiao Churan shook her head, saying, "The charity gala is merely a fade. The true orchestrators must be in the inner arena. Alas, it is unfortunate that we cannot acquire tickets for the inner venue." Mu Xueqing expressed her frustration. The three of them found a booth to sit down. Just then, a message pinged through. "Mr. Yi, I see you. The auction in the inner arena is about to commence." Yi Chun stood up, stating, "I need to use the restroom," and quickly made his way into a corridor. A masked man approached him, and from his physique and aura, Yi Chun recognized him immediately as the king of Jiangnan. "Mr. Yi, there is a rule for entering the inner arena. All attendees must wear a mask. The small chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the captivating content. First, to protect the buyer's identities. Second, to prevent future recognition and vendettas." The man extended a mask towards Yi Chun. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chun replied, "No need, I have one." With a flick of his wrist, a ghostly mask appeared in his palm, the very same gifted to him by Wang Henian during his last visit. "Hiss, Mr. Yi, do you possess a spatial treasure?" The king of Jiangnan's mouth gaped, his eyes widening in astonishment. Yi Chun frowned, asking, "What spatial treasure?" The king of Jiangnan swallowed hard, responding, "It is said that spatial treasures are exceedingly rare, possessed only by certain ancient martial families. Typically, it is rings, finger rings, and necklaces that are involved, with an interior space of 1 to 2 square meters. Although these spatial treasures hold limited capacity, their value is astonishingly high. I previously heard of a spatial ring in Hong Kong that was auctioned for an astronomical sum of $3 billion. Yi Chun found it somewhat amusing. A space of 1 or 2 square meters could fetch $3 billion. His chaotic cauldron, by contrast, boasts at least several 100,000 square meters of space. It could easily accommodate an entire house. While Yi Chun was lost in thought, a voice filled with aggression broke through. "Get lost. Good dogs do not block the way." Both individuals frowned. Before them approached a man clad in an exquisite suit, donning a tiger mask, accompanied by 2 formidable elder figures in green, their presence unmistakably palpable and unrestrained. "Hiss, 8th level of the celestial realm." The king of Jiangnan inhaled sharply. With 2 8th-level guards, this young man must undoubtedly belong to an ancient martial family, and one of the core lineage at that. Instinctively, they stepped back, clearing a path. I said, "Good dogs do not block the way, you." The young man halted, casting a cold gaze at Yi Chun, his words uncompleted. In an instant, Yi Chun struck. Crack. The sound echoed as the young man's neck snapped. He collapsed to the ground. The tiger mask shattered in 2, revealing an extraordinarily youthful face, his eyes wide with terror. He could hardly believe that he had been so easily dispatched. The voice of the Jiangnan king trembled. "The ancient martial arts of the Chu family, Chu Tianxi. Mr. Yi, you have truly stirred up a great deal of trouble this time." "Young master." 2 elderly figures in dark robes gasped in shock as they rushed towards Yi Chun. In the narrow corridor, a tempest surged. Upon reaching Yi Chun, their expressions beneath their masks twisted in horror. "You truly deserve to die, you rascal. Chu Tianxi is dead." They had failed to protect him, and they would undoubtedly face severe retribution from the Chu family. Yi Chun shook his head. "So concerned for your young master? Go down and accompany him." Before the 2 could react, he raised his hands above their heads, like the harbinger of death, and with a swift motion, his fingers descended. In an instant, the crowns of their heads exploded. Blood and brain matter gushed forth. Without looking back, Yi Chun turned, and in that fleeting moment, the 2 fell lifeless to the ground. In a quaint and elegant office, Su Zhishui sat at her desk, her legs elegantly crossed, the qipao accentuating her perfect S-curve. She held a list of the evening's auction, contemplating it with great care. "Miss, something grave has occurred." An elderly man burst in. "What is it?" Su Zhishui furrowed her brow. Uncle Tian had been by her side for over a decade and had never acted so recklessly. Uncle Tian's gaze was solemn. 5 minutes ago, 3 corpses were discovered in the corridor outside. One of them is Chu Tianxi of the Chu family. The other two are offerings from the Chu family, both at the 8th level of the heavenly realm. Su Zhishui's fair face paled. What did you say? Chu Tianxi has died here? Uncle Tian nodded heavily. Indeed, Su Zhishui could no longer contain himself. Who could have done this? The Chu family, with a lineage spanning 8 centuries, is a genuine ancient martial arts clan, enduring through 3 dynasties without decline. The eldest son, Chu Tianxiong, serves as the commander of the Tenglong division of the Dragon Soul Special Forces. The second son, Chu Tianlan, holds the position of director at the Jinling Bureau of the National Martial Arts Administration. The youngest son, Chu Tianren, is the president of the Zhonghai Chamber of Commerce. The 3 sons of Old Master Chu each established themselves in the military, martial arts, and business sectors, respectively. Both the eldest and the second sons, despite being over 50, remain unmarried. Only at the age of 30 did Chu Tianren have a son with a mistress, whom Old Master Chu named Tianxi. One can only imagine the significance of Chu Tianxi within the ancient martial arts Chu family. Even the slightest harm to him would send tremors through the Chu clan. Not to mention, if Chu Tianxi were to perish, who could be responsible? Uncle Tian shook his head. Miss, there are no surveillance cameras in our venue, and all the guests wore masks. No one has seen anything. Su Zhishui's delicate face shifted through various expressions. We can only truthfully inform the Chu family. Beyond that, it is beyond our control. In the office of the Chu Corporation, Chu Tianren was engrossed in paperwork when a phone call interrupted him. What did you say? My son is dead. Impossible. Who dares? Chu Tianren nearly roared this proclamation. Upon receiving confirmation from the other end, he sank into his chair and dialed a number. Second brother, Tianxi, has been murdered. As they entered the auction venue, only a few minutes had passed when a large contingent of bodyguards materialized, securing every entrance and exit. Jiangnan Wang silently cursed. Mr. Yi, they must have discovered Chu Tianxi's body. Beside him, Yi Chun remained unfazed, engrossed in replying to a text from Mu Xueqing inquiring about his whereabouts. Jiangnan Wang furrowed his brows and urged, Mr. Yi, you have just killed Chu Tianxi. Although no one witnessed it, if the Chu family begins to investigate, they will inevitably uncover clues. How can you remain so composed? Yi Chun pocketed his phone and surveyed the surroundings. The members of the ancient martial arts families have yet to arrive. There is no need to rush. After a brief interlude, the attendees gradually assembled, each donning masks, rendering them unrecognizable to one another. At precisely 7 o'clock, Su Zhishui, clad in a qipao, ascended the auction stage. Ladies and gentlemen, due to an unforeseen incident, the auction will be temporarily suspended. Suspended? Do you take our ancient martial arts families lightly? A wave of discontent rippled through the crowd. Su Zhishui fell silent, retreating to the side. In the next moment, 2 middle-aged men, unmasked, strode in, followed by a throng of people. The president of the Zhonghai Chamber of Commerce, Chu Tianren, the director of the Jinling Martial Arts Bureau, Chu Tianlan. Their presence elicited a collective shock, as an unsettling atmosphere enveloped the room. With reddened eyes and a visibly distressed countenance, Chu Tianren approached the auction stage. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for interrupting tonight's auction. However, half an hour ago, my son, Chu Tianxi, was murdered. The murderer is among you. Boom! The entire venue trembled. Every pair of eyes behind the masks widened in disbelief, wondering if they had misheard. Chu Tianxi is dead? Chu Tianlan, with hands clasped behind his back, his eyes glinting with murderous intent, proclaimed, Please provide proof of your whereabouts within the last hour to assist the Chu family in identifying the culprit. Rest assured, if anyone reports, the Chu family will keep your identity confidential. Furthermore, the informant shall become an eternal ally of the Chu family. The two stood upon the high platform, observing the reactions of those below, hoping to uncover some clues. The king of Jiangnan lowered his voice. Fortunately, they lack evidence. As long as we do not confess, no one will know. Before he could finish his sentence, Yi Chun rose decisively. Stop wasting time. I killed Chu Tianxi. Young master, this chapter has more to offer. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The excitement is yet to unfold. The moment those words left his mouth, whoosh, all eyes in the auction hall were drawn to Yi Chun. Astonishment, surprise, disbelief. How could it be him? Su Zhishui's heart raced. She recognized the mask on Yi Chen's face. It belonged to the person who had sold her 10 third-grade pills last time. Mr. Yi, you. How could you? The king of Jiangnan was left speechless in shock. Chu Tianren gritted his teeth in fury. Kid, is it really you? With a mere glance from Chu Tianlan, his subordinates surged forward, encircling Yi Chun completely. Yi Chun nodded. It is I. Chu Tianren resembled a dagger, his eyes filled with an inexhaustible fury. Why did you kill my son? Yi Chun replied nonchalantly, he offended me, so I killed him without a second thought. The onlookers gasped, their pupils constricting in disbelief. What is arrogance if not this? The sole heir of the Chu family, slain for a mere offense? Chu Tianren was on the brink of madness, letting out a furious roar. Second brother? What are you waiting for? Take him down, regardless of the consequences. With a single command from Chu Tianlan, his followers surged forward. As a family of ancient martial arts, they were no ordinary practitioners. The mere dozen or so individuals accompanying Chu Tianlan were all at least at the 6th tier of the heavenly realm. Chu Tianlan himself had surpassed the 9th tier of the heavenly realm, achieving the 5th tier of the 100 skeletons realm. As these formidable fighters launched their assault, the auction venue was instantly engulfed in chaos, with tables and chairs reduced to splinters. You are truly audacious. You dare to lay hands on a member of the Chu family? Kneel and accept your fate. A gnarled hand swept towards Yi Chen's shoulder with force. Without even a glance at his assailant, Yi Chun raised his hand. Thud! The elderly attacker collapsed to the ground. His knee shattered, and his entire body's meridians ruptured, leading to his demise. How is this possible? The other's eyes widened in shock, cold sweat breaking out upon their brows. One strike to kill a 6th-tier heavenly realm warrior? It was utterly terrifying. Why are you all frozen in shock? Yi Chun shook his head, unexpectedly choosing to take the initiative. He plunged into the fray of the dozen or so heavenly realm elders, delivering a punch to each one. Boom, 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 boom. With just a few strikes, several elders from the heavenly realm were obliterated on the spot. Their lifeless bodies sprawled across the ground. Who exactly are you? Chu Tianren stammered, trembling as he pointed at Yi Chun. Who are you to dare kill members of the Chu family? Are you not afraid of our relentless pursuit? Chu Tianlan's eyes narrowed, filled with intensity as he fixated on Yi Chun. Su Zhishui stood frozen, her body trembling, utterly astonished as she gazed at Yi Chun. Who is he? Could he be someone from Kunlun Mountain? The other martial families present were left speechless, their shock palpable. Even they could not fathom delivering a single blow strong enough to vanquish a 6th-level warrior of the heavenly realm. Eager to know my identity? Yi Chun nonchalantly nodded and casually removed his mask, revealing an extraordinarily youthful visage. It's you, Yi Chun. The atmosphere erupted into chaos, a frenzy of disbelief. Chu Tianren was stunned, and Chu Tianlan was left dumbfounded. How could they not recognize Yi Chun? Just 2 days prior, he had slain the guardian of Long Country, Wan Kunlun, atop Mount Tai, sending shockwaves throughout the nation. Mr. Yi Yu. The king of Jiangnan could scarcely believe that Yi Chun had so brazenly revealed his identity. It was truly him. Su Zhishui's beautiful eyes widened in shock, her mind a blank slate amidst the silence. Yi Chun turned to Chu Tianlan, inquiring, Are you from the Long Country Martial Arts Bureau? Chu Tianlan's expression was icy as he replied, And if I am? I am the head of the Martial Arts Bureau in Jinling. Yi Chun smiled. Then you may as well prepare for death. Everyone was left in a state of utter bewilderment. Only the king of Jiangnan would dare to speak. Yi Chun once declared that anyone from the Martial Arts Bureau who steps into Zhonghai would face merciless retribution. Master, are you truly serious? Do you still intend to kill me? Chu Tianlan was so incensed that he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Yi Chun, do you believe that Wan Kunlun, as a guardian, stands at the pinnacle of Dragon Nation's martial arts? The martial arts realm of Dragon Nation is teeming with hidden talents. Wan Kunlun is merely a hound among other guardians, and the ancient martial families are entities you can never provoke. Kill. A thunderous roar erupted. Chu Tianlan, like a fierce tiger, swiftly lunged at Yi Chun, delivering a powerful punch aimed at his heart. Bang! Yi Chun met the attack with his fist, and Chu Tianlan felt an excruciating pain, his fingers making a sharp cracking sound. He staggered back several steps. Yi Chun remained unmoved, standing firm, looking down. He could hardly believe his eyes. All 5 of Chu Tianlan's fingers had shattered. Bones were exposed. Blood gushed forth. Second brother. Chu Tianren gasped in shock. Although he had never been able to cultivate martial arts since childhood, he understood the realms of ancient martial artists. The Qi condensation realm. The internal energy in the Dantian is transformed into Qi, signifying successful condensation, with power surpassing the 9th layer of the heavenly realm. The 100 skeletons realm. This represents the strength of limbs and bones, far exceeding that of a hydraulic jack, capable of lifting a heavy truck with a single hand. The 5 organs realm. The 5 organs and 6 viscera resonate with one another, akin to the 5 elements, with an endless flow of power within. The God control realm. The ultimate pursuit of ancient martial artists, soaring through the air like an earthly immortal. Brother Chu Tianlan, at the 5th level of the 100 corpse realm. His limbs are as formidable as steel, effortlessly lifting a heavy truck with his bare hands. The sheer power of his punch exceeds 20 tons. What does this signify? He could easily slay an elephant. At this moment, however, one of Chu Tianlan's hands was unexpectedly obliterated by Yi Chun. Could it be that this young man's cultivation surpasses that of the 100 corpse realm? Su Zhishui gasped in astonishment. Was he not just an ordinary person 5 years ago? Slaying Wan Kunlun was already astonishing, and now he has the audacity to defeat Chu Tianlan. My goodness, has Mr. Yi truly mastered the ancient martial arts? The king of Jiangnan clenched his fists tightly. Boy, do you think this will be enough to kill me? Ha ha ha, your thoughts are rather simplistic. Chu Tianlan, momentarily shocked, broke into laughter again. Yi Chun shook his head. No, killing you is indeed quite simple. In a swift motion, he lunged forward, seeking death. Chu Tianlan summoned all his energy, a visible white mist erupting from his body. He executed a side kick aimed at Yi Chun's chest. Yi Chun deftly seized Chu Tianlan's calf, delivering a devastating punch. Ah! Chu Tianlan let out a wretched scream as his thigh exploded, crashing to the ground in agony. Yi Chun's foot came crashing down onto Chu Tianlan's chest. With a sickening crack, his ribs shattered. You little beast! Dare you treat me this way? Chu Tianlan spat out a mouthful of blood, losing all semblance of control, howling like a rabid dog. Enough of this noise. Yi Chun shook his head, delivering a kick that shattered Chu Tianlan's jaw. The pain rendered him utterly devoid of combat capability. Yi Chun descended with relentless force, each step simple, decisive, and brutal. In the horrified gaze of the onlookers, Chu Tianlan was already reduced to a mere shadow of his former self, clinging onto the last vestige of life. Who dares to harm my brother? A furious roar echoed through the air. The crowd turned to see a man clad in armor, his face ablaze with rage, rushing forward, Chu Tianxiong. The crowd's eyes widened in shock as a formidable contingent of Dragon Soul Special Forces from the Tenglong Division surged in. Upon witnessing Chu Tianlan sprawled on the ground like a beaten dog beneath Yi Chen's feet, Chu Tianxiong erupted in a frenzied shout. Yi Chun, stop this at once. If you dare lay another finger on my second brother, I will ensure that you... Bang! A foot descended, and Chu Tianlan's head exploded in an instant. Turning to the armored man, Yi Chen taunted, What did you say? I didn't quite catch that. Care to repeat? This madman. The entire assembly bowed their heads in terror, including Su Zhishui, all sharing a singular thought. Yi Chun was indeed a lunatic. How dare you? Chu Tianxiong nearly spat blood in his fury. Very well. Even if the Dragon Lord himself were to bestow upon you the title of Dragon Soul Major General, today I, Chu Tianxiong, will ensure your demise. Then do it. Yi Chun replied, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, smiling at Chu Tianxiong. You! Chu Tianxiong found himself momentarily speechless, truly hesitant to strike. His own strength was merely at the 7th level of the 100 Bones realm. Even if he were to engage, he undoubtedly lacked the power to crush his second brother. Chu Tianlan. Yi Chun had achieved the impossible, Sufficient evidence demonstrates that Yi Chen's prowess far surpasses that of his opponent. To strike would undoubtedly lead to demise. What? Are you afraid to act? Yi Chen chuckled. Then why pretend? With a thunderous shout, he commanded, "Kneel before me." The words reverberated powerfully. At that moment, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged forth like a tidal wave. With a thud, Chu Tianxiong's legs buckled, and he truly knelt. In that instant, all dignity, pride, and strength vanished without a trace. There was only one thought: to kneel. The entire auction hall fell into a profound silence. The soldiers of the war god and the rising dragon stared in shock at the scene before them. All members of the ancient martial families were petrified, horror-stricken. A madman! This lunatic! My heavens! Su Zhishu stepped back a few paces, leaning against the wall. Her legs, clad in stockings, trembled uncontrollably, barely able to support her. Eldest brother. Chu Tianren wept tears of humiliation. Chu Tianxiong had knelt. The backbone of the Chu family had been shattered. Damn! So fierce. So incredibly fierce. The king of Jiangnan lowered his head, his blood nearly boiling. One shout, and the war god of rising dragon kneels? Such an unprecedented feat, unmatched in history. If this incident were to spread, who in the Dragon Kingdom would dare to challenge Mr. Ye's authority? Amidst the deathly silence, Yi Chen's voice rang out. I have one question. Does anyone here know old Jiang or old Yuan? Raise your hand. In the palm of his hand rested 8 black jade elixirs, each a 4th-grade potion capable of mending the damaged meridians of martial artists. Respond to my inquiry. These 8 4th-grade elixirs belong solely to you. 4th-grade elixirs? Capable of healing meridian injuries? Countless gazes fixated upon Yi Chen, unable to divert their attention. The death of Chu Tianxi? Irrelevant. The demise of Chu Tianlan? Also inconsequential. Chu Tianxiong kneeling? Even less significant. It was these 8 elixirs, capable of restoring the damaged meridians of martial artists, that constituted a treasure beyond measure. For a martial artist, their meridians are everything. A damaged meridian renders the path of martial arts nearly futile. The mere existence of these 8 elixirs, which could restore martial artists' injuries, sent a shiver of realization through Su Zhishu. Once these elixirs appeared at the auction, warriors from across the nation, from around the globe, would converge, wagering their entire fortunes in a fervent scramble. This was no mere illusion. It was an inevitable reality. Yi Chen. No, Mr. Yi. My family, the Qin clan from the northwest, is willing to offer 10 billion for each elixir. A man stepped forward, his voice revealing him to be of middle age. 10 billion? The Qin clan from the northwest is rather Na'vi. A senior figure scoffed. Mr. Yi, my Southeast Lin clan is prepared to offer 300 billion. 300 billion. The crowd gasped, their eyes nearly bulging in astonishment. 8 elixirs could exchange for a publicly listed company. Su Zhishu lifted her head in shock, rendered speechless by the astonishing turn of events. Should these 8 elixirs transact at a staggering price of 30 billion, it would surpass the total sum of her most significant auction in life. The elder of the Lin family gazed with fervent eyes, contemplating, not merely 30 billion, but even 500 billion. The patriarch would undoubtedly acquiesce. This elixir possesses the extraordinary ability to mend damaged meridians, rendering it of immense worth. The foundation of an ancient martial family lies in the presence of supreme martial artists within the clan. Should one's meridians be compromised, they are rendered incapacitated. To lose a martial artist would deliver a devastating blow to an ancient martial family. The existence of these 8 elixirs equates to granting the family 8 additional lifelines. Throughout the annals of Longgua's history, there have been ancient martial families that faced extinction due to the absence of top-tier martial artists, severing their lineage. 8 elixirs could bestow 8 chances at survival. 1 elixir, a valuation of 100 billion, is by no means excessive. Mr. Yi, would you sell them to the Lin family? The Lin family can afford 30 billion. The Qin family can match that. Are you suggesting that the Xia family cannot? The representatives of the 3 ancient martial families voluntarily removed their masks, indicating their readiness to transfer funds at a moment's notice, demonstrating their sincerity. Yi Chen shook his head. I am not interested in money. My sole desire is to uncover the whereabouts of old Yuan and old Jiang. If such information is unavailable, then so be it. The bounty remains valid indefinitely. Should you possess any news regarding these two individuals, do not hesitate to contact me. With that, he turned to leave. In the absence of news about old Yuan and old Jiang, there was no reason for him to linger. He held no interest in the forthcoming auction. Throughout the entire process, not a single glance was cast at the kneeling Tunglong war god, Chu Tianxiong, who was relegated to the sidelines. He was utterly disregarded. Upon arriving at the venue, Yichun waved his hand dismissively, instructing, "You may leave now. There is no need for you to accompany me." "Yes," replied Jiang Nanwang, swiftly retreating into the obscurity of the night. With Yichun's formidable martial prowess, he certainly required no protection. "Why did you take so long to return? Did you really need that much time in the restroom? You aren't suffering from constipation, are you?" Mu Xueqing chided lightly upon seeing Yichun approach. Yichun chuckled softly. "I've been feeling a bit unwell lately due to something I ate." His gaze shifted to Xiao Churan. "What's the matter with her?" Xiao Churan sat in a booth, clutching a bottle of foreign liquor, consuming it in hearty gulps. The bottle was nearing depletion. Mu Xueqing sighed. "Alas, she just received a phone call informing her that her family has cut off her funds, seemingly compelling her to return to Longdu." She then added, subsequent to that, "She received several text messages, the contents of which I am unaware." It appeared that Churan was in a foul mood, having smashed her brand new iPhone in frustration. Subsequently, she requested a bottle of liquor from the bartender and began drinking with abandon. As she spoke, Mu Xueqing retrieved the latest model of the iPhone from her bag. The screen was utterly shattered. She intended to keep it safe until Churan sobered up to reclaim it. At that moment, Xiao Churan had already succumbed to intoxication, leaning against the plush booth, her hair disheveled and cascading over her delicate features. Her dazed eyes fixated on Yichun, revealing an ephemeral glimmer of despair that painted a portrait of tragic beauty. Yichun proposed, "She is intoxicated, let us return." Mu Xueqing glanced around, feeling somewhat uneasy. "Yichun, could you assist in carrying Churan?" The trio departed, oblivious to a nearby booth where a youth, reeking of alcohol, lifted a glass to his lips, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. "Han Xiao, we have gathered the information," reported a middle-aged man, bowing deeply as he presented two business cards. "The inebriated girl is named Xiao Churan. She just received a call regarding a financial crisis. The other is Mu Xueqing, a rural resident of Jiangnan City, burdened with student loans. She recently resigned from her job to establish a company called Mukin Group, securing an investment of 100 million. Han Xiao embraced the woman in his arms. He had come here with the intent to pursue pleasure, but unexpectedly encountered the exquisite Mu Xueqing and Xiao Churan. Approaching them directly and using wealth as a means of seduction felt beneath him. He had no interest in such trivial tactics. Dear reader, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue your journey, where further excitement awaits. He relished the thrill of the chase. Now that he was aware of their identities, it was merely a matter of a week before these two women would become his playthings. Upon returning to the Dragon Lake Villa, Yichun carried Xiao Churan to her room, poised to lay her upon the bed when, ugh, Xiao Churan vomited all over him. "I shall fetch a towel." Mu Xueqing hurriedly rushed out. Yichun gently set Xiao Churan down. The woman's complexion was flushed. Her essence was markedly different from that of Mu Xueqing, a consequence of motherhood. "I won't marry. I don't wish to marry. Yichun, I do not desire to wed." As he listened to Xiao Churan's drunken musings, Yichun's expression turned somewhat peculiar. "Daddy, what is wrong with mommy?" A clear, melodious voice rang out from behind. Yichun turned to see Xiao Buhui, her gemstone-like eyes wide with innocence, standing at the doorway, gazing at him in bewilderment. Yichun smiled softly. "Little sister, I am not your father." "Really? But you bear such a striking resemblance to him," Xiao Buhui replied, her youthful visage adorned with profound curiosity. Her mother had shown her a photograph of her father, and the resemblance to the man before her was uncanny. Why would he not acknowledge it? Mu Xueqing entered with a towel in hand. "All right, Yichun, you should clean yourself up. I'll take care of this. Go take a shower, you can stay here tonight." With her hands on Yichun's back, she gently ushered him out of the room. Once in the bathroom, He began to cleanse the remnants of nausea from his body when his phone suddenly rang. "Hello, who is this?" Yichen asked, washing his hands as he activated the speakerphone, placing it aside. A voice filled with excitement came through. "Mr. Yi, I finally managed to find your number. It's truly wonderful to reach you." Su Zhishu? Yichen recognized the voice instantly. "What do you need?" Su Zhishu spoke directly. "Mr. Yi, the statements you made at the auction earlier, are they still valid? I am aware of the news regarding old Yuan and old Jiang." 15 minutes later, Mu Xueqing assisted Xiao Churin in drying off her body. They searched the entire villa, yet found no trace of Yi Chun. Where could he be? Has he run off again? What a busy individual. Mu Xueqing let out a huff. "I had intended to offer you a little favor this evening. It seems you are not destined to enjoy it." Glancing at the condom in her handbag, she zipped it shut. "At the Bund, within a seaside CAF, Mr. Yi, you have arrived. The coffee here is quite delightful." Upon seeing Yi Chun approach, Su Zhishu adjusted her figure in her qipao and gracefully rose to greet him. Most importantly, the sound of the waves at night is quite loud, making it nearly impossible for anyone to eavesdrop on our conversation, even if they had installed listening devices. Her beautiful eyes sparkled. "What would you like to drink?" The scenes from the auction still resonated in her heart, leaving her in awe. Yi Chun replied nonchalantly, "Whatever's fine." "Then a caramel macchiato it is, symbolizing sweet memories." Su Zhishu smiled while observing Yi Chun's expression, simultaneously taking out her phone to place the order. Unfortunately, Yi Chun remained unmoved. "Speak, where are old Yuan and old Jiang?" Su Zhishu lowered her phone. "Mr. Yi, I do not know their whereabouts." Yi Chen's brow furrowed. "Are you deceiving me?" A chilling aura enveloped the CAF, causing the lights to flicker ominously. Su Zhishu's charming face turned pale, as if someone had gripped her throat. "Mr. Yi, you have misunderstood. I would never dare to deceive you. I have merely heard of these two individuals." "Oh, what is the matter?" Yi Chen's murderous intent retracted. Su Zhishu quickly explained. "Once during an auction, I overheard several guests discussing old Yuan and old Jiang. At the same time, I vaguely caught the mention of Blood Robe Sect." "Blood Robe Sect?" Yi Chen's brow furrowed tightly. Could it be that old Yuan and old Jiang are affiliated with the Blood Robe Sect? Su Zhishu hesitated. "I truly do not know. I cannot speak recklessly." "All right, I understand." Yi Chen nodded, casually producing 3 black jade breakthrough pills and placing them on the table. "If the information proves useful, I shall grant you the remaining 5 in one go." Su Zhishu's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. 3 black jade breakthrough pills are worth at least 300 billion at an auction. Is Yi Chun truly giving them to her? She had envisioned providing him with the information free of charge and then purchasing 2 black jade breakthrough pills, which would have been the best outcome. To her surprise, Yi Chun simply bestowed them upon her. "These are 4th-grade elixirs, not mere candies." "Mr. Yi, is the coffee ready? Won't you take a sip?" Su Zhishu stood up, agitated. A female server approached, holding the coffee, brushing past Yi Chun. Suddenly, beneath the coffee tray, a glint of cold light flashed. In the moment Su Zhishu was momentarily distracted. The server brandished a sharp knife, aiming directly at her neck.
À Serpentine aura surjette forte.
Su Zhishu's delicate body stiffened, her beautiful eyes fixed on the approaching blade. "It's over. Am I to perish here?" As the thought flickered through Su Zhishu's mind, a strong, powerful hand suddenly grasped her waist, pulling her body against a sturdy chest. A soft moan escaped her lips instinctively. In the next moment, a piercing scream echoed as the arm of a female server, wielding a knife, was brutally shattered, followed by her wretched cries. "Miss!" A group of people burst into the CAF, swiftly subduing the female servers and the owner. They conducted a thorough search, discovering that everyone was armed, some even carrying firearms. Su Zhishu remained in a state of shock until a voice rang in her ears. "Next time you are so careless, you may not be so fortunate." Watching Yi Chen's retreating figure, Su Zhishu's expression darkened to an abyss. In a moment of impulse, she had reserved the entire CAF, only to find herself ensnared. "Bring them up." Her subordinates shut the CAF's doors and drew the curtains, forcing the owner and several female servers to kneel on the ground, their limbs shattered. With a grim expression, Su Zhishu demanded, "Who sent you?" The CAF owner smiled wryly. If you wish to kill me, just do it. Spare me the chatter. Su Zhishua picked up a dagger from the floor and plunged it into the CAF owner's heart. I know who it is, even if you don't say a word. Aside from that vixen Su Qian, who else from the Su family wants me dead? A fierce expression, incongruent with her usual demeanor, crossed Su Zhishua's delicate face. I have even hidden away in Zhonghai, yet she still seeks to contend with me? If so, let us both perish. The dagger twisted violently. The female shopkeeper's eyes widened in shock. How could such a stunning woman be so ruthless in her actions? Su Zhishue released the dagger and glanced at the blood-stained stockings. With a swift motion, she tore them apart in public, using the fabric to wipe the blood from her hands. Eliminate everything. This CAF shall be reduced to ashes under the guise of an accidental fire. A few subordinates responded with deference, respectfully watching as the underground queen of Zhonghai departed. Yichun did not return to the Dragon Lake Villa, but instead headed straight to the Yi family ancestral home. Upon entering, he sensed a pair of eyes watching him from the darkness. Who goes there? Show yourself, he bellowed. Without hesitation, Yichun charged forward, striking the artificial rockery in the courtyard with a powerful blow. The sound of an explosion echoed as the rockery shattered, revealing a woman with a look of terror in her eyes. Was this man truly the master of the courtyard? How could he be so fearsome? Had that strike landed upon her, it would have surely rendered her to fragments. Please, do not kill me. I am here to escape from my enemies. The woman's voice trembled as she hurriedly emerged from behind the rockery. Yichun glanced at her. She appeared to be in her early 20s, her face pale under the moonlight. Her delicate nose and beautiful eyes were filled with dread. Yichun's voice was devoid of warmth. You have 3 seconds. Leave at once. Gulping nervously, the woman swallowed hard and made her way toward the exit of the courtyard. Simultaneously, a voice resounded from outside the gate. We have searched the nearby courtyards. This is the last one. This wretched creature dares to betray the sect leader, causing us to pursue her for so long. Today, she must be flayed and tortured until her demise. Another voice chuckled maliciously. Brother Wu, this wretched girl is quite alluring. It would be a pity to kill her outright. Let us toy with her for a while before we end her life. A splendid idea. The two spoke as they pushed open the doors of the Yi residence. The woman felt her heart race in terror, instinctively hiding behind Yichun. Is there another helper? The gazes of the two middle-aged men darkened, their eyes narrowing like venomous snakes fixated on Yichun. Boy, it would be wise for you to mind your own business. This matter does not concern you. Do not entertain thoughts of heroically rescuing the damsel. Such theatrics are unwelcome here. Yichun stepped aside, indifferent. Do as you wish. I have no interest in meddling in others' affairs, nor in playing the hero. Count yourself fortunate. The two men paused, then approached, seizing the woman by the shoulders. No. The woman's voice trembled with terror as she beseeched Yichun with her eyes. Yet, he remained unmoved, as unfeeling as a stone. Just as despair enveloped her and she was about to be taken away, one of the men turned back, smirking at Yichun. Boy, you're fortunate. Today, I am in a good mood, so I want to kill you. Otherwise, with the methods of my blood garment sect, I would not hesitate to add another corpse to this courtyard. As the two were on the verge of stepping out of the Yi residence, a voice filled with surprise rang out from behind. You come from the blood garment sect? And what of it? In the fleeting moment when the two individuals turned around, they sensed a shadow darting past them. Bang! Bang! A sharp pain surged through their chests as their ribs shattered on impact. Like dead dogs, they were hurled backward, crashing violently onto the steps of the Yi family's entrance. Blood gushed from their mouths like a fountain. Ah! The woman who had been captured fell to the ground in shock, desperately covering her mouth, her eyes wide in astonishment as she gazed at Yichun. You dare to harm a member of the Blood Robe sect. Do you believe that? A man clutched his chest, his words unfinished. Yichun, without hesitation, brought his foot down, crushing the man's skull. Hiss! The other man was utterly bewildered. Threatening words lodged in his throat, refusing to escape. The injured woman stood frozen in place, her shock evident as she stared at Yichun. They had never encountered someone so resolute in their ruthlessness. Yichun addressed the two. One question, Those who answer correctly may live. Is there an elder Yuan and an elder Jiang in the blood robe sect? The injured woman quickly replied. Yes. Yi Chen's gaze shifted to the other man, and with a swift kick, he sent a stone flying, piercing through the man's head. The first question. What is the status of Elder Jiang and Elder Yuan within the blood robe sect? They are the sect's great protectors, second only to the sect master. The second question. Where is the blood robe sect located? The woman, horrified, shook her head. I do not know. I truly do not know. I only know that the sect is established underground, likely within an abandoned ancient tomb. Before entering the sect each time, we must consume a type of hallucinogenic drug. 3 days later, I awakened to find myself at headquarters. Yi Chen furrows his brow. 3 days of unconsciousness. I could have traversed the entire globe within that time. The scope is far too vast. The woman, fearing that Yi Chen might resort to violence, immediately divulges another clue. This. Sir, 6 months ago while I was at the Blood Garment Sect headquarters, I inadvertently overheard a conversation between Elder Jiang and Elder Yuan. They mentioned something about the birthday of the Li family patriarch on Hong Kong Island occurring 6 months later. They intend to retrieve an item from the Li family. Yi Chen's heart stirs with excitement. This is an immensely significant lead. He raises his hand and sends several needles into the woman's body. What have you done to me? The Blood Garment Sect woman exclaims in shock. Yi Chen smirks. If I wished to kill you, it would hardly require such elaborate means. Those 3 silver needles merely reconnect the severed meridians within you. Without them, you would not survive beyond 24 hours. Now you are safe for the next 7 days. The woman is astonished. Indeed, her injuries have improved considerably. Could those 3 needles possess such extraordinary power? The 2 men who captured her wielded the strength of the 5th level of the heavenly realm. Yet, they were dispatched by this young man in a single move. So young, with astonishing medical skills and terrifying martial prowess. The woman's eyes widen in disbelief. You are Yi Chen? Yi Chen replies, You recognize me? The woman gasps. My heavens, it really is you. The one who dared to oppose the Martial Arts Bureau and storm the Dragon Capital Martial Arts General Bureau. At the peak of Mount Tai, you executed the Guardian, Wan Kunlun. In the entire martial arts realm of the Dragon Kingdom, who does not recognize you? Yi Chen remained unfazed. The woman's eyes blazed with intensity. Mr. Yi, what is it that you wish for me to do? Yi Chen, somewhat taken aback, responded, How did you know I required your assistance? The woman smiled with confidence. You could have easily killed me just now, yet you granted me 7 days. Surely, I must still hold some value to you? Yi Chen nodded, recognizing her intelligence, and decided not to waste words. Investigate everything about Elder Jiang and Elder Yuan, including the location of the Blood Robe sect. Regardless of the outcome, return to me in 7 days. Understood. The woman spoke without hesitation and turned to leave. Yi Chen retrieved his phone and made a call. Half an hour later, Zhang Nanwang appeared in the Yi family courtyard. Master, you summoned me. Upon seeing the 2 corpses in the courtyard, he was taken aback. These are members of the Blood Robe sect. Yi Chen recounted the recent events. Blood Robe sect? Zhang Nanwang's face was rife with confusion. I have never heard of it. Allow me to inquire about the birthday of the Li family patriarch. He made a call, and soon the results were relayed back to him. Zhang Nanwang opened the email and frowned. Master, the patriarch Li is celebrating his 90th birthday tomorrow. Yi Chen promptly turned and strode towards his room. Prepare a plane for me first thing in the morning. Yes. Zhang Nanwang affirmed. He glanced at the 2 corpses on the ground. Clean this up. Several personal guards rushed forward. Half an hour later, there was not a single trace of blood left on the steps. Jinling, the hall of the Chu family. Useless. All of you are utterly useless. You stood idly by as your own kin were brutally beaten to death, not daring to utter a single sound. You call yourself the Dragon Soul War God? You are nothing but a worthless being. I have heard that you even knelt before that little wretch. Chu Tianxiong, you have brought shame upon the ancient martial clan. An elder clutched a thorny vine, striking fiercely. The elder was none other than the patriarch of the Chu family, Chu Zhengde. The hall was enveloped in an ominous silence. The members of the Chu family did not dare to take a breath. Chu Tianxiong and Chu Tianren knelt on the ground, Before them lay the lifeless bodies of Chu Tianlan and Chu Tianxi. Behind the two, the scene was one of utter carnage. Father, had it not been for your martial prowess being crippled in that competition years ago, I would not have had to go to Dragon Soul to become some so-called war god. Chu Tianxiong's eyes were red with emotion. Chu Zhengde bellowed. So it is still my fault, is it? Chu Tianxiong gritted his teeth. I dare not claim that, but my son speaks the truth. If your strength had remained intact, the Chu family would still reign supreme. There would be no need to bow to anyone. What Dragon Soul, what martial arts bureau. My Chu family holds no regard for them whatsoever. My kneeling is not out of fear of death, but rather out of concern that should I perish, the Chu family would truly be finished. My lord, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It only gets more thrilling. All of this is due to you, father. Your martial prowess has been rendered ineffective. Chu Zhengde was nearly driven to madness. Is this your cowardice? I will make you fear. Crack, crack, crack. Chu Tianxiong remained motionless, enduring the relentless strikes of the vine. Master Chu, please calm your anger. The members of the Chu family turned to see a man with gold-rimmed glasses walking in. Chu Zhengde dropped the rattan stick in his hand and asked, Secretary Deng, what brings you here? Deng Lei smiled. Master Chu, I come bearing the latest decree from Longhun. First, Chu Tianxiong is to be immediately promoted to Marshal of Longhun with the rank of General. Second, any young member of the Chu family who practices martial arts may enlist directly into the Longhun Special Forces without the need for formal application. Third, an economic special zone will be established in Zhonghai, with Chu Tianren appointed as the head of the zone. With each condition Deng presented, the expression on Chu Zhengde's face darkened considerably. By the time the last word was uttered, Chu Zhengde had already grasped the intent of the Dragon Lord. Yet he still questioned, Deng Lei, what does the Dragon Lord mean by this? Deng Lei replied with a smile. The Dragon Lord means that a life lost cannot be returned. The Dragon Lord can compensate on behalf of Yi Chun. The Chu family should no longer make things difficult for him. Compensation? Chu Zhengde laughed in fury. Ha ha ha! Is this compensation bought with the lives of my son and grandson? Are the lives of my family so worthless? In exchange for a marshal and a zone head? Deng Lei frowned slightly. Master Chu, are you truly not considering this? Begone. Chu Zhengde bellowed, his voice powerful and resonant. Return and inform those behind you that when I, Chu Zhengde, ruled the martial world, the Dragon Kingdom had yet to be established. Even the emperors of the last dynasty held my Chu family in high regard. What is a mere Dragon Lord in comparison? Return to inform the Dragon Lord that Yi Chun is destined to perish at the hands of the Chu family. I declare, even the Dragon Lord cannot save him. You! Deng Lei gasped in astonishment. Simultaneously, two elderly gentlemen approached. Ah! Secretary Deng is also present. It appears the Dragon Lord has not upheld his promise since our last encounter at Kunlun Mountain. It is you? Deng Lei's complexion turned ashen. The Chu family has actually summoned the true guardians of the Dragon Kingdom. Father, Chu Tianxiong and Chu Tianren were taken aback, their eyes filled with astonishment. Chu Zhengde disregarded his two sons, and after inviting the two elderly men to sit, he waved his hand grandly. Bring her in. A woman clad in a cheongsam, drenched in blood, was ushered forth. Beside her stood a middle-aged man, his gaze icy, holding a tray. It contained 3 black jade elixirs. Su Zhishu? Father, why have you brought this underground queen of Zhonghai here? Chu Tianren inquired, somewhat taken aback. The underground queen of Zhonghai? Chu Zhengde scoffed. Decades ago, when the Qing gang and Hongmen dominated the Bund, they offered tributes to me monthly, and now you are also alarmed by the capture of a mere underground queen? His gaze turned frigid, locking onto Su Zhishu. Speak. What did you discuss at the SLAYS an hour ago? Bloodied and bruised, Su Zhishu had just departed the SLAYS when her subordinates were slaughtered. The 3 elixirs were seized, and she was brought here directly. Elder Chu, spare your efforts. As a businessman, the utmost priority is to safeguard secrets. Su Zhishu smiled. Chu Zhengde responded with a cold smirk, acknowledging, whether you speak or remain silent, it no longer holds significance. With these 3 elixirs it is sufficient. Take them away. The middle-aged man left the elixirs behind and escorted Su Zhishui away. Instantly, the gaze of the onlookers converged upon the 3 elixirs. Chu Zhengde turned to face the 2 guardians, stating, "Gentlemen, this elixir is known as the Black Jade Discontinuity Pill, a formula that has been lost for centuries. To my astonishment, this lad Yi Chun possesses such a pill. Judging by its appearance, it must have been recently concocted. He must have the formula for this elixir." The 2 guardians, exuding an air of authority, frowned and inquired, "Surely this is not counterfeit? We have traveled a great distance from Kunlun Mountain. If this is indeed a forgery, the Chu family will have to pay a different price." Naturally, Chu Zhengde nodded and grasped one of the Black Jade Discontinuity pills, swallowing it whole. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of power radiated within his dantian. With a roar, Chu Zhengde unleashed a cry, feeling the medicinal energy coursing through his limbs. A profoundly mysterious force rapidly mended his damaged meridians. Moments later, he raised his hand and delivered a powerful punch, releasing a wave of white energy that surged forth. Boom, 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 boom. A series of resounding blasts echoed. Everyone turned to witness the spectacle, their eyes wide with astonishment. A total of 9 walls were completely penetrated, leaving a gaping hole with a diameter of 1 meter. "Father, you have regained your strength." Chu Tianxiong trembled with excitement. 2 guardians stood up excitedly, exchanging glances that reflected a hint of astonishment. It seemed that this elixir was indeed genuine. Where did this young man procure it? Yi Lingyun had been imprisoned in that place, enduring torment for 5 long years. If he had known, he would have revealed it long ago. This recipe. It is likely. The old man with the goatee gasped. That woman? Most probably. His companion nodded gravely, fixated on the series of holes in the wall, uttering, "Once we capture this young man, we shall undoubtedly uncover everything." This scenario is becoming increasingly intriguing. I can hardly contain my curiosity regarding the whereabouts of this young man during his 5-year absence. Upon hearing this, Deng Lei's expression shifted dramatically. With Chu Zhengde regaining his strength, the 2 guardians descended from Kunlun Mountain. This is a monumental matter that must be immediately reported to the Dragon Lord. He turned to leave. The goateed elder stepped forward, obstructing Deng Lei's path. "Young Deng, where do you think you are going?" Deng Lei forced a smile. "Elder Jiang, Elder Yuan, I have some matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." "Leave?" The goateed elder grinned widely. "Wait until we capture that young man. Then you can depart at your leisure. For now, remain here." At 8 in the morning, at Zhonghai International Airport, Wang Jiangnan frowned. "Mr. Yi, are you truly not going to take my private jet?" Yi Chun shook his head. "My current objectives are too significant. Boarding your aircraft would be too conspicuous. The Blood Robe sect has taken my parents, and they may well be monitoring my every move. To avoid alarming the snakes, I shall simply take a regular passenger flight. You remain in the Central Sea to provide cover and ensure the safety of Xueqing and the others. Lin Longhai is recuperating at the Yi family estate. Do not let anything happen to him or his daughter." "Very well." The king of Jiangnan handed over a fake ID and plane ticket. Aside from personal information, everything else is authentic. He watched Yi Chun board the aircraft. Upon settling into first class, Yi Chun gazed out of the window. "Father, mother, are you at the Blood Garment Gate? Regardless of the circumstances, I will soon have news of you." Lost in thought, he suddenly gasped, "How? Is it him again?" "Madam, are you all right?" The flight attendant approached with a smile. Yi Chun furrowed his brow and turned his gaze toward the source of the voice. 2 familiar faces came into view. Jiang Zixuan and her friend Shin Yuchu. They had witnessed Yi Chen's lethal prowess on the cruise to the island, which had become their nightmare. We cannot sit here. Could you please change our seats to a regular one?" Jiang Zixuan nearly burst into tears. Shun Yuchu was less frightened, her beautiful eyes secretly studying Yi Chun. Unperturbed, Yi Chun simply closed his eyes to rest. Soon, the flight attendant assisted in changing their seats, and an enthusiastic couple entered first class, excitedly taking photos. 2 hours later, Yi Chun arrived at Hong Kong Island and promptly hailed a taxi, heading straight for the Li residence. Li Banqing had just concluded an interview and returned to his office atop Ping Mountain. After decades of arduous struggle, he had ascended to the pinnacle of wealth in the Dragon Country, embodying his name. Half the city, indeed. The fortune of the Li family was substantial enough to purchase half of Hong Kong Island. This location was the finest in Ping Mountain. The expansive floor-to-ceiling window at his desk offered a breathtaking view of the entire island. Suddenly, a question pierced through his thoughts. "Who are you?" Li Banqing froze. Within the security that rivaled that of the White House in the M Country, there stood an unexpected figure. Judging by the silhouette, it appeared to be a young man, standing with his hands clasped behind him, gazing down at Hong Kong Island like a sovereign surveying his domain. At the age of 90, Li Banqing took a cautious step back and reached for the doorknob. A chilling voice interrupted him. "If I were you, I would refrain from making any sudden movements. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that misfortune will not befall you." Li Banqing halted. The intruder's stealth indicated he was no ordinary individual. "Young man, how much do you desire? Name your price. Just spare my life," Li Banqing implored, producing a check, signing it and stamping it with his personal seal. Wealth can be amassed. A life, however, is singular. Yi Chen turned to face him. "I have no interest in money." Upon recognizing Yi Chen's face, Li Banqing was taken aback. "You know me, Mr. Yi? Although I am a businessman residing far away on Hong Kong Island, I am not well versed in matters concerning Zhonghai," Li Banqing admitted, finally alleviated. "However, the tale of that battle atop Mount Tai has long circulated within the Chinese community. Do not speak of me. Thousands of overseas Chinese have already etched your visage into their memories." As he spoke, he retrieved his phone. Indeed, on foreign video forums, numerous photographs of him were abundant. Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with insight, realizing that information within the country was under the control of certain special departments. Conversely, it circulated more swiftly abroad. Li Banqing prepared a cup of tea and presented it to Yi Chen. "Mr. Yi, please, tell me what brings you here? If you require investment from the Li family, I shall consider it with utmost priority." Yi Chen did not reach for the teacup. "What is your connection to the blood-clothed sect?" Li Banqing's wrist trembled. With a crash, the teacup fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Yi Chen understood that he had indeed come to the right place. Chapter 61. The Resurrection of the Soul of the Cauldron. With a swift motion, Li Banqing's face turned ashen. The wealthiest man in Longwa gazed at Yi Chen in horror. You are one of the Blood Garment sect?" Yi Chen was somewhat taken aback. Why was Li Banqing so terrified of the Blood Garment sect? Was there a deeper secret at play? "I am not." Upon hearing these 3 words, Li Banqing breathed a sigh of relief, as if the spirited 90-year-old had suddenly aged a decade. His body trembled, nearly causing him to collapse. Yi Chen raised a hand, sending a surge of internal energy his way, preventing Li Banqing from falling to the ground. "Thank you, Mr. Yi," he said, trembling as he approached the desk, grasping it to steady himself. "May I inquire, Mr. Yi, if you are not affiliated with the Blood Garment sect, how do you possess knowledge of this force?" Yi Chen smiled enigmatically. "Are you asking me, or am I asking you?" Li Banqing's expression shifted, a fine sheen of sweat appearing on his forehead. It dawned on him that the young man before him was the formidable presence who had publicly slain the guardian of Longwa atop Mount Tai. Cough, cough. "Mr. Yi, I have spoken too much. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. What is your connection to the Blood Garment sect?" Yi Chen approached Li Banqing's wine cabinet, casually uncorking a bottle of wine valued at $1 million. Li Banqing stood frozen, his gaze seemingly lost in a distant memory. "That was 30 years ago, when I was merely a top businessman in Hong Kong, still far from being the wealthiest in Longwa. My health was failing, and I knew my time was limited. As I hovered on the brink of death, a visitor claiming to be from the Blood Robe sect unexpectedly arrived at the Li residence, asserting that he could grant me a lifespan of 100 years. At this revelation, Li Banqing's eyes sparkled with hope. The man possessed extraordinary medical skills. Not only did he save my life, but he also provided me with a prescription for recuperation. Indeed, my health gradually improved. The representative of the Blood Robe sect then departed, stating he would return in 30 years for my 90th birthday celebration. Yi Chen suddenly realized, "So, you believed I was affiliated with the Blood Robe sect?" "Indeed, Li Banqing affirmed with a nod. Yichun then broke into a smile. What did the blood-robe sect member say he would retrieve from you? Retrieve something? Li Banqing's expression turned inscrutable, revealing a hint of confusion. I am unaware of that. We shall have to wait for the blood-robe sect member to inquire. However, the flicker of surprise in his eyes did not escape Yichun's keen observation. With a glint in his eyes, Yichun remained silent for a few moments before declaring, Rest assured, I harbor no interest in the secrets of your Li family. However, I intend to remain at your birthday celebration until the blood-robe sect member makes his appearance. Very well. Li Banqing nodded in agreement, picking up the landline on the table and dialing a number. A few minutes later, a young and strikingly beautiful woman, exuding an air of elegance and a hint of arrogance, knocked on the door and entered. Grandfather, who is he? Li Jusun inquired, her eyes filled with curiosity. Li Banqing explained, he is a distant relative of our family, here to extend congratulations for my 90th birthday. Please escort him to the celebration and ensure he is well received. Understood. Li Jusun escorted Yichun out of the office, and at the very moment the door closed, Li Banqing pressed a remote control, causing a steel plate to descend over the entrance. He turned and approached the wine cabinet, shifting one of the bottles. With a resounding crash, a dark passageway unexpectedly revealed itself behind the cabinet. After a moment's hesitation, Li Banqing stepped inside. Just as Yichun's foot left the office, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Master, I must caution you. The earlier Li Banqing was not truthful. Yichun was taken aback. Chaos Cauldron? Can you perceive the external world? Are you not an artificial intelligence? The Chaos Cauldron replied, Master, I am not merely artificial intelligence. I am the spirit of the cauldron. The spirit of the cauldron? Yichun queried, puzzled. The Chaos Cauldron elucidated. All things possess a spirit. A blade of grass, a grain of sand, a stone. All have their own essence. They can sense the external world but cannot communicate with it. However, I have attained spiritual awareness and birthed a soul. Hence I am the spirit of the cauldron. Upon your entry into the master realm, I absorbed a fragment of your power, which is why I awakened. Yichun felt a jolt of astonishment. His gaze deepened. Spirit of the cauldron, besides perceiving the external world, what else can you do? The Chaos Cauldron responded, Master, everything within 100 meters is enveloped by my spiritual essence. In other words, it is akin to a radar in your world. Nothing can escape detection. Within Li Banqing's office, there exists a secret passageway. The subordinate attempted to explore the depths of the spiritual realm, but alas, the passage was exceedingly profound. After traversing 100 meters, he could delve no further. Yichun stroked his chin thoughtfully. Indeed, the Li family concealed some secrets unknown to the world. Suddenly, a sharp voice pierced his thoughts. Hey, stop right there. Li Jusun halted at the corridor's corner, gazing at Yichun with an air of arrogance. You've been walking with your head down. Don't think I'm oblivious to your thoughts. Yichun smiled. Oh, and what exactly am I thinking? Earlier, he had been communicating with the Chaos Cauldron. Li Jusun scoffed. What you think is of no concern to me. I also do not care what distant relative you are to my grandfather. There have been far too many of your kind over the years. My grandfather fled from the mainland to Hong Kong during his youth. Yet, decades have passed without any of you seeking him out, while the Li family has prospered, and the number of impoverished relatives has only increased. I warn you, after the birthday banquet, leave promptly. Do not think. Crack. A powerful hand seized Li Jusun's delicate neck, slamming her against the corridor wall. Her feet dangled above the ground as a chilling aura enveloped her. Her high heels flailed in panic. I do not take kindly to mockery, do you understand? Li Jusun's eyes widened in terror as she hastily nodded. Yichun released her, casting her aside as though she were refuse. Silence that foul mouth of yours and lead me to the banquet venue. Speak another word, and I shall end you. Who on earth is this person? How dare he lay his hands on me? Is he truly a relative of grandfather? Li Jusun exclaimed, her face etched with terror. As she appeared at the banquet alongside Yichun, the Grand Princess of the Li family emerged, capturing the attention of all present. The incessant clicking of cameras filled the air, as countless magnates, elites, and young models approached to offer their greetings. Yet 2 men stood frozen in place, their eyes wide with shock as they beheld the youth behind Li Jiasun. It was him, Yang, who swallowed hard. What on earth? How did this killing god arrive here? Wang Dafu gaped in astonishment. The two exchanged bewildered glances. Just a week prior, on Aodao at the Venetian casino, Yichun had publicly slain the young master Yifeng of the Longduyi family and even received a mysterious phone call threatening the gambling lord Zhou Yun to release the captive. Following that incident, the gambling lord had insisted everyone sign a confidentiality agreement. The influence behind this individual was staggering. Mr. Yi, please take a seat here. Li Jiasun beckoned. The guests present sensed an unusual tension, their gazes fixating on Yichun. Clad in casual attire and sporting a pair of domestically produced sneakers, his entire outfit was worth no more than 500 yuan. Who is he? They murmured amongst themselves. Why is the grand princess showing him such courtesy? Dressed so humbly, yet addressed as Mr. Yi. Could he possibly be some sort of con artist? The whispers continued, until a boisterous voice rang out from the entrance. Jiasun, who is he? Why do you need to accompany him personally? It was young Master Yang. The guests present turned around and instantly recognized the man. It was Yang Junhong, the son of the governor Yang Shiqing. Observing Yang Junhong in his tailcoat, exuding an air of sophistication, Li Jiasun's mind suddenly sparked with an idea. Given Yi Chen's earlier behavior towards her, she felt compelled to reclaim her dignity. Thus, with a charming smile, Li Jiasun declared, "He is my boyfriend." Chapter 62. The Blood Dragon Sword. After speaking, he moved a few steps closer to Yichun, intertwining his arm with hers. Yang Junhong's expression darkened instantly. Everyone on the island knew he was pursuing Li Jiasun. What was happening? A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. The eldest princess of the Li family has a boyfriend? A penniless youth, no less? At this moment, as the eldest princess of the Li family publicly appeared with her boyfriend, could it be a signal released by the elder of the Li family? Governor Yang Shiqing had repeatedly suggested in public that young Master Yang and Miss Li should be betrothed, only to be rebuffed by the elder of the Li family. Citing Miss Li's tender age, what merit does this young man possess? He appears utterly destitute. Has Miss Li grown weary of delicacies and yearned for rustic fare? Amidst the fervent discussions of the onlookers, Yichun coldly turned around. Do you intend to use me as a dagger? His voice was drowned out by the clamor of the crowd. Only Li Jiasun heard him. She revealed a provocative smile. Mr. Yi, indeed. However, I wonder if your dagger dares to strike? As you wish. Yichun reached out and embraced Li Jiasun's slender waist. Ah! Li Jiasun exclaimed in surprise. A jolt of electricity coursing through her. She had never sought a boyfriend, nor had her waist ever been touched by another man. She never anticipated Yichun would be so audacious. Indeed, she is my girlfriend. The crowd erupted in disbelief. What is happening? Could it be that the person who called that night was elderly? Wang Dafu and Yang who exchanged glances. Young man, it seems you are courting death. Yang Junhong's face turned a shade of iron as he swung a fist towards Yi Chen's nose. Yichun remained seated on the sofa, unperturbed. With a swift kick to Yang Junhong's abdomen, he sent him flying, crashing into several tables and spilling drinks and cake all over himself, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. His subordinates rushed forward to assist the battered Yang Junhong. Get away! Yang Junhong's eyes were bloodshot as he shoved his men aside, pulling a golden revolver from his tailcoat pocket. Damn it! I will kill you! Bang! 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 He frantically pulled the trigger, the air thick with gunpowder as 6 bullets soared towards Yichun. A sinister grin adorned Yang Junhong's face. Surely, he would turn Yichun into a sieve. However, an astonishing scene unfolded. The 6 bullets halted abruptly, as if obstructed by an invisible wall of air, suspended just a meter away from Yichun. The guests froze, their eyes wide in disbelief. How is this possible? Yang Junhong's smile faltered, his body trembling in fear. Yichun chuckled. Did you really think you could kill me? With a casual wave of his hand, the 6 bullets hurtled back towards Yang Junhong. Don't! Yang Junhong, terrified, dropped the golden revolver and turned to flee, but it was too late. The bullets struck the back of his head, creating 6 horrific holes in his face. With a thud, he collapsed, lifeless. Young Master Yang is dead. Oh no. Let's get out of here. We don't want to attract trouble. Heavens, who is this young man? The guests in the hall were so terrified that they fled in a panic, rushing out of the Li family's grand hall like a whirlwind. Young Master Yang. Li Jiasun trembled in shock. This is the son of the governor Yang Shiqing. How dare Yi Chun harm him? Yet, Yi Chun continued to embrace her slender waist, giving her a playful pat on the backside. What now? It seems we've gotten ourselves into quite a predicament. You! Li Jiasun's body quivered in fear. Meanwhile, Yang Shiqing had just concluded his morning duties and was en route to the Li residence in his official vehicle. A phone call interrupted him, and he nearly jumped out of his seat upon hearing the news. What did you say? My son has died at the Li family? Impossible! What on earth is happening? Damn it! Deploy the Flying Tiger unit immediately. Surround the Li residence. From this moment forth, not a single ant shall escape from there. At the foot of the hill, a group of tourists gazed in astonishment at the sky. Dozens of armed helicopters thundered overhead. Numerous armored vehicles and bomb-proof cars advanced towards the hill. What in the world is happening? Why has the Flying Tiger unit been mobilized? Is this a bomb-proof drill? The crowd was left dumbfounded, and some wealthy individuals fleeing down the mountain were intercepted by the Flying Tiger personnel. Simultaneously, in a concealed corner at the foot of the hill, 2 elderly men clad in black robes, clearly not accustomed to urban life, exchanged puzzled glances. Where did all these modern soldiers come from, and why are they heading towards us? This doesn't seem right. Li Banqing is aware of our capabilities and wouldn't dare act recklessly. Let us depart. It is of no concern to us. After 30 years, that matter should have reached its conclusion. The figures of the two swiftly traversed the steep mountain forest, heading towards the Li family villa perched atop the mountain. Before long, they arrived at Li Banqing's office and activated a hidden mechanism. A pitch-black passageway revealed itself before them. They exchanged a knowing smile and stepped directly into the passage. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, they emerged into a vast cavern, astonishingly the size of a football field. At the center of the cavern stood an altar, measuring several meters in diameter, surrounded by a shimmering blue light. Any expert present would be astounded to discover a colossal formation established at the foot of Ping Mountain. The fortunes of the entire island converged beneath Ping Mountain. The Li family, occupying the summit of Ping Mountain, harnessed the formation to gather the dragon Venus fortune, thus becoming the richest in the Dragon Kingdom. Old Jiang, Old Yuan, you have arrived. Li Banqing had long awaited their presence. Old Jiang chuckled. Li Banqing, after 30 years, you have aged considerably. Li Banqing forced a smile. I am but a mere mortal. To live to 90 is already a blessing bestowed by the two of you. Surviving to 100 is but a distant dream. Old Yuan snorted softly. Enough. I understand your intentions. Here, take this. He casually tossed a pill in their direction. The blood spirit pill can extend your life by at least 10 years. As for what happens after that, it depends on your obedience. Li Banqing grasped it tightly, trembling with excitement. Thank you, esteemed elders. Old Yuan nodded, his aged gaze shifting to the formation atop the altar. A blood-red sword hovered in midair, its presence drawing upon the nearby dragon Vane's power, which had nurtured it for 30 years. Today they had come to claim this sword. As they approached, a faint sound of dragon's roar resonated in their ears. Splendid! The blood dragon sword has matured, Elder Yuan exclaimed with excitement. Who goes there? Step forward. Elder Jiang suddenly bellowed, drawing a black long knife from his waist, his gaze fixed menacingly on the descending staircase. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The sound of footsteps echoed. The 3 men focused their attention, and through the dim light, a young man approached with his hands behind his back. Are you Elder Jiang? Elder Yuan? The 2 elders turned, their eyes icy. Li Banqing, have you brought accomplices? Respected elders, I did not summon this person. Li Banqing hurriedly denied. Oh? Elder Jiang and Elder Yuan furrowed their brows. Who are you, boy? Yi Chen directly disregarded the question, stating, 5 years ago, did you encounter my parents in the imperial palace of the island nation? Where are my parents now? Are they in the blood-clothing sect? What parents? What imperial palace? Elder Yuan frowned. Elder Jiang coldly shook his head. Pay no heed to his words. The blood dragon sword is the key to the place opened by my blood-clothing sect, as well as a bargaining chip for its rise. He has seen the blood dragon sword and must die. Yi Chen's eyes turned frigid. Not willing to speak? I have ways to make you confess. Tack. The two figures soared towards him simultaneously, akin to a sprinting cheetah, their speed astonishing. In the blink of an eye, they landed before Yi Chen. You may possess some strength, young one, but before me, at the 7th level of the 100 Skeletons realm, you are as insignificant as a mere chicken. Elder Jiang's face twisted with malice as he swung his black blade towards Yi Chen's head, envisioning the gruesome sight of Yi Chen's severed head. Yi Chen stepped forward decisively. Iron Mountain strike. Elder Jiang felt an excruciating pain in his chest. Crack. His ribs shattered instantly, and he was sent hurtling backwards as if struck by a speeding train, crashing against the altar of the formation several meters away. The blade he wielded clanged to the ground beside him. Elder Jiang. Elder Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had witnessed a ghost. Both were formidable cultivators at the 7th level of the 100 Skeletons realm, possessing terrifying physical strength. How could this young man possibly send Elder Jiang flying and break his ribs? Who are you? Yi Chen advanced towards Elder Yuan, delivering a swift kick to his dantian. Elder Yuan had no chance to retaliate. A surge of agonizing pain erupted as his dantian exploded, rendering him utterly incapacitated. Ah, you wretched beast! How dare you treat me this way? I am the Grand Protector of the Blood Garment sect. The sect will not let you go. Elder Yuan curled up in agony, his entire body convulsing. The explosion of his dantian sent his internal energy spiraling chaotically through his limbs. The pain was unbearable. Li Banqing stood in stunned silence, dumbfounded by the scene unfolding before him. These were two grand protectors of the Blood Garment sect, ancient martial cultivators, and yet they could not withstand even a single strike from Yi Chen? Such exaggeration! Yi Chen advanced like the harbinger of death, reiterating, I shall ask once more, what have you done with my parents? The two were utterly terrified. The might of this youth was too formidable, extinguishing their earlier bravado. Sir, we truly do not comprehend what you are asking. What island nation? What imperial palace? We have no knowledge of such matters. They pleaded in desperation. Yi Chen sneered. It seems you will not shed tears until you face the coffin. With a swift motion, he unleashed a flurry of silver needles that embedded themselves within their bodies. They were instantly ensnared in a phantasmagoria, plummeting from an infinite height into a chasm of blades and flames, as if they had descended into the very depths of hell. The next moment the scene transformed, and they found themselves immersed in a boiling cauldron of oil. Ah! I'm being scalded to death. No, please don't let me die like this. A ghost! A ghost has come. No! Their eyes widened in terror as they frantically begged for mercy. Is this hell? I don't know. I truly know nothing of any island nation or imperial palace. Sir, you must have mistaken us for someone else. It is too painful. I implore you, end my suffering. Bang! 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 Elder Yuan and Elder Jiang prostrated themselves in frantic supplication, their heads bursting forth blood. Witnessing their abject pleas, Li Banqing was drenched in cold sweat, exclaiming, Heavens, what manner of sorcery is this? Yi Chen's brow furrowed as the voice of the Chaos Cauldron resonated. Master, from their soul vibrations, it is evident that they speak the truth. Yi Chen nodded in acknowledgement, for he was well aware of the reality. No one can endure the agony of the 13 needles of death while maintaining their silence. This implies that these two individuals are certainly not the esteemed Jiang and Yuan. Alternatively, they could merely be unfortunate souls sharing the same surname. The Jiang and Yuan from the Emperor's Palace of the Island Nation are entirely different persons. With a swift motion, a surge of power surged forth. Silver needles erupted from the bodies of the two, hovering ominously in the air, causing Yuan and Jiang to retreat in terror. Do not come any closer. Please do not approach, Yi Chen declared. If you wish to avoid experiencing the depths of hell once more, you must speak honestly. My lord, what exactly do you wish us to disclose? Both were on the verge of tears. What are your names? Yuan Jinwu, Zhang Guangming. Yi Chun stroked his chin. The surnames are indeed correct. Yuan Jinwu and Jiang Guangming exchanged glances, helpless and despondent. Could they truly be mistaken about their own surnames? Yi Chun inquired again. 5 years ago, did you truly not travel to the island nation? Did you not bring back a middle-aged couple from the emperor's palace? Yuan Jinwu hastily clarified. My lord, we have been operating solely within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom for the past 5 years. Especially 5 years ago, our blood-clothed sect was engaged in a significant event, and we did not step outside the main hall even once. Jiang Guangming even extended a hand. My lord, I swear on my martial spirit, if I had visited the island nation 5 years ago, or even within the last decade, I, Jiang Guangming, would meet a dreadful demise at the hands of my own inner demons, condemned to eternal suffering. A martial artist swears on their martial spirit. Such a declaration carries immense gravity. A moment's carelessness can indeed lead to dire consequences. It appears that the error was not yours. Yi Chen's expression turned peculiar as he mistakenly identified the wrong person. Shifting the conversation, he pointed towards the altar's formation. What is the meaning of this? If my intuition serves me correctly, this is indeed a formation, is it not? At this revelation, the faces of the two individuals changed drastically. Li Banqing's demeanor also grew somewhat unnatural upon witnessing their reaction. Observing the trio's expressions, Yi Chun clenched his fingers, causing the silver needles to tremble incessantly. Sir, I must confess, the two could no longer bear the sensation of having descended into hell once more and decided to divulge everything. Ping Shan is the most significant dragon vein of Hong Kong Island. The Blood Robe sect and the Li family have joined forces, one contributing labor while the other finances. Here, they have established a spirit-gathering formation, concentrating the entire dragon vein's fortune of Hong Kong Island. This not only nourishes the Li family, but also cultivates a blood dragon sword. The fortunes of tens of millions of people on Hong Kong Island have been siphoned by this sword. It is no wonder that the economy has declined in recent years, overtaken by the mainland. All of this is due to the sword and the formation, which has allowed the Li family to become the wealthiest in the Dragon Kingdom over the past 30 years. Yi Chun comprehended the entirety of the situation and cast a cold smile at Li Banqing. Master Li, you are quite ruthless, aren't you? Li Banqing's face turned ashen. Mr. Yi, the fortunes of Hong Kong Island will inevitably fall into someone else's hands, even if I do not utilize them. I have merely gathered them. I have not committed any heinous acts. Suddenly, a resounding dragon's roar echoed throughout the cavern, causing the altar's formation to tremble violently. The suspended blood dragon sword unexpectedly radiated a crimson shadow, transforming in the cavern's expanse into a blood dragon coiling majestically, stretching over 10 meters in length. The blood dragon sword had manifested its essence. Elder Yuan and Elder Jiang were overwhelmed with excitement. The Chaos Cauldron cautioned, Master, this sword has awakened consciousness. Seize it. A surge of determination coursed through Yi Chun. He leapt forth, ascending the altar of the formation, and grasped the blood dragon's sword with fervor. A tremendous force retaliated, and the spectral blood dragon in the air dove ferociously towards Yi Chun. With a swift thrust, Yi Chen's sword clashed against the dragon. The two forces locked in a fierce stalemate. Now was the moment. Yuan Jinwu and Jiang Guangming exchanged glances, a flicker of resentment igniting in their eyes. You wretched creature, dare you disrupt our plans? How dare you torment us so? You shall perish. Both men brandished sharp spikes simultaneously, charging towards the altar to strike at Yi Chen's waist. Li Banqing gasped, Mr. Yi, be careful. Ha ha ha, wretched creature. Die, die, die. Perish before me. What a worthless being, daring to oppose me. Do you even comprehend the nature of the Blood Robe sect? The spikes plunged into Yi Chen's side, their rage and humiliation unleashed in frenzied attacks. Suddenly, a disconcerting realization struck them. The spikes merely pierced Yi Chen's clothing, as if they had encountered an impenetrable steel plate, unable to advance further. With a swift motion, they clawed at Yi Chen's garments, tearing them asunder to reveal the flawless contours of his muscular back. The cone pierced through Yi Chen's skin, leaving no mark. At that moment, both individuals turned pale with fear. Yi Chun let out a low roar. Break for me. With a tremor of the blood dragon sword in his hand, the phantom of the blood dragon emitted a mournful wail, dissipating into a mist of crimson that merged back into the sword. As Yuan Jinwu and Jiang Guangming stared in terror, Yi Chun slowly turned around, a grim smile akin to that of the Grim Reaper gracing his lips. "You two have done well, Master." The two, trembling with fright, collapsed to their knees, pleading for mercy. Yi Chen's murderous intent surged within him, and just as he was about to strike, the blood dragon sword emitted a resonant hum. A surge of blood light coalesced into two crimson lines that entered the bodies of the two men. In astonishment, they watched as the blood lines rapidly expanded, transforming into numerous vessels that connected the blood dragon's sword to their heads, frantically and greedily siphoning their blood. In an instant, the two were reduced to mere husks, rolling off the altar. What kind of power is this?" Li Banqing gasped in shock, horrified by the scene unfolding before him. "Li Banqing, provide me with an explanation." Yi Chen's voice resonated calmly, as he descended from the altar, blood dragon sword in hand, resembling a harbinger of death. All of Li Banqing's years of composure, intellect, and prudence crumbled in that moment. Confronted by this figure of death, he could only choose to submit. Thud. Kneeling upon the ground, a dreadful tremor in his voice, Mr. Li implored, "Sir Yi, I beseech you, grant me my life. From this moment forth, the Li family is willing to submit at your feet. Whatever you command, I shall obey." The aged patriarch of the Li family, a venerable nonagenarian, trembled with fear. Should the world witness this spectacle, they would surely be struck with terror. This was a figure whose mere stamp of the foot could send ripples across the entirety of Hong Kong. Remember your words from today. Any deviation will lead to the annihilation of the Li family. Li Banqing dared not lift his gaze. Suddenly, he heard a resounding roar akin to that of a dragon. Then came a thunderous crash. When he finally dared to raise his eyes, the altar that had encapsulated the fortune of the Li family for decades had erupted into chaos, smoke billowing in every direction. Yi Chun had vanished without a trace. "Mr. Yi." Li Banqing scrambled to his feet, stumbling in pursuit. In Zhonghai, at the luxurious Binhai No. 1 private room. "Very well, the contract has been duly signed. In accordance with the stipulations therein, I shall invest 500 million in Miss Mu's company. Likewise, I will contribute another 500 million to Miss Zhao's enterprise." A young man raised his glass, beaming with delight as he regarded the two women across the dining table. It was none other than Han Xiaochen, the young scion of the Han family, who had graced the charity gala that night. Mu Xueqing and Xiao Chern exchanged glances, raising their glasses in unison. "We are grateful, Han Xiao.
Oui, assure you.
Our companies will not incur losses. By year's end, we shall present you with a satisfactory financial report." The two women promptly handed over their business cards, marveling at the unexpected fortune of an investor appearing so swiftly. "Well said, it matters not if there are losses," Han Xiaochen chuckled. "Ah!" The two looked at him quizzically. "No worries, let us drink." Han Xiaochen downed his drink in one gulp. Halfway through the meal, he continually toasted the two, leaving Mu Xueqing utterly intoxicated. Only Xiao Chern remained, desperately holding on. Being a member of the renowned Xiao family, her tolerance for alcohol far surpassed that of Mu Xueqing. After several rounds, she too began to feel lightheaded. "Miss Mu is already drunk. President Xiao, shall we continue?" Han Xiaochen smiled. Xiao Chern shook her head. "Han, we cannot drink any more. We are already inebriated. Xueqing, let us depart." As she spoke, she helped Mu Xueqing up and headed towards the exit. She sensed something amiss. Han Xiaochen moved closer, attempting to wrap his arm around Xiao Chern's slender waist. "President Xiao, if you are drunk, why not rest in the nearby room?" "What are you doing?" Xiao Chern jolted and slapped him sharply. "Han, please conduct yourself with dignity." "Conduct myself with dignity?" Han Xiaochen covered his face, his eyes darkening. "Damn it, do you think my 10 billion investment is merely for your business? As long as you behave and accompany me today, I shall overlook that slap. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to take drastic measures." Xiao Chern's expression shifted drastically as she hurriedly assisted Mu Xueqing towards the exit. "Stop them," Han Xiaochen commanded. Several enforcers rushed in from outside the room, blocking their path and sealing the entrance. "Do not fear, for I shall be exceedingly gentle." The women who have enjoyed my favor invariably find it impossible to part from me, and you shall be no different. Han Shaoqian sipped his red wine, casting aside the goblet, and casually unfastened his Hermes belt. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, several thugs blocking the private room's entrance were hurled aside, crashing against the wall and losing consciousness on the spot. Han Shaoqian's expression darkened. Who are you to dare? A man with a crew cut stepped forward and delivered a swift strike. Han Shaoqian collapsed, rendered unconscious. The crew cut man turned and addressed Xiao Churan and the inebriated Mu Xueqing. Miss Xiao, are you both unharmed? Xiao Churan, still in shock, responded, I am fine, but who are you? The crew cut man replied, we are here under the orders of the King of Jiangnan, tasked with discreetly ensuring your safety. The mention of the King of Jiangnan left Xiao Churan momentarily stunned. Why would the King of Jiangnan come to protect her? Could it be related to Yi Chun? Miss Xiao, Miss Mu is quite intoxicated. Shall we take our leave? The vehicle awaits outside, he suggested. Very well. Xiao Churan assisted Mu Xueqing as they prepared to exit the luxurious room. Suddenly, two piercing glances shot in their direction, and before Xiao Churan could comprehend the situation, two swift strikes rang out. The crew-cut man and his companion fell, their throats severed, blood gushing forth as they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Ah! Xiao Churan gasped in terror, instantly sobering up. In the next moment, two men clad in ancient martial attire burst into the room, casting a glance at the two women. Mu Xueqing is here. Ever since Yi Chun disappeared 5 years ago, he has remained by this woman's side, even for her sake. They were willing to completely offend the Lu family of Jiangnan. Taking her away, they were unperturbed by the absence of Yi Chun. One of them glanced at Xiao Churan and inquired, what about her? Are we taking her as well? The companion's eyes widened in disbelief. Have you lost your mind? She belongs to the Xiao family of Longdu. We are only targeting Yi Chun, not seeking enmity with the Xiao family. The two approached Xiao Churan. What do you intend to do? She asked. They coldly replied, Miss Xiao, this matter does not concern you. Just sleep it off. With a swift motion, they struck her, causing Xiao Churan to lose consciousness. They produced a burlap sack, swiftly placing Mu Xueqing inside, and exited through the fire escape. About 10 minutes later, Xiao Churan regained consciousness. Realizing Mu Xueqing was no longer by her side, she frantically took out her phone. Yi Chun? Something has happened. Xueqing has been taken. Chapter 65. The Indestructible Body. Li Banqing followed Yi Chun, having just stepped out of the office. Suddenly, the sound of helicopters filled the air, startling him. He hurried to the floor-to-ceiling window and was taken aback to see the Li residence surrounded by armed special forces. Falcon helicopters circled overhead, and snipers were stationed on the rooftops. A line of riot shields stood in perfect formation. The special forces, what on earth is happening? Li Banqing was alarmed. In the square at the entrance, all the fleeing tycoons were forced back by the special forces. Each one was pale-faced, their phones confiscated, obediently standing aside. Yang Shiking, what is the meaning of this? Why are you using the special forces against my Li family? Li Banqing stepped out with Yi Chun. Yang Shiqing's expression was grim, nearly biting through his teeth. Old Li, this matter does not concern you. My son was killed at the Li residence. His gaze darkened, settling on Yi Chun. Is it this young man who did it? Instantly recognizing Yi Chun, he seethed. So it is you. Last time at the gambling city on Outao, the governor spared your life, and yet you dared to come to Hong Kong Island to kill my son. You deserve to die. Mr. Yi, you. Li Banqing was taken aback. Li Jussin, trapped among the crowd, nodded. Yes, Grandpa. Mr. Yi killed young Master Yang. Li Banqing felt a wave of dizziness. This was troublesome. Yi Chun replied nonchalantly. Indeed. I killed your son. So what? Gasp. The wealthy elite of Hong Kong Island collectively inhaled sharply. This young man was audacious beyond belief. He had killed the governor's son and yet questioned the consequences? Oh my goodness. Yang Hu swallowed hard. This formidable killer is truly terrifying. The entire Flying Tiger Brigade is present. If Yang Shiqing were to unleash his wrath, he would surely turn him into a sieve. Cold sweat streamed down Wang Dafu's face. Ha ha ha. Yang Shiqing, in a fit of rage, let out a beastly roar. Flying Tiger Brigade, seize this man. If he dares to resist, show no mercy. Understood. Dozens of Flying Tiger Brigade members, armed to the teeth, advanced towards Yi Chun. Suddenly, Yi Chen's phone vibrated violently. He pulled it out to discover a flurry of messages and over 100 missed calls. He had no signal while in the underground cave. All the messages were from Shao Churan and the king of Jiangnan. Upon opening the texts, he read, Yi Chun, why aren't you answering? Something has happened. Xueqing has been taken by 2 martial artists, and it seems they are after you. Yi Chen, where are you? Yi Chen, please respond to the message. Yi Chen, I have already called the police. The relevant authorities are investigating. It was evident that Shao Churan was extremely anxious. As he opened a few more messages, they were all from the king of Jiangnan. Mr. Yi, an hour ago, Miss Mu was taken away by unidentified individuals. Mr. Yi, I have personally followed them. Damn it! A surge of overwhelming killing intent erupted within Yi Chun, and he immediately made a phone call. Yang Shiqing chuckled. Kid, calling for reinforcements at this moment? It's too late. Seize him. The Flying Tiger Brigade had arrived before Yi Chun, handcuffs reaching out towards him. Get lost! Yi Chun roared, unleashing a wave of energy that sent dozens of the flying tigers hurtling backward, their orifices bleeding profusely, leading to their demise. The wealthy magnates present were rendered speechless, paralyzed by fear. My goodness! Wang Dafu trembled uncontrollably. Was that a sonic attack? The lion's roar technique? Yang, who stood beside him, his mouth agape. Li Jussin's delicate form quivered as she stared in horror at Yi Chun. Yang Shiqing bellowed, Open fire! Give me fire! On the rooftop, snipers took him, while machine gunners aboard aircraft and the flying tigers behind riot shields unleashed a torrent of bullets upon Yi Chun, which rained down like a tempest. The cacophony was deafening, enveloping the area in a cloud of smoke. For a full 3 minutes, the barrage continued until the flying tigers exhausted their ammunition. Is he dead? The assembled tycoons swallowed hard, certain of his demise. Even a man of steel would be reduced to mush. Yang Hu and Wang Dafu exchanged glances, shaking their heads in disbelief. Mr. Yi, Li Banqing stumbled, supported by the flying tigers. At that moment, from within the smoke-shrouded area, a thunderous roar erupted. Jiangnan King, how do you conduct your affairs? Who is responsible? What? A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. The wealthy elite, the guests, the 3,000 flying tigers, Li Banqing, Yang Shiqing, and Li Jussin all stood frozen, their eyes wide with astonishment as they gazed at the swirling smoke. As a gust of wind swept through, the haze began to dissipate, revealing Yi Chun still standing steadfastly in place. Thousands of bullets fell at his feet, accumulating into a mountain. Astonishing. He survived? Everyone was frozen in shock, their breaths caught in their throats, their minds a blank slate. Mr. Yi. Li Banqing was overwhelmed with excitement. Yang Shiqing, trembling in fear, stumbled backward, colliding with the riot shield. Are you a human or a ghost? Yi Chun remained silent, unleashing a furious roar into his phone. The Chu family? What a formidable ancient martial arts clan. This family has no right to exist, and you all meet your demise. With a swift glance, Yi Chun surveyed those who had just fired upon him. In a flash, he plunged into the throng, reminiscent of a ferocious tiger among a flock of rabbits. The air filled with the sounds of tearing flesh, screams, and pleas for mercy. In the span of mere minutes, the entire 3,000 strong flying tigers lay lifeless. The chapter is not yet finished. Please turn to the next page to continue indulging in the thrilling narrative. Even the sniper atop the roof met his end under Yi Chen's foot, his skull crushed. Finally, Yi Chen approached Yang Shiqing. And your end is nigh, Mr. Yi. Young Master Yi. Yang Shiqing trembled uncontrollably, retreating further. I am the governor. You cannot kill me. Crack. With a mere squeeze of his fingers, Yang Shiqing's neck shattered instantly. He has slain the governor. All the wealthy elites present were struck dumb with fear. Li Jussin shook uncontrollably, finally realizing how perilous it was to mock Yi Chun earlier. This man dared to kill even the governor. What was she in comparison? Yi Chen's eyes burned red as he gazed up at the helicopter overhead, stamping his foot in frustration. Astonishing. A collective gasp of astonishment erupted from the crowd. Before their very eyes, Yichun soared into the air like a superhero, leaping 100 meters to land on the side of an armed helicopter. With a single hand, he seized the cabin door and, with a resounding crash, tore it open. Why you? The machine gunner and the pilot inside the aircraft were drenched in sweat from fear. Was this still a mere mortal? A voice that resonated like the harbinger of death emanated from Yichun. What is the range of this aircraft? What is its speed? The pilot, trembling with trepidation, stammered, "The range is 500 kilometers, and the speed is 600. To Jinling, Daz Hongshan, and the Chu family, the pilot stood in stunned silence. Yichun grasped the machine gunner and, without hesitation, hurled him from the 100-meter height. To Jinling, Daz Hongshan, and the ancient martial arts Chu family, the helicopter veered around. Wodfak, among the crowd of affluent magnates, a few blonde-haired, blue-eyed individuals whispered to one another. They swiftly disseminated the freshly recorded video. The Dragon Country has uncovered an individual with extraordinary abilities. His bloodline power is astonishing. His name is Yichun. Chapter 66. The Ancient Qilin. Jinling, atop the eastern mountain. The hall of the Chu family. Chu Tianxiong approached. Just now, my subordinates reported that Mu Xueqing has been brought back and imprisoned in the family dungeon. Father, this woman holds significant importance to Yichun. She could serve as leverage for negotiations. Chu Zhengda's damaged meridians have now fully healed. He has reached the 4th layer of the 5 organs realm. Seated in the Grand Master's chair, he remained as immovable as a mountain. A mere woman cannot pose a threat to Yichun. This is merely a signal to inform Yichun that the Chu family is not to be trifled with. The real trouble lies with the Dragon Lord backing this brat, as well as that king of Jiangnan. Father, what do you mean? Chu Tianxiong furrowed his brow. Humph. Chu Zhengda scoffed. Yichun is but a minor character. Do you truly believe he dares to kill the guardian? To slay your second brother and your nephew? All this is under the support of the Dragon Lord. We, the ancient martial families, have evaded governance, claiming mountains as kings and taxing the land. Those few in the dragon capital have long held disdain for us. Chu Zhengda shook his head. Chu Tianxiong was taken aback. Father, are you suggesting that the dragon capital wishes to annihilate our Chu family? Chu Zhengda's aged eyes narrowed. No, it is all ancient martial families of the dragon kingdom. Times have changed. They can no longer tolerate our existence. The Chu family is merely the first. Should they succeed, the other ancient martial families will follow. Yichun is but a pawn. Hiss! Chu Tianxiong inhaled sharply, confronted by a terrifying realization. With a thunderous roar, a sudden sound of propellers echoed from above. Chu Tianxiong furrowed his brow. A helicopter? Who dares to intrude upon the airspace of the Chu family? In the next moment, a deafening explosion shattered the dome of the Chu family's millennium-old hall, and a figure descended amidst the debris. As everyone gazed intently, they recognized him. Yichun, it is you. The members of the Chu family were left in shock, utterly unprepared for Yichun's rapid arrival. Furthermore, he had come alone, crashing through the dome of their grand hall from the heavens. Had he leapt from the helicopter? Such an exaggeration. Yichun's voice was hoarse, his eyes filled with a fierce killing intent. Where is Mu Xueqing? If she is even missing a hair, I will ensure the entire Chu family pays the price. Chu Zhengda chuckled. Still too young to recklessly invade the Chu family for a woman? Yichun, Mu Xueqing is already dead. I used her life as a blood offering for my son and grandson. You, damn it, you are courting death. Yichun was engulfed in a fury, an overwhelming aura of bloodlust emanating from him. Even more astonishing, a layer of bloodlight appeared around Yichun's body, coalescing into the ethereal form of an ancient Qilin. With a roar, the Qilin let out a low growl as Yichun charged towards Chu Zhengda, unleashing a powerful punch. You are nothing. I have already regained the strength of the 4th level of the 5 organs realm. Killing you is as easy as slaughtering a chicken. Chu Zhengda let out a cold snort. I shall send you on your way, to join that woman in the depths below, as a pair of wandering souls. With that, he raised his hand and struck with a fist. In the instant their fists collided, Chu Zhengda's hand crumbled like rotten tofu, exploding into a mist of blood. Bang! 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 Yi Chun, seemingly driven mad, incapacitated Chu Zhengda's limbs, and with a final kick, shattered his dantian, forcing the once-revived elder of the Chu family to emit a wretched cry akin to that of a dying dog. Father, Chu Tianxiong was stunned. The other high-ranking members of the Chu family in the hall were equally dumbfounded. Hadn't the old man just regained his strength? How could he not withstand even a single strike from Yi Chun? What was happening? A voice resonated from the entrance of the hall. Chu Tianxiong turned to see two guardians from Kunlun Mountain. Upon hearing the commotion, they rushed over, only to be met with this astonishing scene. Old Jiang, Old Yuan, this man is Yi Chun. He's gone mad. Quickly, save my father. Chu Tianxiong clung to them like a lifeline. Yi Chun, Old Jiang and Old Yuan were taken aback. Looking up in astonishment, they beheld a young man enveloped in the blood-red phantom of an ancient Qilin. Qilin blood. Old Jiang and Old Yuan's expressions shifted to one of delight. Yi Chun turned around, surprise flickering in his eyes. Old Jiang? Old Yuan? Old Jiang furrowed his brow. Young man, do you recognize me? Yi Chun's voice was hoarse. 5 years ago, in the imperial palace of the island nation, it was you who took my parents away? Old Jiang suddenly realized, breaking into a grin. Had you not mentioned it, I would have nearly forgotten. Those two wretched souls were indeed taken by me, and you are the offspring of that vile pair. Who would have thought you possessed the blood of a Qilin? Truly, this has come without the slightest effort. You dare to insult my parents? You seek death. Yi Chun's fury surged like a tempest. He descended like a meteor. Old Jiang's gaze turned frigid. What are you? How dare you challenge my authority? Kneel before me. With a fierce grip, he struck down towards Yi Chun's shoulder. Crash! A resounding explosion echoed as the tiles beneath Yi Chun shattered. Yet, Yi Chun remained unfazed, standing resolutely despite Old Jiang's relentless assault. How is this possible? Old Jiang gasped in astonishment. Yi Chun's eyes glinted with an icy rage. Where are my parents? Speak. Grasping Old Jiang's arm, he delivered a powerful punch. Old Jiang let out a piercing scream as his arm shattered, bone and flesh splattering everywhere. Old Jiang, Elder Yuan exclaimed in shock. You little wretch. You dare to cripple me. You shall pay dearly. Old Jiang seethed, nearly spewing blood. With a fierce motion, he hurled his left hand, unleashing a flurry of flying daggers aimed directly at Yi Chun's neck and heart. Yi Chun showed no inclination to evade. Clang, clang, clang. The daggers struck against his heart and neck, producing a cacophony of metallic sounds. The sound of the flying knife striking the ground resonated throughout the room, sending a jolt through Old Jiang's heart. Invulnerable to blades and bullets, this young man was truly impervious. With a swift motion, Yi Chun stepped forward, seizing Old Jiang's left hand that had just released a hidden weapon, ruthlessly tearing it away. A pained gasp escaped Old Jiang as he struggled in vain, his neck ensnared by a cold, ruthless grip. A suffocating sensation enveloped him, rendering the esteemed guardian of the Dragon Kingdom utterly defenseless, akin to a lifeless dog. Hiss! Old Jiang, my apologies. I must take my leave first. I shall avenge you. Old Yuan, struck by shock, uttered a hasty remark before fleeing. A thunderous dragon's roar echoed. With a mere gesture, Yi Chun summoned the blood dragon sword from the chaotic void, directing it towards Old Yuan's back. Thud! Ah! The sound of two cries rang out simultaneously. Old Yuan, like a lifeless dog, was impaled to the ground by the blood dragon sword, which greedily absorbed his blood. In the midst of the crowd's terrified gazes, Old Yuan transformed into a lifeless husk. The grand hall of the Chu family fell into a haunting silence. The multitude of onlookers trembled uncontrollably, their eyes fixated on the eerily crimson sword, voraciously siphoning blood. Father! Chu Tianxiong's lips quivered as he glanced toward Chu Zhengda. The once mighty war god of the dragon could not conceal the flicker of fear lurking within his gaze. Cough, cough. Chu Zhengda spluttered, blood spilling from his mouth, his aged eyes filled with shock. He suddenly realized that provoking Yi Chun had been a grievous error for the Chu family. This audacious youth dares to disregard the rules, to flout the laws, to ignore everything. It is not merely due to the backing of the Dragon Lord, nor is it because of the King of Jiangnan. Rather, it is because of his own astonishing, earth-shattering prowess. Amidst countless terrified gazes, Yichen's voice resonated with the chill of death. 5 years ago, in the island nation, the imperial palace, where have my parents gone? Old Jiang stared at the young man before him, his eyes wide with terror, filled not only with fear but also with confusion. In just 5 short years, from where had Yichen acquired such extraordinary strength? Had this lad ventured into Kunlun ruins? Impossible. They had been guarding the entrance to Kunlun ruins, and no one had ever entered. Yichen, you cannot kill me. I am a guardian of the Dragon Kingdom, and I possess considerable influence. I am not alone. There are 6 other top guardians, each more powerful than me and Old Yuan. Old Zhang's forehead was beaded with cold sweat, gripped by fear. The excruciating pain from his torn arms faded from his mind. Only his voice trembled. If you kill me, surely, this is not the answer I seek. Yichen interjected decisively. With a swift motion, he grasped the blood dragon sword, and with a single strike aimed at Old Zhang's ankle, a chunk of flesh fell to the ground. In ancient times, there existed a punishment known as Ling Qi. The executioner would slice away the flesh of the condemned, one piece at a time, ensuring that the condemned could not perish until the very last morsel of flesh had been removed. Elder Jiang. Yichen grinned, a devilish smile illuminating his face. You now have but one final opportunity. Before I sever the last remnants of your flesh, it would be wise to reveal everything. Sizzle. 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 The blood dragon sword sliced through the air, a sight most disconcerting. One of Elder Jiang's feet was reduced to mere bone. Ah, no, please, not like this. I will speak, I will. Elder Jiang was terror-stricken, his soul seemingly departing. Ling Qi. He had inflicted this torment countless times upon his adversaries. Little did he expect that today, he would himself endure such a gruesome fate. 5 years ago, we did indeed abduct your parents from the imperial palace of the island nation. Our vanity compelled us, driven by a desire to uncover the secrets your mother possessed. Yichen's eyes darkened. What secrets does my mother hold? Elder Jiang shook his head frantically. We have yet to uncover that secret, but your father, Yiling Yun, was a castaway of the Yi family, nothing more than a waste. Ah, your father was betrothed to a young woman from another ancient martial arts clan. Yet he refused, thus incurring their wrath. The discarded son of the Yi family was cast out. But who could have foreseen that Yiling Yun would join the Dragon Soul? In a subsequent mission, he encountered your mother. From the moment he met her, Yiling Yun's power surged dramatically, and within mere years, he dominated the martial arts world. His strength approached that of the Guardians who had cultivated their abilities for over a century. Yichen's expression grew frigid. So, you believe my parents possess something that could hasten your ascendance in power? Indeed. Zhang Lao's voice trembled, filled with an indescribable horror. Yichen, our greed has led us astray. We devised numerous schemes initially intending to seize your parents directly. However, their strength proved far too formidable. We were utterly no match for them. Subsequently, when your mother became pregnant and gave birth to you, it was then we discovered that her powers were severely diminished during her pregnancy. Alas, she had nearly regained her strength, and we remained in hiding. Until one fateful day 5 years ago, when news of your mother's pregnancy reached us. This was an unparalleled opportunity for us. Yichen's body quivered, a tempest of rage swelling within him. No wonder his parents had hurriedly departed 5 years prior. It was because his mother was once again with child, striving to shield herself and protect the life within her. How despicable you all are! With that, Yichen drew forth a silver needle and plunged it into Zhang Lao's body. The agony and hallucinations induced by the needle, combined with the torment of dismemberment, sent Zhang Lao into a frenzied convulsion, his entire being trembling violently. Yichen, please, I beg you, end my life. I cannot bear this any longer. The pain is unbearable. Yichen's voice was hoarse. And then what? Zhang Lao quaked as he replied. Then your parents capitulated and left with us. However, on the way back to the Dragon Kingdom, your mother abandoned your father and fled alone. What did you say? Yichen was taken aback. Old Jiang nodded in terror. It is true, Yichen. Everything I have said is true. It was your mother who fled alone, abandoning your father. Yichen's expression fluctuated wildly. He could not believe that his mother would escape on her own. There must have been a reason, perhaps concerning the child she bore or other hidden circumstances. And my father? Below old Zhang's chest, there was nothing but white bones, with chunks of evenly distributed flesh falling to the ground. Through the stark white ribs, one could see old Zhang's organs pulsating. He was taken by Wan Tianming. The Wan family is an ancient martial arts clan, far more powerful than the Chu family, and they have connections with the people of Kunlun ruins. Your father is likely imprisoned by the Wan family, interrogated for your mother's secrets. A surge of murderous intent welled up within Yi Chun. From the moment Wan family abducted his father, the annihilation of his entire clan had become inevitable. Yi Chun posed one last question: where is the Wan family? I do not know. Crack. Yi Chun shattered old Zhang's ribcage with a single strike, gripping his beating heart. You don't know? Ah! Yi Chun, I truly do not know. I have told you everything, please. Old Zhang's face twisted in horror. 20 years ago, Wan Tianming was already at the godly sovereign realm. His current power must be even more terrifying. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following sections are even more thrilling. The Wan family is shrouded in mystery. Aside from Wan Tianming, even the other guardians are utterly oblivious. No matter how Yi Chun tortured him, old Zhang was completely unaware of the whereabouts of the Wan family. It seems he truly did not know. Bang! Yi Chun unleashed a powerful punch, causing old Zhang's head to explode. Turning around, he glared at the members of the Chu family. It's your turn now. Chu Tianxiong was so frightened that he froze, wanting to flee, yet his legs felt as though they were laden with lead. He barely took a step before collapsing to the ground. The aura emanating from the man before him was nothing short of demonic. The others from the Chu family were similarly paralyzed with fear, unable to move an inch. They were utterly terrified. With bloodshot eyes, they directed their rage at Chu Tianxiong, shouting, Chu Tianxiong, what on earth have you done to offend this person? You truly deserve to die. Mr. Yi. Young Master Yi, we are innocent. Yes, we have no connection to Chu Tianxiong. We will immediately sever ties with the Chu family. The other high-ranking members of the Chu family knelt on the ground, crawling towards him like defeated dogs. Yi Chun dispatched each of them with a swift kick, ending their lives without mercy. Witnessing this scene, the elderly patriarch of the Chu family, who had been reduced to a mere shell of his former self, let out a piercing wail, ha ha ha. Yi Chun, today you have won. However, the Chu family has not lost. Our ancient martial arts Chu family has descendants scattered across the globe. You cannot kill them all. They will lurk in the shadows. Whether it be 10 years, 20 years, or 100 years, they will strive for revenge for the Chu family. Sooner or later, you and your loved ones will be utterly annihilated by the Chu family. Chu Zhengde spat out a mouthful of blood, his gaze wild as he stared at the young man who resembled the Grim Reaper. Is that so? Yi Chun suddenly smiled. The shoulders trembling with laughter momentarily transformed into an expression of chilling coldness, shrouded in gloom. Is the Chu clan truly dispersed across the globe? The Book of Life and Death, arise, Yi Chun roared. As his voice faded, the air shimmered with a disturbance. A fissure opened in the void, from which emerged an object resembling a white bamboo tube. The Book of Life and Death, akin to an ancient bamboo scroll. The sole distinction was that each bamboo slip was crafted from bone. Yi Chun clenched his fingers, grasping the Book of Life and Death. A suffocating aura of death enveloped the entire Chu clan hall. With a wave of his hand, the book unfurled, causing the souls of all present to tremble. Chu Zhengde, today I shall annihilate your 3 clans. Do you submit? Chu Zhengde erupted into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha! What are 3 clans? Yi Chun, would it matter if you extinguished my 9 clans? He was utterly unconvinced, dismissing the Book of Life and Death as mere deception. All of it, an illusion. As you wish. Yi Chun nodded. In my name, I shall obliterate all bloodlines within the 9 clans of the Chu family. With a hum, the Book of Life and Death quivered, unleashing an eerily potent force. In the following instant, all present in the Chu clan hall were horrified to witness bloodlines coalescing into crimson strands, escaping from their bodies and merging into the book in Yi Chun's grasp. In that fleeting moment, the bone-crafted book transformed into a sanguine hue, The members of the Chu clan shuddered, catching sight of their own kin. Abroad, at an Ivy League university, a young man was delivering an academic report on stage. Suddenly the young man fell rigidly to the ground. Only in the hall of the Chu family did his parents witness a malevolent spirit emerging from the depths of hell, seizing their son's soul and tearing it apart mercilessly. "No, my son. This is my son," cried one parent in despair. Meanwhile, in a multinational corporation's conference room, another parent observed in horror as their child's soul was snatched away by a fiend, while the ordinary individuals in the room remained oblivious to the unfolding tragedy. "Quick! Summon a doctor. The two major shareholders are experiencing heart attacks." Panic erupted in the conference room. At the Dragon Soul Special Forces, Tenglong Division, several trainees suddenly collapsed and perished. What is happening? The instructors of Dragon Soul were left bewildered. The military doctor arrived to examine them. All had succumbed to sudden cardiac arrest. They could not see the hellish portal that had opened in the distance, from which 7 malevolent spirits dragged several souls into the abyss.
Son, no.
Chu Zhengde, an elderly man, lamented, "You old fool! Look at whom you have offended." A middle-aged couple, their faces twisted in agony, screamed at Chu Zhengde, helplessly watching the scene unfold from thousands of miles away. Across the globe, every individual with Chu blood coursing through their veins fell victim to the malevolent spirits, their souls claimed without exception. At the headquarters of the Zhonghai Chamber of Commerce, Chu Tianren was engrossed in his work when suddenly a fissure appeared before his desk. A ghoul emerged, its head peering through. "Come with me. What are you?" Chu Tianren's eyes widened in shock. The evil spirit hurled a chain, ensnaring Chu Tianren's neck, and with a violent tug, sought to drag him away. Chu Zhengde's eyes widened as he beheld a translucent soul departing from Chu Tianren's body, descending into the depths of hell, wailing pitifully for his father to save him. Chu Tianxiong, terrified, prostrated himself, pleading, "No. I do not wish to die, Mr. Yi. Mu Xueqing is not dead. She is in the Chu family's dungeon." A malevolent spirit lunged forward, seizing Chu Tianxiong's soul without mercy. "What exactly are you?" Chu Zhengde quaked in fear, his body trembling as he gazed at Yichan. "Where on earth have you been for these 5 years?" Yichan uttered 2 words. "Hell." Simultaneously, the king of Jiangnan, accompanied by his men, encircled the foot of Dadong Mountain. A group of ancient martial artists from the Chu family glared coldly, stating, "King of Jiangnan, you possess immense audacity to stir trouble at the Chu residence. Do you not believe that my patriarch need only raise a finger to render your position as the king of Jiangnan obsolete?" "Humph." The king of Jiangnan chuckled mockingly. "Surrender, Miss Mu, or my artillery shall obliterate Dadong Mountain." "How dare you?" the members of the Chu family collectively exclaimed. In the next instant, their bodies trembled, eyes widening in shock. Bang! 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 Hundreds fell to the ground as if reaped like wheat. "What is happening? Has someone opened fire?" The king of Jiangnan appeared bewildered. One of his subordinates hurriedly approached, inspecting the scene, swallowing hard. "Your Highness, they are all dead. It seems a mass cardiac arrest." In the Chu family's dungeon, a resounding crash echoed as a steel door was forcefully kicked open. A figure surged in with great haste. "Mr. Yi, Yichen, what brings you here?" The voices of Su Zhishui and Deng Lei echoed in unison. Yichen cast a fleeting glance, completely disregarding them, for his attention was captured by Mu Xueqing, who was curled up in a cell. He stepped forward, gripping the obsidian iron bars of the prison door. A series of metallic crunching sounds ensued as the bars, thick as an adult's arm, were effortlessly twisted apart by Yichen. "My heavens!" Su Zhishui covered her mouth in shock, while Deng Lei stood frozen, gasping in disbelief. Yichen entered the cell, calling out, "Xueqing." Su Zhishui hastily interjected, "Mr. Yi, this young lady is fine, but it seems she has had too much to drink. After being thrown in here by the Chu family, she has been sound asleep." Yichen conducted a thorough examination and, reassured by her well-being, breathed a sigh of relief. He lifted her onto his back and made his way towards the exit of the dungeon. Before this chapter concludes, please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the riveting content. Deng Lei, astonished, exclaimed, "Mr. Yi, how did you end up at the Chu family?" What is the situation outside? Has Elder Chu agreed to release her? Has your negotiation concluded? Did the two guardians do anything to you? Yichun coldly replied, the Chu family has been utterly obliterated. Jiang Lao and Yuan Lao have also met their demise at my hands. As he stepped out of the dungeon, a wave of sword energy surged toward him. With a thunderous crash, the cage that held the two men exploded into fragments. Deng Lei stood in stunned silence. The Chu family has been annihilated? It is inconceivable. He disregarded Su Zhishui and rushed out of the dungeon. Along the way, all members of the Chu family lay sprawled on the ground. Deng Lei approached to examine them, only to find that they had all perished suddenly, without a single wound on their bodies. It was bizarre, utterly bizarre. What on earth was happening? Deng Lei dashed into the Chu family hall, completely astounded by the scene before him. At the entrance, a desiccated corpse lay on the ground, its body contorted as if it had endured tremendous agony before death. Yuan Lao. Deng Lei recognized the attire of this individual. It belonged to the guardian Yuan Lao. There was no time for astonishment as he proceeded into the hall. To his horror, he found that Chu Zhengde had long since met his demise. His limbs were shattered, his chest ruptured, eyes wide open in terror, his aged face frozen in fear. He died with his eyes wide open. Not far off, a head lay shattered, reduced to almost nothing but a skeleton, pinned against the wall of the Chu residence. Beneath the skeletal remains, a neat array of flesh and blood was strewn across the floor. Despite having witnessed countless grand spectacles, Deng Lei felt the urge to vomit. A chilling thought raced through his mind. Ling Qi. It was actually Ling Qi. This attire is gasp. Deng Lei inhaled sharply. Oh heavens, Jiang Lao was subjected to live dismemberment. Was it Yi Chun who did this? The Chu family has been annihilated, and the two guardians have met a tragic end. Is the Dragon Kingdom on the brink of upheaval? Dragon Lord, Deng Lei stumbled out, falling several times, frantically scrambling to his feet as he made his way beyond the Chu residence. After departing, he rushed at breakneck speed to the Dragon Lord's office. What did you say? The Dragon Lord, astonished, rose to his feet. His wise eyes, having weathered countless storms, remained unperturbed. Yet at this moment, a flicker of undeniable shock crossed his visage. The ancient martial lineage of the Chu family from Mount Dongshan has been utterly annihilated. The guardians Jiang Tsongshan and Yuan Sihai have met a tragic end, leaving not even a complete corpse behind. Could it truly be the doing of Yi Chen? Deng Lei, drenched in sweat, stammered, my lord, although I did not witness it firsthand. All members of the Chu family are dead, and the two guardians, Jiang and Yuan, met a most gruesome fate. Yi Chen, oh no, he explicitly admitted that he was responsible for the demise of Jiang and Yuan. He swallowed hard, the gravity of the situation weighing heavily upon him. How could this happen? The Dragon Lord's expression was grave as he clasped his hands behind his back, pacing restlessly within his office. The sound of his anxious footsteps echoed, reflecting the turmoil within the heart of the highest authority in the Dragon Nation. Suddenly, the red landline phone on his desk rang. The Dragon Lord swiftly answered. Speak. Upon hearing the information conveyed over the line, his eyes narrowed sharply, and he nodded somberly. Very well, I understand. What is it, Dragon Lord? Deng Lei instinctively inquired as the call ended. The Dragon Lord returned to his chair, his demeanor more serious than ever. The latest news indicates that across the globe, from Longhun, Zhonghai, the United States, to various European nations, anyone with a blood relation to the Chu family is now in peril. Within the span of an hour, there were no visible wounds nor any signs of poisoning. All had suddenly perished. The forensic expert could only conclude that death was due to cardiac arrest. My heavens! Deng Lei was so terrified that he collapsed onto the ground. The ancient martial family of the Chu clan has truly met its demise. How could a millennia-old martial lineage be obliterated so completely? A profound astonishment flickered in the eyes of the Dragon Lord. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved, no, I must personally journey to Zhonghai. In Longdu at the Yi family estate. Father, we have a grave situation. Yi Hongye rushed to the innermost part of the Yi family residence, sustaining bruises along the way yet daring not to pause. What has transpired? Yi Jinbei slowly lowered a military treatise he had been holding. Yi Hongye, drenched in sweat and with a face flushed with urgency, exclaimed, 2 hours ago, the ancient martial Chu family of Dadongshan was completely annihilated. It is rumored that the guardians Jiang and Yuan also perished on the scene. It is highly likely that this was orchestrated by Yi Chun. What did you say? Yi Jinbei gasped, causing the military treatise to tumble to the ground. Yi Hongye recounted the information he had gathered, his voice trembling as he added, Father, this little wretch wouldn't he dare to come after the Yi family. Would he? Yi Jinbei, seasoned and composed, sighed deeply. He would not. If he truly possessed such power, he would have eliminated you at Fenger's funeral. Father, what do you mean by if he truly possesses such power? Was the destruction of the Chu family not the doing of Yi Chen? Yi Hongye's eyes widened in disbelief. And what do you think? Yi Jinbei gazed at his son, who, despite possessing many admirable qualities, was regrettably slow-witted and often lagged behind in every situation. Hiss! Are you referring to him, the dragon? Yi Hongye gasped. Shoo! Yi Jinbei gestured for silence. Who else could it be? Over a decade ago, I took Fenger to meet Yi Chun. Although he possessed a resolute character, he was not a worthy candidate. Otherwise, I would have certainly brought him back to the Yi family for cultivation. Despite having vanished for 5 long years, how could he single-handedly have slain guardians Jiang and Yuan? Not to mention the total annihilation of the ancient Wu Chu family. There must be unseen hands orchestrating this. Yi Hongye was drenched in sweat. Father, is the dragon truly preparing to take action? With the Chu family eradicated, will the other aristocratic families and ancient martial clans be next? Yi Jinbei's eyes flickered with intensity as he shook his head, choosing not to answer that question. Instead, he uttered, the structure that has sustained the Dragon Kingdom for a millennium is due for a transformation. Some individuals have suffered long enough. In Longdu, at the Shao family estate, Xiao Jingguo found it hard to believe the news he received. Had someone truly witnessed Yi Chun leaving the Chu family? The complete destruction of the ancient Wu Chu family was astonishing. Even the 2 guardians had met a tragic end within their own home. The revelation was so shocking that Xiao Jingguo could hardly accept it. Indeed, old sir, someone saw young Master Yi departing with a girl named Mu Xueqing, calmly boarding the carriage of the king of Jiangnan, replied a middle-aged man. Xiao Jingguo waved his hand, prompting the middle-aged man to withdraw. Beside him, a captivating young woman furrowed her brow. Father, you cannot truly believe that Yi Chun possesses such capabilities, can you? This young man has merely been missing for 5 years. How could he possibly possess the power to upend ancient martial families? I suspect he has merely been used as a pawn. This woman was none other than Xiao Chern's mother, Xiao Shuamei, whom Yi Chun had encountered in Zhonghai. Xiao Jingguo's expression turned grave. Am I not of the same opinion? Who do you think is exploiting him? Xiao Shuamei scoffed. Who else but the Dragon Lord? Suddenly, she halted mid-sentence, her body trembling. This is dire. If Yi Chun is indeed being manipulated by the Dragon Lord, then Churen is in peril. I must return to Zhonghai at once and bring Churen back. Not only the Yi family but also the Shao family, along with the other 2 prominent families in Longdu, the Wang and Gu families, were engulfed in a wave of turmoil. Could it be true that Yi Chun had accomplished such a feat? It is likely that there are others behind him. He cannot achieve this alone. This is a signal directed at us. Since an hour ago, a multitude of strangers has been entering and exiting. The ancient martial families, the Lin family from the southeast, the Qin family from the northwest, and the Xia family from the southwest, are all in a state of upheaval. The Chu family of the Dadongshan has been annihilated. The spearhead of the long sword must now be aimed at us. The millennium-long Chu family has met its demise in a single day. This is not the doing of a mere Yi Chun, but rather the work of the Dragon Lord behind the scenes. What shall we do? We cannot remain idle. It is said that Yi Chun possesses a medicinal pill known as the Black Jade Rejuvenation Pill, capable of restoring the injured meridians of martial artists. This item may well be our opportunity for salvation. Unbeknownst to Yi Chun, the reaction from the prominent families and martial arts circles in the Dragon Kingdom is immense. However, he remains indifferent. Upon returning to the Dragon Lake No. 1 villa, he finds Mu Xueqing still in a deep slumber. This girl has a poor tolerance for alcohol, showing no signs of waking even after several hours. King of Jiangnan, disseminate this information. Anyone with ties to the ancient martial families, particularly the Wan family or Wan Tianming, may come to me in exchange for 100 black jade rejuvenation pills. With this declaration, Yi Chun carries Mu Xueqing towards the villa. The king of Jiangnan stands frozen in astonishment. A single black jade rejuvenation pill is worth 10 billion. 100 would exceed 1 trillion in value. Good heavens! The king of Jiangnan gulps in shock as he watches Yi Chen's retreating figure. In a certain ancient location within the Dragon Kingdom, the ancestral grounds of the ancient martial Wan family, a hunchbacked elder hastily enters a study. Kneeling on one knee, head of the family, Jiang Zongshan, and Yuan Sihai have met a tragic end at the hands of the Chu family. The Chu family is no more. Seated at the desk is none other than Wan Tianming, the one who abducted Yi Chen's father. With a swift motion, Wan Tianming raises his head, his hair as white as snow, yet his visage belies a man in his 30s. Within a pair of hawk-like eyes lay an intense sense of oppression. What did you say? The Chu family has fallen? The hunchbacked elder recounted the circumstances surrounding the Chu family. Yi Chen? Ha! Merely a pawn. The true mastermind is the Dragon Lord. Wan Tianming dismissed Yi Chen entirely. 5 years prior, after abducting Yi Lingyun, he had discreetly investigated Yi Chen and concluded that he was a worthless wastrel, an idler with no skills. In just 5 years, such a nonentity could never possess the strength to overturn the Chu family or slay 2 guardians at the 8th level of the Vitality Realm. There is one more thing. Speak, the hunchbacked elder reported. Half an hour ago, news spread within the martial arts community of Zhonghai, announcing a bounty of 100 black jade medicinal pills for Yi Chen. Anyone who knows the whereabouts of the Wan family or yourself may claim it. A bounty on me? This little brat dares to defy the heavens. Wan Tianming slammed his palm down, shattering the multimillion-dollar Wangwali desk before him into splinters. After a moment, his fury subsided. What is the status of Yi Lingyun? The hunchbacked elder smiled. He remains locked in the dungeon, though he still refuses to speak. Go tell him that his son has recently become a pawn for the Dragon Lord. If he wishes for his son to perish, let him continue to keep secrets. Wan Tianming chuckled. Creak. The villa door swung open. Xueqing, Xiao Churan stood up in shock from the sofa, fatigue evident in her demeanor as she rushed to Yi Chen's side. Yi Chen, is she all right? What on earth happened? Yi Chen shook his head reassuringly. Do not worry. Xueqing is fine. It was merely a misunderstanding. She had consumed too much alcohol and has not yet regained consciousness since being taken away. Just a misunderstanding? Xiao Churan was bewildered, unable to accept such an explanation. 2 subordinates of the Jiangnan king had their throats slit by a sudden assailant. Following the incident, Xiao Churan had reported it, leading to an influx of officials for investigation, only for a subsequent phone call to result in their abrupt withdrawal. Xiao Churan, not lacking in discernment, sensed something amiss. Yi Chen. She began, but he interrupted with a shake of his head. Enough questions. I do not wish to burden Xueqing with further distress. Just consider that she was merely intoxicated and that nothing untoward occurred. All right? Observing Yi Chen's gaze, Xiao Churan felt an unsettling mix of emotions stir within her, jealousy bubbling to the surface. Yi Chen, is she truly that significant to you? Yi Chen paused, taken aback. She is the woman I wish to protect for the rest of my life. Xiao Churan stood frozen in place, time seeming to stretch as her surroundings blurred. Was it jealousy or was it the pang of self-pity? After all, she was the one who had borne Yi Chen's child. When she finally regained her bearings, she found Yi Chen carrying Mu Xueqing into her room. Xiao Churan, come help me. Wiping away her tears, her eyes tinged with red, she entered the room. What is it? Have you been crying? Yi Chen inquired, puzzled. I am not overly concerned about Xueqing. However, reflecting on those who accompanied her fills me with trepidation, prompting uncontrollable tears. Xiao Churan's expression became somewhat unnatural as she swiftly shifted the topic. What do you need me to assist you with? Yi Chen pointed towards the bed where Mu Xueqing lay. Xueqing has consumed alcohol and perspired profusely. Given the propriety between men and women, could you assist her with a bath? What? Xiao Churan was taken aback, her beautiful eyes widening. Aren't you two in a romantic relationship? Helping her bathe shouldn't be a major issue, right? Could it be? You haven't engaged in such activities yet? Yi Chen rolled his eyes. Please, our relationship is as pure as ice. A chuckle escaped Xiao Churin's lips. So it turns out, you two haven't progressed to that stage. But, Xiao Churin, what exactly are you feeling disheartened about? She never had any connection with you in the first place. Strangely, Xiao Churin's mood suddenly brightened. All right, you can leave now. I assure you I will clean her thoroughly. Thank you. Yichen turned and exited the room. Half an hour later, Xiao Churin emerged, stretching her shoulders. I'm exhausted. I've never had to help an adult bathe before. Here, Yichen handed her several sheets of paper. What is this? Xiao Churin glanced down, astonished to find it filled with a comprehensive list of traditional Chinese medicinal herbs. Yichen replied earnestly, These are some formulas I have refined. I heard from Jiangnan Wang that you nearly faced trouble at the banquet. Your beauty company has just commenced operations. Do not hasten to seek investments. Trust my words. Allow your team to explore these elixirs, for they ought to yield remarkable results in the realm of beauty. Is that not so? Then I express my gratitude. Xiao Churin, harboring a mix of skepticism and hope, carefully stored away Yichen's prescriptions. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed. Thump, thump, thump. Yichen's eyes flickered. I shall answer the door. As the grand entrance of the villa swung open, Deng Lei stood at the threshold, parting the way. Young Master Yi, the esteemed guest has arrived. Please meet with them. Outside the villa, a black armored vehicle, heavy and formidable, lay parked. The window lowered, revealing a square-jawed visage. Dragon Master, this is inadvisable. What if a sniper? The guard within the car's confines paled. Yichen silently nodded and proceeded towards the armored vehicle. Xiao Churin, catching sight of Deng Lei, felt an odd familiarity, as if she had encountered him before. Approaching the villa's window, she gazed outside. This is... Her beautiful eyes widened in shock, her face paling in an instant, her lips parting slightly. Heavens! Why has that person come? Is he seeking Yichen? Once Yichen entered the vehicle, it roared to life, departing from the villa estate. Yichen, you have acted recklessly. In that battle atop Mount Tai, you have already slain Wan Kunlun. You have offended the Martial Arts Bureau, embroiling yourself in tremendous trouble. This time, I am at a loss as to what means you employed. Yet you have eradicated the entire Chu family. Jiang and Yuan, the two guardians, have perished at your hands. Do you grasp the gravity of your actions? The Dragon Lord furrowed his brows, his tone heavy with gravity. Yichen cast a glance at him and chuckled. I am eliminating threats to the people. What did you say? The Dragon Lord was taken aback. On his way here, he had contemplated countless responses from Yichen, yet this was the one he had never anticipated. Yichen smiled. What purpose does the existence of such a calamity serve? Every individual I, Yichen, have slain has deserved their fate. Take that Chu Tianzi for instance. Had he merely been an ordinary wastrel, would I have needed to strike him down with a mere slap? Chu Tianzi, a student at the foremost elementary school in Jinling, had, at the age of 6, poisoned a classmate's drink, leading to a tragic death. At 14, he had engaged in a brawl on the basketball court, breaking the limbs of his peers. During his university years, he was involved in a notorious incident of selecting concubines, having stormed into a female dormitory and violated 4 freshmen in a single night. These revelations were unearthed by the king of Jiangnan, and one can only imagine the atrocities yet undiscovered. Surely, you are aware of the numerous heinous acts committed by the Chu family, are you not? Do you think my quest for their annihilation is solely due to Mu Xueqing? A millennia-old lineage? How much suffering of innocent lives has contributed to that legacy? Not a single one among them is blameless. Yichen spoke in a single breath. In the face of his assertions, the Dragon Lord was utterly dumbfounded. But what about the Guardians? After all, they have protected the Dragon Kingdom. You, Guardians? Ha! To hell with the Guardians. Yichen laughed. If these so-called protectors act solely for their own selfish gain, indiscriminately capturing individuals, the very essence of senseless slaughter is the guardian of a nation. Therefore, what I, Yichen, must do is eradicate this group of fools. I shall send them all down to the depths of hell. Chapter 71. A life unconstrained. As for you, I extend my gratitude. You have indeed assisted me in resolving some troubles. If you have come to counsel me, I must apologize, for I am one who does not heed advice. I am acutely aware of my own desires, and no one can impede me. The Wan family, the Martial Arts Bureau, the ancient martial clans, including all those who have harmed my parents, I shall eradicate entirely. Having spoken, Yi Chun did not wait for the Dragon Lord's response. He swiftly flung open the car door. The vehicle was traveling at a speed of 90 kilometers per hour, yet Yi Chun leapt from it. With a resounding thud, he closed the door behind him.
Yi Chun.
The Dragon Lord was taken aback, glancing through the rearview mirror to see Yi Chun standing firmly by the roadside, hailing a taxi to depart. Given General Ye's demeanor, it seems he intends to confront those individuals to the bitter end, Deng Lei remarked. A look of concern etched upon his face. The Dragon Lord's expression fluctuated between contemplation and distress as he pondered for a considerable time. With a heavy sigh, he lamented, "There is no alternative. I must support him in this course of action. This lad's nature is even more obstinate than his father's. He bears a striking resemblance to his decisive mother. Ultimately, his individual strength is insufficient. Thus, I shall bestow upon him the dragon soul." Deng Lei was taken aback. "Dragon Lord, you intend to grant him the dragon soul? What do you mean?" The Dragon Lord smiled. "Deng Lei, at your service." Deng Lei promptly knelt on one knee. Fortunately, the spacious interior of the car prevented any semblance of chaos. "Convey the order. Decree Yi Chun as the Grand Marshal of the Dragon Soul, commander of the Tenglong Division, the Qianlong Division, and all members of the Dragon Soul Special Forces. The Dragon Lord has spoken astonishingly." Deng Lei was taken aback, exclaiming, "Heavens, a marshal under 30? He couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. "Dragon Lord, since the establishment of the Dragon Kingdom, there has never been a marshal younger than 30. Moreover, I have not heard of any country in the world that possesses a marshal of such youth. Furthermore, those factions claim that you are manipulating Yi Chun. Does this decree not solidify their suspicions?" The Dragon Lord smiled with pride. What if they have guessed correctly? In that moment, Deng Lei finally realized that the figure before him was not merely a kindly old man, but a sovereign wielding the power of life and death, the supreme authority of the Dragon Kingdom. After a long pause, Deng Lei finally responded, swallowing hard, "But Dragon Lord, Yi Chun dislikes being restrained. Even if you bestow upon him this title, he is unlikely to accept it." A glimmer of amusement flickered in the wise eyes of the Dragon Lord. "This young man values familial bonds and loyalty greatly. Inform him that his father once left behind a Yi family army, right here in Dragon Soul." A spark of realization lit up Deng Lei's face. Meanwhile, at the Longhu Villa, a knock echoed once more. Xiao Churan opened the door. "Mother, what brings you here?" Xiao Shuamei strode indecisively. "Come with me. You cannot remain in Zhonghai any longer. Even if you stay in Zhonghai, you must not remain by Yi Chen's side." Xiao Churan furrowed her brow and exclaimed, "Mother, what have you taken wrong this time?" Xiao Shuamei scoffed derisively. "Do not be deluded into thinking that you can cultivate feelings with this boy, leading him to ultimately love you. He has offended many, and his demise is inevitable. Just 3 hours ago, the ancient martial arts family of the Chu clan in the Greater Eastern Mountain was completely obliterated. 2 guardians have perished. Although everyone is aware that the true mastermind behind all this is the highest authority of the Dragon Kingdom, the public scapegoat remains that Yi Chun. Yi Chun has been used as a pawn." Upon hearing Xiao Shuamei's words, Xiao Churan was utterly astonished, her mouth agape in disbelief, her beautiful eyes wide as if they could accommodate a chicken egg. Yi Chun annihilated the ancient martial arts Chu clan? He even killed 2 guardians of the Dragon Kingdom? Goodness! Coming from a prestigious family, Xiao Churan understood the weight of the ancient martial arts families. "Mother, is this true? Is Yi Chun truly so formidable?" Xiao Churan expressed her surprise. Xiao Shuamei rolled her eyes skyward. "Formidable? Nonsense. This boy is being manipulated, and he remains oblivious to it." She reached for Xiao Shuamei's wrist, insisting, "You must leave with me today. Bu Hui is already waiting for you at the airport. We will return to Longdu together and distance ourselves from this treacherous place." "Absolutely not." Xiao Churan continued to retreat, resolute in her decision to remain. "Not leaving? Humph. Bring the young lady back." "Understood." 2 men entered the villa. exuding an aura of martial prowess. Xiao Churan rushed to the coffee table in the living room, seizing a fruit knife and pressing it against her own neck. Mother, if you take another step forward, I will end my life. Miss, do not. The two men turned pale. Xiao Shuamei let out a cold snort. I know you. You would never dare to take your own life. Ignore her. Take me away. With a swift motion, Xiao Churan decisively drew a fruit knife across her wrist, blood gushing forth. Ah! Xiao Shuamei was taken aback, her face turning ashen in an instant. Churan, what are you doing? Stop this at once. Xiao Churan pressed the fruit knife against her throat once more, tears streaming down her cheeks. Mother, I beseech you, cease controlling my life. I am a person, a being of flesh and blood, a living soul. 5 years ago, you compelled me to bear a child for Yichen, and I acquiesced. 5 years later, you insist I abandon him. What is it that you truly desire of me? I refuse to remain under your dominion any longer. I yearn for my own life. If you force me again, I shall end my existence before you. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. The story becomes even more thrilling. Go, just go. Her beautiful eyes were filled with bloodshot veins. All right. At last, Xiao Shuamei was frightened, retreating step by step. Do not act foolishly. I will leave. However, the moment she stepped out of the villa, she turned back. What are you doing? Xiao Churan was on high alert. Xiao Shuamei took a deep breath. I will grant you 1 more month. If your situation does not improve, and the company shows no signs of progress, you will leave with me. Otherwise, even if I must carry your lifeless body away, it is preferable to letting you perish beside Yichen. Having spoken, she turned and departed. Xiao Churan stumbled, collapsing onto the sofa, allowing the crimson liquid to flow freely. A glance at the prescription on the coffee table revealed to her that this was her final opportunity. Are you all right? Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated. I just saw your mother. If you need assistance, do not hesitate to ask. It was then that Xiao Churan realized Yichen had appeared at the villa's entrance without her noticing. I'm fine. She hastily concealed the fruit knife. Yichen cast a quick glance and noticed blood streaming from her wrist. He stepped forward, grasping her hand, a warm and reassuring sensation coursing through him. Xiao Churan, akin to an injured fawn, instinctively attempted to withdraw her hand. Do not move, you've injured a blood vessel. If this continues, you risk excessive blood loss and fainting, Yichen admonished gently. Xiao Churan froze, allowing this man to hold her hand as he meticulously bandaged her wound. She found herself somewhat entranced, and instinctively reached out with her right hand to caress the side of Yichen's face. What are you doing? He inquired, puzzled. Nothing. Her cheeks flushed crimson, her heart racing like a frightened deer. Yichen nodded. By the way, the prescription I just gave you contains an ingredient that can eliminate scars. Prepare a bit and apply it to your wrist, and it will leave no trace. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, Yichen's phone rang from his pocket. Upon answering, a frantic voice echoed through the receiver. Yichen, help me. Chapter 72. The Yi Family Army. Uncle Lin, what has happened? Yichen inquired, astonished. The Yi family's ancestral home was already under the protection of the Jiangnan King's men. Could something have gone awry? It's not me. Lin Longhai hastily shook his head, shouting in anguish, it's Feifei. Her roommate just called, saying she was cornered by Han Xiaochen. Yichen, I am utterly useless. I am a failure. If anything happens to my daughter, I shall no longer wish to live. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of his head striking the wall echoed from the phone. A chilling aura of murderous intent radiated from Yichen, causing Xiao Churan to tremble involuntarily. She sensed, with an instinctive dread, that Yichen was poised to kill. Uncle Lin, where is Feifei? At Zhonghai University. She mentioned attending classes these past couple of days. Yichen ended the call abruptly. Xiao Churan, I need to borrow your car. Of course. Xiao Churan readily handed over the keys. Yichen snatched them and dashed out of the villa. Outside, the roar of the engine strained under excessive load as he sped away. At Zhonghai University, beneath the teaching building, a throng of students gathered, their eyes wide in horror as a group of thugs encircled Lin Feifei. What do you want? Step aside. I need to return to my dorm. The men smirked maliciously, their eyes roving over her figure, lingering on her chest, the hem of her short skirt, her slender waist, and her backside with leering intent. Don't be afraid, girl. As long as you agree to play with Han Xiao, we won't harm you. They stood there, shamelessly refusing to make a move. She merely obstructed Lin Feifei's path. The only retreat was blocked. Han Xiaoqing smirked with a playful, brazen smile. Lin Feifei, I've long desired you. Previously, your father was the director of the Zhonghai Martial Arts Bureau, and I showed you some patience. Now, your father is nothing but a worthless fool. If you come with me today, you'll spend the night with me, and once I grow tired of you, you may leave. Should you dare to resist, after I'm done with you, I'll ensure they have their turn with you tonight. Such blatant words. Not a shred of modesty. One could only imagine how arrogant Han Xiaoqing was in his daily life. This man was utterly repulsive. Who did he think he was to act so brazenly? Was there no law in Zhonghai? Could no one rein him in? Some freshmen gritted their teeth, trembling with indignation. Others sighed. The Han family has a history of over a century, renowned as one of the 5 tigers of Zhonghai. The patriarch of the Han family has married several daughters into noble families of Longdu. Who would dare to touch Han Xiaoqing? The crowd opened their mouths, yet no words emerged. Their gazes towards Lin Feifei revealed a hint of sympathy. A few unsavory individuals gleamed with excitement, laughing heartily. I told you, following Han Xiao guarantees a taste of luxury, right? Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a Mercedes-Benz sped into the scene, causing the crowd to part in shock. The car hurtled towards Han Xiaoqing, crashing violently into him. Bang! A muffled thud echoed. Then, Han Xiaoqing let out a heart-wrenching scream. Ah! My leg! The crowd gasped in astonishment. Han Xiaoqing was trapped beneath the front wheel of a Mercedes, his legs grotesquely twisted and deformed, seemingly rendered utterly incapacitated. A young man emerged from the driver's seat. Yichun. Lin Feifei appeared as though she had found a lifeline. She rushed over, gripping Yichen's arm tightly, her body trembling incessantly, a clear manifestation of her profound terror. Get him! Han Xiaoqing let out a heart-wrenching roar of fury. Observing this, several individuals of dubious character swiftly drew knives from their pockets and lunged towards Yichun. With a sweeping kick, Yichun incapacitated them, leaving them writhing on the ground in agony. Stop! At that moment, several authoritative figures burst forth, their faces ablaze with fury. Who do you think you are? How dare you drive recklessly and injure someone on campus? Your life is ruined. And who might you be? Yichen's voice was frigid. A man with a slicked-back hairstyle and a receding hairline, visibly enraged, retorted, Who am I? I am Tian Bingkuan, the director of education at Zhonghai University. You crashed into our graduate student Han Xiao, and you dare question my identity? Rest assured, Han Xiao, I will stand up for you. The other officials likewise began to pull out their phones, dialing security and even calling for an ambulance. In under 30 seconds, dozens of security personnel armed with riot shields arrived on the scene. The surrounding students scattered in panic, retreating to a safe distance to observe. Yichen chuckled. Is this how you conduct yourselves as leaders? When Lin Feifei is bullied by these societal miscreants, you turn a blind eye. I have barely appeared for less than a minute, and you all have emerged immediately. Is that even comparable? Tian Bingkuan sneered. Classmates are merely playing around. Is there a need to escalate matters? Moreover, our school leaders are watching from a distance. What could possibly go wrong? You, my friend, are doomed. I, Han Xiaoqing, will ensure your demise is most tragic. Should my legs be ruined, I shall ruin yours and your entire family. Han Xiaoqing lay beneath the wheel, yet he continued to threaten fiercely. Tian Bingkuan nodded. Rest assured, Han, I promise you a just resolution. The very notion of justice escaping the lips of such a wretch was utterly ludicrous. What are you all still dawdling for? Prepare the electric batons. I refuse to believe this brat is as formidable as he claims. Tian Bingkuan ordered. Seize this criminal and send him to prison. The security personnel charged forward. At that moment, how audacious for a mere head of discipline to label Long Shui a criminal. A booming voice thundered from behind the crowd. Who gave you the audacity? Everyone turned to see a man clad in military attire, with a square face, striding forth with authority. He knelt on one knee, Tang Fenglang pays respects to Long Shuai. Behind Tang Fenglang, a dozen officers adorned with senior colonel insignia also knelt in unison. We pay respects to Long Shuai. Long Shuai? Astonishing. The surrounding university students widened their eyes, utterly dumbfounded. Tian Bingkuan shook his head with a cold laugh. Where did you find these extras? Do you think this is a movie? In the next moment, hundreds of fully armed soldiers surged forth, encircling Tian Bingkuan and the school security personnel, apprehending them one by one. It was only then that everyone realized this was no film scene. Tian Bingkuan and a group of leaders turned pale with fright. Han Shaochen was equally bewildered. Tang Fenglang commanded with unyielding authority. Take away everyone involved in this matter. The Dragon Soul members advanced menacingly. Tian Bingkuan swallowed hard. After all, he was a school leader with influential connections. You dare. This is Zhonghai University. Do you have the audacity to act recklessly? Do you believe I won't call? He pulled out his phone, ready to make a call. Tang Fenglang sneered coldly. You may call, but for every call you make, I will apprehend one more person. I shall see how many dare to support you when you find yourself without any backing. Under the wheels, Han Shaochen roared. I am a member of the Han family. Do you dare to arrest me? I want to speak with my family. Tang Fenglang looked down at him with a mocking smile. Whom do you wish to contact? Is it Han Yuan or Han Zhonghu? Perhaps it is the Wang family of Longdu? Or the Gu family? Let me tell you, even if the heads of these prominent families were present, your fate is sealed today, Han Shaochen. Take them all away. Anyone who dares to resist will face immediate execution. The iron-fisted approach was swift and decisive. Han Shaochen was struck with terror, forgetting even the excruciating pain in his legs. Tian Bingkuan was utterly stunned. His phone fell from his hand with a loud crash, shattering into pieces. He finally comprehended the gravity of the situation he had entangled himself in, having provoked forces far beyond his reckoning. Ha ha ha! Who claims that no one can cure it? Hasn't it been sanctioned? Commander Long, how impressive! Several young men clenched their fists, their blood surging with excitement, their eyes fixed intently on Yi Chun. Once everyone had been escorted away, Lin Feifei was safely returned. It was then that Tang Fenglang approached Yi Chun. Commander Long, everything is in order. Yi Chun furrowed his brow. Why do you call me Commander Long? Tang Fenglang immediately stood at attention and saluted. The Dragon Lord has decreed that henceforth, you shall lead the Dragon Soul's 2 divisions, the Ascending Dragon and the Hidden Dragon. From this moment, you assume the position of Commander Long. Yi Chun frowned. Is my meaning not sufficiently clear? I harbor no interest in your titles. Tang Fenglang appeared to have anticipated Yi Chun's reaction. He revealed a confident smile. Commander Long, what if I told you that your father once established the Yi family army? The Yi family army? At the mention of these 3 words, Yi Beichun's blood inexplicably boiled. His breath quickened, unable to suppress his inquiry. Tang Fenglang, what exactly is going on? A glimmer of triumph flickered in Tang Fenglang's eyes. Commander Long, the war god Yi served in the Dragon Soul for over a decade. A band of brothers accompanied him through life and death, founding their own Yi family army. Are you certain you do not wish to see it? Yi Chen's expression turned grave. A national military unit daring to bear the name Yi family army speaks volumes about its significance to his father. Very well. Yi Chun readily agreed. I will accompany you to the Dragon Soul headquarters. Splendid. Tang Fenglang clenched his fist in excitement. Dragon Commander, let us depart at once. Very well. But please refrain from calling me Dragon Commander. One might mistakenly think I am a character from a short play, such as the Crooked-Mouthed Dragon King. Yi Chun made a request. Tang Fenglang nodded. No problem. From now on, I shall address you as General Yi. The 2 departed from Zhonghai University, heading directly to the Dragon Soul headquarters. 3 hours later, they arrived at the Dragon Soul headquarters. With the Dragon Lord's appointment document in hand, Tang Fenglang advanced unimpeded into the depths of the headquarters. Where is the Yi family army? Why have I not seen them? Yi Chun furrowed his brow. Tang Fenglang's expression grew peculiar, as if he hesitated to speak. Yi Chen's countenance darkened. Are you deceiving me? Tang Fenglang shook his head with a bitter smile. General Yi, how could I dare to deceive you? You ought to inquire with Chun Guofeng regarding this matter. After the departure of the war god Yi, he took command of the Yi family army. Yi Chun issued a direct order. Summon Chun Guofeng at the Dragon Soul headquarters within an office. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Chun Guofeng stood up in astonishment. Dragon Commander? From where does this Dragon Commander hail? The subordinate explained. It appears that the Dragon Lord personally conferred the title, and the appointment document was delivered directly into Tang Finglong's hands. He made a trip to Zhonghai and brought the Dragon Commander back. It seems he is the son of Yi Lingyun, and upon returning to Dragon Soul, his first task is to meet the Yi family army. Yichen? Chun Guofeng's eyes widened. Then, a faintly amused cold smile crept upon his lips as he set aside the confidential letter. Just moments ago, my sister wrote to me, stating that Yi Chun is but a puppet supported by the Dragon Lord. To my astonishment, this young lad has swiftly been assigned to the Dragon Soul. Does the Dragon Lord wish to protect him? Ha! Let us proceed. Such an inexperienced youth. I am eager to witness his capabilities. A lighter ignites a confidential message, which is discarded into the wastebasket as I stride towards the exit. Upon Chun Guofeng's arrival at the conference room, the high-ranking officials of Dragon Soul were already in attendance. Yi Chun occupied the seat of honor, while Tang Fenglang had just concluded reading the Dragon Lord's decree of appointment. Salute to the Dragon Commander. As Chun Guofeng entered, the assembled Dragon Soul generals simultaneously roared their greeting. Yi Chen's gaze darkened as it fell upon Chun Guofeng. Where is the Yi family army? A multitude of eyes turned toward Chun Guofeng. He clasped his hands together apologetically. I beg your pardon, Yi Chun, but the Yi family army is simply too aged. They encompass all manner of the infirm, elderly, weak, ill, and disabled. Dragon Soul is a special forces unit, not a welfare institution. Naturally, they have been sent back to their hometown. Yi Chen's response was terse. I command you to recall them. Reinstate the Yi family army's designation. Chun Guofeng's lips twitched, adopting a nonchalant and cavalier demeanor. I am truly sorry, Yi Chen. That is not feasible. The designation of the Yi family army has been sealed. It cannot be reinstated at your whim. It requires the Dragon Lord's approval. Yi Chen was uninterested in further discourse. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, he declared, take him away and execute him immediately. The words hung in the air, and an eerie silence enveloped the room. Everyone was left in a state of bewilderment. Execute him immediately? Chun Guofeng was taken aback. His eyes widened as he cast a grim gaze upon Yi Chun. Yi Chen, are you jesting? What have I done wrong? Do you dare to execute me? Tang Fenglang was equally startled. Dragon Commander, this. Indeed, Dragon Commander, Chun Guofeng has committed no offense, has he? To declare an execution upon your very utterance is against protocol. Dragon Commander, think wisely. Almost all the senior members of Long Hun spoke out in persuasion. Chun Guofeng chuckled. Yi Chun, without reason, how could you take my life? Yi Chun nodded. You seek a reason? Allow me to oblige. First, I am the Supreme Commander of Long Hun. To address me by my given name is a sign of disrespect. Chun Guofeng's expression darkened. That at most warrants a charge of disrespect, a crime not deserving of death. Yi Chun smiled. Very well. I have always believed in governing with virtue. As the Supreme Commander of Long Hun, my first decree is to restore the Leaf Army's designation. Yet you dare to oppose this? His gaze shifted to Tang Fenglang, to disregard the orders of the Supreme Commander. How shall this be dealt with according to protocol? Tang Fenglang had long memorized the military orders of Long Hun and uttered 3 words. Execute. Immediately. Yi Chen's voice was chilling. What are we waiting for? Several soldiers stepped forward, dragging Chun Guofeng away as he struggled and shouted in a frenzy. Yi Chun, do you dare to kill me? You are finished. My brother-in-law is the 9,000 years. He will not spare you. At Foxconn, on a certain assembly line, Old Kong, your phone. The supervisor called out. On the assembly line, a middle-aged man with a severed arm appeared dazed. He approached the telephone, and a voice resonated from the other end. Commander Long has reinstated the Yi family army's designation. Return swiftly. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Old Kong was taken aback. his hands and feet trembling with excitement, his eyes wide with disbelief. What did you say? Commander Long has reinstated the Yi family army's designation. Return swiftly. Yes. Old Kong nearly exhausted all his strength to let out a roar. Kong Danyu is on standby at all times. Summon me back at once. His voice surged forth like a tsunami, echoing throughout the entire assembly line. Everyone stood frozen, astonished, turning to look. This seemingly dull old man was already streaming with tears. Simultaneously, in a southern city, at a delivery point, the phone rang. The delivery man picked up the landline. Hello, what can I do for you? All right, I understand. He shooed all the others away and swiftly pulled down the shutter. Hey, we haven't picked up our packages yet. In another neighborhood, outside a security booth, a scar-faced man leaned against the wall, lighting a cigarette. Several alluring women visited daily, bringing food and drinks. Brother Wong, will you come to my house tonight? I'll cook for you. Brother Wong, my drainage is clogged. I need your assistance. The scar-faced man revealed a mischievous grin. I'm feeling unwell today. Perhaps another time. Another time? The women's eyes sparkled with delight. All right then. They approached, enveloped in a fragrant aura. Suddenly, the scar-faced man answered his phone, pressing the receive button. Hello? Who is this? Long Shui has reinstated the Yi family's military designation. Return at once. What? All right, I understand. He forcefully pushed aside the approaching women and disappeared without a backward glance. Hundreds of kilometers away, in another city, a delivery worker abandoned his electric bike, hailed a taxi, and rushed to the nearest airport. At the Longhun headquarters, on the training ground, all the senior officials of Longhun were present. Chun Guofeng was bound tightly, kneeling on the ground, the floor soaked with water, having been frightened to the point of losing control. Yi-chun, do you dare to kill me? Damn it! Damn it! My brother-in-law is Juch Chensui. Do you even know what that means? How dare you kill me? How could you dare? Chun Guofeng's face turned pale as he screamed like a rabid dog. Yi-chun sat on the high platform, coldly uttering a single word. Execute. The executioner stepped forward, raising the butcher's knife. Just as it was about to descend, a commanding voice resonated from the end of the training ground. Juch Chensui has issued a decree. Spare his life. Chapter 74. 9,000 years. The executioner stood in a state of disbelief. Everyone instinctively turned to look, their pupils involuntarily constricting. Secretary Zhang, a middle-aged man, strode forward, brandishing a document emblazoned with a red header. Yi-chan, the decree of 9,000 years has arrived. Chun Guofeng is to be released unconditionally. Why is he not freed? Chan Guofeng, filled with excitement, sprang to his feet, erupting into a triumphant laughter. Ha ha ha! Yi-chan, I told you, you cannot kill me. In a swift motion, Yi-chan stepped forward, appearing beside Chun Guofeng. He effortlessly seized the large blade from the executioner's grasp and delivered a kick to Chen Guofeng's knee. With a thud, Chun Guofeng's legs shattered, causing him to collapse onto the ground. In a single, decisive stroke, Yi-chan severed Chun Guofeng's head. Clean and efficient. Gasp. Every onlooker inhaled sharply in astonishment, while Tang Fenglong's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Yi-chen, have you lost your mind? You dare defy the command of 9,000 years? Secretary Zhang trembled with rage. Yi-chun cast a glance at him. And who might you be? Secretary Zhang chuckled with indignation. Ha ha ha! Who am I? I am the personal secretary to 9,000 years. How could you not know? Yi-chen fixed his gaze upon him. This is the Dragon Soul headquarters. How did you gain entry? Where is your warrant? Unfazed, Secretary Zhang continued his arrogant demeanor. I come and go as I please. Who would dare stop me? So, you possess no warrant? Yi-chun responded with a mysterious smile. What are you planning? Secretary Zhang's expression shifted, a wave of foreboding washing over him. Yi-chen's voice grew heavy. Without an edict, no one is permitted to intrude upon the Dragon Soul headquarters. Those who defy this order shall face dire consequences. He cast aside his great blade, leaving Secretary Zhang, unskilled in combat, utterly defenseless. With a sickening thud, the blade pierced through Secretary Zhang's chest, propelling him against the wall several dozen meters away, where he was impaled. In a conference room within the Dragon City, a meeting was in progress. Zhou Qian Sui, we have a grave situation. A female secretary rushed in, her face pale with fear. The meeting came to an abrupt halt as all eyes turned in astonishment. Such high-level conferences are rarely interrupted unless the matter is of utmost importance. Seated at the head of the table was a middle-aged man, Zhou Qian Sui, Fu Guoxing, his power and status second only to the Dragon Lord. With a composed expression, Fu Guoxing inquired, "What is it?" The secretary's voice trembled as she replied, "Chun Guofeng could not be saved. Yi Chun executed him personally." Fu Guoxing's brow furrowed. Was Secretary Zhang not able to arrive in time? No, the secretary shook her head. Secretary Zhang arrived promptly and announced your order. However, Yi Chun still proceeded to publicly behead Chen Guofeng, and he also killed Secretary Zhang. With a resounding crash, Fu Guoxing slammed his palm down, shattering the conference table into splinters. Has Yi Chun lost his mind? He dares to kill even Secretary Zhang. The room erupted in shock. Eyes wide with disbelief. A madman. He is undoubtedly a lunatic. Regaining his composure, Fu Guoxing surveyed the room and suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. So it appears this was all directed at me. Oh, Dragon Lord, do you truly believe that a madman could bring me down? 9,000 years. Should we intervene and eliminate this lunatic first? In the conference room, the crowd furrowed their brows. Fu Guoxing chuckled mockingly, saying, "No need. That useless Yi Lingyun, once my adversary, was easily rendered impotent by me. What can his son possibly achieve? Moreover, the Martial Arts Bureau, the ancient martial families, and the Wan family will not spare this little madman. They are already plotting in the shadows. Such a fool who only knows how to kill will not survive 3 days." General Yi, the retired veterans of the Yi family army are all present. Tang Fenglang, accompanying Yi Chun, arrived at the door of a conference room. "You may enter." "I shall not accompany you." Yi Chun nodded and stepped inside. In an instant, over 100 pairs of eyes fell upon Yi Chun. Confusion, excitement, astonishment, delight. A myriad of emotions flickered across their faces. Clad in factory uniforms, delivery attire, security outfits, and courier garb. Upon receiving the recall order, they had no time to change. "Are you all from the Yi family army?" The moment Yi Chun beheld them, his eyes turned red. "Yi Chun, you must be Yi Chun, right?" These individuals instantly recognized him. Though lacking blood ties, their bond was stronger than kinship. They surrounded him like affectionate elders. "Ha ha ha, this lad bears a striking resemblance to the war god Yi. No, he is even more like Sister Su. Yi Chun, you rascal. You've grown so much. Indeed, how splendid. I have heard that you have ascended to the highest commander of the Dragon Soul. Ha ha ha, truly impressive. You have brought honor to our family. Alas, this child has grown. It has been over a decade, hasn't he it? A band of strong men, yet none have been defeated by the trials of life." The moment they beheld Yi Chun, they all broke into tears. With reddened eyes, Yi Chun spoke. "Dear uncles, my father has gone missing, and it is highly likely that he has been taken by the ancient martial family, the Wan family. I have summoned you here in hopes of finding him. I earnestly request your assistance." As his words echoed, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. The faces of the crowd were solemn. Yi Chun, feeling disheartened, inquired, "Uncles, are you unwilling to help? If so, I shall not impose." "Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. As the story becomes even more riveting, I shall provide for your livelihoods, ensuring a secure future for your later years." Kong Dainyu shook his head. "Yi Chun, it is not that we are unwilling, but rather that we are incapable." "What do you mean?" Yi Chun asked, perplexed. Kong Dainyu extended a severed hand. "Yi Chun, after the departure of the war god Yi, although our Yi family army remains, most have been dispatched by Chun Guofeng to undertake perilous missions. Of the over 1,000 members of the Yi family army, many have perished or are left maimed. It is not that we do not wish to assist you, but we have been rendered incapacitated and are unable to do so." More than 100 resolute men bowed their heads, clenching their fists only to release them in despair. "It is not that they are unwilling, but rather, they are unable to do so." A voice filled with unwavering confidence resounded. "What if I could assist you in regaining your strength? perhaps even surpassing your former pinnacle. In the coastal city, at Xiao Churan's aesthetic medical company. Within the laboratory, an exuberant shout erupted from one of the researchers. President Xiao, this is fantastic. We have succeeded, we truly have. Startled awake from a nearby recliner, Xiao Churan approached, her dark circles evident. Are you absolutely certain that we have succeeded? For 3 consecutive days, Xiao Churan had devoted herself to the laboratory. She had scarcely closed her eyes, resting only briefly on the recliner when fatigue overwhelmed her. Indeed, President Xiao. Several researchers nodded enthusiastically. These formulations are simply miraculous. Following the specified ratios in the first formula, we have astonishingly revived cellular vitality. Clinical trials indicate that it can rejuvenate human cells. If applied to the face, it can allow women to maintain the appearance of being 20 or even 18 years old. The second formula promotes blood circulation and alleviates bruising. It can ensure that scars vanish entirely. Moreover, the recovery time is remarkably brief, showing effects in less than half an hour. Quickly, let me try. Xiao Churan promptly unwrapped the bandage from her wrist. Bring me the ointment. A researcher brought the ointment and applied it to Xiao Churan. In less than 10 seconds, an intense itching sensation enveloped her. After half an hour, the ointment began to solidify. Xiao Churan moved her wrist, and the solidified ointment flaked away. The wound on her wrist had healed, and the scar had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a tender new layer of skin. It was astonishingly true. Xiao Churan was left in utter disbelief. Suddenly, a piercing scream pierced the air from the other side. Who are you? The onlookers turned in shock to see a completely unfamiliar face appearing in the laboratory. The woman, filled with joy and excitement, exclaimed, Xiao, I apologize. My husband grew weary of my aging and sought out a mistress. In a moment of weakness, I succumbed to an ointment that promised to restore youth. Are you Zhou Yuan? Xiao Churan's eyes widened in astonishment. Zhou Yuan, in her early 40s, was a key player in a prominent domestic medical beauty company, whom she had recruited at a high price. It's me. At that moment, Zhou Yuan looked undeniably youthful, resembling someone in her 20s. Her skin was flawless and her beauty captivating. My heavens! Xiao Churan's mouth fell open, unable to close. The formula that Yi Chun had provided her was truly miraculous. With such an advantage, she could indeed seize control of her life, and all of it stemmed from the 2 simple prescriptions written by Yi Chun. Yi Chun, who on earth are you? Chapter 75. The Height of Deception. How is this possible? My damaged meridians have actually healed. My goodness, has my strength returned? Yi Chun, how on earth did you achieve this? The conference room was filled with exclamations of astonishment. Just moments ago, Yi Chun had acted, astonishingly healing the lingering injuries from over a decade for more than 100 individuals. Each one of them was now brimming with vitality, their bodies infused with boundless energy. Yi Chun's complexion appeared somewhat pale. Having treated over 100 people required immense concentration, draining him of considerable strength. My dear uncles, this is merely the beginning. Although your injuries have healed, your overall strength hovers around the level of a grand martial master. Your realms remain far too low. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively lowered their heads. It was indeed unreasonable for some, who had not practiced martial arts for years, even decades, to possess high realms. Yi Chun, we shall strive to improve, murmured several voices, clearly lacking confidence. Yi Chun smiled, dear uncles. That is not my intention. What I mean to convey is that I expect each of you to break through to the master realm within a month. Everyone stared at Yi Chun in disbelief, their eyes wide open, scarcely able to believe their ears. A month? From Grand Martial Master to Master Realm? Surely he jested. Kong Dainyu chuckled ruefully. Yi Chun, please do not tease us. Yi Chun shook his head with a smile. Uncle Kong, if I were to provide you with this, would you have the confidence to break through to the Master Realm? With a flick of his wrist, a pill appeared in his hand as if by magic. This is a 3rd-grade elixir, a 3rd-grade pill. Kong Dainyu was taken aback. A single 3rd-grade pill is worth at least 10 million. Yi Chun possesses at least 20 to 30 of these pills. Kong Dainyu nodded gravely. With these elixirs, individuals at the 9th level of Grandmaster could potentially break through to the Master Realm with 1 pill each. Yi Chun shook his head. Uncle Kong, I believe you have misunderstood. It's not one pill per person. The expressions of the crowd darkened momentarily. Upon reflection, it was evident that with each elixir valued at over 10 million, they, mere invalids, had no right to consume such treasures. They all lowered their heads. Yi Chen's voice resounded. Everyone will receive them, and there are no limits. They will be plentiful. What? The entire Yi family army abruptly lifted their heads, staring at Yi Chen in disbelief. Yi Chen, are you speaking the truth? You are not deceiving us, are you? Each person's eyes sparkled with fervor, nearly driven to madness. A third-grade elixir worth 10 million, with no limits? And it's guaranteed to be sufficient? Who wouldn't he be ecstatic? Yi Chen affirmed. Of course, it is true. Now, I must ask you, within a month's time, can you reach the Master Realm? Yi Chen, we will risk everything to attain the Master Realm. The crowd nodded in agreement. Kong Dainyu scolded. Damn it, you bunch of unruly rascals. You should be calling him Yi Chen? Address him as Commander Long. Yes, Commander Long. As Yi Chen exited the conference room, Tang Fenglang bore a rather solemn expression. Yi Chen sensed something amiss and inquired, What is the matter? Tang Fenglang gritted his teeth. Han Xiaochan has been taken away. The assailants possess a release order from Longdu, stamped with the seal of the Longdu military district. This is outrageous. How dare they snatch him from our dragon soul? Yi Chen narrowed his eyes. Where is he? Tang Fenglang replied. He has returned to Zhonghai, receiving treatment for his leg injury at the first hospital of Zhonghai. Yi Chen bellowed. All troops of the Yi family, heed my command. Yes. Over 100 soldiers of the Yi family surged out of the conference room, swiftly forming ranks within 3 seconds. All troops of the Yi family are present, awaiting your orders. Yi Chen issued a direct command, depart for Zhonghai and bring back Han Xiaochan. Anyone who dares to obstruct us shall be met with lethal force. At the first hospital of Zhonghai, Han Xiaochan lay in the ICU, while several attending physicians reviewed the recently taken x-rays, shaking their heads in despair. The comminuted fracture is far too severe. Mr. Han, we regret to inform you that we are powerless to assist. It is likely that Han Xiaochan will spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. No, no, no. Han Xiaochan screamed in a frenzy, nearly leaping from the hospital bed. I refuse to become disabled. Father, grandfather, you must summon the world's finest orthopedic surgeons. I want my leg back. It's all Yi Chen's fault. I will kill him. Several doctors rushed forward to restrain the frenzied Han Xiaochan. Chainer, a voluptuous woman, grasped Han Xiaochan's hand. It was Wang Yuehong, the daughter of the Wang family from Longdu, and Han Xiaochan's mother. Wang Yuehong, upon witnessing her son's suffering, felt her eyes redden with fury as she turned sharply to Han Yuan. What kind of father are you? Your son has had his legs shattered, and yet you do not dare to utter a single word. The adversary before them was the newly appointed dragon commander. Han Yuan's expression was as dark as the depths of the sea. Wang Yuehong, in her rage, paid no heed to the gravity of the situation. What of the dragon commander? The lineage is steadfast, yet the position of dragon commander is transient. If the Wang family chooses to act, that wretch won't live beyond 3 days. How unfortunate it is that I married into the Han family. It feels as though I have squandered 8 lifetimes of fortune. Your Han family is filled with cowards, utterly and completely cowardly. Enough! Han Yuan's voice erupted with fury. You mad woman! He has the Dragon Lord standing behind him. Wang Yuehong retorted fiercely. The Dragon Lord has long been rendered powerless. What good is he? It is your Han family that has lost its backbone. Enough! An elderly voice resonated from the hospital room, commanding silence. Wang Yuehong instinctively recoiled, refraining from further words. Han Zhonghu's tone was icy. Yuehong, while it is permissible for you and your husband to quarrel, do not speak ill of the Dragon Lord behind his back. If this were to leak out, it would not only bring trouble to the Han family, but also to the Wang family. Startled, Wang Yuehong, though impulsive, was not foolish. She quickly adjusted her tone. Father, Chenner is also your grandson. Are you truly willing to see him rendered a cripple? It was merely a matter of a few women. At worst, they could settle it with money. Yet, Yi Chen has destroyed Chenner's legs, ruining his entire life. Han Zhonghu's eyes twitched with anger. Rest assured, This matter will not conclude so easily. I shall make this scoundrel pay dearly. At that moment, a cacophony erupted outside the hospital room. Who are you? The entire floor has been taken over by the Han family. Han Yuan, already filled with rage, bellowed, "Damn it! I told you to maintain silence. What are you doing?" He flung open the ICU door and charged out. In the next instant, a deafening crash echoed, as Han Yuan was hurled out like a discarded rag, crashing through the ICU door and landing heavily on the ground. "Yuaner!" Han Zhonghu gasped in astonishment. A group of menacing, well-trained middle-aged men surged in, their eyes locking onto Han Shaochen on the hospital bed. Kong Daniu commanded, "Take him away." Han Zhonghu roared with fury. "Who are you? How dare you come here to abduct someone from me, Han Zhonghu?" With a resounding slap, Kong Daniu knocked Han Zhonghu down, retorting, "You are nothing compared to Dragon Commander's orders. How dare you obstruct us?" "Chaner!" Wang Yuehong stood defiantly in front of the hospital bed. "Who dares to take my son? I am from the Wang family of Longdu." Another slap from Kong Daniu silenced her, sending her sprawling to the ground. Unable to utter another word, she could only watch helplessly as Han Shaochen was taken away. "Dad, Mom, Grandpa. Save me, please save me." Han Shaochen's cries echoed in the corridor, fading into silence. Han Zhonghu, consumed by rage and humiliation, growled, "This is an unparalleled disgrace. An unparalleled disgrace. Prepare the plane for me. I am going to Longdu." Simultaneously, Yichun received a call from Xiao Churin. "Yichun, you must come back and see. Since your departure, Xueqing has slumbered for 3 days and 3 nights, yet she remains in a deep sleep." Chapter 76. The Midnight Assassination of Yichun. After 3 hours, Yichun returned to the Dragon Lake Villa. "Yichun, you have finally returned." Xiao Churin approached him, her face weary. Yichun entered Mu Xueqing's room, where she lay soundly asleep. "What happened? Why hasn't Xueqing woken up yet?" "I am uncertain," Xiao Churin replied. 3 days ago, after I received your prescription, I went to the company's laboratory. My phone had run out of battery and shut down, and it was only after charging it that I received a message from Xiao Rou, prompting me to hurry over. When Xiao Rou, with a worried expression, added, "I have already notified the doctor to come to the house. The doctor said that Sister Xueqing was merely intoxicated and administered an antidote before leaving. But it has been 3 days. Is everything truly all right?" Yichun frowned as he gazed at the still slumbering Mu Xueqing. Just as he was about to check her pulse, a woman's voice called from behind, "Xueqing, Mother Xia, what brings you here?" Yichun turned to see Mu Xueqing's mother, Xia Zueju. When Xiao explained, "I informed Auntie." Xia Zueju's expression was extremely grave as she swiftly approached her daughter's bedside. With practiced ease, she extended 3 fingers to rest upon Mu Xueqing's wrist. Yichun felt a stir of curiosity. Could Xia Zueju possess medical skills? Moments later, Xia Zueju exhaled deeply, her gaze intensely fixed on Mu Xueqing's face, her eyes flickering with concern. Ultimately, as if having made a resolute decision, she addressed Yichun. "Yichun, Xueqing is fine. I am aware of your medical expertise, but I implore you not to administer any treatment to her at this moment. I will be away for no more than 24 hours. Snowqing will awaken." Without waiting for Yichun's response, I rushed out, burdened with thoughts. "You should also rest. I will keep watch here," Yichun suggested. Xiao Churin cast a deep glance at Yichun before she, and when Xiao exited the room. She had not closed her eyes for 3 days and nights and could no longer endure the fatigue. After their departure, Yichun approached to check Mu Xueqing's pulse. It was strong, and her body showed no signs of distress. Only she remained unresponsive. What could possibly be the matter? As Yichun pondered this perplexity, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. "Master, Miss Mu's soul is trapped. Without using your soul to probe, you would naturally fail to detect the issue." Yichun was taken aback. "Trap soul? Chaos Cauldron? What does this mean?" The Chaos Cauldron replied, "A person with a powerful soul can, with a mere thought, plunge an ordinary individual into an illusion. Moreover, they can seal an ordinary person's soul indefinitely. Miss Mu's soul has clearly been sealed by someone using special means. I possess a method for refining the soul. If you cultivate it, you will soon understand." Upon finishing, a text of over 1,000 characters appeared in Yi Chen's mind. He settled into a meditative posture, practicing as instructed. When he finally opened his eyes again, the day had turned to night, and the room remained unlit. In the darkness, a glimmer ignited in Yi Chen's eyes. The first layer of the soul refinement technique had been mastered. Everything within a 10-meter radius was now enveloped in the embrace of my soul. No detail escapes my keen observation. Is this what it means to be spiritually awakened? Yi Chen felt a surge of excitement. His gaze darkened as it rested upon Mu Xueqing. Indeed, a layer of blue radiance, invisible to ordinary eyes, enveloped her form. This was the very essence that rendered her unable to awaken. The voice of the chaos cauldron resonated once more. Master, do you see it? Yi Chen nodded. I see it. Master, be cautious. Many individuals are approaching, drawing near to this villa. The tone of the chaos cauldron turned grave. Outside the Longhu villa, beneath the cloak of night, dozens of figures swiftly flew in. In an instant, they surrounded the villa, sealing it off completely. The entire neighborhood had been cleared, and all surveillance had been disabled. Whatever we do now will leave no trace. An elderly man in ancient attire spoke up. Beside him, a middle-aged man furrowed his brow. Is this young man truly only at the qi condensation stage? The guardians from the Chu and Yuan, Jiang families are evidently dead at his hands. The elderly man snorted coldly. It's all a facade. What are you afraid of? There must be individuals from the Dragon Lord involved. Otherwise, this lad could never have slain Elder Yuan and Elder Jiang after merely 50 years of cultivation. Today, we have but one objective: to capture this boy alive. We will force him to divulge the formula for the Black Jade Continuity Pill and to reveal if his parents left anything behind. Dozens of cold eyes fixated on every movement of the villa. Approximately 5 minutes passed. Who will enter first to investigate? Everyone was momentarily stunned, none daring to make a move. Suddenly, with a creak, the grand door of the villa swung open from within. A young man emerged slowly, surveying his surroundings, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. So many have come? Are you all here to kill me? I must say, my reputation precedes me. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted as all eyes turned to fixate on Yi Chen. A palpable tension enveloped the air. Then, someone spoke up. Do you feel that? The aura of a grandmaster? A grandmaster? Ha ha ha. This young man is merely a lowly grandmaster. They realized that the Dragon Lord's minions had covertly intervened, and this young man was nothing but a pawn, a mere distraction. How foolish of them to take him so seriously. The tension dissipated in an instant. Laughter erupted, filling the air with a sense of joy. An elderly man clad in ancient garb relaxed his guard, gazing at Yi Chen with indifference. Yi Chen, you are but a puppet. We shall not make things difficult for you. Simply hand over the formula for the Black Jade Fragmentation Pill and accompany us, and I assure you, you shall come to no harm. Yi Chen shook his head. I do not even know who you are. If you wish for me to accompany you, you must first reveal your identities. Dozens of individuals exchanged glances, a playful smirk appearing on each of their faces. The next moment, a middle-aged man stepped forward. I am Du Ruhan, the 19th director of the Martial Arts Bureau, an ancient martial artist, at the 5th level of the 100 Bones realm. Following closely behind was another man. I am Wang Xiaolin, the 20th director of the Martial Arts Bureau, an ancient martial artist at the 6th level of the 100 Bones realm. In the realm of ancient martial families, the Lin family of the southeast stands prominent. Lin, who, a master at the 5th level of the Organs realm, commands respect. In the northwest, the Qin family boasts Qin Weilong, who has attained the 7th level of the same realm. To the southwest, the Xia family presents Xia Jinqiu, also at the 6th level of the Organs realm. At the feet of the venerable 9,000 years sits his second acolyte, Li Jianqin, who has reached the 8th level of the Organs realm. Dozens of individuals, each proclaiming their identities, gather. The Martial Arts Bureau, along with the ancient martial families and the revered 9,000 years, is present. Even the weakest among them possesses the prowess of the qi condensation realm. An elderly man in traditional garb flashed a grin. Wan Tianqiong, from the ancient martial families, stands at the 9th level of the Organs realm. Leaf Chun sighed in resignation. realizing the multitude of formidable foes he had inadvertently provoked. It seemed that surrender was no longer an option for him. With a resigned demeanor, he extended his hands in acceptance of his fate. Duruohan, bring this lad over. Wan Tianqiong's brow furrowed, sensing an unsettling tension. Yes, Elder Wan. Duruohan responded with a grin, producing a chain from his waist. He approached Leaf Chen. You're quite perceptive, aren't you? As he grasped Leaf Chen's wrists, intent on securing him, Leaf Chen unveiled a sinister smile. Wow, you truly dare to strike? Swiftly reversing the hold, he yanked Duruohan's arms with force. The sound of tearing flesh resonated as blood gushed forth. Ah! Duruohan's cries echoed, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, as his arms were violently severed from his body, leaving him in excruciating agony. Your screams are as dreadful as a pig's, Leaf Chen remarked coldly, advancing to seize Duruohan by the neck and exerting a powerful grip. With a sudden crack, the sound ceased abruptly. The 19th director of the Martial Arts Bureau, a formidable presence at the 5th level of the 100-skeleton realm, was unexpectedly crushed to death by Yi Chen's grip on his neck. Everyone's complexion altered drastically, retreating in fear, their eyes wide with terror at the sight of this death-like youth. How could this possibly be the realm of a grandmaster? To kill someone at the 5th level of the 100-skeleton realm with bare hands signifies at least the level of the 5 organs realm. What exactly is your realm? Wang Xiaolin's voice trembled with disbelief. Yi Chen fixed his gaze on Wang Xiaolin. Do you enjoy talking so much? He stomped his foot, launching himself forward like a cannonball. It was as if the Grim Reaper had come to collect his due. Wang Xiaolin, terrified to the core, shouted, Stop him! Several practitioners from the Martial Arts Bureau, at the Condensation Realm, rushed to intercept Yi Chen. Bang! 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 One punch from Yi Chen sent each of them reeling, their chests exploding, hearts obliterated in an instant. Useless! All of you are useless! Wang Xiaolin's eyes turned bloodshot as he roared in fury, channeling all his strength into his fist, striking out at the approaching Yi Chen. Apologies, but you are equally worthless. Upon uttering these words, Wang Xiaolin let out a horrific scream as his arm, poised to strike, was obliterated by Yi Chen, transforming into a cloud of crimson mist. Gasp! The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. To pulverize flesh and blood into mist with a single punch? What immense power must that entail? In the brief moment of their stupor, Yi Chen had already crushed Wang Xiaolin's neck. The 20th director of the Martial Arts Bureau, Wang Xiaolin, at the 6th level of the 100-skeleton realm, dead. The remaining martial artists present, witnessing this horrifying spectacle, were drenched in sweat. This young man possesses an extraordinary strength that far exceeds our predictions. Yet what of it? No matter how formidable he may be, he cannot vanquish us all at once. If we unite our efforts, even if we sustain injuries, we shall not be immediately slain, and our comrades can seize the opportunity to inflict severe damage upon him. Once he is wounded, his demise is assured. Lin Hu growled fiercely. The others, their gazes darkening, fixed their ruthless stares upon Yi Chen. Kill! In an instant, dozens surged forth, surrounding Yi Chen. At that moment, Yi Chen struck. He resembled a relentless machine of slaughter. Bang! Zzz. Thud! In just a single exchange, nearly a third of them fell lifelessly to the ground. Heads shattered, arms torn asunder, hearts pierced with a single blow. The scene was utterly gruesome. Hiss! The remaining individuals, terrified, began to retreat, gazing in horror at the blood-soaked Yi Chen. This was beyond terrifying. Just moments ago, who had declared their intention to besiege me? Yi Chen's eyes narrowed as they locked onto Lin Hu. Lin Hu shuddered, realizing that Yi Chen was charging directly towards him. He bellowed, What are you waiting for? Attack together. Only then did the others spring into action, rushing to shield Lin Hu. You brat! Perish! Qin Weilong lunged from the side, but Yi Chen paid him no heed. With a swift kick, he obliterated him. He landed effortlessly before Lin Hu. Thud! His fingers pierced through Lin Hu's chest, extracting a pulsating heart and crushing it. The entire process was swift and decisive. You are a demon! Lin Hu's eyes widened in disbelief as he collapsed. Lifeless. Run! Flee! As the autumn breeze swept in, Xia Jinqiu, a master of ancient martial arts at the 6th level of the Five Organs realm, was so terrified that he lost his wits and fled frantically into the distance. With a swift kick, Yichun sent a brick soaring, which struck Xia Jinqiu squarely on the head, causing one side of his skull to explode instantaneously. "What kind of monster are you?" The others who had joined in the assault were paralyzed with fear at the spectacle, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Yichun smirked. "I am Yichun, the so-called little waste that has been missing for 5 years. The little bastard." The group was almost brought to tears by fear. Was this truly a waste? Where could one find such formidable prowess in a so-called weakling? Yichun let out a cold chuckle. "I shall send you on your way." In a flurry of movement, the remaining 7 or 8 individuals fell lifelessly to the ground. Gulps of fear escaped Li Jianqin as he desperately swallowed, his sweat soaking through his long robe. The young man before him was nothing short of a harbinger of death. At that moment, the harbinger turned to face him. Li Jianqin's forehead was drenched in sweat, and with a trembling voice, he implored, "Yichun, let us speak civilly." "To hell with you. Go tell my master." Li Jianqin stood frozen in terror, horrified as Yichun advanced step by step. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. Suddenly, he erupted with laughter. "Ha ha ha, Yichun. Your doom is sealed." Li Jianqin, in a frenzy of excitement, drew his long sword with lightning speed, akin to a dragon emerging from the water. His swift blade ranked among the top 3 in the Dragon Kingdom's martial arts realm. Within 3 meters, it was faster than a bullet. Whoosh! The long sword, enveloped in a layer of white energy, pierced the sound barrier as it hurtled toward Yichun's heart. This sword possesses the capability to pierce through iron plates of 3 centimeters in thickness. Unless the opponent is made of steel, their heart will undoubtedly be penetrated, leading to certain death. With a resounding clang, the long sword descended upon Yichun's heart, severing. Is it truly a body of steel? How is that possible? You! Li Jianqin's pupils contracted in sheer terror, petrified as he genuinely experienced an overwhelming dread. Yichun raised his hand, effortlessly crushing Li Jianqin's neck. In the next moment, he turned around like the harbinger of death. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the riveting content. The aura emanating from him rendered Wan Tianxiong devoid of the courage to act. This ancient martial artist, over a century old, trembled as he spoke. "Yichun. You. I. Kneel." The mere utterance of these 2 words made Wan Tianxiong perceive the young man before him as if he were soaring above the heavens, surveying all beneath him. Thud! Wan Tianxiong, gripped by fear, knelt upon the ground, his body quaking uncontrollably. The air was thick with the scent of blood, mingling with Yichun's voice. "You hail from the ancient martial clan of the Wan family. Who is Wan Tianming to you?" Trembling, Wan Tianxiong replied, "Wan Tianming is my elder brother of different mothers. My mother was originally a concubine of the Wan family." "Where is the ancient martial clan of the Wan family?" "No, I cannot disclose that." Wan Tianxiong raised his head, his gaze more terrifying than before, as if the location of the Wan family were a forbidden secret. "Cannot speak?" Yichun, disinterested in further conversation, tightened his grip. 13 silver needles plunged directly into Wan Tianxiong's body. "Ah!" Wan Tianxiong rolled frantically on the ground, even unable to utter a plea for mercy. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of black blood and perished. Dead? Yichun delivered a fierce kick that shattered Wan Tianxiong's jaw. Within a broken tooth lay concealed poison. Damn it! After much effort to capture a member of the Wan family, he had succumbed to poison. Yichun's expression darkened. Moments later, he retrieved his phone. "Hello, King Jiangnan. Please come to Longhu Villa." In less than 15 minutes, King Jiangnan arrived at Longhu Villa. Upon witnessing the numerous corpses strewn about and the attire of the deceased, he was utterly astounded. "Master, who are these people?" Yichun casually pointed to a few bodies. This one claimed to be Du Ruhan, and that one called himself Wang Xiaolin. This one said he is Li Jianqin, who serves beside the 9,000 years. What the hell? Du Ruhan? The 19th director of the Martial Arts Bureau. Du Ruhan? This is a terrifying presence ranked within the top 200 of the dark list of the Dragon Nation. King Jiangnan leapt in shock. "Lin Hu, from an ancient martial arts family, ranked 179th on the underground dark list. Qin Weilong, from an ancient martial arts family, ranked 160th. Xia Jinqiu, from an ancient martial arts family, ranked 174th. His, Li Jianchen, this is the revered servant of the 9,000 years Fu Guoxing, rumored to be within the top 100 of the underground dark list. And this one, heavens, the brother of Wan Tianming, ranked within the top 10 of the underground dark list. Wan Tianxiong, the terrifying existence of the top 50 on the dark list. Each word spoken by the king of Jiangnan caused his body to tremble slightly. By the time he uttered the final sentence, his face had turned pale, and his mind was buzzing. Master, did you kill all these people? Yi Chun casually nodded. Indeed. The king of Jiangnan became overwhelmingly excited, his aged face transforming from ashen to crimson, his eyes bloodshot. Master, your prowess must surely rank among the top 30 in the Dragon Kingdom. Internally, he was already ecstatic, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, excellent. I, the king of Jiangnan, have not chosen the wrong person. Yi Chun is still so young, yet possesses such strength. Once he matures, his future stage will undoubtedly extend beyond the entire Dragon Kingdom, perhaps even to that realm." Lost in thought, Yi Chun suddenly spoke. "King of Jiangnan, instruct your men to clean this place thoroughly. Moreover, sever their heads and send them back to the forces behind them." What? The king of Jiangnan was taken aback, his eyes wide. Send their heads back? In the dead of night, at 2 a.m., several men swiftly approached the entrance of the Martial Arts Bureau. They dropped off a few boxes and departed hastily. Damn it, who dares to throw something at the Martial Arts Bureau? Have they lost their minds? Grumbled a few night watchmen. Sleepily, they approached the boxes and opened them. Ah! The men were instantly jolted awake, for inside the boxes lay severed, bloodied heads. Wait, this is the head of the two old directors. At the same time, outside the residence of the esteemed Fu Guoxing, a figure swiftly darted in, leaving behind a box before vanishing. The doorman picked up the box and opened it, only to be horrified, rushing madly deeper into the courtyard. Fu Guoxing had just fallen asleep, indulging in pleasant dreams. Knock, knock, knock. A series of urgent knocks echoed, causing Fu Guoxing to feel irritated. After finally drifting off, "Xiao Wang, have I not already told you not to disturb me unless it is important? Can't this wait until tomorrow morning? Your Excellency, something grave has occurred," an elderly voice called from outside. It was not his secretary, Wang. Old Tu? Fu Guoxing was taken aback. Old Tu was his chief advisor, a figure among the top 10 in Longgua's dark circles, who typically remained in the shadows. "Old Tu, what is the matter?" Fu Guoxing hastily donned a tiger-skin robe and opened the door. Old Tu entered, holding a blood-soaked wooden box, his expression grim. "Li Jianchen is dead." What? In that instant, astonishment, disbelief, and shock flickered across Fu Guoxing's face as he hoarsely exclaimed, "Impossible! According to our agreement, tonight the Martial Arts Bureau and several ancient martial families were to jointly eliminate that Yi Chun. Could something have gone awry? With Li Lao's strength, who could possibly kill him?" Old Tu uttered, "Could it be Yi Chun? Such a possibility is utterly unfathomable." Fu Guoxing resolutely shook his head. "That wretched spawn is merely a pawn of the Dragon Lord, a mere bargaining chip against me. Though he has been missing for 5 years, he remains the son of Yi Lingyun. Is Yi Lingyun's rise not due to that woman? Their son languished as a useless being for 18 years, and 5 years ago he was nearly killed. Even if this insignificant figure returns after 5 years, can he truly eliminate Li Jianchen? Such delusions." Fu Guoxing shook his head with certainty. "Go inquire with the Martial Arts Bureau, as well as a few members of ancient martial families. Ask them if they killed Yi Chun." Just as Elder Tu was about to turn away, a panting old steward rushed over, drenched in sweat. 90,000 years, a grave situation has arisen. The Martial Arts Bureau, the ancient martial Lin family, and the ancient martial Qin and Xia families just called. A mysterious individual stormed to their doorstep and left behind a wooden box. Inside the box are the severed heads of those involved in tonight's operation. The air became almost palpable with tension. Fu Guoxing's eyes widened, and his mouth fell slightly agape. Meanwhile, Elder Tu's brows furrowed deeply as he gazed down at the severed head of Li Jianchen cradled in his arms. The scene was frozen in time. 2 hours earlier, the men of the Jiangnan king had just finished clearing a ground strewn with corpses, the blood washed away with clear water. As they prepared to depart, a presence stirred. Yi Chun's spirit trembled. Someone was spying. This is bad. They've been discovered. A figure cloaked in black turned pale with fright. Anyone witnessing Yi Chen's prowess in swiftly eliminating dozens of ancient martial artists would be equally terrified. The black-clad individual moved with remarkable speed, disappearing from the Dragon Lake Villa area in the blink of an eye. After swiftly traversing several streets, the figure clad in black finally halted in an alley, exhaling a breath of frustration. Damn it, this kid's perception is simply terrifying. Even with my ability to conceal my presence, he still sensed me. A fleeting glance backward revealed a flicker of fear in his eyes. Fortunately, he didn't pursue me. Otherwise, Suddenly, a shadow materialized before him, delivering a powerful kick to the chest of the man in black. He was sent flying as if struck by a truck, crashing violently into a garbage bin. Rising to his feet, he coughed up blood and fell to one knee with a thud. You! The black-clad man's eyes widened in terror as he beheld the grim figure before him. Where on earth did this kid come from? Yi Chen's voice was ice-cold. Who are you? Why are you watching me? Speak, or face death. Please, no. The man in black's pupils contracted in fear as he hastily removed his mask, revealing the face of a middle-aged man. My name is Ling Zhong, from the Ling family of Kunlun Mountain. My young lady is your senior sister, Ling Hongyan. Senior sister Jiu? Yi Chen's expression softened, and he tossed a pill towards Ling Zhong. This medicinal pill can heal your internal injuries. Ling Zhong caught it and, upon inspection, a look of astonishment crossed his face. A healing pill bearing 3 intricate patterns was indeed a luxury, even within Kunlun Mountain. Thank you, young Master Yi. Ling Zhong swallowed the pill in one gulp. Only then did Yi Chun inquire, what did my senior sister send you for? How is she faring now? Ling Zhong's eyes darted briefly as he spoke. Young Master Yi, it is as follows. Your senior sister has sent me to protect you. Should you encounter any troubles, I am at your service. However, he did not anticipate that young Master Yi possessed such terrifying strength, rendering my protection utterly unnecessary. Yi Chun narrowed his eyes. You are lying. In an instant, before Ling Zhong could comprehend the unfolding scene, he felt a ghostly figure flash past him, his legs leaving the ground entirely. A powerful hand constricted around his neck, and a suffocating sensation enveloped him. Young Master Yi, what are you doing? Ling Zhong stammered in panic. Having witnessed Yi Chun annihilate dozens of dark list experts in one breath, his alarm was entirely justified. Yi Chen's voice was icy. Speak. Who exactly are you? Ling Zhong, nearly paralyzed with fear, replied, Young Master Yi, I truly am from the Ling family, but I was not sent by your 9th senior sister. It was the 2nd young lady who instructed me to come. She wishes to ascertain the identity of the man whom the 3rd young lady refuses to marry, even unto death. In a swift motion, Yi Chun hurled Ling Zhong against the wall, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood once more. Dazed and struggling to rise while supporting himself against the wall, he heard the grim voice once again. Refusing to marry? What is happening? Who are you compelling my 9th senior sister to wed? Chapter 79. Visitors from Kunlun Ruins. At the moment the voice resonated, Ling Zhong was enveloped by an ominous aura of death. Should he fail to respond truthfully, he would meet the same fate as those ancient warriors moments ago, leaving no trace of his existence. Even worse, this young man might deliver his severed head to the Ling family. Kneeling on the ground, trembling with fear, Ling Zhong cried out, the Xia family, from Kunlun Mountain. The 3rd miss had been betrothed to the 3rd young master of the Xia family, Xia Moyang, since childhood. However, a decade ago, she fell victim to a mysterious illness that brought her to the brink of death. Fearing the loss of their daughter, the Xia family swiftly annulled the engagement. Yet, as fortune would have it, the young lady's health miraculously improved, leading her to be cultivated by the Dragon Kingdom's Martial Arts Bureau, ultimately rising to the position of Director of the Martial Arts General Administration. This incident faded into the past until a few days ago when events at Mount Tai transpired, and the photograph of the third miss was returned to the Xia family. Ling Zhong continued, attentively observing Yi Chen's expression for any sign of reaction. Regrettably, Yi Chen's countenance was as frigid as that of the Grim Reaper, betraying nothing. Ling Zhong pressed on with his explanation. Xia Moyang learned that the third miss was alive, and the beauty captured in the photograph was nothing short of breathtaking. Therefore, the engagement has been brought back into discussion. Yi Chen coldly retorted, wasn't the engagement already nullified? Ling Zhong swallowed hard. Mr. Yi, there is indeed another reason. Speak, he demanded. 3 years ago, Xia Moyang suffered an injury that rendered his legs useless. Even as a member of the Xia family, no one would wish to push their daughter into a perilous situation. Ling Zhong replied, exasperated. In Yi Chen's heart, an invisible fury erupted. So, you expect me to allow my 9th senior sister to marry a cripple? Ling Zhong, terrified, prostrated himself repeatedly. Mr. Yi, this was not my decision. Bang, bang. He continued to bow until his forehead was drenched in blood. Finally, Yi Chen inquired, when does the wedding commence? Ling, trembling, glanced at his watch. It was already past midnight. The agreement was for 5 o'clock in the morning, when the Xia family would retrieve the third young lady from the Ling family. At noon, they would arrive at the Xia residence to hold the ceremony. The Xia family members were likely preparing to depart at this very moment. So soon? Yi Chen's expression darkened. He simply could not bear to watch his 9th senior sister plunge into the abyss, marrying a cripple. At the foot of Kunlun Mountain, a woman approached the entrance of a valley under the cover of night. Who goes there? This is the Xia family's stronghold. Intruders shall perish. A cold shout echoed. 2 figures emerged, their weapons poised against the woman's throat. If Yi Chen were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this woman as Mu Xueqing's mother, Xia Cueju. Xia Cueju scoffed. What? Do you wish to kill me? Then do it. Young lady. The 2 figures' pupils constricted, and they immediately sheathed their weapons. You have returned? Take me to see Xia Baodong. Xia Cueju disregarded the 2 and strode into the valley. They hastily followed her. After about 10 minutes, Xia Cueju entered an ancient mansion, remarkably opulent, reminiscent of a royal palace from centuries past. In late autumn, why have you returned? A middle-aged man entered the living room and glanced at the woman seated in the chair. His emotions stirred. Xia Wanqiu has passed away. I am now called Xia Cueju. The voice of Xia Cueju was unmistakable. Xia Baodong furrowed his brow. Cueju? Why would you forsake the name bestowed upon you by your father for that of a rural woman? Xia Cueju retorted with a mocking expression. What? Do you look down upon me? No. A hint of guilt crossed Xia Baodong's face. Very well, Cueju. That was not my intention. Xia Cueju shook her head. Enough of this idle talk. Had it not been for my daughter's troubles, I would never have returned to the Xia family. With Xueqing already in a predicament, having found herself a boyfriend, I do not wish for her to suffer as I have. Xia Baodong was taken aback. Have you made a decision? Indeed, Xia Cueju affirmed with a nod. Are you certain about forfeiting 60 years of your lifespan? By 11 o'clock in the morning, the Xia household was abuzz with more excitement than during the New Year festivities. The Xia family, established at the foot of Kunlun Mountain since the Qin and Han dynasties, boasted a history spanning over 2 millennia, rich in profound heritage. Xia Moyang sat in a wheelchair, clad in a celebratory suit, a smile beaming across his face. Father, as long as I marry Ling Hongyan, my legs will be saved. Xia Baodong frowned. Moyang, can you truly trust your master's words? Xia Moyang replied with a grin. Father, my master hails from the top sect of Kunlun ruins. If he cannot help me, then my legs are indeed beyond salvation. The master stated that in order to heal my legs, it is imperative to use the blood of a dearly beloved person. I cannot resort to the blood of my parents, can I? Therefore, my only option is to marry. Ling Hongyan's parents passed away early. While the elder of the Ling family has cared for her, he fell into a deep coma 2 years ago. Otherwise, how could those guardians dare to judge Ling Hongyan? Xia Baodong fell silent for a few seconds, his expression revealing a struggle. Though it is rather cruel for Ling Hongyan, it must be done for the sake of his son's future. At worst, Once Ling Hongyan becomes incapacitated, the Xia family will provide for her, ensuring she lives a long life. Moreover, the master mentioned that he would attend my wedding today. Is it true? Elder Wu is coming. Xia Baodong was overwhelmed with excitement. Elder Wu is a figure from Kunlun ruins. The presence of Elder Wu at such an event would undoubtedly elevate the Xia family's status to unprecedented heights, perhaps even propelling them to become the foremost ancient martial family in the Dragon Kingdom. As Xia Baodong's face flushed with emotion, the sounds of guests offering their congratulations filled the air. Members of the ancient martial arts family presented a 500-year-old ginseng and 10 second-grade elixirs. Elder Zhou and Elder Li from the Martial Arts Bureau arrived, bringing 5 third-grade elixirs and a volume of intermediate martial technique as gifts. The envoy from the 9,000 years presented half of the Wu Mu legacy and 10,000 taels of gold. The ruler of East Asia bestowed 10 luminous pearls, 3,000 sea pearls, and a 1,000-year-old red coral. The king of the Northwest contributed 3,000 yaks and 10,000 sheep, a staggering sum of 10,000 taels of gold. The prince of the Philippines has arrived, bearing a gift of an African oil field. The guests gasped in astonishment, momentarily taken aback. The Xiao family from Longdu has arrived, led by Xiao Jinghua. The Yi family from Longdu follows, with Yi Jinbei in tow. Almost simultaneously, Xiao Jinghua and Yi Jinbei arrived, exchanging a glance and a disdainful snort. Yi Hongya, maintaining a stoic expression, remarked, "Father, this old man has become increasingly arrogant." Yi Jinbei shot a glance at his son, admonishing, "Speak less and act more." Ignoring his son further, he proceeded into the grand hall of the Xia family. Suddenly, an extraordinarily excited voice rang out, "Kunlun ruins. Master Wu, Kunlun ruins?" A collective tremor coursed through the hearts of all present. The martial families, the venerable elders Li and Zhou from the Martial Arts Bureau, the envoy from the 9,000 years, the ruler of East Asia, the king of the Northwest, and the prince of the Philippines, alongside Xiao Jinghua, Yi Jinbei, and Yi Hongya. They all turned in unison toward the entrance of the hall. There appeared an elderly man with a waxen complexion, a 3-inch beard, and eyes sharp as a hawk. "Master!" Xia Moyang exclaimed with fervor, propelling his wheelchair forward. Despite his disability, he insisted on rising from the chair to kneel in respect, proclaiming, "Disciple Xia Moyang pays homage to my master. There's no need for such formalities." Master Wu replied nonchalantly. With a mere gesture, an invisible force lifted Xia Moyang, effortlessly placing him back into his wheelchair without a single touch. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Such formidable skill and exquisite control of power. Xia Baodong, with an expression of excitement, exclaimed, "Old Wu, please take a seat. Your presence here at the Xia residence today truly elevates our family's stature. Honestly, there was no need for you to come in person. A message could have sufficed, given the difficulty of your journey from Kunlun ruins." He deliberately emphasized the words Kunlun ruins, wanting everyone to understand that from this moment forth, the Xia family had the formidable support of Kunlun ruins. Indeed, a palpable thrill coursed through everyone present. From today onward, the Xia family is likely to ascend as the foremost ancient martial arts family in the Dragon Nation, standing shoulder to shoulder with the Wan family. Isn't it? Old Wu chose not to dismantle Xia Baodong's aspirations and directly proceeded to the end of the hall, taking a seat in the position designated for the head of the Xia family. Xia Baodong was momentarily taken aback and dared not speak further, settling into a seat beside him in the heavy silence. Finally, Old Wu's voice broke the stillness. "Where is the bride?" Xia Moyang respectfully replied, "The bride has already arrived. There is just 1 hour remaining until the auspicious moment. Once the time arrives, we shall proceed with the ceremony." Old Wu appeared somewhat displeased. "What? You expect me to wait an hour while I am here to witness your wedding?" Xia Moyang stiffened momentarily, then gritted his teeth. "Very well, let us commence the ceremony immediately. Someone, bring forth the bride." Under the watchful eyes of all, Ling Hongyan, adorned in her splendid bridal attire, was led forth. Beneath the red veil, tears streamed down her face as she bit her lip in anguish. Alas, her acupoints had been sealed, rendering her unable to move, leaving her to be supported and manipulated by others. "Let us begin," Old Wu stated coolly. The Xia family, understanding the gravity of the moment, prepared meticulously for the proceedings. An elder from the Xia family shouted with great fervor, "Bow to heaven and earth." Xia Moyang bowed in the direction of the heavens. Yet Ling Hongyan remained utterly still, like a statue rooted to the spot. The crowd was taken aback. "Ling Hongyan, what are you doing? My master is personally officiating this union, and you refuse to pay your respects?" Xia Moyang nearly shouted in exasperation. "I shall grant you one more chance." The elder from the Xia family bellowed again, "Bow to heaven and earth." Xia Moyang bent down once more, but Ling Hongyan remained unyielding. "Someone," Xia Moyang growled. "If she will not bow, then you shall assist her." Two burly matrons stepped forward, rolling up their sleeves. "Miss Ling, please do not make this difficult for us," they implored as they approached and grasped her shoulders. Despite their combined strength, Ling Hongyan stood resolute, her posture unwavering. "You!" Xia Moyang was nearly driven to the brink of fury, his eyes tinged with blood. "Disciple, it seems your bride is rather disobedient. Allow me to assist you." Old Wu grinned widely. "Bow to heaven and earth." Xia Moyang performed the gesture once more, and to his astonishment, Ling Hongyan actually leaned slightly forward. However, a series of cracking sounds emanated from her spine, as if an unseen force compelled her to bow. This caused a stir among the onlookers, who turned their gazes toward Old Wu. With a cryptic smile, Old Wu unleashed a surge of inner power from his fingers, which took on a nearly tangible form, transforming into a transparent thread that entered Ling Hongyan's body. "Bow to your master." They both turned to face the elder. "Kneel before the elder Wu." A series of crackling sounds echoed as the spine twisted, and only then did the onlookers realize that Ling Hongyan's back was already drenched in blood. 3 bows to the high hall. Another round of cracking sounds ensued as Ling Hongyan's delicate form trembled incessantly, the ground beneath her feet soaked in crimson. A bow between husband and wife. With the final utterance, another resounding crack filled the air. No matter what, Ling Hongyan refused to bend her body. She steadfastly held her ground. Elder Wu's eyes narrowed, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Your bones are rather sturdy? Bow down for me." With a sudden forceful tug, a sharp snap resonated. "Ah!" Ling Hongyan let out a heart-wrenching scream as her spine fractured. Simultaneously, outside the gates of the Xia family, an enraged roar pierced the air. "Ninth senior sister." A figure rushed into the Xia family hall, enveloping Ling Hongyan in an embrace, swiftly lifting the red veil to reveal a face as pale as death. "Little junior brother. What are you doing here?" A flicker of surprise flashed in Ling Hongyan's beautiful eyes. "Yi Chun." The martial arts families were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. How did this young man arrive? Elder Li and Elder Zhou from the Martial Arts Bureau widened their eyes in disbelief. Had he lost his mind? How dare he disrupt the Xia family's wedding? The envoy of the 9,000 years was left bewildered. Is he truly Yi Chen, the guardian of the dragon-slaying kingdom atop Mount Tai? It was said that just days ago, he had gone to the island and killed the governor Yang Shiqing without consequence. The sovereign of East Asia and Prince Luo of the Philippines exchanged glances. "Yi Chen?" The eyes of the Northwest King flickered, scanning Yi Chun incessantly. "What brings you here?" Xiao Xinghua barked. "Yi Chun, you should leave at once. Do not create a scene." "Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading, as the story becomes even more riveting." Yi Jinbei gazed in surprise at his blood-related grandson. Is this lad here seeking death? A glimmer of astonishment passed through Yi Hongyan's eyes. Yi Chun disregarded the voices around him, tightly embracing Ling Hongyan. Ling Hongyan was unable to stand, her spine utterly shattered, rendered helpless and frail in Yi Chen's arms. "Junior apprentice, I am nearing my end." Cough. Master said, "The cycle of heaven and earth allows one to be reborn only once. If I perish this time, it shall be the true end. Until our next life, farewell." Her voice was faint, too weak for anyone but Yi Chen to hear. "Ninth senior sister, you shall be fine, I promise." Yi Chen's eyes were bloodshot, nearly grinding his back teeth to dust. "You little bastard. Who the hell are you? How dare you touch my—" roared Xia Moyang. Bang! Yi Chen kicked out, sending Xia Moyang, along with his wheelchair, crashing into the wall. With a resounding crash, it shattered into pieces, leaving no trace behind. "Son." Xia Baodong's mental state was on the verge of collapse. His only son had met such a tragic fate. What the hell? The atmosphere was charged with tension, as all the guests stared in wide-eyed disbelief, as though they had encountered a ghost. Has Xia Moyang truly met his demise? Kill him. Bring him down. Xia Baodong bellowed, summoning dozens of figures from all directions, each possessing strength surpassing that of a grand master, charging towards Yichun. Get lost. Yichun roared, delivering a sweeping kick, unleashing a merciless attack. Thud, thud, thud. Dozens of martial artists from the Xia family were sent flying like ragdolls, the weaker among them meeting a gruesome end as their chests exploded. Even the stronger ones could not withstand Yichun's furious assault, collapsing to the ground, spitting black blood, their lives hanging by a thread. The guests, taken aback, instinctively recoiled in terror. Yichun swiftly laid Ling Hongyan on the ground, producing 13 silver needles that descended into her body. Simultaneously, he force-fed her several pills adorned with 4 intricate patterns, as though they were of no value. The 13 ghost needles. It is truly the 13 ghost needles. You lad, this technique has been lost to time. Where did you acquire it? Hand him over to me, and I shall absolve you of the crime of slaying my disciple. Elder Wu exclaimed, leaping with excitement. Even moments prior, when Yichun had slain Xia Moyang, he had shown no reaction whatsoever. Now, however, his astonishment was palpable, underscoring the profound impact the 13 ghost needles had on him. Yichun's eyes burned crimson, fixated on Elder Wu. You too shall perish. For injuring my 9th sister, I will annihilate your entire clan. Chapter 81. Annihilation of the entire clan. Exterminate my family? Ha ha ha. Allow me to demonstrate the true depths of heaven and earth. The Elder Wu, brimming with confidence, rose from his grand chair in an instant, appearing before Yichun like a specter. He raised his hand, pressing down on Yichun's shoulder, demanding, "First, kneel and address me." This strike possessed at least 10,000 pounds of force. It was inconceivable that Yichun could withstand it. Even an elephant would be compelled to kneel. Bang! The palm landed squarely on Yichun's shoulder, yet he remained rooted in place, unyielding. What? Elder Wu was taken aback, his gaze rising in astonishment to meet Yichun's. He encountered a pair of icy eyes, seemingly not of this world, but rather belonging to a reaper from the depths of hell. You shall die. A punch was unleashed. Elder Wu soared backward like a kite severed from its string, spewing forth a torrent of blood in midair. Crash! He collided violently with the wall of the Xia family's grand hall, drenched in blood and looking utterly wretched. In that moment, the entirety of the Xia family's hall was engulfed in a profound silence. Everyone's eyes widened in horror, as if witnessing a ghost, their hearts nearly ceasing to beat. How could Yichun possibly defeat someone from Kunlun ruins? Father, how is this possible? Yi Hongye trembled in fear. He had bribed the assassins of the Dark Hall to hunt down Yichun. What would happen if they learned of this? Yi Jinbei's aged face grew grave, and in that moment he felt a twinge of regret. If I had been a bit more lenient back then, perhaps this lad would still be a descendant of the Yi family today. Good heavens! In Xiao Jingguo's eyes, a flicker of excitement emerged. He had not misjudged the treasure. Under the terrified gazes of the crowd, Yichun approached Old Wu. What do you intend to do, young man? Should you dare to move against me again, your entire family will face unimaginable suffering. Anyone acquainted with you, your friends and relatives, will bear the wrath of the Wu family from Kunlun ruins. Old Wu threatened. Yet, Yichun remained unfazed, continuing his advance. You! Old Wu's gaze met Yichun's, and he was thoroughly intimidated. His body trembled uncontrollably. As a member of the Wu family, who would dare to lay a hand on him, let alone inflict harm or even take his life? For the first time in his life, Old Wu felt fear, an unfamiliar sensation that sent shivers down his spine and raised goosebumps all over his body. Beyond Kunlun ruins, there existed such a terrifying presence in Longwa. It was simply extraordinary. Young man, I have changed my mind. If you cease your actions, I will immediately take you as my disciple. From this moment forth, I shall devote all my efforts to cultivating you. What do you say? Old Wu hastily amended his stance. If you kneel and pay your respects as my disciple, You will become the representative of the Wu family in Longwa. Upon hearing these words, the entire assembly could no longer maintain their composure. Old Wu, are you serious? The members of the ancient martial arts families, as well as Elder Li, Elder Zhou, and the envoy of Juqing were all agitated. Yichen, why are you still hesitating? Hurry and agree, Yi Hongye bellowed, his face flushed with excitement. As long as you nod in assent, we shall let the matter of you killing my son be forgotten. Moreover, I assure you that I will facilitate your return to the esteemed Yi family. Even Yi Jinbei uttered, Yi-chan, you might want to consider it. Xiao Jingua swallowed hard, beads of sweat suddenly pouring forth from his brow. The formidable Wujia of Kunlun ruins. Such a colossal entity. He genuinely feared that Yi-chun might acquiesce. Everyone held their breath. The only sound resonating in the air was the rhythmic patter of Yi-chen's footsteps. Have you finished speaking? Yi-chan approached Elder Wu, gazing down upon him. Elder Wu endeavored to maintain his composure, lifting his gaze to reveal a sycophantic smile. Yi-chan? You are named Yi-chun. Chun signifies dragon. Truly, my disciple is worthy of being called a dragon among men. As your master. In an instant, Yi-chan struck, mercilessly crushing Elder Wu's neck. The sound ceased abruptly. Elder Wu's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that he had been slain by Yi-chan in such a manner. Without hesitation, it was swift and decisive. Elder Wu, Xia Baodong collapsed onto the ground, utterly dazed, his entire being rendered as immobile as stone. The other guests present were struck with terror, their pupils constricting sharply. We must leave. This has escalated drastically. The wrath of the Kunlun Ruins family is something no one can withstand. Yi-chan, you madman. You shall never return to the Yi family. Yi Hongye leapt up in fright. Father, let us depart quickly. We must not be entangled with this lunatic. The remaining guests also turned to flee. Halt! The moment Yi Chen's voice resonated, everyone froze, genuinely afraid to take another step. In the ancient martial arts families, the Qin family and the Martial Arts Bureau, it was you who sent someone to assassinate me last night, despite being 9,000 years old. How? Do you intend to leave as if nothing has transpired? Yi Chun spoke in a chilling tone. Old Li from the Martial Arts Bureau stepped forward from the crowd. Yi Chun, what is it that you desire? What do I desire? Yi Chun sneered coldly, instantly appearing before Old Li and delivering a powerful punch. The sound of Li's chest exploding echoed, as he crashed against the wall like a dead dog, his body utterly contorted, lifeless beyond measure. A collective gasp of horror filled the air. No one anticipated that Yi Chun would suddenly resort to murder. Yi Chun, do you intend to make an enemy of the Martial Arts Bureau? Old Zhou shouted, trembling uncontrollably. Make an enemy? Yi Chen's gaze shifted, as he appeared before Old Zhou like a specter. Old Zhou's complexion changed dramatically, and he bellowed fiercely, unleashing his internal energy towards Yi Chun. With a swift kick, Yi Chun shattered Zhou's legs, leaving him sprawled on the ground like a dead dog. I shall ensure you do not escape retribution. With a second kick, Zhou's head exploded like a watermelon, a sight both shocking and gruesome. The ancient martial arts families, the Qin family, and the envoy of the 9,000-year-old figure recoiled in terror, their eyes filled with boundless fear and astonishment. This young man is truly a lunatic, a madman who kills without a second thought. Yi Chun, if you have demands, speak them. How can we comprehend your desires amidst such slaughter? A middle-aged man from the Lin family, terrified and desperate, exclaimed. He wished for nothing more than to survive. Very well. Yi Chun nodded. The crowd rejoiced. Regardless of what demands Yi Chun put forth, they would undoubtedly comply. He commanded the leader of the ancient martial arts clan to personally kneel before him, bow his head, and commit suicide in apology. Furthermore, he demanded the dissolution of their ancient martial arts clan. Upon uttering these words, the entire hall plunged into an eerie silence. Dissolution of the ancient martial arts clan? Everyone was left bewildered. The ancient martial arts clan, with its millennia-long heritage and vast wealth, could not possibly be disbanded. A middle-aged man from the Lin family felt a surge of fury within him. Yi Chun grinned widely. Then I shall have no choice but to eradicate your entire clan, sending all of your bloodline to the depths of hell. just like the ancient martial arts Chu family. The name of the ancient martial arts Chu family sent tremors through the crowd. Yichun, you? Do not push us too far. Yichun laughed with glee. Push you too far? Is this when you realize? I am indeed intent on pushing you to your limits. If I do not annihilate you, do you idiots think I am easily provoked? You think you can simply form a team and come to kill me? You wish to harm those I hold dear? Today, I shall make it abundantly clear. Anyone who dares to threaten Yichun shall face the annihilation of their entire clan. 5 years ago, those who attacked my Yi family were obliterated. 5 years ago, those who harmed my parents were eradicated. From this day forth, any who dare to lay a finger on my friends or family shall face total destruction. I will ensure that any faction I encounter will see those related to me trembling in fear, kneeling and begging for mercy, retreating in terror. Yichen's voice resonated like a judgment from the depths of hell. The guests present were already so terrified that they knelt upon the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Silver needles flew forth, embedding themselves within the bodies of the ancient martial families, the Qin clan, and the envoy of the 9,000 years. Ah! What have you done to us? These individuals screamed in a frenzy, tearing at their garments in a desperate attempt to uncover any potential fatal wounds. Fear not. It is merely a silver needle. You shall not perish just yet. Go back and inform those behind you of my stance. Yichun, begone. With a single rebuke, the members of the ancient martial families, the Qin clan, and the envoy of the 9,000 years scurried away like frightened dogs, crawling and scrambling towards the exit of the Xia family's hall. The others, however, stood frozen in place, not daring to move. Even their breaths seemed to cease, terrified that a single wrong inhalation might provoke this harbinger of death. Xia family head, have you also sent someone to assassinate me? Yichen's gaze darkened as it fell upon Xia Baodong. And now you dare to force my master sister into marrying your worthless son? You have touched my reverse scale twice. Xia Baodong prostrated himself on the ground, crawling toward Yichun like a dying dog. Lord Yi, I beseech you to show mercy. My entire Xia family is willing to become your servants, and from now on, the ancient martial Xia family shall regard you as our sovereign. Bang, bang, bang. This head of the ancient martial family bowed fervently. No need. The almost cold voice extinguished the last flicker of hope within Xia Baodong's heart. He raised his head, his face as pale as death, and spoke in a daze. My lord, I understand. I will comply. Suddenly turning around, he roared. All members of the Xia family, heed my command. Every direct descendant, regardless of age or gender, shall take their own lives. As for the rest, disperse. From this moment forth, the Xia family of ancient martial arts shall cease to exist in Longua. Patriarch, I do not wish to die. Have you lost your mind? Shall we not fight against this boy? Some voices cried out in anguish. I refuse to believe that the entirety of the Xia family cannot contend with him. Xia Baodong let out a bitter laugh. He was well aware of Wu Lao's prowess. If even Wu Lao fell to Yichun in a single strike, then the combined might of the Xia family would be no match for him. Since you are unwilling to act, I shall send you on your way. Xia Baodong's eyes burned with rage. Before the terrified gazes of the guests, he plunged into the crowd of the Xia family. With his peak strength at the 9th level of the 5 organs realm, none among the upper echelons of the Xia family could withstand him. Today marked the wedding of Xia Moyang, and all the high-ranking members were present. Half an hour later, every high-ranking member of the Xia family lay slain at the hands of Xia Baodong. Ha ha ha. Drenched in the blood of his kin, like a specter of despair, he looked at Yichun and asked, My lord, they are all dead. Has your wrath been appeased? Can the remaining members of the Xia family be spared? You are a wise man. Dissolve the Xia family, and let this matter come to an end. Yichun replied as he lifted Ling Hongyan and turned to walk out of the Xia family hall. Thank you, my lord. Xia Baodong bowed several times, and with a final, forceful motion, his head crashed against the ground. With a resounding thud, his brain splattered. At that moment, the guests present widened their eyes in horror, their hearts nearly ceasing to beat, as they anxiously gazed in the direction where Yichun had departed. Relay this message. From now on, any member of the Bailey family who encounters Mr. Yi must show utmost respect. Whoever dares to defy him shall face merciless retribution. Convey this order. From now on, the Jiang family must kneel in greeting when they see Mr. Yi. Relay this to the Song family. Countless prominent guests, trembling with fear, hastily retrieved their phones to issue strict commands to their families. Listening to the cacophony of orders echoing in the surroundings, the rulers of East Asia, the king of the Northwest, and the prince of the Philippines stood frozen in disbelief. Father, this young man, Yi Chun. He has lost his mind, utterly insane. Yi Hongye stammered, instinctively reaching for a cigarette, desperately trying to light it. After several failed attempts with the lighter, singeing his lips in the process, he still could not ignite the cigarette. Yi Zhenbei surveyed the multitude of corpses strewn across the ground, his expression gravely solemn. Indeed, he has lost his sanity. Such reckless disregard for rules, laws, and all semblance of order will not be tolerated. The martial arts world has painstakingly established an order, one that everyone adheres to. It is not solely dictated by Yi Chun. Not to mention, he has slain those from Kunlun ruins. His brows furrowed tightly together. He sighed deeply. Yi Chun, oh Yi Chun, you are ultimately following in your father's footsteps, heading down a path of no return. Yi Zhenbei suddenly felt fortunate that this young man had severed ties with the Yi family of Longdu. Otherwise, misfortune would have befallen them as well. Meanwhile, deep within the Xia family, an elderly servant, lost in despair, made his way to a hidden chamber. Here, a blood-red altar was enshrined, shrouded in a crimson glow. An elderly woman in her 80s, Xia Tsueju, knelt on the ground. Miss, you must leave. The Xia family is finished. Xia Tsueju, taken aback, turned her head, her voice aged and trembling. What did you say? The Xia family is finished? The old servant offered a wry smile. A god of death has invaded the Xia family. To preserve the family lineage, the head of the family has personally slain a multitude of high-ranking members. Over 20 years ago, you detached yourself from the Xia family, and thus you are no longer considered one of them. You must leave. The Xia family is to be dissolved. The Xia family is to be dissolved? Very well. Ha ha ha. Xia Tsueju erupted into maniacal laughter. You foolish people. How could you offer the blood of your kin to a wicked devil? It was destined for divine retribution. The downfall of the Xia family is the cycle of heavenly justice. Good. It serves you right. Ha ha ha. The old servant, with a bitter smile, approached the blood-red altar, drew a dagger, and slit his throat, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. In Longdu, at the Fu family residence, a vehicle halted before the entrance, and in the next moment, a middle-aged man dashed out, crying out in panic, Your Highness, something has happened. Within the depths of the Fu family, in an office, Fu Guosheng was engaged in conversation with Elder Tu when suddenly, a middle-aged man burst in, collapsing to his knees in despair, exclaiming, Your Excellency, a grave matter has arisen. Guahao, how have you returned so swiftly? Wasn't it instructed that you attend the Xia family's wedding in my stead? Furrowing his brow, Fu Guosheng inquired. The middle-aged man, appearing as if he had lost his mind, was filled with terror in his eyes. Your Excellency, the Xia family has perished. What do you mean? Fu Guosheng's frown deepened. With a trembling voice, the man recounted Yi Chun, that madman Yi Chun, stormed into the Xia residence. Even the elder Wu from Kunlun ruins was slain by him. He recounted the events at the Xia family in vivid detail. How is this possible? Fu Guosheng exclaimed, rising in shock. Elder Tu beside him wore an expression of disbelief as well. Kunlun ruins? Elder Wu, killed by Yi Chun? The martial arts system of Kunlun ruins is on an entirely different level than that of Longua. This was simply unfathomable. The middle-aged man's face turned ashen, as if he had seen a specter. Yi Chun also declared that anyone who dares to harm him shall face the annihilation of their entire clan. 5 years ago, those who targeted my Yi family were obliterated. 5 years ago, those who harmed my parents faced the same fate. From this day forth, should anyone dare to touch even a single hair of my friends or family, they too shall face annihilation. He concluded he will march against any force, and anyone associated with him will be compelled to kneel and bow in submission. Furthermore, he stated that you would be made to kneel before him and admit your wrongdoing. He seeks death. Fu Guosheng growled lowly, slamming his palm onto the table in fury. Suddenly, a middle-aged man let out a harrowing scream, his body exploding with a resounding crack. Lao Tu stepped in front of Fu Guoxing, summoning a surge of inner strength that coalesced into a protective barrier, shielding them from the splattering blood. By the time Fu Guoxing regained his composure, the entire office was drenched in crimson. The pungent scent of blood was nauseating. Fu Guoxing slammed his palm onto the desk, gritting his teeth, his voice quivering with rage. "Yi-chan, this is intolerable. This young man has far surpassed our expectations. He has even managed to slay those from Kunlun ruins. We were mistaken. The ancient martial arts of the Chu family may not have been eradicated by the Dragon Lord. Jiang and Yuan, the two guardians, might very well have fallen to this young man." Fu Guoxing's expression shifted as he paced restlessly in the office. "Now, our only hope lies in forging an alliance with the Wan family. Perhaps together we can eliminate this wretched being." In a secluded and damp dungeon of the Wan family, a figure approached a cell, gazing at the man imprisoned within. "What did you and that enchantress leave behind for Yi-chan? An hour ago, this young man had audaciously killed those from Kunlun ruins. Moreover, he single-handedly caused the ancient martial arts of the Xia family to disband on the spot." In the corner of the cell, a man sat facing the wall. Upon hearing Wan Tianming's words, he finally turned around, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his murky eyes. "Channer," Wan Tianming let out a cold snort. "Ever since that enchantress abandoned you and fled, you have endured the full extent of our Wan family's tortures. Yet you have not uttered a single word. I had thought you had become utterly mute." In the cell stood a man resembling a beggar, none other than Yi Chen's father, Yi Lingyun. After 5 long years of silence, Yi Lingyun's voice was hoarse. "Wan Tianming, how is my son faring?" Wan Tianming scoffed. "Your son is thriving. Exceedingly well, better than anyone else. However, in his quest to find you, he has offended many. Speak. What have you and that enchantress left him, that within a mere 5 years he has transformed from a wastrel to such a formidable being?" Yi Lingyun was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, followed by a mocking laugh. "Ha ha ha, Wan Tianming, take a guess. You shall never unravel it in your lifetime." Seeking death, Wan Tianming reached through the bars of the cell, seizing Yi Lingyun by the throat. His fingers constricted, a sensation of suffocation enveloping them. Yet Yi Lingyun remained unfazed. "Ha ha ha, Wan Tianming, you are frightened. You fear my son will storm the Wan family, bringing about their inevitable doom. Wan Tianming, you shall meet a most tragic end. At the hands of my son, you seek death." Wan Tianming's forehead throbbed with veins, the urge to crush Yi Lingyun overwhelming him. After a tumultuous change of expression, he ultimately refrained from striking, opting instead to hurl him away. Yi Lingyun crashed against the wall of the cell, spitting blood and losing consciousness. Wan Tianming turned and exited the cell, acutely aware of a presence lurking in the shadows. "Who goes there? Step forth." He immediately assumed a defensive stance. "It is I," a faint voice echoed near his ear. Wan Tianming's countenance brightened with joy. "Master, how have you emerged from Kunlun ruins?" From the shadows, a figure stepped forth, half of his face flickering in the candlelight. "What is the situation? Has he spoken?" Wan Tianming shook his head gravely. "No, this wretched dog would rather perish than yield. He has endured every torture the Wan family could devise, yet he remains unbroken. His dantian has been destroyed. His meridians are shattered. He has been poisoned hundreds of times over the past 5 years, and even when on the brink of death, he has not uttered a single word. Were it not to uncover the secrets you wish to know, Master, I would have long since reduced this worthless creature to scraps for the dogs." The elder's expression remained impassive. "Continue the interrogation. That secret is of utmost importance to me. He must not die before revealing it." "Understood," Wan Tianming replied. He then inquired, "By the way, Master, is there a particular task you need to attend to upon leaving Kunlun ruins? May I be of service?" The elder responded, "I require the blood of a Qilin." After Yi Chen departed from the Xia family, an armed helicopter had been waiting for some time. General Yi. Upon seeing Yi Chen, Tang Fenglang immediately approached. His expression shifted in shock upon noticing Ling Hongyan covered in blood. What has happened to Miss Ling? Yi Chen's eyes turned crimson. Her spine is fractured. We must return to Longhun at the fastest speed. Tang Fenglang, not daring to delay, promptly ordered the takeoff. Throughout the journey, Yi Chen utilized the 13 ghostly needles to maintain Ling Hongyan's meridians, administering the black jade bone-mending pill to her as well. By the time they arrived at the Longhun headquarters, Ling Hongyan had already regained consciousness. Yi Chen exhaled with relief. Ninth sister, rest assured, you are no longer in danger. With a few days of recuperation, you should be able to rise and walk. Tang Fenglang and several members of the Dragon Soul team appeared bewildered. A fractured spine rendered one akin to a cripple for life. Recovery seemed impossible. Could it be that General Yi was merely comforting Miss Ling? Ling Hongyan grasped Yi Chen's hand. Junior brother, will the Xia family trouble you? Having remained in a state of unconsciousness, she was unaware that the Xia family had already been annihilated. Yi Chen replied, the Xia family has been disbanded. All senior members were personally slain by Xia Baodong. What? Ling Hongyan was taken aback. Beside her, Tang Fenglang was too astonished to close his mouth. General Yi, could it possibly have been your doing? Yi Chen nodded. Indeed. Hiss. Tang Fenglang and the other Dragon Soul members inhaled sharply. Just then, Yi Chen's phone rang. A call from Xiao Churan came through. Yi Chen, Xueqing has awakened. I had the doctor examine her. Her health is fine, though she has been asleep for too long and is somewhat malnourished. Understood. Please take good care of her, Yi Chen instructed briefly before hanging up. Turning to Ling Hongyan, he flashed a smile. Ninth sister, focus on your recovery here in Dragon Soul. I have matters to attend to. Alright, Ling Hongyan nodded. As her junior brother returned from the abyss, she understood his intentions without the need for further words. Yi Chen then turned and exited the room, with Tang Fenglang following closely behind. Yi Chen halted his steps. Which of the ancient martial families, the Qin or the Lin, is closer to the Dragon Soul? Tang Fenglang swallowed hard. General Yi, what are your intentions? Before he could finish his words, a chilling gaze from Yi Chen pierced through him, exuding an aura of lethal intent that sent a shiver down Tang Fenglong's spine, although it was not directed at him. The ancient martial Lin family is located 900 kilometers from here. An armed helicopter can reach it in just over an hour. The ancient martial Qin family is 500 kilometers away, requiring 2 hours for arrival. Let us proceed to the ancient martial Lin family first. Yi Chen strode forward, boarding the armed helicopter and commanding an immediate takeoff. Meanwhile, at the Lin family estate, several middle-aged men who had just returned from the Xia family were kneeling on the ground. The senior members of the Lin family stared in disbelief, their mouths agape. The ancient martial Xia family has been utterly vanquished? Lin Yuan, is what you say true? An elderly man, leaning on a cane, croaked hoarsely. Lin Yuan, with a bitter smile, replied, Seventh granduncle, it is indeed true. Everything was witnessed by Yi Chen himself. He compelled the head of our ancient martial family to kneel before him and admit his errors. Then, he demanded the dissolution of the ancient martial families, or else he would annihilate our entire clan. His words ignited a powder keg of fury among them. How dare he? This wretched spawn is utterly oblivious to the gravity of his actions. He dares to threaten the extinction of our Lin family and demands our patriarch to kneel? Who does he think he is? As the numerous high-ranking members of the Lin family simmered with righteous indignation, a sudden crash reverberated through the air. The doors of the Lin family's conference hall were violently flung open by several enforcers, who collapsed lifelessly upon impact. From your tone, it seems you have no intention of disbanding the Lin family? The members of the Lin family turned to see a young man, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, slowly entering the hall. It was Yi Chen. Yi Chen? Is that truly you? Lin Yuan exclaimed in terror. You look so young. Barely in your 20s, did you truly annihilate the Chu and Xia families? How can this be? Lin Yuan, you must be jesting. Aside from Lin Yuan, the others had not witnessed Yi Chen's prowess against the Xia family. Even though news had circulated, disbelief lingered in their hearts. Upon seeing Yi Chen's youthful visage, they felt a sense of disdain. Seventh uncle. One elder stepped forward, striking his cane against the floor. Silence. The crowd fell into a hush. Satisfied with their reaction, the seventh uncle finally turned his gaze upon Yi Chen. Yichun, you have come to the Lin family. Yichun interjected decisively. One question. Will the Lin family disband? Do you truly wish for us to disband? The members of the Lin family were taken aback. Madman. He is undoubtedly a madman. The seventh uncle smiled. Yichun, let us sit down and discuss this. Enough noise. Yichun unleashed a powerful punch. Blood splattering as the seventh uncle's head exploded upon impact. His body fell straight to the ground. Ah! He has committed murder. A group of women in the Lin family hall emitted terrified shrieks. Seventh uncle. Several middle-aged men, their eyes wide with fury, bellowed, Yichun, do you dare to kill our seventh uncle? Have you lost your mind? Yichun replied with a smile, I've given you a chance. Do you truly believe I jest? If you do not disband, then prepare for annihilation. With a swift motion, he conjured the blood dragon's sword into his grasp. Ah! No! Father! Grandfather! Darling! I do not wish to die. The hall reverberated with the sounds of anguished cries. Half an hour later, Yichun lit a cigarette as he exited the Lin family residence. The sight left General Yi and Tang Fenglang in stunned silence. At this moment, Yichun was drenched in blood. Even the battle-hardened Dragon Soul warriors felt a wave of nausea. It was utterly gruesome. Yichun wasted no words. Let us proceed to the ancient martial arts Qin family. In the northwest, the Qin family stood before its ancient estate, towering over the Lust Plateau. On the surface, it appeared unremarkable, yet it concealed profound secrets within. In this arid land, the Qin family wielded power akin to that of an emperor. Even those at the provincial governor level would come to pay their respects upon taking office. At this moment, in the ancestral hall of the Qin family, the high